In the scorching heat of summer, the sun blazed down, but deep in the forest, the temperature was cooler. The dense trees blocked the sunlight, and there was still a hint of moisture on the ground. Lying on the ground, Lu Jiejie was flooded with strange memories. A man held the egg she had given him and arrogantly said, "Lu Jiejie, I only see you as a sister. Please stop chasing after me. I don't like you. I only see you as a brother, nothing more. By the way, can I work for you for a couple of days? It's too hot, and I'm not feeling well." Lu Jiejie woke up with a severe headache, the sudden influx of unfamiliar memories leaving her confused. After blinking several times, she finally recognized her surroundings. Hadn't she died in a car accident? Why was she now in a place that looked like a primeval forest? Before she could process what had happened, she felt a black snake crawling on her arm, and her pupils instantly constricted. She wanted to scream, but her throat felt dry and hoarse, and she couldn't make a sound. Her body ached so much that she couldn't move. The snake lunged at her, and in fear, Lu Jiejie shut her eyes tightly. After a moment, the expected pain did not come. She slowly opened her eyes and saw a tall man in front of her. The man squatted down, his sharp features cold and hard. He wore faded gray-black clothes, with muscular arms exposed and pants that were tattered at the calves. She even noticed a hole at the edge, and he wore straw sandals. The snake was coiled around his arm, and his muscles bulged as sweat glistened on his powerful physique. With his large hands, he firmly gripped the snake, his dark eyes fierce. A scar marked his forehead, and his furrowed brow was filled with gloom. Lu Jiejie stared blankly at the man. After a few seconds, the snake stopped moving and fell from his arm. Without changing his expression, he placed the snake into a basket behind him and then looked at Lu Jiejie, whose face was pale. The girl had delicate features, her face smudged with dirt, but her skin was fair, and her large, watery eyes showed a hint of fear and curious hesitation, clearly indicating she had been pampered since childhood. The man suddenly looked away, but his expression turned cold as he lifted his leg to walk away. Lu Jiejie used all her strength to tug at his pant leg, inching closer. She opened her mouth, her voice weak. "Please don't go, help me." The back of the little girl's hand rested against his calf. She could also feel the warmth of his presence. Xue Yan felt a sudden jolt, glancing down at her. But Lu Jiejie couldn't hold on any longer. She gasped and fainted. When Lu Jiejie woke up again, she was lying on the man's back. His shoulders were broad, and there was still plenty of space for her. Lu Jiejie moved her eyes and realized she was in a forest. The man seemed to be trying to avoid any contact, carefully shifting her away, afraid to touch her too much. But because of this, she felt very insecure and almost fell off. Lu Jiejie tried to lift her head. Her hand gently gripped his shoulder. To steady herself, she moved a bit closer and weakly wrapped her arms around his neck. Xue Yan immediately stopped, his breath slightly heated, feeling the soft weight on his back, his body tense and unsure how to react. He looked down at the girl's pale fist and said coldly, "Take your hand away." Lu Jiejie shrank her neck and obediently pulled her hand back. But she was about to fall. As a compromise, she grabbed a layer of his clothing, bringing her body even closer. Xue Yan let out a heavy breath, scolding the person behind him. "Don't move. If you do, I'll leave you here." "Did I understand?" Lu Jiejie said, afraid he would abandon her, and stayed completely still. After a while, Lu Jiejie realized she didn't even know her benefactor's name, so she weakly asked, "What is your name?" Once she was safe, she promised to buy him nice clothes and have her father gift him a mansion. Xue Yan's body instantly tensed, his dark eyes like a furious beast. "Lu Jiejie, are you trying to humiliate me on purpose? You know my name?" Lu Jiejie gasped in surprise. "Lu Jiejie, you don't need to act in front of me." Xue Yan's eyes darkened, his arms slightly tightening, his lips pressed into a straight line. "Keep your thoughts to yourself." Lu Jiejie's pale lips moved. "What?" At that moment, a call came from nearby, and he quickly placed Lu Jiejie under a tree. What's wrong with you? Lu Jejia looked at him in confusion, using all her strength to grab his sleeve, her voice hoarse. Did I say something wrong? Xue Yan shook off Lu Jejia's hand and said in a low voice, I've already taken you out of the mountains. You don't need to pretend in front of me. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you and won't force you to marry me. You don't have to act like last time. Lu Jejia stood there in shock. Before she could ask for clarification, Xue Yan quickly disappeared from view. The calls in the distance grew closer, and she saw a middle-aged man in a black coat running toward her with a joyful expression. He shouted while running, Mom, I found my sister. She's over here. Strange images flashed in Lu Jejia's mind. She weakly opened her mouth, her voice barely audible. Elder brother. Lu Jejia somehow knew she could rely on this person in front of her. She felt safe. The next moment, she couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Xue Yan hid behind a large rock, glanced at the girl surrounded by people, his gaze heavy, and turned to leave. As Lu Jejia slept, she fell into another person's life. It was now the 1970s, a time when the country was rebuilding. The owner of this body was also named Lu Jejia, born in Shishui village, the youngest of 4 brothers and the most cherished in her family. Her biological father was the village leader, and her mother had a strong personality and was protective. Lu Jejia had never faced much hardship, leading to her being spoiled and naive. She was beautiful and delicate, and at 12, she was noticed by a senior in the arts troupe and accepted despite her age. However, at 15, the arts troupe disbanded, and she returned to her village. Lu Jejia looked down on the country folks and envied the romantic lives of educated people. A few years ago, when the educated youth went to the countryside, Lu Jejia fell madly in love with Zhou Wenqing, who had a scholarly aura. She often used her family's influence to help him with the simplest tasks and even saved her own food to give to him. However, Zhou Wenqing never confirmed a relationship with Lu Jejia. As an observer, Lu Jejia felt that Zhou Wenqing was not interested in her at all. He was just using her for his own gain. But the infatuated Lu Jejia seemed oblivious, chasing after Zhou Wenqing with only him in her heart and mind. As time passed, a major turning point arrived. Seeing how much Lu Jejia liked Zhou Wenqing, her family, despite disapproving of his weak demeanor, brought up the idea of marriage. To their surprise, Zhou Wenqing outright refused, stating, I only see Jejia as a comrade and a sister. I have no other feelings for her. This angered Lu's father. He was a farmer and didn't understand many complex ideas, but he knew that this educated youth had been playing with his daughter. Not only had he tarnished her reputation, but he had also gained many benefits. Lu's father scoffed and returned home, firmly deciding not to let Lu Jejia see Zhou Wenqing again. Lu Jejia, being strong-willed, acted impulsively and tried to jump into a river. Fortunately, she was saved by Xue Yan. In Shishui village, there was an unwritten rule that if a man saved a woman and both families were interested, they could become in-laws. Although times had changed, and this rule could be easily broken, gossip was still inevitable. Lu Jejia was furious and worried that one day Xue Yan might come to propose to her family. She secretly approached Xue Yan and sarcastically told him that he shouldn't dream of marrying someone like her when he couldn't even afford a meal. She emphasized that she was beautiful and that he was not worthy of her. She would only ever love Zhou Wenqing and looked down on any other man. As an observer, Lu Jejia felt embarrassed, realizing that the man who had saved her in the mountains was indeed Xue Yan. No wonder he dislikes her so much, especially when she talks about repaying him. Things got even worse from there. To explain, this is not a rebirth or alternate space. The female lead is originally from the 1970s, and this body is hers. She was taken over by someone else and has now returned, just without her memories, thinking she is in someone else's body. You can simply understand it as the good deeds being done by the female lead, while the bad deeds are done by the person who took over her body. Xue Yan's family had some background and owned several acres of good farmland. Because of this farmland, the Xue family faced continuous decline in status. The Xue family did the hardest work but received the least rewards, and they lived in constant fear of harassment. The Xue family was very poor, and at 23, Xue Yan had not married. His father, feeling sorry for him, awkwardly went to the Lu family to ask for a marriage proposal. Not only did Lu Jiejie refuse, but even the ordinary girls in the village were not interested. Under the influence of her mother, Lu Jiejie had always appeared gentle and obedient, but that day, she revealed her true nature in front of the crowd, throwing away the things Xue's father had brought her. Her beautiful face was filled with anger as she exclaimed, "Xue Yan thinks he can marry me? I would rather marry a dog than him. Just because he saved me once, I owe him nothing." After saying this, Lu Jiejie ran off and jumped into the lake. As she expected, her brothers quickly rescued her. The Lu family was terrified, and Lu's mother, worried about her daughter, bluntly said that the Xue family was using their saving her life to demand repayment. Xue's father stood awkwardly, and when Xue Yan arrived, he coldly looked at the Lu family and left with his father, without saying a word. The reason the original owner got lost on the mountain was that Lu Jiejie did nothing at her family home and was also secretly supporting Zhou Wenqing. Lu's second sister-in-law, Tian Jinhua, was a very calculating person. Seeing her sister-in-law doing nothing at home, she took the opportunity to mock her when no one was around yesterday. Lu Jiejie had a fiery temper, so she took a basket and went up the mountain to gather grass, but ended up getting lost in the deep woods and fell into a pit. With that fall, Lu Jiejie was not dead. Like her, she was saved by Xue Yan. However, she was afraid that others would know she had been saved by Xue Yan again, so she credited her rescue to Zhou Wenqing. Zhou Wenqing politely declined the marriage proposal made by Lu's father and accepted the role of Lu Jiejie's savior. At Lu Jiejie's strong insistence, the Lu family offered some of their savings and food to thank Zhou Wenqing, and the work assigned to him became easier. Zhou Wenqing's life became more comfortable, but he never mentioned marrying Lu Jiejie, nor did he outright refuse. Lu Jiejie, as an outsider, watched in disbelief, feeling sorry for Xue Yan and questioning whether the original owner was foolish. Soon, the original owner's karma caught up with her. She became obsessed with Zhou Wenqing, begging her family to give him the chance to return to the city, and secretly took all the money to follow him. Lu Jiejie cooked and did laundry for Zhou Wenqing like a maid, and although they never got married, they ended up sleeping together. Unexpectedly, once they returned to the city, Zhou Wenqing did not become successful. Instead, he lived worse than in Shishui village. Their life together worsened, and eventually, they could barely afford food. To secure a position at the factory, Zhou Wenqing sent Lu Jiejie to the factory manager's bed. Before long, Lu Jiejie became pregnant, but Zhou Wenqing rejected her, calling her dirty and throwing her out. Lu Jiejie wanted to return to Shishui village, but just before getting on the train, she was kidnapped by a beggar and sold to a shady area. She was beautiful and became popular. At that moment, Lu Jiejie lost her previous pride and just wanted to go home, but she couldn't escape, and ultimately, she lost the baby. This suited the people around her, and after half a month, they forced her to continue working. Lu Jiejie died at 19, a time when she should have been blooming, but instead, she was emaciated and covered in sores, buried in a remote place where no one could find her. Cough. Lu Jiejie inherited the original owner's memories. Before she even opened her eyes, she heard a loud commotion around her. "My dear daughter, you've suffered so much." Lu Jiejie's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes and saw her mother crying beside her. Her mother, with a gray cloth wrapped around her head and a sunburned face, looked tough with slightly prominent cheekbones. Seeing her daughter awake, Lu's mother wiped her tears and called out to Lu's father, who was smoking a short distance away, "Dear, our daughter is awake." Lu's father glanced at his weak daughter, extinguished his cigarette, and with a weary expression said, "You really like that Zhou Wenqing so much? You ran off to the mountains to die when we said no to the marriage. Did you ever think about us? Dear, our daughter is in the state, Why are you saying such things? Lu's mother wiped her tears. Why am I saying this? Because it hurts. Lu's father bent over, his honest face showing signs of compromise. If you really want to marry him, then I will swallow my pride and ask him to marry you, and I will give you a generous dowry. Cough, cough. Lu Jiejia's throat felt even itchier. She hadn't had water in a long time, and it felt like there were stones stuck in her throat. She pressed her throat and struggled to speak. I won't marry. To make her point clear, Lu Jiejia spoke slowly, emphasizing each word. What? Lu's mother was taken aback. Lu's father looked over as well. Her brothers and sisters-in-law thought they had misheard. I won't marry Zhou Wenqing. Lu Jiejia said more clearly this time, then tugged at her mother's clothes. Mom, I'm thirsty. Oh, right, thirsty. Lu's mother was stunned for a few seconds before scolding her sons and daughters-in-law behind her. Did you not hear your sister wants water? Are you all deaf? Useless. Oh. Second sister-in-law Tian Jinhua hurried to the kitchen to pour a bowl of water. She rushed back into the room, almost overly eager, and presented it to Lu Jiejia, little sister. Drink some water. Tian Jinhua was usually very calculating at home, but today she was unusually proactive, which puzzled eldest sister-in-law Xue Yan. Lu's mother didn't notice any of this, and helped her daughter sit up a bit. Tian Jinhua quickly placed the water on a small table beside them and helped support her back, saying, Be careful, little sister. Lu Jiejia knew that Tian Jinhua loved to stir up trouble. The original character was straightforward and didn't like to complain, often facing Tian's sarcastic remarks in private. Lu Jiejia understood why Tian Jinhua was being so friendly. She was simply afraid that Jiejia would reveal what happened yesterday. Lu's mother looked at Tian Jinhua with appreciation, as she treated well those who were good to her daughter. She glanced at her eldest daughter-in-law, Xue Yan, thinking, how could she be so oblivious? Didn't she see how hurt her daughter was? Xue Yan wasn't foolish. She quickly said, Mother, my sister must be hungry. I'll go bring the porridge and the egg pancakes. Go quickly, Lu's mother said, her displeasure fading significantly. Tian Jinhua, receiving a smile from her mother-in-law, felt a bit guilty. She knew how protective her mother-in-law was, especially towards her sister-in-law, and she was unreasonable. If her mother-in-law found out that it was because of her that Lu Jiejia went up the mountain, she would surely be in big trouble. As the main character, Lu Jiejia had no time for the others' antics. Her focus was solely on that bowl of water. She even thought their actions were too cautious and were delaying her from drinking. Lu's mother noticed Jiejia's eager gaze. Her eyelids twitched, and she said to Tian Jinhua, second daughter-in-law, Why aren't you getting a spoon? Tian Jinhua snapped back to reality. Right, I was being foolish. I'll get it now. Lu's mother hugged Lu Jiejia, saying, Dear, I'll feed you soon. No need, just bring it to me, Lu Jiejia insisted, speaking very seriously. Lu's mother firmly refused. No, I'll feed you. You need to listen to your mother. After being thirsty for so long, if they suddenly gave her a bowl of water, she could easily choke. She could only drink slowly. Lu's mother comforted her like a child, making Jiejia feel a bit embarrassed since she was already 17. In this time when food was scarce, Lu Jiejia had truly fallen into a life of comfort. With 4 older brothers and parents who spoiled her, she didn't have to worry about food. If she behaved well, her life would never be too difficult. Tian Jinhua ran over with a spoon, which Lu's mother took and began to feed Lu Jiejia spoonfuls of water. Lu Jiejia was anxious and felt frustrated, but there was nothing she could do. Lu's mother worked hard in the fields for many years, and with one hand, she could keep her daughter from moving. Lu Jiejia. She was forced to slowly finish 2 bowls of water. Her throat was still very hoarse, but it was better than before. Just after finishing the water, her sister-in-law, Xue Yan, hurried in with the food. The rice had been simmered for a long time on low heat, with a layer of oil on top, making it soft and fragrant, not to mention the egg pancakes. Eggs were extremely precious in this era. For women who were pregnant or in confinement, having 1 egg a day was considered a good life. White flour was only available during the New Year, At other times, they had to eat cornmeal. When the food was brought in, the adults were fine, but a group of children in the room were swallowing hard. Jia, eat some food, Xue Yan said as she placed the food on the small table and pushed it closer to Lu Jia. Lu's mother knew these were good things. She gently supported her daughter, blocking the other's gaze. Hurry and eat. If it's not enough, I'll make you more. Lu Jia moved back a bit. She had many bruises from falls, and it hurt to touch them. Her palms were sore and raw, and any movement caused sharp pain. Just a few small actions made her eyes red. She was truly in pain. But the food smelled so good. She sniffed and swallowed, and despite everything, she took a spoonful of porridge and put it in her mouth. It was both fragrant and sticky. Lu Jia never imagined she would cry over a bowl of porridge. Seeing the children drooling around her, Lu's mother frowned. What are you all staring at? Go work. Don't forget to feed the chickens. Not noticing how much her daughter had suffered, these ungrateful little ones were still thinking about food. The children at home knew that their aunt was the favorite and didn't dare to offend her. As soon as Lu's mother threatened them, they all ran away quickly. Tian Jinhua pouted. She couldn't stand how the Lu family spoiled Lu Jia. She was just a girl. As long as she could survive, that was enough. Why should she get all the good food? Meanwhile, her son, the eldest grandson of the family, was stuck eating cornmeal like everyone else. But Tian Jinhua didn't dare to express her dissatisfaction. She secretly tugged at her husband Lu Gongwa's clothes and nodded toward the bed. She didn't mind not eating well, but her son was the eldest grandson of the Lu family. He should have a share. Lu Gongwa scratched his head, glanced at Tian Jinhua, and said to Lu Mu, Mom, my younger sister is seriously injured. We have some dried sweet potatoes at home. Should I bring some for her? Tian Jinhua was nearly furious. This fool. Sure enough, Lu Mu glared at them and said sharply, So you have your own things hidden away? Your father and I work day and night to help you raise your children, and you selfishly keep everything for yourselves. Do you have no shame? She thought Tian Jinhua was being so attentive today because she felt guilty. How foolish of her to have treated her nicely earlier. Mom, we didn't take anything. This is what I brought from my family. Brought from your family? Humph. Tian Jinhua, do you think I'm a fool? Your family has 6 daughters and 2 sons. Every time you go back, your parents would want to take everything from you to feed their sons. Do you really think they would give you sweet potatoes? Do you take me for a fool? Elumu sneered. If it weren't for her daughter being injured today, she would have taken off her shoes and thrown them at these two. Tian Jinhua felt embarrassed by the mockery, but was also indignant. Aren't they all just girls? Why is Lu Jia considered more important? Meanwhile, Lu Jia continued to eat heartily despite the argument. Having just faced a life-and-death situation, she was extremely hungry and couldn't care less about the others, devouring her food. And with Lu Mu's fierce nature, she wouldn't let herself go hungry. Finally, Lu Mu declared, Hand over all the dried sweet potatoes from your room. If I find out you're hiding things again, the second family will have to fend for themselves. But I'll get them for you right now, Tian Jinhua said reluctantly, lowering her head. There was no way she and Lu Gongwa could support 3 daughters and a son on their own. Besides, they didn't even have a house. You all better pay attention, or you can all get out, Lu Mu warned, glancing at her 3 sons and 2 daughters-in-law. Lao Si Lu Yeguo hummed. Mom, how could I hide food? Besides, I would rather give all the good food to my little sister. Lu Igwa smiled honestly. Mom, my little sister is hurt, so I give her half a bowl of my food every day. Lu Gongwa became anxious. Mom, me too. They were all men, and it was fine for them to eat less. But their little sister was different. She was as beautiful as a flower. What if she got too hungry? Tian Jinhua was so angry she wanted to roll her eyes. Xue Yan didn't react much. She knew before marrying into the Lu family that they cared for their younger sister. Moreover, even though Lu's parents spoiled Lu Jia, they never took advantage of the others. On the contrary, Lu's father was the team leader, so their work was easier and they received good support. With so much love around her, Lu Jia suddenly found it hard to swallow her food. The original owner often secretly saved eggs and fine food given by Lu's mother for Zhou Wenqing. But she herself went to bed hungry at night. She should have had a better life, but instead, it ended up so poorly. Was it too much love, or just foolishness? Lu Jiejie couldn't understand, but she was determined not to follow the original owner's path. Care for your sister. Care for your sister. You dare to talk big after just touching lips? I know exactly what you did. Lu's mother glared at Tian Jinhua, her meaning clear. Lu Ganghua turned red and couldn't speak. He was always tongue-tied. Lu's mother huffed, "Get out, all of you. Don't disturb my daughter's rest." Except for Lu's father, Lu's mother kicked everyone else out. Once there were fewer people, the atmosphere became quiet. Lu Jiejie took a bite of her egg pancake and waited for Lu's mother to speak. Finally, Lu's mother couldn't help but ask, "Jiejie, who saved you on the mountain today?" Sure enough, that was the question. Lu Jiejie lowered her head. There was a wooden stick tied to her foot, and her injury had clearly been treated. She would never let Zhou Wenqing take credit for this. She swallowed hard. "It was Xue Yan. He carried me down the mountain." "Xue Yan!" Lu's mother exclaimed in shock. Lu's father stood up from his crouched position and began pacing back and forth in the room. Lu Jiejie blinked her reddened eyes and said, "If it weren't for Xue Yan, I would have died in the mountains today." "Mom, you don't know that I fell into a ravine and couldn't climb out no matter how hard I tried. There was even a snake nearby." "My dear daughter," Lu's mother hugged her tightly and began to cry. Lu Jiejie felt like crying too, but was scolded by her father, who held a smoking pipe in his hand. "Why are you crying? You've already been saved twice." Lu's father was so anxious that his hair was nearly turning white. No one knew better than him how stubborn Lu Jiejie was. Last time, she jumped into a lake to avoid marrying Xue Yan and took days to recover. If it happened again, what if they couldn't save her? Lu's mother also realized the situation. She hugged Lu Jiejie's shoulders and said, "What should we do? The Xue family is very poor and can barely afford food. If Jiejie marries there, she will have to work hard in the fields and might not even get enough to eat. You must not let her marry into the Xue family." Lu Jiejie felt confused. Xue Yan seemed very difficult to get along with, and he disliked her. If she married Xue Yan, wouldn't that be repaying kindness with harm? She couldn't accept being saved. Lu's mother also realized the situation. She hugged Lu Jiejie's shoulders and said, "What should we do? People like Xue Yan might have great potential and a bright future. With Xue Yan's abilities, if he waited 2 more years, he would surely be able to marry a kind and gentle wife. She should just avoid causing him trouble." Lu's father tapped the table with his pipe, emptying the ash inside. He glanced at the still-dazed Lu Jiejie and said, "I think it's good for her to face some hardship. Marrying Xue Yan is definitely better than marrying that Zhou Wenqing, who can't even carry a bucket of water." He didn't dare to say it too harshly, fearing that his daughter might suddenly get angry and argue with him. But this time, Lu Jiejie was very quiet. She said, "Dad, after almost dying, I've realized that Zhou Wenqing was just toying with me. I don't like him at all anymore. In fact, I think he's not a good person." The original owner was indeed quite unpleasant, but Zhou Wenqing had also played a part in leading her on. Lu's father was somewhat skeptical. "You really don't like him anymore?" Lu Jiejie shook her head firmly. "I don't like him anymore, Dad. Please don't treat him specially from now on. He has done so many easy tasks. It's time for him to take on the heavy work too. He can't keep getting all the benefits, right?" Lu father wanted to say more, but Lu mother shot him a glare. Lu mother held her precious child tightly, thinking about Lu father. It was not easy for her daughter to decide to give up on that useless guy. Why does he keep insisting that their daughter admit she was being insincere? Really? How could he be so clueless? Lu father sighed, took some tobacco from his pocket, filled his pipe, and lit it for a puff. Lu Jiejie stayed quiet. It was normal for her family not to believe her after how crazy she had been about Zhou Wenqing. She continued eating her egg pancake, but every time she moved too much, she felt dizzy. Her body was truly at its limit. She needed to recover her strength quickly to survive. Tian Jinhua sneaked out from under the eaves and ran into Lu Ganghua. Lu Gongwa's expression changed, and he forcefully pulled Tian Jinhua into the house, frowning. "What were you eavesdropping on under my little sister's window?" "I was just worried about her, afraid that Zhou Wenqing would trick her again," she replied. "Stay out of my sister's matters. Our parents will handle it. I'm just worried she might give away our family's things to Zhou Wenqing. You know how precious food is now. I'm thinking of our whole family," Tian Jinhua pouted. Their parents were too lenient, allowing Lu Jiejie to act recklessly. "What's wrong with my sister taking a little food? Don't forget how we survived those 2 hardest years. If it weren't for her, could our 4 kids have made it?" Lu Ganghua said, wiping away a tear. During those years of extreme poverty, everyone struggled to find enough to eat, and many adults even starved, let alone the children. It was during that time that Lu Jiejie joined the art troupe, receiving subsidies and food stamps, which she gave entirely to her family. Thanks to those food stamps, all 8 of their children survived without starving. The tall and strong man crying looked quite shocking. Tian Jinhua knew that if she dared to say anything bad about Lu Jiejie, Lu Ganghua would hit her. She pouted in submission. I understand. Who doesn't treat my little sister well? I care for her. I'm just worried about her." She was tired of hearing about the food stamps every day. Besides, whose money doesn't go home? A girl should give her earnings to her family. After Lu Jiejie finished her meal, she felt sleepy and weak. Lu's mother felt sorry for her and gently patted her shoulder to comfort her. Once she fell asleep, Lu's parents went outside. As soon as Lu's mother stepped out, she scolded the children playing in the yard. "What a disaster. Your aunt is resting in the room, and you all are out here making noise. You ungrateful little ones. Who is it that kept you alive? It was your aunt. Your careless parents only know how to have kids, but not how to raise them." Xue Yan felt a bit embarrassed. Honestly, she had 4 children, and if it weren't for Lu Jiejie in the past few years, they might not have survived. She ran out from the kitchen and called to her mischievous little son, "Shurtu, come help your mother with the fire." Shurtu, Zhang Xuyan's 3rd child, was only 6 and at a playful age. After being scolded by his grandmother, he realized his mistake. "Grandma, I'm sorry." Tian Jinhua's 2nd son, Dashan, also lowered his head to admit his fault. "Grandma, I was the one who took my brother running around. I'm sorry too." Lu's mother huffed and went inside to get the lunch leftovers. Once she disappeared, Tian Jinhua called her son Dashan into the room. She was fuming inside. She didn't know how many times she had scolded Lu Jiejie for being a burden. Boys being naughty is normal. If they aren't, are they even boys? She couldn't understand what Lu's mother was thinking, spoiling the boys at home while favoring a girl. Tian Jinhua opened a small compartment and took out a little bag. "Here, this is a sweet potato snack I secretly saved for you. Eat it quickly before that burden gets to it." "Mom, who is the burden?" Dashan asked in confusion. Tian Jinhua was worried that her child would say something wrong, so she stuffed sweet potato chips into her son's mouth, saying, "Don't ask if you won't eat it. Let someone else have it." Dashan swallowed a piece. The sweet potato chips were quite dry, and he almost choked. He covered his mouth and said, "Mom, Grandma said that my aunt got hurt, so let's save the sweet potato chips for her." "Why should we save them for her? She's just a girl," Tian Jinhua admonished her son. "You must remember, you are the eldest grandson of the Lu family, and everything in this house will be yours in the future." "All of it is mine?" "Yes. What your aunt eats and drinks now belongs to you. Why feel sorry for her?" "But Grandma said we should care for our aunt." Tian Jinhua quickly interrupted. "Don't listen to your grandmother's nonsense. Traditionally, the eldest grandson inherits everything." Before she could finish, there was a loud knock on the door. Lu Mu frowned and said, "Second daughter-in-law, why is the door locked? What are you doing in there? Are you sneaking food again? If I catch you, I will be very angry." Lu Mu was furious, and if she weren't worried about her grandchildren starving, she would have kicked them out long ago. No. Tian Jinhua hurriedly wrapped up the sweet potato chips. That old woman was very observant, always watching them. Realizing she couldn't hide it, she opened the door with a forced smile, saying, "Mom, I was just getting sweet potato chips for my sister. It better be that way." Lumu reached out to take them. She weighed them and found they were about half a pound. After opening the package and feeling the dry texture, she thought her daughter had just woken up and wouldn't be able to eat these tough things. Lumu's eyes lit up as she thought of a use for them, and she took the sweet potato chips into the room. When Lu Jiejie woke up, it was almost dark. Her foot had been rebandaged, and she didn't know what they had applied, but it no longer hurt. Instead, it felt cool and comfortable. She propped herself up and looked around the room. Lu Jiejie had a room to herself. Although it was a bit small, it was very clean with a large window on one side. Across from her was a red-painted wardrobe, and the clothes inside were more colorful than those of other girls in the village, including a set of military uniform from the art troupe. Lu Jiejie quickly scanned the room. The door creaked open, and a little girl with pigtails entered, holding a kerosene lamp. She recognized the girl as her older brother Lu Aigua's daughter, Xiaohua. The Lu family chose names simply. Lu mother named her 4 sons by taking one character from the phrase dedicated to work. Eldest brother Lu Aigua, second brother Lu Gangua, third brother Lu Jinghua, and youngest brother Lu Yegua. The 5 nieces were named by taking one character from the phrase a night of flowers and a full moon. Lu Hua, Lu Hao, Lu Yu, Lu Yuan, and Lu Yi. Now, the girl who entered was Lu Aigua's eldest daughter, Lu Hua, affectionately called Xiaohua. Seeing Lu Jiejie awake, Xiaohua's thin little face lit up. "Aunt, you're awake. I'll go call Grandma." "It's okay, you." Before she could finish, the little girl placed the lamp on the table and excitedly ran out. Lu mother walked in, just back from the fields, sweaty and reluctant to approach Lu Jiejie. "Dear, wait a bit for dinner. It will be ready soon." She then shouted outside, "Eldest son, is dinner ready? Why is it taking so long? My daughter will starve." Lu Jiejie. Xue Yan quickly entered with food, identical to what they had at noon. She wiped her hands on her apron. "Younger sister, come eat." Lu mother shouted, "I told your father to find you an easier job. Come home early every day to cook for my daughter. You don't have to do any other chores, just take care of her." Xue Yan's face brightened. "I understand, mother." Tian Jinhua, who had been eavesdropping outside, was unhappy. She burst out, "Mother, I take turns cooking with my sister-in-law. Why are you being unfair?" Lu Jiejie was taken aback, suddenly realizing she had sparked a family conflict. She looked at Lu mother, who was annoyed by the situation. "I am being unfair because your sister-in-law likes cleanliness." Lu mother spat. "For now, you will take turns coming home to cook. If you complain again, I'll give you a piece of my mind." Tian Jinhua shrank back, not daring to speak. When Lu Mu went out to take a shower, Lu Jiejie was left alone in the room, and Tian Jinhua sneaked in. Before Lu Jiejie could react, Tian Jinhua snatched the spoon from her hand and took a big mouthful of porridge. "Little sister, you don't know how tired I am today. You just sit at home doing nothing, eating and drinking for free. You're so lucky." Lu Jiejie looked up. The original character had a strange personality. Sometimes she was so arrogant that people disliked her, and other times she was oddly timid. Since the art troupe disbanded, the original character returned home, and Tian Jinhua often mocked her in secret. Afraid she would complain, she threatened her with Zhou Wenqing. "If you dare to say anything bad about me at home, I'll tell Zhou Wenqing something bad about you. Let's see if he still wants you." Because of this threat, the original character became very scared, backing down time after time, while Tian Jinhua grew bolder. Tian Jinhua didn't notice Lu Jiejie's increasingly cold gaze as she quickly finished the porridge and started eating the egg pancake on the table. "Are you full?" Lu Jiejie asked. Tian Jinhua, with her dirty hands holding the egg pancake, replied, "No, I'll have a few more bites." "You might not have time for that." "What?" "Dad, second brother." Lu Jiejie took a deep breath and shouted outside. Tian Jinhua was so startled that she dropped the egg pancake on the bed and tried to cover Lu Jiejie's mouth. Lu Jiejie grabbed the pillow behind her and hit Tian Jinhua with it, avoiding her greasy hands. Tian Jinhua jumped in anger. Do you believe me? Do you believe I'll tell Zhou Wenqing bad things about you? Lu Jiejie sneered. Go ahead. I'm actually worried you won't say anything. Little sister, I was wrong. Please don't shout. Tian Jinhua's face turned pale. Usually, when she used this tactic, Lu Jiejie would be very obedient.
What was different today?
Could it be that she really didn't like Zhou Wenqing, that skinny man, anymore? She rubbed her hands together. I was wrong, little sister. I'm begging you. It doesn't matter if you're wrong. Lu Jiejie looked at Tian Jinhua with a forced smile. She really didn't understand how the original character could be so easily controlled by Tian Jinhua. Lu Jiejie held back the urge to hit her with the bowl and raised her eyebrows. You've secretly insulted me so many times, and yesterday you even chased me up the mountain. Did you think I would let you off the hook? Tian Jinhua froze in place. When Lu Jiejie returned this morning, she felt a bit scared, but seeing that Lu Jiejie said nothing, she thought she had her under control as usual. So she couldn't help herself and rushed in to eat Lu Jiejie's food without restraint. Lu Jiejie took a deep breath and shouted louder, Dad, second brother. Tian Jinhua nearly knelt down. The first to rush into the room was her fourth brother, Lu Yegua. He had a fiery temper and was just over a year older than Lu Jiejie, always acting as her protector since childhood. Anyone who dared to bully Lu Jiejie would definitely face his fists first. As soon as he entered, his fierce gaze landed on Tian Jinhua. Little sister, what's wrong? Who bullied you? Lu Jiejie wanted to complain, but the words got stuck in her throat. Her brother was impulsive, and if he hit his sister-in-law, it would bring a bad reputation. She pouted. I don't want to talk to you. I want to tell Dad and Mom. Lu Jiejie's small face was delicate and beautiful. Although she looked a bit pale and down after today's events, a nap had helped her regain some color. Her big eyes were misty, making her look very pitiful. When Lu's father walked in, he saw his daughter's wronged expression, and his face darkened as he glanced at the trembling Tian Jinhua. What happened? Lu Gangwa felt a tremor in his heart at the sight. He knew today's events were surely related to his wife. Lu Jiejie pointed at Tian Jinhua, her eyes red. Dad, second sister-in-law rushed into my room and drank all the porridge. She also ate my egg pancake.
What?
Lu's father's usually calm face turned serious. He clasped his hands behind his back, glanced at Tian Jinhua, then at the half-eaten egg pancake on the bed, his breathing becoming heavier. His daughter had suffered so much, he could hardly contain his anger. How could the second brother's wife steal food from his own sister? Lu's father's anger was different from Lu's mother's. While Lu's mother would scold and hit on the spot, Lu's father punished without showing his hand, making sure the consequences were severe. Tian Jinhua was most afraid of her father-in-law and quickly said, Dad, I was wrong. I just wanted to try a little of my sister's food. It's not that, Dad. She came in and didn't even ask me. She just drank half of my porridge and already ate one of my egg pancakes. Lu Jiejie pointed at Tian Jinhua and reported without holding back. She even said that if I dare to tell you, she would deliberately speak badly about me in front of Zhou Wenqing, making sure I could never get married. Father Lu's gaze was as deep as an ancient well, and he said in a low voice, Second.
Dad, don't worry.
I will teach this woman a lesson, Lu Gangwa said as he grabbed Tian Jinhua's clothes and pulled her outside. Soon, Mother Lu's voice could be heard in the yard, and occasionally, Tian Jinhua's cries echoed. Lu Jiejie felt no sympathy at all. She felt a bit sad for the original owner. During the difficult years from 1970 to 1973, she often used her connections to buy food for the family. To keep everyone alive, she even used her own charm to get favors and went out to dinner with men she didn't like. When Tian Jinhua's third daughter, Xue Yan, was just born, they were very poor and many children in the village starved to death. Lu Jiejie used her food coupons and connections to buy a can of malt milk. At that time, that can of malt milk was more precious than gold. Just having food was a blessing, and malt milk was something they could only dream of. Xue Yan survived thanks to that can of malt milk. But ever since the art troupe disbanded, Tian Jinhua started to bully the original owner and even indirectly caused her death yesterday. Thinking of this, Lu Jiejie found it strange. The original owner was not a good child. She was selfish and domineering. However, during the hardest times from 1970 to 1973, the original owner suddenly changed her behavior, becoming sensible and obedient, even going to great lengths to buy malt milk for her niece. After the art troupe disbanded in 1973, the original owner returned to her reckless ways and became infatuated with Zhou Wenqing. It was as if she were two different people. No, to be precise, the 3 years of the art troupe didn't seem like something the original owner could have done. Lu Jiejie couldn't figure it out and decided not to think about it anymore. She felt weak and a bit dizzy, slowly leaning against the wall. She was already pretty, with a small, fair face that looked soft. After the intense moments earlier, a light blush appeared on her cheeks, and her dark hair fell over her shoulders, revealing part of her delicate neck. Jiejie. When Lu's mother entered, she saw her daughter looking weak, and her heart ached. Lu Jiejie looked up. Her mother's hair was messy and still damp, clearly just out of the shower. Lu's mother picked up a piece of egg pancake that had fallen on the bed. This troublesome situation. If it weren't for the fact that the child in the second family is still young, I would have kicked her out today. Lu Jiejie felt weak all over. Mom, I'm still hungry. I want to eat boiled eggs with brown sugar. She had barely eaten earlier and had exerted herself while dealing with Tian Jinhua. Okay, I'll make it for you myself. Lu's mother hurried out and soon returned with a bowl of boiled eggs and brown sugar, containing 3 eggs. She placed the bowl on the table. Hurry and eat, dear. We have plenty at home. Your third brother's military pay has come in. If it's not enough, I'll buy you more. No need, Mom, this is enough. Lu Jiejie knew that in a few days, the wheat would be ready for harvest and everyone in the family would need to work hard. Not eating well could harm her health. The brown sugar water was hot and was left on the table to cool. Lu's mother angrily walked out, glancing at Tian Jinhua, who was sobbing in the corner. You, second child, I told you not to marry into the Tian family. A bad bamboo won't produce good shoots. You insisted she was capable and hardworking, but look at her now, just like her mother, sneaky and spreading rumors. Ugh, disgusting. Before Lu Gangwa could speak, Tian Jinhua started to cry. Mom, I know I was wrong. I don't know what happened to me earlier. Please, since I gave birth to the Lu family's first grandson, let this go this time. Tian Jinhua had lost some hair and had scratches on her face, shrinking back in the corner. But when she mentioned her son Dashan, she seemed to gain confidence and straightened her back. After all, she had given birth to the Lu family's first grandson. Nonsense. I don't need another grandson, but I only have this one daughter. Your son isn't mine, and I'm not counting on him to take care of me. Today, I want to make it clear to you all, if I hear that your family is bullying my daughter again, you can leave immediately and never come back to the Lu family's door.
Mom.
Second brother Lu Gangwa turned pale. He knew that Tian Jinhua had changed a lot over the years, almost like a different person from before they got married, but they already had 4 children now. What could they do? Lu mother pretended not to notice the color drain from her second son's face. You choose your own path, you walk it. She pouted and looked at Lu father. Dear, don't you agree? Lu father tapped his smoking pipe on the doorstep and said to his 3 sons, just do as your mother says. Once Lu father spoke, it was settled. He glanced at Tian Jinhua, and that look frightened her greatly. She reached out to hug her son Dashan. He was the first grandson of the Lu family, and she couldn't believe that the old couple would really kick them out. That night, Tian Jinhua cried in bed, while Lu Gangwa ignored her completely. Taking advantage of Lu Gangwa being out, she hugged her son Dashan and complained, Son, the way I am is all because of your aunt. If it weren't for her, you would have all the good food, and that room would be yours too. Really? Why does Aunt want to take our room? Because she is ungrateful, relying on your grandparents' favoritism. Remember, you are the eldest grandson, and all the good food in the family should be given to you first. If you don't eat, then it's for those girls. Next time your grandmother gives your aunt something good, you should ask for it too, got it? Dashan nodded, somewhat understanding the situation. He thought that the rice porridge and eggs at noon were meant for him, but his aunt had eaten his food. He swallowed hard, feeling a bit annoyed with Lu Jiejia. But thinking of how fierce Lu mother had been today, he quickly dismissed the idea of taking anything from his aunt. Dad said to treat Aunt well, but Mom said she took his things. Who is telling the truth? Dashan felt confused. The next morning, Lu Jiejia had rested enough and felt grateful to be safe, but she began to feel dissatisfied with herself. Yesterday, I sweated a lot. After I got home, with my mother's help, I changed into a fresh set of clothes. Now, when I touch my body, it feels sticky everywhere. I walked outside with the cane my brother made for me and called out to the yard. Mom, why are you up? My mother was gathering eggs in the chicken coop. Hearing my voice, she hurried over. I scratched my neck. Whenever I sweat too much, I feel uncomfortable all over. I want to take a shower. Let's eat breakfast first, then you can shower. No, I want to shower before breakfast. Okay, I'll have someone heat up water for you. My mother then shouted to the kitchen, Tian Jinhua, hurry and heat some water. My daughter wants to take a shower.
Got it, Mom.
Tian Jinhua, who had been scolded, was very obedient and eagerly took on chores in the morning. With nothing to do and unable to walk well, my mother brought out a rocking chair from her room for me to sit in. I had barely rocked a couple of times when a little girl, about 4 or 5 years old, ran out from Tian Jinhua's room. I took a closer look and recognized her as Xue Yan, the little one who survived on milk powder. Xue Yan was very thin, fitting the characteristics of this era. She was wearing old clothes that belonged to my sister, Xiao Hao. Tian Jinhua was not a clean person, and Xue Yan's clothes were rarely changed. However, the little girl seemed to care about cleanliness. She awkwardly washed her face and had her hair tied in messy pigtails, which looked like it hadn't been combed in a long time. Xue Yan, come here. I waved to the little girl. For some reason, I felt a natural closeness to her. Xue Yan looked at me, her gentle and pretty aunt, from a distance, but didn't dare to move. She remembered very few things. She recalled my gentle smile, but also remembered when I pushed her away and told her to go away. The little girl stood there with wide eyes, cautious, and I felt a bit sad. A year ago, my personality changed drastically. The original me had been madly pursuing Zhou Wenqing and had not been close to Xue Yan since, even pushing her away at times. No wonder she was afraid of me. Just as I awkwardly withdrew my smile, the little girl slowly walked toward me and said in a baby voice, Aunt. Well, Xue Yan is really good. Lu Jiejia smiled and patted the little one's head. Come on, let your aunt help you with your hair. Lu's mother watched with a stern face. You little brat, if it weren't for your aunt, would you even be here? Why are you hiding? Is my daughter that scary? And she's helping you with your hair. Her own daughter had never helped her with her hair. Clearly, Lu's mother had a strong presence, as Xue Yan hid a bit closer to Lu Jiejia. Still afraid of me? You really can't tell right from wrong. With your mother's preference for boys, if it weren't for your aunt keeping her in check, you would have been tossed aside long ago. Lu's mother rolled her eyes. Back when times were tough, this little girl was born smaller than the others. That heartless Tian Jinhua, upon seeing she wasn't a boy, even thought about abandoning her. Really, what's wrong with having a daughter? Her whole family loves their daughters. Look at how she raised her 4 sons. None of them don't care for their sister. Lu Jiejia. Xue Yan, perhaps influenced by her surroundings, opened her little mouth and said, Aunt, when I grow up, I will be good to you. Shirtu, who was playing nearby, nodded along. I will be good to Aunt too. He listened to his grandmother and father. Other nephews and nieces chimed in, we love Aunt. Lu's mother looked proudly at Lu Jiejia. Lu Jiejia rubbed her forehead, unsure of what to say. Her mother really did instill values in children from a young age. She said, Mom, can you get the comb from the cabinet? I want to do Xue Yan's hair. What's the point of combing it? Just look at how long it's been since it was washed. Lu's mother nagged but still went to get the comb, scolding Lu Gangua along the way. What kind of wife did he marry? The bride price was several times more than usual, and the troubles are also several times worse. What a mess. Has it really been that long since it was washed? Lu Jejia quickly checked Xiao Yuan's hair and sighed in relief when she saw there were no lice. She looked up and accidentally spotted a familiar figure at the door. Zhou Wenqing. What was he doing here? Zhou Wenqing paused at the door, glanced at Lu Jejia, then turned and left without saying a word. Lu Jejia. Was he waiting for her to chase after him? How many times had he played hard to get? Did he think she was as confused as the original owner? What's wrong? Lu's mother came out of the room and noticed Lu Jejia's unusual expression while handing her a comb. Lu Jejia shrugged. It's nothing. There's a beggar at the door. And the beggar was quite bold about it. A beggar? Lu's mother said as she started to walk outside to take a look. Lu Jejia quickly said, Why care about others? Mom, can you check if my bathwater is ready?
Oh, right.
Lu's mother hurried toward the kitchen. At that moment, Dashan and Xiaohua, who were chopping pig feed, looked up and said, Grandma, we saw that beggar. It's Uncle Zhou. What uncle? Lu's mother paused, then quickly realized, Zhou Wenqing. Lu Jejia froze while combing her hair. She felt embarrassed and wanted to disappear. The original owner liked Zhou Wenqing so much that she lost herself, and even before they had any real connection, she had her nephews and nieces call him uncle. How embarrassing. Lu's mother looked displeased. Who told you to call him uncle? Don't do that in front of outsiders anymore, understood? The kids shrank back. We know it was Aunt who told us to call him that. Lu Jejia. What a group of obedient children. Lu's mother glanced at her daughter, feeling overwhelmed. It was just a young man from the countryside who had read a bit. Why was she so infatuated? Lu Jejia quickly said, Mom, I was foolish back then, and let them call him that. I won't let them do it again. You have to believe me, I really don't like Zhou Wenqing anymore. Lu's mother was skeptical. It wasn't that she didn't trust her daughter, but this girl had been too reckless. If she hadn't been so desperate, she wouldn't have turned a blind eye to her taking things from home to help that young man. Really don't like him? Then I'll go out and chase him away right now. Lu's mother tested. Go ahead, go ahead. Lu Jejia wished her mother would confront Zhou Wenqing. Please don't hold back. Lu's mother thought for a moment and then headed toward the door. Zhou Wenqing waited about 100 meters from Lu's house for a while. When he saw Lu Jejia hadn't come out, he frowned deeply. In the past, whenever he took the initiative to find Lu Jejia, she would happily follow him, agreeing to whatever he asked. What's wrong today? Is his leg injury that serious? Zhou Wenqing was quite unhappy. He opened his palm, which was red around the edges, and noticed several blisters on his fingers. Previously, he only had to keep track of everyone's work points in the team, but unexpectedly, Lu's father made him do farm work yesterday. Zhou Wenqing lowered his eyes, realizing that the Lu family was trying to force him to marry Lu Jejia. Using such underhanded tactics was truly disgusting. He would never give in to them. He had no interest in a pretty but empty-headed girl. Just as he was thinking about standing up to their pressure, the door nearby was pushed open. Zhou Wenqing straightened up and slightly raised his head. As soon as Lu's mother stepped outside, she saw Zhou Wenqing standing not far away. To be fair, Zhou Wenqing had some advantages. He was tall and thin, fair-skinned and polite, making it easy for girls to like him. Especially when he wore a white shirt. If she were younger, she might have. Ugh, how could this delicate young man compare to her husband? He couldn't even lift a hoe, let alone fight. He was such a weakling. Lu's mother walked over with a disapproving look. Lu Jejia was helping a little girl, Xiao Yuan, tie her hair into braids but was somewhat distracted. The original owner had been infatuated with Zhou Wenqing, and now that she had this memory, it made her very angry. With Lu's mother's strength, Zhou Wenqing would definitely not come out on top. Still, she was eager to see Zhou Wenqing get confronted. She quickly finished tying the other braid for the little girl and whispered, Be good, go play for now. Xiao Yuan bit her finger, stared at Lu Jejia for a few seconds, then ran off. Lu Jejia picked up her cane and quietly walked to the door. Harvest season was approaching, and Lu's father and 3 brothers had gone to work in the fields before dawn, leaving only women and children at home. Xue Yan and Tian Jinhua were busy in the kitchen, giving her a chance to act. A few nieces and nephews were staring at her. Lu Jiejie put her hand to her mouth and made a shushing gesture. "Don't tell Grandma, okay?" The children all nodded. If Grandma doesn't ask, they won't say anything. They will listen to their aunt. Lu Jiejie cracked the door open a little and saw Zhou Wenqing's cold gaze sweeping over the Lu family. His eyes showed a mix of disdain and pride. After a quick glance, Zhou Wenqing paused for a few seconds. He had expected to see Lu Jiejie, but it turned out to be her mother. He had seen Lu's mother's fierce side before, as she had once scolded a much larger woman harshly. Moreover, Lu's mother had high cheekbones and narrow eyes, giving her a fierce look that was intimidating. Lu Jiejie noticed her mother's lips twitching. Whenever her mother made that gesture, it meant she was ready for a fight. "Zhou Jiqing, what are you doing at her house?" Lu's mother asked coldly. I was just passing by," he stammered. Lu's mother exaggerated her expression. "Just passing by? You don't work in the fields around here, do you? I didn't expect someone so refined to lie so easily. Why did the country send you to the countryside? To learn how to lie? It seems you haven't changed enough. If you leave our Shishui village with bad habits, we would be failing the trust the leaders have in us. When my husband returns, I will definitely tell him to send you to a tougher place for reform." "No, it's not like that." Zhou Wenqing waved his hands, his face turning red with anger. If they hadn't suddenly changed his job and pressured him to marry Lu Jiejie, he wouldn't have come here at all. Zhou Wenqing took a deep breath. "I just wanted to ask the team leader why my job was suddenly changed." "Suddenly changed jobs?" Lu Jiejie's face lit up with joy. She didn't expect her father to actually listen to her. "Why was your job changed?" "Of course, it's in accordance with the country's requirements," Lu's mother said, hands on her hips. "Harvest season is coming, and you want to bother the team leader over something so trivial? Everyone else is working too." Zhou Wenqing's expression turned cold. The Lu family's attitude was truly disgusting. He would never marry Lu Jiejie. In frustration, he stormed off. Lu's mother looked even more displeased than Zhou Wenqing. Recording work points and farm tools is an easy job, but it does require some education. In Shishui village, there are few educated people. Besides the educated youth, her daughter has the highest education level, having graduated from high school. After the cultural troupe was disbanded, as compensation, the authorities assigned this job to Jiejie. However, the silly girl seemed to be under some spell, preferring to work in the fields herself rather than let Zhou Wenqing take the position. When the family disagreed, she threatened to stop eating. Father Lu had no choice but to compromise, allowing Zhou Wenqing to manage it for now, but the position still officially belonged to Lu Jiejie, as her name was recorded. Mother Lu grumbled. After enjoying the benefits for over a year, she doesn't even know who she is anymore. Those subsidies and food stamps should have gone to my daughter. After the other educated youth settled down in the countryside, they gradually adapted to rural life and worked efficiently. Only Zhou Wenqing, who lived off their family, still acted the same way after a year as he did when he first arrived. To make matters worse, he claimed to treat her daughter like a sister. Nonsense. Her daughter had plenty of brothers, who needed a weak, delicate boy. Mother Lu angrily walked home, while Lu Jiejie quickly sat back in her rocking chair, using her cane for support. She had initially felt happy that her father changed Zhou Wenqing's job, but then she remembered that the job was supposed to be hers. The smile on Lu Jiejie's face faded. The work was easy and convenient with high points, and since it was registered in the town, she received monthly subsidies. So, for over a year, Zhou Wenqing had been supported by the Lu family. "Little sister, the bathwater is ready," Tian Jinhua called from the kitchen. "Every girl takes a bath every day. Who is as precious as her? I really wonder if the Lu family has lost their minds. They pamper their daughter so much. It's one thing to care for their daughter, but why not care for her own? She has 3 daughters, yet the old lady never treats them with such tenderness. Lu Jiejie was interrupted in her thoughts and felt upset about her work points and subsidies, unable to smile. When Mother Lu returned home, she drank some cold water, and her gaze fell oddly on Lu Jiejie's feet. She suddenly thought that it might not be so bad if her daughter had a limp. Zhang Xian also said, "Mom, dinner is ready. Wait a moment, let's eat together when your father comes back." Lu's mother brought out 2 bowls of steamed egg custard, leaving one for Lu Jiejie and dividing the other in half. "You two feed the children first." Zhang Xian's youngest son, Zhuan Tu, is 3 years old, and Tian Jinhua's little daughter, Xiaoyi, is 2. Besides Lu Jiejie, these 2 little ones are the only ones who can have half an egg each day. Tian Jinhua held her daughter and took a sip herself, just as Lu's mother walked into the kitchen and saw her, getting angry and giving her a light slap on the back of the head. "Are you also stealing from your own daughter?" In this time, there weren't many precious things, and eggs were a good source of nutrition. Children need proper nutrition to grow up healthy. Although Lu's mother favored her own daughter, she didn't want her granddaughter to be neglected. Tian Jinhua didn't expect to be caught by Lu's mother. She smiled awkwardly. "I was just worried it was too hot and would burn Xiaoyi." "Why are you eating the egg? It's a waste. It would be better for your son to have it." "Are you afraid of it being hot? Why didn't you blow on it?"
Who told you to eat it?
"At my age, I can't even bear to eat an egg, and you want to take it?" The mud house didn't have good soundproofing, and Lu Jiejie could hear everything clearly while bathing. Her second brother, Lu Ganghua, has 4 children, 3 daughters and 1 son. The oldest daughter is Lu Hao, the second son is Deshan, the third daughter is Lu Yuan, and the youngest daughter is Lu Yi. Among these 4 children, Tian Jinhua loves her son Deshan the most and pays little attention to her daughters, especially her youngest daughter, Xiaoyi, showing almost no patience. Lu Jiejie tightened her grip on the towel. Ouch! Before she could feel angry, she felt a sharp pain in her palm. Looking down, she saw that the scab on her hand had broken open. Lu Jiejie blew on it in pain, pinching a corner of the towel with 2 fingers and wiping her body with warm water. There were many places she couldn't reach, and since her foot was injured, she couldn't move too much, so she could only awkwardly wipe herself. Just as Lu Jiejie tossed the towel onto her back, the door was pushed slightly.
Huh?
She immediately asked, "Who is it?" "It's me." Lu's mother pushed the door again and mumbled, "Why is the door locked?" She pushed the door, and it moved slightly each time. Lu Jiejie had secured the door from the inside, but only partially, and it was gradually shifting with her mother's actions. "Mom, I'm taking a shower." Lu Jiejie felt it was necessary to remind her. "I know you're showering, but you have injuries all over. Let me help you. Be careful with your hands, or you might open up your wounds." Lu Jiejie nervously clenched her palm. They had already opened. "Never mind, I'll wash myself. I'll be done soon," Lu Jiejie insisted. But as soon as she finished speaking, the door was pushed open, and her mother quickly entered, shutting the door behind her. Lu Jiejie watched as her mother rolled up her sleeves, looking ready to help, and suddenly felt a bad premonition. Her mother grabbed the towel from Lu Jiejie's hand, saying, "What's there to be shy about? I used to bathe you when you were little. Come, sit on the stool, and I'll help you wash." With a firm push, she made Lu Jiejie sit down. At this point, Lu Jiejie had nothing to say. It was a bit embarrassing to still have her parent help her bathe at her age. But the next moment, "Mom, that hurts." Lu Jiejie covered her shoulder. "You're being too rough." Her mother paused, looked closely, and saw that she had indeed rubbed her shoulder red. She hadn't been that forceful. "Then be gentler, please." Her mother lightened her touch and asked, "Does it still hurt?" "It's okay." It still stung a bit, but Lu Jiejie didn't want to admit it. She said, "Mom, just help me with my back. I can reach the other places." All right. Her mother moved behind Lu Jiejie, admiring her beautiful butterfly tattoo and slender waist, feeling a sense of pride. In this whole area, no one had a daughter as pretty as hers. While rubbing her back, her mother said, "I just sent that Zhou Wenqing away. Can you guess why he came today that I don't want to guess? Wasn't it just to ask for something again? I talked with your dad yesterday, and got Zhou Wenqing a new job. He barely managed to clear half an acre of weeds yesterday and almost got heatstroke. Lu's mother almost rolled her eyes. You don't know that a year ago, the young girl who came with him worked better than he does. What are you thinking? Maybe it was just Lu Jiejia's imagination, but after her mother said that, she seemed to grip harder. Lu's mother was anxious, fearing her daughter might still be attached. Contrary to her expectations, Lu Jiejie smiled and showed a little tooth.
Then you and Dad should keep trying.
At least you're using your brain. Can I ask you for one thing? Lu's mother's expression instantly changed.
What now?
Is she feeling sorry? Lu Jiejie looked pained. Can you be a bit gentler? Mom, my back really hurts. Oh, okay. Lu's mother quickly relaxed her grip. She hurriedly wiped Lu Jiejie down and brought over the clean clothes. As she helped Lu Jiejie get dressed, she said, "Your dad and I have decided to give the Xue family 20 pounds of flour and $30. We'll help them find some easier work, so you don't have to worry about marrying into the Xue family." Lu Jiejie slowed her movements, thought for a moment, and replied seriously, "The things we're giving them are definitely worth more than I am. 20 pounds of flour and $30 could marry 2 wives in the village." What nonsense are you talking about? Lu's mother shot her a glance. How could this little bit compare to her daughter? Mom, Xue Yan has saved me twice. You and Dad really need to help him out. Lu Jiejie whispered. We will. Do you think there's anything wrong with that?
No.
Lu Jiejie thought her parents' decision was great. Everyone in the village knew about the original owner's feelings for Zhou Wenqing, which even led to a second river jumping incident. If Xue Yan married her, there would surely be gossip. But with the Lu family's help, things would be different. They could live better in the village, and after 2 more years, they would be on the right path. For Xue Yan 2 years from now, there would be no worries about marrying, only concerns about choosing a wife. Yes, your dad and I will take good care of the Xue family from now on. Don't worry. Lu's mother sighed, reflecting on how unpredictable life can be. Years ago, the Xue family was one of the wealthiest in Xishui village. Who would have thought that in one night, everything would change? At that time, no one dared to openly help. It was so frightening that even a slight connection with the Xue family would lead to trouble. Seeing the little girl nodding, Lu's mother became interested. She smiled. If the Xue family weren't so poor, sharing a pair of pants between 2 people, I would have married you off to him. Xue Yan was very strong. No young man in Xishui village could match him, and all the other young men in the village were no match for him. He won't marry me, Lu Jiejie said, looking down at her mother's hairpin. Xue Yan didn't think much of her. If it weren't for humanitarian reasons, he wouldn't have saved her yesterday. Lu's mother sighed. He's a good boy and knows his place. Her daughter was beautiful, hardworking, and filial, caring for her parents and younger siblings. She had to find her daughter a wealthy and handsome husband, preferably one from the city. Lu Jiejie. Did you misunderstand something? Lu's mother helped Lu Jiejie get dressed. Just as she was about to grab her cane, Lu's mother saw her son returning through the window. She hurried to open the door. Lao Si, come carry your sister to eat. I can walk over myself. Lu Jiejie quickly waved her hand. That won't do. You can't put weight on your foot. Lu's mother asked, do you think your brother smells? I'll have him change clothes before he carries you. Lu Jiejie. Mom, let me carry my little sister. Lu Gangwa rushed into the room. Yesterday, his wife did something shameful. He regretted it and wished he could slap himself. He felt he had let his little sister down. At that moment, Lu Igua entered and stood in front of his brother. Mom, let me do it. I'm the eldest brother. I should take care of my little sister first. Lu Jiejie had always been pretty, unlike the village girls who worked in the fields. She had fair skin, delicate features, red lips, white teeth, and big, sparkling eyes. Her 4 brothers had always loved to fight over who would carry her. Get away! Get away! 4th brother Lu Yeguang squeezed in from outside. He adjusted his newly changed clothes, looking pleased. Mom, I just changed clothes. They smell much better than the eldest and 2nd brothers. Let me carry my little sister. As she spoke, She brushed her hair back with her palm facing up. Lu Jiejie watched as Lu Yegua's originally neat hair became damp, reminding her of a scene she had seen before. In this era, hair gel wasn't popular yet. Could her fourth brother be using? Lu Jiejie leaned back and asked bluntly, "Fourth brother, are you using saliva to style your hair?" If he dared to answer yes, Lu Jiejie vowed that Lu Yegua would definitely be added to her list of dislikes. Lu Yegua was taken aback, clearly not expecting her to ask such a question, and was about to respond. Seeing an opportunity, the eldest and second brothers quickly pulled the fourth brother back, eager to chime in, "Little sister, I saw it. He is using saliva to style his hair. That's so gross." Lu Yegua was held back by his second brother, Lu Ganghua, who wrapped an arm around his neck, pulling him back while covering his mouth, making it hard for him to speak, only managing to mumble the word water. At that moment, Lu Igua seized the chance, saying, "Come on, don't delay dinner. I'll carry you." He took a couple of steps toward Lu Jiejie and squatted down slightly. Lu Igua, who worked on the farm, had sun-kissed skin and a strong build, making him look like a small mountain when he squatted down, providing a sense of security. Lu Jiejie blinked and was about to move when Lu Igua urged, "Hurry up, little sister." If they waited any longer, the other two would rush over. Eldest brother. Lu Ganghua released the fourth brother. The fourth brother was frustrated. "Mom said I should carry little sister. We have the best relationship, so I should be the one." His voice carried outside, and their father paused, washing his face, calmly calling into the room, "Fourth, after dinner, wash the clothes at home." He hated washing clothes the most, and Lu Yegua nearly lost his balance. Lu Igua happily picked up Lu Jiejie, secretly laughing to himself. How dare he say that he had the best relationship with little sister? Dad must be angry. It was only a few steps from Lu Jiejie's room to the kitchen, and they quickly arrived. Behind them followed two dejected brothers. Lu Jiejie hurriedly said, "Second brother, fourth brother. Next time I'll let you carry me." She has other plans. The position of the work point recorder was originally hers, and she is ready to start working tomorrow so that the family can be a bit more comfortable. "I'll go first," both of them said at the same time. The fourth brother stepped forward. "Little sister, shouldn't I go first?" The second brother scratched the back of his head, looking a bit foolish and pitiful. "Little sister, after the big brother, it's my turn too. You can't be biased." Lu Jiejie thought, "I'm not gold. What's there to argue about? Stop arguing, stop arguing. You big guys, be careful with your little sister. If you hurt her, I'll be very angry." Their mother scolded, and both of them quieted down. Tian Jinhua was so frustrated that her teeth were clenched. She couldn't understand why they spoiled a girl so much. When she was at home, with 6 sisters, they would go up the mountain to gather grass, take care of their younger brothers, and work in the fields without a moment's rest, exhausting themselves every day. According to her mother, boys should work in the fields to earn points and support the family, so they should enjoy life when they are young. But what happened? She gave birth to the eldest grandson for the Lu family, yet they didn't value it at all, and instead spoiled a money-losing child. Wah! The little girl in Tian Jinhua's arms started crying. Lu Jiejie looked over and saw that Tian Jinhua had managed to get half a spoonful into Xiaoye's mouth, which might have hurt her gums, causing her to cry. She frowned. Without saying a word, their mother slapped Tian Jinhua on the back of the head. "You can't even feed a child properly. What good are you?" "Mom, it's just a little bump. I was like this when I was a child," Tian Jinhua said with a grin. Their mother rolled her eyes, not wanting to look at this troublesome situation. She turned and brought a bowl of egg custard to Lu Jiejie. "Daughter, eat quickly." Lu Jiejie was still shocked by what Tian Jinhua had said, but when she heard her mother's voice, she looked down at her food. Her mother had already served the meals. Adults had a bowl and a half of thick rice, while the children had half a bowl of thinner porridge, with vegetable pancakes on the table. But Lu Jiejie's meal was different. She had steamed buns made from white flour and a small bowl of cured meat. In this era, meals are rarely rich. Tian Jinhua kept glancing at the food in front of Lu Jiejie, feeling wronged. She had given birth to the eldest grandson of the Lu family, so she felt she deserved a share. Maybe Tian Jinhua's gaze was too intense, causing Lu Jiejie to blush. It was frustrating to eat alone, especially with so many children around. What are you staring at? There's nothing to see. Lu's mother looked down on Tian Jinhua, considering her beneath notice. The second family couldn't even support their own children with their earnings and relied on family support, yet they still dreamed of good things. Lu's mother huffed and addressed the others at the table. Don't be envious. The cured meat was specially sent by the third brother from the army, and the letter said it was for his sister. If you want some, find a capable third brother. If you can't, don't think about it. What are you doing? Lu Gangwa felt embarrassed and tugged at Tian Jinhua's arm. Even thinking about coveting his sister's food made him feel ashamed. Besides, their meals were much better than others. They should be grateful. Tian Jinhua looked down and continued eating her rice soup. But she kicked Dashan under the table. Dashan felt a pain in his leg, looked up, and met Tian Jinhua's gaze for a moment, recalling what his mother had said last night. How could he cry to Grandma to get the meat from his aunt's bowl? Dashan's face scrunched up. Xue Yan had not looked at Lu Jiejie even once. It was impossible not to be tempted, but she wasn't bold enough to stare at her sister-in-law's food. Her sister-in-law had good food because her parents were capable, and she hadn't taken anything from them, so she had no reason to complain. Eat up, Lu's mother urged Lu Jiejie. Eat more good food so your foot can heal. Lu Jiejie glanced at her parents' bowls. They were eating the same as everyone else and weren't getting better food just because they were older or receiving support from Lu Jinghua. She added 2 pieces of cured meat to her mother's bowl and 2 pieces to her father's bowl. You both eat too. Seeing her mother about to take some back, she said firmly, if you don't eat, then I won't eat either. Lu's mother instantly shed tears. My daughter is so filial. Lu Jiejie was startled and nearly dropped her food. There was no need to be so dramatic. The main reason was that the cured meat was sent by her third brother. Her face felt a bit hot, and she felt guilty. Lu Jiejie looked up and saw her mother wiping her tears. She fell silent. Besides those 3 years, the original owner had hardly contributed to the family and took everyone's love for granted. Lu Jiejie pressed her lips together. With such a good family, she must change her fate. Nearby, Lu's father had a slightly misty gaze. Unlike Lu's mother, he didn't express himself much and just lowered his head to eat. Lu Jiejie understood his nature and added a piece of cured meat to her father's bowl. Dad, in a couple of days, it will be busy with farming. Don't wear yourself out. When I start working, I will help the family more. Okay, I will listen to my daughter. Lu's father glanced at his little girl and suddenly noticed that Lu Jiejie was becoming sensible again. His expression turned cold. It was all that Zhou Wenqing's fault. If it weren't for him, his daughter wouldn't have gone crazy like that. Thinking about how Zhou Wenqing had taken advantage of them for over a year, Lu's father made a plan in his mind. Mom, you should eat too. Lu Jiejie scooped a spoonful of egg custard into her mother's bowl, knowing that in this era, there weren't many formalities, so she placed it next to the cured meat. Lu's mother lifted her head like a proud rooster and showcased a piece of cured meat. Look, my little sister cares for me so much. She thinks of her parents with all the good things. You ungrateful ones, have I ever taken advantage of you? You should learn from your little sister. Her 3 brothers nodded in shame. Little sister is filial. Her 8 nieces and nephews chimed in. We will be as filial as our aunt in the future. Xue Yan. Tian Jinhua. Lu Jiejie's face turned red, and she couldn't help but remind, Mom, this was sent by third brother. So what if it was sent by the third brother? Lu's mother retorted, if the third brother said the cured meat is for you, then it's yours. Sharing it with your parents is still being filial. Lu Jiejie was taken aback. Although she felt something was off, it sounded so reasonable. She couldn't argue anymore, so she just focused on eating. Lu Jiejie's left hand had a scab that cracked open. She curled her palm, and it hurt when she stretched it slightly, so she could only use her thumb and index finger to eat the steamed bun. Tian Jinhua noticed that Lu Jiejie didn't offer any cured meat to Dashan, so she kicked Dashan's calf lightly. The smell of cured meat reached Dashan's nose, and he swallowed hard. Unable to resist, he finally asked Lu Jiejie, "Aunt, can you give me a piece of cured meat?" The air suddenly became quiet, and even the sound of eating stopped. Lu Jiejie had a piece of bun stuck in her mouth. She had thought about sharing with her nephew and niece, but there were only a few pieces in the bowl. After giving some to Lu's parents, only 4 pieces were left. She was feeling weak, and those 4 pieces were just for tasting. Besides, how could she choose among 8 children? She couldn't favor boys over girls like Tian Jinhua did. Sorry, she just couldn't. Before Lu Jiejie could say anything, Lu's mother exploded, slamming her chopsticks down on the bowl. What nonsense! All you do is sit around and wait for food, avoiding work at home, and now you want to take food from my daughter? This is outrageous. Who has it better than their family? They even have rice porridge to drink every day. Such ungratefulness. Can't you see your aunt's foot is injured? It's swollen and she can barely walk, and her hand is hurt too. You only think about yourself, wanting to take this little bit of food, Lu's mother said through gritted teeth. As a mother, she felt her heart ache like it was being cut when she saw Lu Jiejie's injuries while bathing, but she was afraid to show too much concern, not wanting Jiejie to feel scared. So she kept her feelings hidden. It wasn't like they were eating their food. This mother and son were staring at them like they were owed something. Dashan, being a child, immediately started to cry. He looked at Tian Jinhua, who also shrank back. Instead of addressing Lu's mother, she spoke to Lu Jiejie. "Sister, the child is just greedy. Don't blame him. After all, he's a boy and has a bigger appetite than most kids." Lu Jiejie swallowed the bun in her mouth. In this day and age, kids do have big appetites, but sister-in-law, I'm a patient right now. Are you not worried about teaching the child the wrong things? Once, when the original owner was full of life, she enjoyed good food and never saw the mountain ask her for anything. Why is it that today they can't wait? Especially when she is so weak.
What did I teach you?
Tian Jinhua panicked. "Little sister, don't talk nonsense." "All right, I knew it was you causing trouble," Mother Lu sneered. "Second son, take your wife and son outside. They won't eat today." If it weren't for the upcoming harvest and the lack of labor at home, she would have sent Tian Jinhua, the troublemaker, back to her family. The second son looked furious as he dragged Tian Jinhua out of the kitchen. He felt so ashamed. Lu Gangwa said with embarrassment, "Mother, I won't eat either. I want to save food for the family." "You can't skip meals. Come eat later," she insisted. If he got sick, who would do the farm work? After the harvest, he could go without food for a lifetime. Mother, Lu Gangwa's eyes turned red. She was so good to him. After dinner, Lu Jiejie discussed with her father, "Dad, I want to return to my job tomorrow."
What?
Her father paused. "I mean the job they assigned to me. I'm not letting Zhou Wenqing do it anymore. I want to do it myself," Lu Jiejie explained. A monthly salary of 15 yuan plus benefits was quite good for this time. Okay, her father said, feeling excited as he walked a few steps in the room. Yesterday, he had tentatively reassigned Zhou Wenqing, and he was surprised that his daughter didn't react much. Lu Jiejie smiled. "Dad, when I get my salary next month, I'll buy you some meat in town. You've worried so much. You must take care of your health." Okay, I'll listen to you," he said. His daughter's salary was hers to spend as she wished.
But
he glanced at Lu Jiejie's foot. "Maybe you should rest at home for a few days." He was worried that she might change her mind and wanted her to return to her job immediately. However, his daughter had injured her foot, and he felt sorry for her going back to work so soon. Lu Jiejie quickly said, "I'm fine. My 4th brother can carry me every day." Her father paused for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said, "All right, I'll help you get started today." Lu's mother was outside listening to the conversation between 2 people, feeling lighthearted. Soon, her daughter would have a job. Oh, Lu's mother slapped her thigh, wanting to go out and show off. But then she remembered something and ran to her room to get some flour and money. She discussed with Lu's father and decided to send the fourth child to carry the flower to Xue Yan's house. Lu Jejia watched the three of them leave with some worry. Last time, the two families had an unpleasant disagreement, so today Lu's mother would definitely have to be humble. She wondered if Xue Yan would just kick them out. When the three arrived at the Xue family, they found that dinner had just finished, and they had eaten a plain vegetable porridge with no oil. Xue Yan was washing his feet and looked up to see Lu's mother and father, surprised for a moment. Lu's mother, feeling bold, automatically forgot about the last incident by the lake and warmly called out, "Xue boy, thank you for saving our Jejia. Without you, she might not have come back." The neighbors watching from outside were astonished, then showed expressions of amusement. He had saved her twice, but everyone knew that the Lu family would never marry their precious daughter to Xue Yan. They wondered how this debt of gratitude would be repaid. Xue Yan didn't expect Lu Jejia to tell her parents that he was the one who saved her. He lowered his eyes and said, "I can't accept that." Lu's mother paused. She knew the last incident had caused a lot of tension, but she couldn't just stand by and watch her daughter suffer. She said seriously, "Annie knows you are upset, but our family is truly grateful to you. If necessary, I will kneel to thank you for saving my daughter." After saying this, Lu's mother began to kneel. Lu's father's expression darkened immediately. Xue Yan was surprised that Lu's mother really intended to kneel. He frowned and reached out to pull her arm, lifting her back up. He said coldly, "There's no need for that. I would help anyone." "Mom." The fourth child, Lu Yeguang, placed the flower on the ground and hurried to stand behind Lu's mother. "What are you doing? If anyone should kneel, it should be me." "No need." Xue Yan had a prominent brow. He was a solitary person, and when he had a cold expression, it could be intimidating, making it easy to scare others when they got too close. Lu's mother rubbed her wrist, thinking that this young man not only had great strength, but could also be quite overwhelming when angry. At her age, she felt a bit uneasy. "What's wrong?" Lu's father called out from inside the room. Seeing the Lu family, Xue's father showed a hint of surprise. He had been frail as a child and focused on his studies, but after his family faced hardships, he had to leave his books behind and work. Although he was the same age as Lu's father, he looked over 10 years older, with a head full of gray hair and wrinkles. After years of anxiety, Xue's father felt uneasy around the Lu family. He sent the two skinny boys behind him back inside, rubbed his hands together, and with a forced smile, approached Lu's father. "Captain, what brings you here?" Xue Yan observed his father's bent posture and the forced smile on his face, feeling a flicker of unease. "My daughter was saved by Xue Yan yesterday on the mountain, and we came to thank you," Lu's father said, bowing slightly to Xue's father.
Saved.
"No need to be polite," Xue's father stammered. The last time he had saved Lu Jejia, their family had become the village's laughingstock. And now again, "We don't know how to repay this kindness. If the Xue family needs anything in the future, we will help without hesitation," Lu's father said, bending again. He handed some flour to Xue's father and pulled out 30 yuan from his pocket. "We don't have much to offer, but this is our small gesture." Lu's mother felt a pang of sadness, watching her husband bow repeatedly. After so many years, she understood his character. He rarely backed down. But today, for their daughter, they had no choice. Just as he didn't stop her from kneeling, she couldn't stop Lu's father either. This is too much," Xue's father exclaimed, surprised by the money in Lu's father's hand. The gifts and money were excessive. "Brother, please take it. If you accept this, we can feel at ease. If you need anything in the future, just let us know." "I'm sorry, this is too much." The two pushed each other a few times. "Just take it," Xue Yan suddenly spoke from a short distance away. He slightly raised his eyes, his wet hair brushing against the scar on his right eye. His lips were tightly pressed, and his indifferent gaze resembled a lion defending its territory, ready to attack at any moment. Lu's mother felt uneasy about the young man in front of her and quickly added, Yes, brother. Please accept it. If you ever need anything, just let us know." Xue Yan turned back to rinse his feet, remaining silent afterward. Once the Lu family left, the neighbors who had gathered outside also dispersed. With no one around, Xue's father sighed. It would have been better not to accept anything. Xue Yan understood what his father meant. He curled his cold lips. We can't. One person bowed low in submission. Another even knelt before him, disregarding their pride. Was it just fear of the Xue family bothering Lu Jiejia again? Lu Jiejia anxiously waited at home for her parents. Worried, she leaned on her cane and stepped outside, seeing Xiao Yuan sweeping the floor with a broom taller than herself. To distract herself, Lu Jiejia decided to help the little one wash her hair. She asked Zhang Xuyan, sister-in-law, "Is there any water left?" "Yes, there's water in the kettle," Zhang Xuyan replied as she turned to go into the kitchen. Tian Jinhua had not yet returned from the fields. She lay on her bed, staring at the ceiling, lamenting her misfortune. When Lu Ganghua walked in, Tian Jinhua's eyes turned red. "Did you see? Mom and Dad gave away all the flour for Lu Jiejia. Is a girl really worth that much flour? Xue Yan saved our little sister twice. What's wrong with giving this little bit? It won't take away from your food." Lu Ganghua glared at her. Tian Jinhua was still unconvinced. Why do Mom and Dad spoil her so much? When I was at home. Perhaps she had heard this too many times. Lu Ganghua nearly lost his temper. You keep saying you were at home. How many times have you said that? If you didn't have a good life there, that's your parents' problem, not our little sister's. Who told you not to be born as our little sister? Tian Jinhua. That made some sense. Ugh, it's just not right. Why don't you care for your son? Besides, just look at yourself, and then at my little sister, Lu Ganghua scoffed. My sister has always been a sweet and obedient girl since she was young. You? Even if you looked like her, we brothers might not even like you. Tian Jinhua trembled with anger. She turned over, facing the wall. Lu Ganghua fixed a shovel and saw Tian Jinhua still lazily lying in bed. We're about to head out to work. Why are you still lying there? I'm not feeling well. She was also hungry. What do you mean you're not feeling well? Hurry up and come with me to work. Stop being lazy, Lu Ganghua said, feeling annoyed by her. Before they got married, Tian Jinhua was great at working in the fields and almost got sold to a man in his 40s as a second wife. For some reasons, he slowly started to feel sorry for her and paid a high bride price to marry her. They had agreed before marriage to live a good life together. But after they had a son, everything changed, and half of the troubles at home were caused by her. Lu Ganghua's face turned cold. Do you not want to live anymore? What's wrong with a simple life? Why complicate things? Not only did she look down on their daughter, but she also bullied his little sister. He was really fed up. Tian Jinhua didn't expect Lu Ganghua to say such things. Just as she was about to cry, she heard Lu Jiejia's voice outside. Second sister-in-law, come out and help Xiao Yuan wash her hair. Water was ready, and the soap was out. After finishing these tasks, Lu Jiejia noticed that her hand injury had reopened in the morning, and it had just started to scab over, so she couldn't get it wet again. Seeing that Xiao Yuan's hair was already untied, she had no choice but to call the child's mother. My sister is calling you. Why aren't you going? Lu Ganghua said, with a dark expression. Tian Jinhua realized that if she didn't back down, Lu Ganghua might really want a divorce. She hurried out the door. She asked casually, little sister, what's up? Can you help wash Xiao Yuan's hair? Lu Jiejia pointed to the basin. Tian Jinhua glanced at the girl and said, it's only been half a month since her last wash. It's still clean. Besides, what if she catches a cold? I'm not sure if it's because I'm feeling angry, but she suddenly pulled Lu Yuan. Your aunt is sick right now, and you, ungrateful child, still dare to trouble her. The girl was still young and Tian Jinhua was strong. Lu Yuan lost her balance and fell to the ground. Lu Yuan didn't expect Tian Jinhua to suddenly act against her. When she fell, her big eyes were wide open in confusion. She bit her lip, her eyes instantly filled with tears, wanting to cry, but holding it back. What are you doing? Lu Jiejia didn't expect Tian Jinhua to act so suddenly. She instinctively tried to stand up to help Lu Yuan, but a sharp pain shot through her ankle, causing her to fall back down. She held her foot, her expression twisted in pain. Lu Jejie used her strength to lift Lu Yuan up, gritting her teeth to endure the pain. It's okay, don't be scared. Lu Yuan lay in Lu Jejie's arms, her eyes glistening with tears, but she held them back. Lu Jejie felt a pang of heartache. Children who lack love often grow up too quickly. Little sister. Lu Ganghua heard the commotion and rushed out. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Lu Jejie on the ground. Zhang Xuyan also quickly ran over from the kitchen. Tian Jinhua took a few steps back. Given Lu Jejie's position in the family, her in-laws would definitely not let her off easily. Lu Ganghua wouldn't let her get away with it either. I didn't mean to. I just told Xiao Yuan not to trouble my sister, and I didn't expect her to suddenly stand up in anger, she hurriedly explained. Lu Jejie had already been helped up. She glanced at Lu Yuan's elbow, which had scraped the skin. She sighed in relief, but also felt a chill in her heart. What would happen to Lu Yuan growing up with such a biased mother? In her memory, Tian Jinhua demanded a large bride price before marrying into the Lu family, far exceeding what other girls in the village received. This meant that Tian Jinhua might also use her daughter to exchange for a bride price when she grew up. Lu Jejie's face turned pale. Lu Ganghua looked at his daughter, then noticed Lu Jejie's pained expression and instantly exploded in anger. Tian Jinhua. Lu Ganghua stood up and, with his large frame, walked over to Tian Jinhua and slapped her. He was filled with anger, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Tian Jinhua never expected that Lu Ganghua would hit her. They had been married for 9 years, and he had never laid a hand on her before. She covered her swollen face and asked, "Did you hit me? So what if I did? Is a girl not a person? You look down on girls, but you're just like one. Since you think it's okay to hit a girl, then I'll teach you a lesson today," Lu Ganghua said as he took off his shoes and chased Tian Jinhua around the yard. Lu Jejie watched silently. Tian Jinhua would never change her ways if she didn't learn her lesson. When is a person most likely to change their mistakes? Lu Jejie thought it was when they feel pain. If they still can't change, it means they haven't felt enough pain. Some gentle advice might change a person's flaws, but for someone like Tian Jinhua, only force would work. Even if she doesn't change, she needs to be made to fear, or else her nieces might face a tough future. Lu Jejie covered Lu Yuan's eyes and said, "Don't be scared." Lu Yuan blinked, her eyelashes brushing against Lu Jejie's hand as she leaned back. Auntie had become so gentle, and she felt soft and fragrant. Lu Ganghua had chased Tian Jinhua around a few times when Lu father and Lu mother returned home. As soon as they entered, they saw chaos in the house. She first glanced at Lu Jejie, who was safely sitting in a rocking chair. Then she turned her attention to Tian Jinhua, rolling up her sleeves, ready to take action. What happened? She took a deep breath. The Lu family did not have a habit of hitting their daughters-in-law, and Lu Ganghua had never laid a hand on Tian Jinhua before. Today, he had hit her, which likely meant something serious.
Mom.
Lu Ganghua stopped, feeling ashamed to speak. Lu mother rolled her eyes and directly asked Lu Hao, who was cowering in the corner. Lu Hao opened his mouth, glancing fearfully at Tian Jinhua. Seeing the child so scared, Lu Jejie spoke up. She pushed little Yuan and said girls are worthless. Lu mother's anger lessened immediately. As long as her daughter was not hurt, that was what mattered. As for Lu Yuan, there was nothing she could do. After all, Lu Ganghua insisted on marrying Tian Jinhua. There were so many matters to attend to at home. She couldn't keep watching over the troubles of a second family every day. Take care of your own family matters. Once you're married, you have your own household, and your in-laws shouldn't interfere all the time. She huffed, "If you ask me, that ungrateful person should have been dealt with a long time ago. I've said it many times, but you won't take action. You insist on making me do it. I say we should teach her a lesson, so she never dares to speak disrespectfully again." Lu Jejie touched her nose, surprised that her mother-in-law thought the same way. Hitting someone isn't ideal, but it can be effective. Tian Jinhua always says that girls aren't worth much, and looks down on her own daughter, right? Well, she is a woman too, and she was once a girl. According to Tian Jinhua's own logic, it would be fair to treat her that way. Lu Jiejie felt her reasoning was sound. Trying to educate her? That's pointless. Lu's mother then spat in disdain at Tian Jinhua. She is someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. The nicer you are to her, the more she takes advantage of you. Otherwise, why would she be so obedient in the Tian family? It's because Tian's mother beats her regularly and makes her do hard work. At that moment, a young woman passed by outside. She frowned slightly upon hearing Lu's mother's words. Indeed, this is a poor rural area where a cruel mother-in-law encourages her son to mistreat his wife. It's surprising that such a family has someone in a leadership position. People with outdated views should be educated. When she returns to the city, she will definitely report this kind of behavior. Lu Jiejie looked up and saw the young woman standing outside. If Lu Jiejie looked sweet and bright, this young woman had a more serene appearance, delicate yet with a calmness like the moon. She paused, and a name immediately popped into her head. Luo Qingqing. Lu Jiejie was familiar with this name due to the love and jealousy in a love triangle. The original owner was madly in love with Zhou Wenqing, who was actually in love with this gentle beauty in front of her. As a result, the original owner often got jealous and argued with Zhou Wenqing many times. Luo Qingqing shifted her gaze and saw Lu Jiejie staring at her, then walked away in disdain. Lu Jiejie touched her nose, feeling a bit awkward. Although those actions were done by the original owner, she now inhabits this body and must face the consequences. However, as an observer, she understood everything clearly. If Zhou Wenqing was stringing along Lu Jiejie, then Luo Qingqing was also stringing along Zhou Wenqing. After all, Luo Qingqing denied having a relationship with Zhou Wenqing but kept taking advantage of him, even eating the food that the original owner had given to Zhou Wenqing. What made Lu Jiejie even angrier was that her position as a record keeper was not only occupied by Zhou Wenqing, but also by Luo Qingqing when she felt unwell. Neither of them did much farm work during their time in the countryside. One lived comfortably, while the other remained carefree. All of this was thanks to the great sacrifices of the original owner, Lu Jiejie. The key point was that both of them looked down on her. Lu Jiejie closed her eyes, her delicate fingers rubbed her forehead, and she pressed her lips together. She was not the original owner. Neither of them would take advantage of her again. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lu's mother noticed that Lu Jiejie looked a bit pale. Lu Jiejie slightly raised her eyes, and at the door, Luo Qingqing left only a blurry silhouette. Following her gaze, Lu's mother instantly recognized who it was. Lu's mother frowned. She was aware of the unpleasantness between Lu Jiejie and Luo Qingqing. What impressed her even more was that she had never seen such a frail young woman who could get blisters just from walking a few steps in the fields. She was always holding a book and not doing any work. If it weren't for her silly daughter, she would have starved long ago. Lu's mother huffed and turned to see her son, Lu Yegu, staring blankly outside, not even blinking. She slapped the back of his head. Don't you dare have any inappropriate thoughts. The second son's marriage was already troublesome enough. If the fourth son dared to bring Luo Qingqing home, she would kick him out. Sons were always a source of worry. Lu's mother shouted, "Hurry up and get to work. Do you think you can just sit around and be served at home?" Lu Yegu immediately ran off. After being scolded by Lu Ganghua, Tian Jinhua finally settled down. She understood that Lu Gonghua's aggression was a very dangerous signal. Lu Ganghua was not polite at all and directly dragged Tian Jinhua to work. Finally, only Lu's mother was left at home. Lu Jiejie was half holding Lu Yuan in her arms. It was midsummer, and not washing hair for 3 days would cause an odor, not to mention the little one hadn't washed in over half a month. She wasn't sure if she could guide the little one to wash her hair. Before she could think of the steps, Lu's mother rolled up her sleeves and came over. She shot a glance at the little Yuan hiding in Lu Jiejie's arms. "Why aren't you coming over? Do you really want my daughter to wash your hair?" Jiejie's hands were sore. She noticed that. Lu Jiejia's eyes flickered, feeling a bit guilty. Lu Yuan came out from Lu Jiejia's arms, and Lu's mother, feeling sorry for her, held the soap in her hands. She had rarely used such a fragrant thing. Lu's mother was always quick and efficient, and within minutes, she had washed Lu Yuan's hair. She tossed a towel onto her head. "Dry it yourself." After finishing with Lu Yuan, Lu's mother helped Lu Jiejie back into the house. "It's getting hot outside again. You should stay inside quietly." Lu Jiejie nodded obediently. "Wait here." Lu's mother looked around, opened the door, and went back to her room. When she returned, her belly was round, clearly filled with something. Lu Jiejie instantly understood. Lu's mother must have secretly saved some good food for her. Sure enough, Lu's mother took out 2 paper bags from her bag. She opened one, which contained dried red dates and 2 persimmon cakes. She placed these items on the small table. "Eat these when you're bored. If those little ones want some." Lu's mother opened the other paper bag, which contained sweet potato slices. "You can give them a little, but remember." She tapped the red date bag. "You must eat all of these. Your health isn't good, and you've suffered so much. If you don't replenish your strength now, you'll regret it when you're older." "I understand," Lu Jiejie said, her eyes getting teary as she nodded. Seeing that Lu Jiejie had been caring for the little ones these past few days, Lu's mother worriedly said, "These things are saved little by me, and I can't bear to eat them myself, so don't give them to anyone else. Right, especially not to outsiders." The outsiders Lu's mother referred to were Zhou Wenqing. "I understand, I'm not foolish." Even if she threw it on the ground and stepped on it, she wouldn't give it to Zhou Wenqing. "Not foolish?" Lu's mother wiped the sweat from her forehead. "It's almost time to start working, and that woman has left." Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Jiejie stuffed a persimmon cake into her mouth. "Persimmon cakes are cold and not good for wounds. One for you, one for Dad." "Oh, I forgot." Lu Jiejie looked down, tore half of the oil paper, and wrapped the remaining persimmon cake. "Give this to Dad." Lu's parents were getting older and still doing heavy farm work. If their health declined, it would be hard to recover. She needed to work quickly and buy meat with her wages. Lu's mother was taken aback. This girl hadn't called Dad in over a year, only referring to him as father. Suddenly hearing that, she felt like she was back to the 3 years when Lu Jiejie was the most obedient. "What's wrong?" Lu Jiejie hadn't noticed the mistake in the name. Lu's mother shyly said, "Since you called your father Dad, you can call me Mom like 3 years ago." She still thought that title sounded nice. Trendy. Lu Jiejie's expression froze. She was used to calling her parents Dad and Mom in modern times, and it slipped out. You. Didn't Lu's mother find it strange? But surely no one believed in strange things, right? "Hey, it's all the same." Lu's mother waved her hand dismissively. "I just got used to you calling me that a year ago." After 3 years. Wouldn't she get used to it? Lu Jiejie looked confused. Although she had the original owner's memories, they were fragmented, and some scenes didn't even have sound. The only clear memories were about her and Zhou Wenqing. "Enough about that. Mom needs to go to work now." Lu's mother changed her words herself. Lu Jiejie couldn't help but chuckle. She said it was all the same. Lu's mother picked up the persimmon cake and said, "I'll take this to your dad."
I mean, Dad.
"Oh, my daughter is so thoughtful, bringing both cured meat and persimmon cakes. Your brothers never think about us old folks." Whoever said her daughter was unfilial, she would be the first to disagree. Hearing this, Lu Jiejie's face was no longer as warm as it had been in the morning. She wanted to remind them that the persimmon cake was brought by her mother, but her mother had already left with an air of superiority. Sitting on the bed, Lu Jiejie opened the window and watched her mother leave the house with her tools. Once her mother was out of sight, she suddenly remembered that she forgot to ask Xue Yan about something. Feeling bored, Lu Jiejie turned her attention to the little girls in the house. Tian Jinhua's eldest daughter, Lu Hao, was entertaining her younger sister, Lu Yi, while her 2 cousins, Lu Hua and Lu Yu, were chopping grass nearby. Although Lu Hao was a year older than Lu Yu, she looked thinner and more tired, and her clothes were not as clean and neat as those of the 2 sisters. Her eyes lacked the innocence of childhood, and at just 8 years old, They seemed almost dull. Lu Jejia could imagine what Lu Yuan would look like in the future and what would happen to the now 1-year-old Lu Yi as she grew up. The root cause of all this was their mother, who favored boys over girls. When Lu Yuan saw her aunt open the window, she hesitated for a moment before running to Lu Jejia's window, tiptoeing to place a small yellow wildflower on it. In a sweet voice, the little one said, "For my aunt." Lu Jejia looked down at the wildflower, smiled after a few seconds, and placed it in her hair.
Does it look good?
"It looks good," the little one replied enthusiastically. Lu Jejia smiled and reached out the window to gently touch the little girl's slightly damp hair, then took out a bag of sweet potato chips from the table. She waved to the eldest, Lu Hua.
"Aunt."
Lu Hua was a bit afraid of Lu Jejia, but seeing her smile, she dared to approach.
"These are all for you.
Share them with your younger siblings. If you can't finish them, just soak them in hot water." Sweet potato chips were also a precious treat in this era, sweet and tasty.
Really?
Lu Hua glanced at the sweet potato chips and then at Lu Jejia, feeling a bit hesitant. Could her aunt really be this kind? Lu Jejia made an effort to smile gently. "Yes, go ahead and take them. This is not anyone else's fault." After all, the original owner was quite irritable. She was not only rude to her niece and nephew, but also liked to boss the kids around to do chores. When Mother Lu arrived in the field, she was like a proud rooster. She took out some persimmons from her pocket and said, "Old man, this is a gift from our daughter. Eat up." Old man Lu was surprised. "From our daughter?" "Of course. Our daughter is respectful. You know that. Unlike those ungrateful ones at home who haven't given us anything," Mother Lu said loudly. "What's the point of having so many sons? They just come to collect debts." "Mom, we are respectful too. We'll bring you good things in the future," Lu Igua quickly replied. The other two sons also hurried to agree. "Mom, from now on, you can eat more and we'll eat less. We will be respectful to you." Mother Lu rolled her eyes and coldly said, "Humph, no one is going to eat less for me." They were already as thin as sticks. If they couldn't even lift a hoe, who would take care of her daughter if she got sick? Mom, the three brothers were touched. From now on, they would listen to their mother and treat her well. "I'm not asking for much from you. Just be good to your little sister." Mother Lu began to give them advice again.
"Just think about it.
Your little sister is pretty, has a good personality, and is respectful. Having a sister like her is a blessing. If you treat her well, it will bring good fortune. Mom, it's only right for us to treat our little sister well." "We never thought about fortune," the three men said, moved to tears. Zhang Xuyan. Tian Jinhua. Father Lu stayed silent, biting into the persimmon cake, his eyes misty. He clearly agreed with Mother Lu's words. Soon everyone gathered, and they began to divide the work. The wheat was almost ready to harvest, and there wasn't much hard work to do, just weeding. Father Lu glanced at Tian Jinhua and assigned the second son's family to a remote area with hard soil to weed. Tian Jinhua worked for less than an hour before her back ached, and she felt exhausted. The soil was tough, and since she hadn't had breakfast, she quickly couldn't keep going. Tian Jinhua held her waist and said, "Gangwa, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I want to rest for a while. Stop making excuses and get back to work." Lu Gangwa glanced at Tian Jinhua, knowing she was trying to avoid her duties. Back when they were at the Tian family, she worked hard without complaints. As his mother would say, working so eagerly for others but refusing to do the same at home was just asking for trouble. Lu Gangwa glared. "If you can't finish your work this morning, the kids at home will go hungry. Hurry up." Lu Gangwa was tall and looked like an angry bull with his stern face, and when he glared, he looked even more intimidating. Tian Jinhua quickly pushed aside her laziness and got back to work. She thought to herself, since all the food at home is shared, does it really matter how much she does? Surely, the old lady wouldn't let her grandchildren starve. As the sun grew hotter, Tian Jinhua felt dizzy from hunger. Just as she was about to sit down, she heard someone shouting in the distance. "Someone has fainted." Tian Jinhua quickly stood up and looked over. Since it was not far away, she soon recognized the fainted person. "Oh, Gangwa, isn't that Zhou Wenqing? Zhou Wenqing was being helped to a tree. He hadn't done farm work in a long time, and with the heat, he suddenly wished he could go back inside and be a record keeper again. But he knew that Lu's father wouldn't let him return. Not unless he married Lu Jejia. Zhang Tao, a fellow youth who came with him, offered Zhou Wenqing a little water to sip. Since arriving in the countryside, Zhang Tao knew he had to adapt quickly. Although he struggled at first, after some time he became just like the villagers. His face was dark from working under the sun, but that darkness symbolized his hope for survival. He glanced at the blisters on Zhou Wenqing's hands and said sincerely, "You should just marry Lu Jejia. She's beautiful and really likes you. Why go through so much hardship?" If a girl as pretty as her was pursuing him, he would have agreed long ago. Zhou Wenqing rested his hands on his knees, feeling angry. "Zhang Tao, you don't understand. What I want is love. I would never marry a woman just because she has a nice figure. This is the oppression of the landlord class, and I need to report it to the higher-ups." Zhang Tao couldn't help but remind him, "Wenqing, this is the work we should be doing." Zhou Wenqing turned his face away awkwardly. "I just don't want to marry her. Besides, I was doing a good job as the work points recorder. Why did he stop me from doing it?" Zhang Tao fell silent as well. Their assignment to the village was given by their superiors, and whatever work the village asked them to do was within reason. Moreover, if Zhou Wenqing truly had no interest in Lu Jejia, why was he accepting things from her? He even looked like he was being forced. "You can rest here. I need to get to work." Zhang Tao rolled up his sleeves. He had to earn enough work points by noon to get enough food. Zhang Tao returned to the wheat field to continue weeding, and when he looked up, Xue Yan was already nowhere to be seen. He was already far behind Xue Yan, and now the gap was even bigger. He opened his mouth in disbelief, trying to understand where Xue Yan got all that strength. By noon, Lu's father found Zhang Tao. "I remember you graduated from middle school, right?" Zhang Tao paused for a moment.
Yes.
"Today, you will be the work points recorder for the village. You can stop working in the afternoon. By the way, my daughter will take over this job tomorrow, so give her the records," Lu's father instructed. "Okay." Zhang Tao was eager to agree immediately. With the weather so hot, just sitting inside recording points was a comfortable job that no one would refuse. After assigning the work, Lu's father left. When Zhou Wenqing came in to report the work points and saw Zhang Tao, he paused. "Why is it you?" "I'm recording today," Zhang Tao replied.
Is that so?
Zhou Wenqing immediately became alert. Zhang Tao had just advised him to marry Lu Jejia at noon, and now he was the work points recorder in the afternoon? He must have accepted a bribe from the Lu family. Zhou Wenqing was increasingly convinced that the Lu family was forcing him to marry Lu Jejia. He trembled with anger. "Zhang Tao, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person." Zhang Tao looked confused, but seeing the villagers behind him impatiently waiting to report their work points, he quickly said, "Hurry up and tell me how many work points you earned at noon." "Exactly, Zhou Jiqing. Why are you causing so much trouble? You've been blocking the line for so long. Do you think only you can do the work of the points recorder?" An older woman in line rolled her eyes. Zhou Wenqing's face instantly turned red. "I didn't say anything." The woman wanted to say more, but an older man behind her tugged at her sleeve. Then she remembered that the person in front of her might become the village leader's son-in-law. She huffed and fell silent. Zhang Tao asked again, "Wenqing, how many work points did you earn at noon?" Zhou Wenqing hesitated for a moment, seeing the older woman's displeased expression, and finally said, 1.5 points. In this era, honesty was highly valued, and no one dared to be deceitful. Almost immediately after Zhou Wenqing spoke, laughter erupted around him. The older woman laughed even louder but said nothing, placing her grandson in front of her and pushing Zhou Wenqing aside. She patted her grandson's head. "Gooden, tell Zhang Jiqing how many work points you earned today." Gooden shyly scratched his head. "I earned 3 work points today." The laughter grew louder, and Zhou Wenqing, embarrassed, hurried away. It truly is hard to deal with women and petty people. During lunch, Lu Jejia asked about Xue Yan. Lu's mother vaguely replied, "They took the items and the money. In the future, our Lu family will look out for the Xue family more. Don't worry about this anymore. I can't just do nothing." After all, Xue Yan saved her life. She couldn't just rely on her parents to repay the favor. "What can you do, silly girl?" Lu's mother pushed the steamed egg towards her. "Eat your meal. Forget about Xue Yan for now. Just try to forget about that weak Zhou Wenqing." While a few people talked in the kitchen, Tian Jinhua outside was drooling. She had worked all afternoon, and now she came back to find there was no food, feeling both tired and hungry. But Father Lu sat at the door, and no one dared to give her any food. Father Lu looked at his troublesome second daughter-in-law with no warmth in his eyes. If it were just the second household making noise, he wouldn't care, but this time it involved his daughter, and even took her food. They really didn't know when to stop. Halfway through the meal, a girl about the same age as Lu Jiejie walked in. She was holding a small porcelain bowl with a few cooked sweet potatoes and some peanuts inside. She smiled sweetly, "Uncle, and my mother asked me to bring this to you." Lu Jiejie recognized her. It was her cousin Lu Chao. Father Lu's name was Lu Shigua, and he had two brothers. He was the second, with an older brother named Lu Jiangwo. Lu Chao was Lu Jiangwo's youngest daughter. "Oh, Lu Chao is so thoughtful. Why did you bring something?" Mother Lu's eyes brightened. Now her daughter would have something to eat when she was bored. Lu Jiejie felt a bit awkward. Didn't her mother think her two statements were contradictory? Was Lu Chao supposed to bring something every time she came? But Lu Chao didn't think it was strange at all. Instead, she shyly lowered her head. "I'm glad Aunt likes it. I brought this especially for you. Come, sit down." Mother Lu made some space for her. Lu Chao glanced at Lu Jiejie's beautiful face and tightened her fingers. Looking down, she saw that Lu Jiejie's meal included not only eggs but also cured meat. Her smile remained, but her expression darkened. "Aunt, my sister has suffered a lot this time. You must take good care of her." Mother Lu took Lu Chao's hand and patted her hand gently. "Of course. You know your sister has been weak since she was little. If your brother catches anything on the mountain, just let me know, and I'll buy it from your family." "How can I let you buy it?" "My mother will definitely bring you a bowl. I'll bring it over for you." Lu Chao's face lit up as she looked at Mother Lu like she was her own mother. Since Lu Chao had a round face, which people in the village often described as a big pancake face, and Mother Lu had a pointed face, the combination looked a bit strange. Lu Jiejie. Lu Chao actively placed the items from the bowl in the center. "Big brother, second brother, fourth brother. You all eat too. Why should we give them food? These are all snacks that you worked so hard to bring. I need to put them away." Lu's mother put the items in the cupboard. These are all her daughter's treats, and eating these troublesome things would be a waste. Lu Chao's eyes turned red with emotion, her fingers twisting her dry hair. "Second Aunt, oh, I just remembered." Lu's mother slapped her leg. "The food in the house is all divided up, and look, there's nothing for you to eat. I feel bad about it." Lu Chao quickly shook her hand. "Second Aunt, don't say that. I came to deliver things, not to eat." Lu Jiejie watched her mother's performance while eating rice, mainly because she couldn't join the conversation. She saw Lu's mother show a look of guilt. "No, I can't let you go hungry. I must find you something to eat. By the way, there's still a steamed bun left from this morning. You can take it." Lu's mother said as she walked to the cupboard and took out a wild vegetable bun. Just like that, Lu Chao left with red eyes, almost kneeling down in gratitude. Lu Jiejie looked puzzled. "Mom, won't Annie get upset with this kind of return gift?" "What do you know? This girl has a lot on her mind." Lu Jiejie certainly knew that Lu Chao had many thoughts. Lu Jiangwo had 2 sons and 2 daughters, and Lu Chao was the youngest, with a lukewarm relationship with her parents. What she envied most was Lu Jiejie. Once during an argument, she directly told her own parents, "Since you don't like me, why not give me to my second uncle and aunt?" Lu Jiejie understood that Lu Chao was being so attentive to their family because she wanted to take her place. However, Lu Jiejie felt that this was simply a fantasy. Even if Lu's mother didn't care for her anymore, She still had 5 nieces below her. It wouldn't be Lu Chao's turn. Eat quickly. This afternoon I'll steam rice for you, Lu's mother said, and she herself drooled a little. Since Lu Jiejie had to work the next day, she got up early. Last night, Lu's mother used some herbal oil to massage her feet. The swelling around her ankles has gone down a lot, and she can walk a little with her cane. When it was time to go to work, Lu's mother specially dressed Lu Jiejie in her military uniform from her days in the art troupe. She also filled a thermos with hot water and gave her a green backpack with a star flag on it. Lu Jiejie has always had rosy lips and white teeth, with big, bright eyes. Recently, her complexion has improved, and her fair face has a light blush. Wearing the military uniform, she looked very spirited and attractive. From a modern perspective, it was like a uniform charm. My daughter is so beautiful, Lu's mother said, adjusting the back of Lu Jiejie's outfit, excitedly adding, "Thank goodness, she doesn't look like me, but like your grandmother. Your grandmother was a beauty in her youth." "Oh, I really know how to give birth," Lu Jiejie replied. "Mom is also good-looking. Just a bit dark and fierce, that's all. Don't I know how I look?" Lu's mother straightened her back. "Anyway, I'm already married, and as long as my daughter is beautiful, that's what matters." "That makes sense." Lu Jiejie asked, "What if my daughter is not pretty?"
How could she be?
"My daughter is beautiful, so my granddaughter can't be ugly. If she is, it just means she doesn't know how to grow up well. Look at how beautiful my daughter is." Lu Jiejie stayed silent, knowing her mother was just praising herself. Lu Yegua knew he had to carry his little sister to work today, so he made sure to clean himself up. "Come on, little sister, I'll carry you." Lu Yegua was strong and carried Lu Jiejie quickly. Soon, they heard Lu's mother's muffled shout from behind. "Fourth, if you drop your sister, I'll skin you alive." Lu Yegua shivered. Lu Jiejie asked fourth brother, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, nothing," Lu Yegua said, gently carrying Lu Jiejie and slowing down. He carried her steadily, unlike Xue Yan, who would push her out roughly. With nothing to do, Lu Jiejie looked around the village, but when she turned her head back, she spotted Xue Yan. Xue Yan was wearing the same clothes as the day he rescued her. His muscular arms were exposed, and he wore old shoes on his strong legs. He still had a blank expression, but Lu Jiejie knew that when he got angry, his emotions could be very intense and frightening. 2 boys, around 13 or 14 years old, followed Xue Yan. They were his younger brothers, named Xue Qian and Xue Yang. Xue Qian looked more delicate and was quite thin, while Xue Yang appeared more cheerful but had also faced hardships, often looking down as he walked. Xue Yan seemed to notice her gaze and shot her a cold look. Lu Jiejie shrank her neck and gave her rescuer a flattering smile. The young girl was already pretty, and when she smiled, she revealed 2 dimples. Her dark hair and red lips made her look like she was raised in luxury rather than in the countryside. Xue Yan immediately pressed his lips together, turned his gaze away, and quickened his pace. Lu Jiejie sensed his disdain and asked her older brother, Lu Yegua, "When you went to the Xue family, did Xue Yan mock you?" Lu Yegua didn't understand mock you. He just said to take the things, and didn't say anything else. "That's good," Lu Jiejie said, placing her hand on Lu Yegua's shoulder. Thinking about it, according to the old customs of Shishui village, she was supposed to marry Xue Yan. But she didn't marry him, and Xue Yan must have heard a lot of villagers' sarcastic comments, so it was understandable that he looked at her coldly. Actually, Lu Jiejie felt quite innocent. If she had married Xue Yan according to the old rules, it would have been considered feudal. Plus, with Xue Yan's family's landlord status, if someone reported the Lu family, it could have caused real trouble. Lu Yegua carried Lu Jiejie to the village office, which was very simple, with just a desk and some farming tools. Lu Jiejie's job was easy. She just had to record the villagers' work points and the use of farming tools every day. Zhang Tao was already waiting for Lu Jiejie in the room. He handed her a thick notebook. "This is the work points record sheet that the team leader asked me to give you. Just follow what's in here. It's very simple." "Okay." Lu Jiejie glanced at the content above, finding it easy to understand. The two were close, and Zhang Tao could see Lu Jiejia's delicate features with just a slight shift of his gaze. He scratched his head, his face turning a bit red, and lowered his voice. "Do you need me to help you?" "No, I can understand it," Lu Jiejie replied with a smile. "Okay." Zhang Tao's face turned even redder. He was increasingly confused about what Zhou Wenqing was thinking. Lu Yegua glared angrily. What was this guy doing? Blushing in front of his little sister? At that moment, Xue Yan walked in, carrying his usual farming tools, and quietly said, "Registration." "Oh, okay." Lu Jiejie picked up a pen from the side and wrote down Xue Yan's name in the designated box. The door of the house was wide open, and a breeze occasionally blew in. Lu Jiejie lowered her head, her hair gently swaying on her full forehead as she wrote seriously, her small lips slightly pursed. Having practiced small calligraphy in modern times, her handwriting was particularly elegant. Although her hand had a small scab, her fingers were slender and long, looking especially fair and smooth while holding the pen. Xue Yan's eyes darkened. After seeing the registration was done, he picked up his tools and was about to leave. "Hey, wait a moment," Lu Jiejie called out to him, feeling the eggs in her pocket. She knew Xue Yan's family was in a tough situation, and they relied on him for support, especially for food. In her memory, the original owner had gone to find Xue Yan, telling him not to have unrealistic hopes, and what she saw was Xue Yan eating wild vegetable porridge. Such food was something Lu Jiejie wouldn't even glance at, and not a single person in her family would eat it either. She didn't know how to repay him for his kindness. She had nothing else but could save some food. Every little bit counted. It was her way of showing gratitude. Lu Jiejie watched as Xue Yan slightly turned his head, allowing her to see only half of his profile and his indifferent gaze. Gathering her courage, she said, "When you have time, could you come find me? I need to talk to you." Before Xue Yan could respond, Zhou Wenqing walked in and paused when he saw Lu Jiejie. She had never worn the performance troupe's outfit in front of him before, and her sudden change in appearance surprised him. However, soon, Zhou Wenqing let out a cold snort. The forced marriage didn't work, and now she was deliberately dressing to attract him. He was not a man who cared about looks. Zhou Wenqing walked into the room, standing straight and silent, looking proud. He was waiting for Lu Jiejie to speak. Xue Yan, seeing Zhou Wenqing enter, smirked and left the room without saying a word. Lu Yegua had been staring at Zhou Wenqing since he walked in. Before coming, his mother had instructed him not to let Zhou Wenqing get close to his sister. Meanwhile, Lu Jiejie stared blankly at Xue Yan's back, unsure if he had agreed or not. She felt a bit anxious, wondering if she had said something wrong. Was her tone too harsh? Should she have been gentler? The more she thought about it, the more she felt her tone was off. Xue Yan wouldn't think she was ordering him around. Would he? While Lu Jiejie was lost in thought, several villagers entered. They were curious to see Lu Jiejie registering. Her aunt spoke first. "Jiejie, you're working even though you're hurt." "I'm answering the call of the country," Lu Jiejie replied, looking down as she wrote Lu Debo's name. "You're all still registering together today, right?" "Oh," Jiejie writes so beautifully. "I practiced writing a bit before," Lu Jiejie explained with a smile. She felt relieved that Lu Jiejie was only busy chasing Zhou Wenqing and hadn't shown her handwriting in front of the villagers. Otherwise, it would have been tough to imitate. "Why are you asking so many questions? Hurry up and register for work," Lu's mother squeezed in from outside. It was her daughter's first day of work. She didn't want to scare her. Lu's mother boldly cut in line with her farming tools, strutting like a proud peacock. "Hurry up and register. I brought your dad's too." Lu Jiejie replied, "Okay." As Lu's mother left, she shot a glance at Lu Yegua and glared at Zhou Wenqing. Lu Yegua's expression grew serious. He did nothing but kept glancing at Zhou Wenqing. If he dared to bother his sister, he would knock him out. Soon, most of the villagers had finished registering. Lu Jiejie felt a bit sore in her hands and rubbed her wrist, not even glancing at Zhou Wenqing. Zhou Wenqing was getting anxious. Usually, when he appeared in Lu Jiejie's sight, she would shamelessly move closer to him and wouldn't leave. What was different today? Lu Jiejie. Zhou Wenqing awkwardly spoke first. Lu Jiejie looked up, saw Zhou Wenqing, and her smile faded. She asked in a businesslike manner, Zhou Jiqing, go pick a farming tool over there and come back to register in a bit. Zhou Wenqing gritted his teeth. So she wanted to play this game, huh? He was curious how long she could keep it up. He angrily walked a short distance to grab a shovel, and Lu Jiejie quickly wrote his name down.
Done.
After she finished writing, she noticed the shadow on the table hadn't moved. Looking up, Zhou Wenqing was still standing in front of her, his palm facing her intentionally. Lu Jiejie could see the blisters forming on his palm. Lu Jiejie. Lu Jiejie pretended not to understand and asked, Zhou Jiqing, do you have anything else? Zhou Wenqing paused, clearly surprised that she was indifferent. Given how much she used to care about him, she should have rushed over by now. Was this her idea of love? To hurt him just to marry him? Zhou Wenqing scoffed. He would never change his mind about marrying Lu Jiejie, no matter how exhausted he was. Nothing. He angrily walked out with the shovel. After a while, the villagers' use of farming tools was all registered. Lu Jiejie watched Zhang Tao warily. Aren't you leaving? Zhang Tao felt awkward for a moment and blushed as he said to Lu Jiejie, I'll go work now. Once they were alone, Lu Jiejie complained, little sister, why didn't you just let me beat up that weakling Zhou Wenqing? It's not time to hit him yet. Lu Jiejie put down her pen and looked up. If I keep clashing with him, it will hurt my reputation. People will think I'm the one chasing after Zhou Wenqing. That's so what? Just hitting him would be fine. Lu Jiejie waved his fist. Lu Jiejie smiled and said, I want everyone to think that Zhou Wenqing is desperately trying to win me over, regretting like a dog coming to me, but I won't even look at him. Her voice was soft, but her words carried a hint of harshness, reminding Lu Jiejie of their mother. While their mother appeared tough, his sister was tough at heart. Seeing Lu Jiejie staring at her blankly, Lu Jiejie sweetly smiled. I just don't want others to bully me. Lu Jiejie snapped back to reality. Yes, his sister was so well behaved. It was all Zhou Wenqing's fault for going too far. Lu Jiejie waved him over. Come here. Lu Jiejie moved closer to her. You could just say it directly. Better safe than sorry, Lu Jiejie whispered. Have Dad send him to the toughest place for a few days. She knew that Zhou Wenqing hated doing farm work the most. This time, she wanted him to really feel what it's like to be out in the sun. He could never return to the city. She had already found him a wife. Once she was done having her fun, she would deal with him differently. Lu Jiejie's eyes brightened. Got it, don't worry, sis. While they were whispering, their father was idly smoking. Luo Qingqing approached, holding her stomach, and weakly asked, Captain, I'm not feeling well today. Can I be the work point recorder? The work point recorder is already taken. If you don't want to work, just take a day off. Their father glanced at Luo Qingqing. But let me be clear, you will only get food based on how much work you do. The village won't give you any extra help. Luo Qingqing tightened her grip on the book in her hands, but I'm really not feeling well. Zhang Tao, being a man, isn't as careful as I am. I can do it better than him. She had worked all day yesterday and was so tired today that she could hardly stand. Her feet were blistered and painful. Luo Qingqing felt frustrated. Why should Zhang Tao get the recorder job when she was clearly weaker? She took a step back. Captain, how about I work for just one day, and then I'll start working tomorrow? Their father remained unmoved. As an outstanding and proactive member, how can you avoid labor? Wherever you are assigned, that's where you will work. The other girls heard Luo Qingqing's words and rolled their eyes. They wanted to be the work recorders too. Who wouldn't want such an easy job? A girl named Zhao Na, who was close to Luo Qingqing, tugged at her arm and pulled her aside before speaking. Today's work recorder is Lu Jiejie. The team leader's daughter is not going to let you do it. Luo Qingqing pouted, almost on the verge of tears. Why should Lu Jiejie get this job just because she is the team leader's daughter? This is clearly favoritism. Feeling dissatisfied, Luo Qingqing quickly walked over to Zhou Wenqing. She showed a surprised expression and asked, You're not the work recorder today? I just saw Lu Jiejie and thought it was you. It's not me. Zhou Wenqing's face showed anger. Today is Lu Jiejie. Are you too upset with each other? Girls are usually easy to comfort, Luo Qingqing said gently. She hoped Zhou Wenqing would soothe Lu Jiejie and get the work recorder position back. That way, they could support each other. Zhou Wenqing snorted, I would never go to Lu Jiejie. Unless she came to apologize first, he would never forgive her. Luo Qingqing's smile faltered, and she continued, It's okay if you don't go, as long as you're happy. As she spoke, she held her stomach and bit her lip. What's wrong? Zhou Wenqing asked. Luo Qingqing tucked her hair behind her ear. It's nothing. I'm just feeling a bit unwell today. Zhou Wenqing became anxious. Then, if I get an egg today, I'll save it for you to help you feel better. That's not good. It's fine, I'm a guy. I can skip a little food, Zhou Wenqing said with a generous smile. He had seen an egg-shaped object in Lu Jiejie's pocket earlier, and he was sure it was meant for him. Luo sighed softly. Here I can only talk to you for a bit. I just went to find the team leader to say I wasn't feeling well and wanted to be a scorekeeper for a day, but it was useless. He said he gave that position to Lu Jiejie. This is clearly a public position, but there's no way to report this abuse of power. Zhou Wenqing's eyes flickered, but he didn't agree. Around noon, Lu Jiejie was free and was summarizing this month's work points. After stretching her back, she accidentally saw Xue Yan passing by the door. The weather was too hot, and halfway through, family members would come home to bring some cool water. Xue Yan was the youngest, so this easy task was left to him. Lu Jiejie quickly called out Xue Yan. Wait a moment. Xue Yan turned his head and saw Lu Jiejie sitting in the room. He felt a bit scared, hesitated for a moment, but still walked out. He hugged the ceramic jar tightly. Did you need something from me? She wouldn't want to take his water, would she? Children in this era were generally thin, and Xue Yan's eye sockets were sunken. His pants only reached his knees, and he wore a pair of cloth shoes that exposed his toes, his skin tanned dark from the sun. Lu Jiejie could clearly see the wariness in his eyes. She tried to use her looks to her advantage and smiled sweetly. Are you hungry? Here, have an egg. She took an egg out of her pocket. Kids need good food to grow taller. Xue Yan looked at the egg in her hand, swallowed hard, but took a step back. I don't want your stuff, you beautiful bad woman. Bullying my brother. Lu Jiejie was taken aback. I never bullied him. You're lying. I saw everything that day, Xue Yan snorted. Lu Jiejie felt awkward. Memories of the original owner flashed in her mind. It must have been the time the original owner went to Xue Yan's house to warn him not to aim too high, and Xue Yan saw it. Everyone makes mistakes. Who is perfect? I've changed, Lu Jiejie said, looking pitiful with her eyes downcast and lips pouting. You can't deny me a chance to make amends, can you? Then have you really changed? Xue Yan asked. You won't point at my brother's nose and scold him again, will you? I won't. Lu Jiejie's words were definitely sincere. Someone like Xue Yan is clearly exceptional. She wouldn't do anything foolish. Lu Jiejie reached out her hand, saying, This egg is my apology to your brother. Xue Yan looked at the egg. Are you giving this egg to my brother? Lu Jiejie didn't expect this kid to be quite clever. I don't want it. My brother won't let me have it. Xue Yan turned and ran away, hugging the pottery jar in his arms. Hey! Lu Jiejie couldn't stop him and had to take the egg back. Looking at the blazing sun outside, she suddenly thought of her parents working in the heat. She was already prepared. After receiving her first month's salary, she planned to buy meat and eggs for her family to make up for the losses of the year. Lu Jiejie opened her water bottle and took a sip. Just as she tightened the cap, Luo Qingqing walked in gently. One hand held a book while the other pressed against her stomach. Her expression was very pained. Lu Jiejie, I'm not feeling well. Can you let me take your shift? If you're not feeling well, you should go rest. Lu Jiejie thought Luo Qingqing's request was strange. Why should she give up such a good job for her? She wanted to work in town too. Would anyone give up their job for her? Luo Qingqing suppressed her anger, her face cold. I'm really not feeling well. Just let me work for one day. Lu Jiejie frowned. Not only are you unwell, Everyone is uncomfortable. My parents are unwell, and the other youth who came with you are also feeling sick. No one wants to work in this heat. You. Luo Qingqing didn't expect Lu Jiejie to be so unyielding. She angrily said, "No wonder Zhou Wenqing doesn't like you. You're so cold-hearted and lack compassion." "So, not giving you my job means I lack compassion? Go ask at the big cafeteria in town if anyone will give up their job for you." Lu Jiejie slammed the water bottle down on the table, her voice cold. "It's great that Zhou Wenqing doesn't like me. I don't think much of someone like him. If you think he's good, you can have him." "You actually called Zhou Wenqing trash?" Luo Qingqing was taken aback. Lu Jiejie has liked Zhou Wenqing for over a year, and she is very clear about it. She never allows anyone to say anything bad about him in front of her. "What is going on today?" Luo Qingqing asked. "Aren't you afraid he'll get angry?" "If he gets angry, then so be it. Of course, if you really like Zhou Wenqing, I can talk to my dad and ask him to help promote you two in the community. I can even get you a day off tomorrow to go to the town and get your marriage certificate." "That I don't like him," Luo Qingqing said, glancing at Lu Jiejie before leaving. Around 11 o'clock, Lu's mother came over with a ceramic jar. "I brought you some chilled mung bean water." She lowered her voice a bit, and I added some sugar. "Try it and see if it's sweet." "It's so hot. Why did you come all the way here?" Lu Jiejie frowned and wanted to stand up to help her. "I was home cooking today and had some free time. Someone is watching the fire at home." Lu's mother took a bowl off the jar and poured a bowl of water. "Drink up. It won't taste good if it gets warm." Lu Jiejie noticed the sweat on her mother's forehead and pushed the bowl toward her, biting her lip. "Then you drink a bowl first." "If you don't drink, I won't either." "Mom won't drink." "Then take it back." "I won't drink it." Lu's mother's eyes instantly turned red. "My daughter is so considerate," Lu Jiejie hurriedly said. "Just drink it quickly, and I'll drink after you." Right. You worked hard today, so I'll drink quickly." Lu's mother gulped down a bowl of cold mung bean water and then hurriedly poured another bowl for Lu Jiejie. "Drink up, and when you get home, I'll make you some sweet red sugar egg water." Lu Jiejie took a sip. It was quite good, sweet and refreshing. Lu's mother took out a fan from behind her and fanned Lu Jiejie, asking, "I heard you ask the fourth brother to tell your dad to send Zhou Wenqing to a tough place." Lu Jiejie nodded. "Yes, I asked fourth brother to say that." Lu's mother smiled with satisfaction. "He should experience some hardship. He has taken advantage of our family for so long. It's time he pays it back." She laughed louder and said, "You won't believe it. Today, Zhou Wenqing got dizzy halfway through and lay under a tree to rest for a long time before he felt better. I've never seen someone so weak. Even our Lu Hua is more capable than him. If her daughter really married Zhou Wenqing, she might end up working the fields to support him for the rest of her life. Just thinking about it drives her crazy." "Got dizzy again?" Lu Jiejie smiled. "I'm really worried about him in the future." This was too much. What would they do later? Lu's mother suddenly raised her voice. "Why worry about him? I'm not worried about him." Lu Jiejie quickly changed the subject. "Mom, I'm kind of bored here. Can you tell me more funny stories about your work?" Lu's mother snorted, feeling cautious. She originally wanted Jiejie to understand that Zhou Wenqing was weak. But now she suddenly thought, what if Jiejie felt sorry for him and changed her mind? It would be better not to mention Zhou Wenqing again. What else? "Oh, I remembered. Today that Luo." Lu's mother frowned, trying to recall the name. "Luo Qingqing. She got scolded by old Wang today. You won't believe it. That girl cried right away." "Why?" Lu Jiejie's eyes widened with interest. Lu's mother sneered. What else could it be? Luo Qingqing was working in the fields for less than 10 minutes before she felt unwell and sat under a tree, looking all weak and helpless. Old Wang's son, Wang Weigua, is 20 this year and has high standards. He usually doesn't pay attention to ordinary women, but he took a liking to Luo Qingqing. You know how young men are full of energy. When he saw the woman he liked looking weak and complaining, he immediately grabbed a shovel and went to help her with the work. Now, with everyone struggling to get enough to eat, Old Wang saw his son helping someone else for free and frowned as he went over. Lu Jejia listened intently to the story. When Old Wang approached Luo Qingqing, he asked, "Luo, my son has been helping you with your work. When will you discuss your engagement with Zhenghua? So I can go to the youth association to propose." Luo Qingqing's face turned pale, and she shook her head pitifully. "What engagement? I only see Zhenghua as a brother." "Ugh, you really dare to say that about being just a brother?" Wang Laopa was instantly furious. "Isn't this treating her son like free labor? I've only heard of men helping their wives, not of men helping a woman they have no relationship with. You little girl, don't think I can't see through you. You're just using your pitiful face to lure men into doing your work." Wang Laopa scolded, spitting as she spoke. Luo Qingqing, holding her book, trembled. "I never asked him to help me. He willingly helped me. If he doesn't want to, then take him away. Why are you bothering me?" Although Wang Laopa was not tall, she had a strong presence. She pointed at Luo Qingqing's nose and scolded, "You little girl, how long have you been alive to think everyone is a fool? If you don't want our Zhenghua to work, why are you crying in front of him?" Luo Qingqing's eyes turned red. "Don't be unreasonable. He asked me first." Indeed, difficult circumstances can bring out the worst in people. Wang Laopa was not backing down. She went to the field and dragged Wang Zhenghua out. "You shameless thing. Didn't you hear her say she's not interested in you? Why are you still helping her? Can't you see she's just using her looks to make you her free labor?" She shouted to those around, "Everyone, keep an eye on your men. Be careful not to let this little girl lure them away. You'll have no one to cry to later." Around them, people began to murmur and openly show their disdain. Luo Qingqing squatted on the ground, hugging her book and crying. "And then what?" Lu Jejia asked eagerly, clearly enjoying the story. Luo Qingqing had taken advantage of Zhou Wenqing and always looked down on her. Now she was in trouble. Lu Mu paused her fan. "What else can happen? She'll have to work in the fields herself. I heard she fainted after just a few minutes. Whether she really fainted or not, who knows? She was sitting under a big tree reading. I wonder what she'll do when she runs out of food. Reading?" Lu Jejia's mouth twitched. In a time when people were starving, who had the time to read? It would be one thing if she was reading something else, but she remembered that the book Luo Qingqing had was called Jane Eyre, a romantic story. When there's not enough to eat, who cares about love? Lu's mother saw that Lu Jejia had almost finished drinking and picked up the jar from the table. "You work hard here. Mom will head back now." "Okay, be careful. There's nothing to worry about." Lu's mother left the fan with Lu Jejia and took the jar away. Before long, Lu Jejia heard her mother talking proudly. "Hi, my daughter worked hard today. You don't know how much thinking goes into keeping the accounts. You don't understand, my daughter graduated from high school. This job was assigned by the government. It's a sign of trust in our Lu family. Honestly, no other girl in this village is as capable as Jejia. She has performed in front of many people in the town's art troupe." Lu Jejia rubbed her forehead helplessly, feeling bored as she sat there. She rested her head on the table, propping her chin on her hand. It was almost noon and Xue Yan still hadn't arrived. It seemed he wouldn't be coming. Xue Yan glanced at the girl lazily staring at the table. Her fingers were tapping on it, looking quite bored. He thought of her beautiful handwriting, delicate and bright, just like her calm moments. Not far away, Lu's mother continued to boast about her daughter, her words reaching Xue Yan's ears. He looked at the rough calluses on his hands, his worn clothes, and his dusty shoes. Xue Yan chuckled mockingly. They clearly had no connection. Why get entangled in speculation? Besides, they were from two different worlds. Xue Yan turned and left. At noon, Lu Yegua came back to pick up Lu Jejia after work. Knowing that Lu Jejia didn't like the smell of sweat, he had washed up in the river on his way back. Once home, Lu Yuan ran over to Lu Jejia. Children easily forget, and after spending the last couple of days together, he had long forgotten about the previous owner of this body. "Were you good at home?" Lu Jejia asked. Lu Yuan nodded, his voice sweet, "Yes." Lu Jejia patted her head. The little girl was just too adorable. It was a shame to let her go to someone else. It seems I need to remind her older brother a bit in the future. Yesterday, Tian Jinhua was hungry all day and worked hard on the farm, so she didn't dare to find any more tasks and worked quickly in the fields. Today, when Lu Jiejie came back, she even took the initiative to bring her a basin of cool water to wash her face. As soon as Lu's mother saw Lu Jiejie return, she cried out, "Oh dear, today really wore my daughter out. You don't know, this work is not easy at all. Your little sister's fingers are swollen from writing." Lu Yegua nodded beside her. "Right. You don't know how many words little sister wrote today. With so many people in the village, it's a lot of pressure. Just looking at it makes me dizzy." The older and second brothers scratched their heads. "Mom, little sister is so tired. Let's cook her an egg today, otherwise she'll get too thin." Lu's father made the final decision. "Then let's cook some. Make a few more. She needs to replenish her energy for all that thinking." Zhang Xuyan. Tian Jinhua. So Lu's mother confidently cooked 2 more eggs for Lu Jiejie. "Mom, I already ate an egg this morning. You and Dad should have it for lunch." Lu Jiejie pushed the already cooked eggs toward her mother. Lu's parents are older and should eat more. She looked around the dining table and noticed everyone seemed undernourished. Lu Jiejie felt a bit of a headache. It was hard to share good food when there simply wasn't enough. She had to focus on the family's labor force first. Eldest brother, second brother, fourth brother, harvest season is coming soon. You should have some egg custard too. A little nourishment is better than none. Just as Lu's mother was feeling proud of her daughter's thoughtfulness, when she heard about the egg custard being for her 3 sons, her expression changed instantly. "Why give it to them? They're all men. Will they die from eating less?" With so many people in the house, even a spoonful each wouldn't be enough, and in the end, it would be her daughter who would get blamed. Lu's mother glared. Why should they eat when the 2 of them hadn't had any? As long as they don't starve, what more do they need? The eggs were pushed back in front of her, and Lu Jiejie. Tian Jinhua kicked Lu Shan under the table. Lu Shan didn't move. Ever since he got scolded last time, he didn't dare touch his aunt's things and just focused on eating his own meal. He still gets to eat thick rice soup every day, and the neighbor's dog is almost envious. Why risk getting scolded for just 1 bite of egg? Didn't Grandma say that Aunt is not feeling well? She's a girl too. Dad is right. He is a boy and shouldn't take food from a girl. Tian Jinhua was so angry that she gritted her teeth, feeling her son was no longer on her side. "Don't worry so much," Lu's mother snorted. She had been through a lot. "You didn't eat their food, so don't spoil their appetite by sharing." Lu's mother's words hit Lu Jiejie right in the heart. She wasn't the original person, so she didn't dare to take the family's favoritism for granted. But now, she was bearing all of Lu Jiejie's consequences. Who could say she wasn't her? Lu Jiejie stopped overthinking and focused on her meal. At the Xue family, they were also having dinner. Unlike the thick white rice at the Lu family, their table was filled with vegetable mush. It was the busy farming season, and if they only ate this, their health would quickly decline. Xue Yan said quietly, "I'll go to the mountains tonight." Everyone in the Xue family knew what that meant. Xue Yang swallowed hard. He wanted chicken, and thinking of chicken reminded him of Lu Jiejie. He said to Xue Yan, "Big brother, that bad woman sitting in the house said she would give me eggs, but I didn't take them." Xue Yang looked up, waiting for praise. "What bad woman?" Xue Yan tightened his grip on the chopsticks. Xue Yang was furious. "The one who came over to scold you. She said she would give me eggs, but I didn't take them." Xue father glanced at Xue Yan, who was focused on his meal. Xue Yan didn't look up. His muscles were tense and smooth. He spoke firmly to everyone. "She just wants to repay a life-saving favor. We've already accepted her help, so there's no further connection." In the afternoon, Lu Jiejie began to summarize the work points for the month. When she got to the Xue family, she noticed something was off. With Xue Yan's abilities, how could he only have 3 points in a day? She paused for a moment, and some fragmented images flashed through her mind. Lu Jiejie quickly searched and found that Luo Qingqing had managed to do 10 tasks every day for the past half-month, even more than a strong man could handle. She pressed her lips tightly together. Zhou Wenqing. Lu Jiejie was so angry that her body shook, but she also felt a bit guilty. She remembered that the original owner knew about these things. Xue Yan had once come to see the original owner in a roundabout way, but ended up being scolded and threatened that if he dared to tell anyone, she would make sure the Xue family couldn't stay in Shishui village. Lu Jiejie. Now she even doubted if the original owner had lost her mind. How could she be so infatuated with Zhou Wenqing? Just thinking about her involvement in this made Lu Jiejie want to bang her head on the table. She sat there feeling hopeless, but soon another embarrassing issue arose. Because it was hot, she had drunk a lot of water at noon, and now she felt uncomfortable. After hesitating for a while, Lu Jiejie finally picked up her cane and prepared to go to the restroom. She shakily stepped outside, feeling rushed, and decided to ask a passerby for help. However, everyone had gone to work, and the street was empty, making her toes curl in discomfort. She regretted hesitating earlier and now couldn't hold it anymore. Lu Jiejie looked around with red eyes, and her feet began to hurt more with every step. As she pushed herself to walk forward, a figure suddenly passed by. Lu Jiejie focused her gaze and stopped in her tracks, surprised to see Xue Yan. She tried to hold it in, but it was too much. It was better to embarrass herself than to wet her pants. Lu Jiejie shouted, "Hero, please help me." Xue Yan continued walking, seemingly not hearing her. "Xue Yan." Lu Jiejie hurriedly walked forward, her face flushed, and pleaded, "I beg you." Thinking it over, those were all things the original owner had done. They had nothing to do with her. Lu Jiejie could only threaten, "If you don't help me this time, I'll tell everyone that." Xue Yan finally reacted, turning his head with a cold expression, his sharp features exuding danger. Lu Jiejie shrank her neck, wide-eyed, and in a moment of heat, she blurted out, "I'll tell everyone you like me." Xue Yan has disliked the original owner for a long time, and what he probably cannot tolerate the most is being associated with her, especially in such a blatant way. Lu Jiejie wore a fake smile and was about to plead again, but she really couldn't hold it in any longer. Before she could speak, Xue Yan was already walking towards her, his dark eyes filled with anger, like a lion ready to pounce on its prey.
What did you say?
Xue Yan stood in front of Lu Jiejie, his fists clenched. Lu Jiejie swallowed hard, closed her eyes, and hugged Xue Yan tightly. "I need to use the restroom. I can't hold it anymore. Please help me." Her cane fell to the ground. A soft and fragrant figure collided with the man's chest, and he froze for a moment, feeling a heat rising from his spine, as if it would consume him. In the next second, Xue Yan grabbed the girl's arm, trying to push her away, but Lu Jiejie held on tightly, her eyes red. She said urgently, "The restroom is too far, I can't make it. Please help me quickly." Perhaps due to the urgency of the situation, Xue Yan slightly bent down and easily picked her up, the sweet scent around her becoming even stronger. He moved swiftly, running to the restroom. Afterward, Lu Jiejie felt embarrassed and could barely lift her head. She carefully walked out, supporting herself against the wall. Seeing no one outside, she finally sighed in relief. Lu Jiejie limped back into the room, washed her hands, and was still flustered when Zhou Wenqing walked in looking dejected. As soon as his gaze landed on Lu Jiejie, he straightened up. "Lu Jiejie, do you have something to say to me? I said I want you to go away. Do you believe me?" Lu Jiejie rolled her eyes. Zhou Wenqing was taken aback. He thought that by reaching out to Lu Jiejie, she would show him some respect, but he didn't expect her to be so ungrateful. "Aren't you just trying to force me to marry you?" Zhou Wenqing leaned over the table. They were very close, and Lu Jiejie seemed different from before. Her eyes were softer, her nose perfectly shaped, and the most striking feature was her lips, which were a vibrant red. She looked at him with her big, innocent eyes, making him want to protect her. Zhou Wenqing swallowed hard. "What are you looking at?" Lu Jiejie pushed him away forcefully, shaking her hand in disgust. Just thinking about Zhou Wenqing's breath on her made Lu Jiejie feel sick, and she instinctively scratched at him. Although Zhou Wenqing instinctively moved back, he still ended up with 4 scratches on his neck, sharp pain jolting him awake. He was embarrassed to realize he had been captivated by Lu Jiejie. He should like someone like Luo Qingqing, a cool beauty, not someone he thought was foolish. Zhou Wenqing covered his neck and angrily pointed at her. Lu Jiejie, are you crazy?
How dare you hit me?
I was going to give you a chance, but you clearly don't appreciate it. Lu Jiejie raised an eyebrow. What's wrong with hitting you? You're already hurt. You're not much of a man. Lu Jiejie. Zhou Wenqing was furious. No man wants to be told by a woman that he isn't manly, especially not by someone like Lu Jiejie, whom he looked down on. He pointed at her. You better not come looking for me again. I'm telling you, no matter how much you beg in the future, I won't change my mind. Then I really appreciate it, Lu Jiejie said flatly, as she slammed the ledger down. But before that, let's talk about the work points. I want to know, what's going on with Xue Yan's work points? Do you think I won't report you for using your power for personal gain? Report me? Zhou Wenqing laughed instantly. Lu Jiejie, stop pretending to be the good person. You were involved in this too. Lu Jiejie blinked. Involved? Sorry, you were the one in that position at the time. Who can prove I was involved? She opened the ledger and showed it to Zhou Wenqing. The signature of the recorder below is yours. Do you see your own name? Zhou Wenqing looked at the name in the ledger, swallowing hard. Are you trying to frame me? Didn't you do this yourself? Lu Jiejie smiled sweetly, but her words pierced deeply. Did I force you to do this? Or did I add these work points to my own? Where's the motive? Lu Jiejie had a soft and gentle appearance, and her personality was usually mild. However, once someone crossed her boundaries, she would react fiercely, like a cat with its fur standing on end, insisting on making the other person regret it before she would calmly clean her paws and leave. In special situations, she could be quite bold. Lu Jiejie, Zhou Wenqing said, his eyes red and breathing heavily. He stepped forward and angrily slammed his hand on the table. Don't go too far. The surroundings were quiet, with only the sound of cicadas, and the hot air between them intensified the tension. Lu Jiejie raised an eyebrow slightly, but quickly suppressed it. Don't be so angry. We have plenty of time ahead. She placed her notebook on the table and held a pen in her hand. I don't want to be unreasonable, but Xue Yan is my lifesaver. I need you to personally correct the work points. You wouldn't want to miss such a good opportunity, would you? When Lu Jiejie was obedient, she could be quite persuasive. She looked at the frustrated Zhou Wenqing and pushed the pen toward him. After all, these work points aren't for you. It's not worth taking such a big risk for a woman. Her tone was calm, which surprisingly made Zhou Wenqing lose his temper. He paused for a few seconds. Are you jealous of Luo Qingqing? There's no need. Are you going to make the changes or not? I heard the recent inspections have become stricter. If others notice something, it could be a serious issue. Lu Jiejie suddenly looked up. Embezzlement could lead to severe consequences. Are you sure you want to pass on this opportunity? Zhou Wenqing swallowed hard. Fine, I'll make the changes. He picked up the notebook and started searching, and Lu Jiejie directly said, page 153. Zhou Wenqing quickly corrected all of Xue Yan's work points, and the handwriting matched perfectly. Lu Jiejie's fair fingers landed at the bottom. Write down a brief modification dated June 1st. Zhou Wenqing replied, but today is June 8th. Taking advantage of Zhou Wenqing's moment of confusion, Lu Jiejie said, you need to prove that it was changed during your work period. Otherwise, it could involve me too. I'm helping you out of goodwill. And if I had known. The confident beauty now wore a slightly annoyed expression, leaving Zhou Wenqing momentarily dazed. Jiejie, why aren't you writing yet? After a scare and being soothed by Lu Jiejie, Zhou Wenqing signed without thinking. Lu Jiejie looked at the signature with the latest modification date, her lips curling into a slight smile. She quickly closed the notebook, losing her earlier gentleness. Lu Jiejie glanced at Zhou Wenqing's sunburned face. Are you done? If you're done, go to work. Zhou Wenqing wanted to say more. Jiejie, I can only help you this much. If you don't leave, I'll call my brother to deal with you. Lu Jiejie held the black notebook, her fingers long and pale, looking even whiter against the dark cover. Zhou Wenqing stared at Lu Jiejie, without blinking. In the past, Lu Jiejie would chatter excitedly whenever she saw him, her eyes full of admiration. He had only felt annoyance and never took the time to truly observe her. "Why aren't you leaving?" Lu Jiejie glared at him. Zhou Wenqing was surprised that he had softened, while Lu Jiejie had returned to being fierce. He turned and walked out, shaking his head in resignation. Lu Jiejie intentionally made him revise the notebook. She still cared for him, just in a different way. She didn't expect Lu Jiejie to be so jealous now. It was really annoying. Once Zhou Wenqing was gone, she opened the notebook and smiled at the date below. She could report Zhou Wenqing for his wrongdoing, but her father, being the leader, might face consequences for not overseeing things properly. And since she had pursued Zhou Wenqing so fiercely before, she might be investigated too. After all, the motive for the crime would be love turned to hate. Lu Jiejie understood the instability in society and didn't underestimate the intelligence of the investigators. She couldn't risk her family's future for someone like Zhou Wenqing. But once things cooled down between her and Zhou Wenqing, having this modification date could greatly reduce suspicions about her family. As for Zhou Wenqing's punishment, it was just beginning. Lu Jiejie glanced at the blazing sun outside. Wasn't he afraid of doing farm work? She was curious to see how much he would struggle. Summer days are long, and it doesn't get dark until 8 in the evening. The work in Shishui village ends at 7. But at 6:30, Xue Yan entered the room. He was already tall, and as he walked towards Lu Jiejie with his long legs, he gave off a strong presence. Facing the future leader, Lu Jiejie mustered her courage and opened her notebook. You can put the tools there. How many centimeters today?" Xue Yan didn't respond. He simply placed an egg on the table and said in a deep voice, "I don't need it." Lu Jiejie stared at the egg, realizing it was the one she had secretly put in his pocket while he was carrying her to the restroom. "But this is the only thing I have right now," Lu Jiejie said, looking up. She had no money and had never asked anyone for help before. She really had no experience in repaying kindness. The 17-year-old girl pouted, as if she were the one who had been wronged. Xue Yan looked at her seriously. "Your parents have already helped you. Don't do things that can be misunderstood in the future." "Ha! Oh." Lu Jiejie sighed in relief. Since he said that, he surely wouldn't hold a grudge against her later. Lu Jiejie glanced at Xue Yan and was about to ask, "Are we still registering?" Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and she screamed, "Ah!" Lu Jiejie instinctively jumped back, causing her chair to fall to the ground. She limped towards Xue Yan, saying, "There's a snake." Who could tell her why a snake fell from the ceiling? As she was about to fall, Xue Yan reached out to catch her. His fingers brushed against something soft, and he instantly pulled back, his spine tensing. Lu Jiejie fell against Xue Yan, instinctively grabbing his shirt to steady herself. There was a tearing sound as the fabric ripped. Lu Jiejie's head bumped into Xue Yan's stomach, and her fingers brushed against his chest. The impact was strong, and Lu Jiejie felt dizzy, as if she had hit a wall. Her fingertips felt tingly, and a warm sensation spread through her body. Xue Yan's body tensed even more, and his ears turned red. Lu Jiejie helped Xue Yan stand steady. She wasn't sure if it was because her skin was too delicate, but there was a small red mark on her forehead. She stumbled and hid behind Xue Yan. Lu Jiejie had seen Xue Yan kill a snake before. Now, feeling safe, she clutched his shirt and pointed at the curled-up snake on the table, her eyes slightly red with fear. "Xue Yan, grab it, kill it." Xue Yan seemed startled. He walked straight to the table and grabbed the snake by its neck. The snake twisted a couple of times before it stopped moving. He hesitated for a moment, then turned to Lu Jiejie, holding up the snake. "Do you want it?" In this day and age, life was tough, and snake soup was very nutritious. With the harvest season approaching, few would refuse such meat. Xue Yan took a step closer. Lu Jiejie was so scared that she quickly stepped back, her face pale. She waved her hands. "I don't want it. Please take it away." The last snake she encountered had left her with a serious psychological scar, and she could still remember the feeling of its scales against her skin. She wished she could run away, but her legs wouldn't move. If she could, she would have vanished from the room. Seeing how strongly Lu Jiejie rejected the snake, Xue Yan aimed for his backpack and accurately tossed it inside. Lu Jiejie stood frozen, her big dark eyes wide, unsure of what to do. There were still marks on the table where the snake had crawled. Just thinking about it made her feel nauseous. She couldn't control her physical reaction and slowly moved toward the table while scanning the ceiling for any other snakes. Xue Yan followed her gaze, fell silent for a few seconds, then walked over, took off his jacket, and wiped the table for her. He wore a black tank top underneath. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, he was not just a show of muscles. Every part of him showed great strength. Lu Jiejie paused, blinked, and shifted her gaze to Xue Yan's hands. He wiped quickly, cleaning the table in no time, then put his jacket back on. "There are no more snakes," Xue Yan said calmly, then stood to the side to adjust his clothes. Lu Jiejie pressed her lips together and carefully made her way back. Now, she owed Xue Yan another favor, but she is currently broke and has nothing to repay him with. Lu Jiejie pushed the egg on the table toward Xue Yan and said softly, "Thank you. You should take this egg. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep tonight." She was worried that Xue Yan wouldn't take it and looked at him eagerly. Xue Yan suddenly looked away and said in a deep voice, "No need. The snake has already compensated." Lu Jiejie lowered her head, silent and visibly upset. She opened her notebook and thought about the work points, lowering her head even more. The trouble caused by the original owner now needed her to resolve. As she opened her pen, she caught a glimpse of a shadow and looked up to see that Xue Yan had taken the egg in his hand. His fingers were relaxed, but his arm was tense. "Just this once. Don't give me any more in the future." Lu Jiejie blinked twice and smiled brightly, saying, "Got it." The girl had big, bright eyes, and her smile was both beautiful and sweet. Xue Yan pressed his lips together, his dark eyes looking down. She found the page in her notebook for recording the work points for the Xue family. "How many work points did you earn today?"
10.
Lu Jiejie nodded and carefully recorded it. "You changed it." Xue Yan, standing close, noticed the corrections. Lu Jiejie coughed lightly in surprise. "I didn't change it. I asked Zhou Wenqing to correct it. He recorded it wrong before."
You
mentioned the situation to me before. I'm sorry. I was a bit clueless back then." Xue Yan remained expressionless.
I'm used to it.
Before Zhou Wenqing, due to the family situation, the Xue family's work points were often mismatched. At that time, no one helped them, and even when reported, no one cared. Gradually, it became a norm. According to the villagers, the missing work points are just a way to repay the past exploitation of farmers. Xue Yan's gaze fell on Lu Jiejie as he looked at her features and said softly, "You seem different again." Lu Jiejie didn't understand. Xue Yan took a step back, furrowing his brow. "You remind me of a year ago." "Never mind, I'll leave now."
Hey?
Lu Jiejie watched Xue Yan's back, still feeling confused. For 3 consecutive days, the weather got hotter, as if the sun wanted to bake the earth. Lu Jiejie didn't dress up like she did on the first day. She wore a white shirt on top and a light blue long skirt, with her hair hanging down on both sides. The original owner liked to buy clothes and dress like the girls in the city every day. Now, her outfit didn't seem strange to anyone. Lu's mother wiped Lu Jiejie's little shoes and said regretfully, "If it weren't for my daughter's foot injury, these shoes would look very stylish." "I saw a blouse inside. I'll wear it when the weather gets a bit hotter," Lu Jiejie said, touching her long skirt, which was indeed very long, reaching just above her ankles. It was quite a conservative skirt. There was no choice. It wasn't that open yet. The girls in the village wore long pants, and her outfit was already considered advanced. Lu Jiejie's foot had swollen down, and it still hurt a bit when she walked, but as long as she walked slowly, it was almost normal. She no longer let her brother Lu Yegua carry her, and left early every day, walking step by step toward her workplace. A few women happened to pass by, and saw Lu Jiejie. "Isn't that Lu Jiejie? Look at her outfit. It's really pretty. Why is her braid different from ours? It's wrapped around. Her clothes make her neck look so long." She must be a dancer. She's so beautiful. Look at her walking. It doesn't seem special, but it's just nice. Why is she so fair? I don't know what she put on her lips. They're so red. And her waist is so slim. When two people in the same position suddenly become outstanding, there might be jealousy, but Lu Jiejie is different since childhood. She was pampered like a porcelain doll and later joined a performing arts troupe. They admired and imitated her, but they couldn't feel jealousy. One girl nudged her friend beside her. Lu Chao, didn't you say you learned to dance too? Why does your cousin walk differently? Has she had special training? You should ask her to teach us too. How would I know? After Lu Chao finished speaking, she realized her tone was a bit off. She said, this is my cousin's job. How could she easily teach us? Then why don't you tell us about Lu Jiejie and Zhou Wenqing? They say they're dating, but I haven't seen them interact much these past few days. In the 1970s village, young girls listened to stories about rich young ladies falling in love with charming scholars. Zhou Wenqing was handsome and well-mannered. So many girls in the village liked him. But with Lu Jiejie's presence, they didn't dare to approach him. Maybe they are upset with each other. But I never said my cousin and Zhou Wenqing are dating. Lu Chao hesitated. Forget it, I won't say anything. Come on, tell us. The other girls urged her. Lu Chao frowned, feeling troubled. Actually, Zhou Wenqing never agreed to date my cousin. It's just something she spread around. The other girls were stunned. Lu Jiejie used to look for Zhou Wenqing every day and even lost her temper in public. They all thought they were in a relationship. It turns out Lu Jiejie was just being overly sentimental. The morning breeze was cool. As soon as Lu Jiejie appeared, the man waiting at the door to register couldn't take his eyes off her. With her fair face, long swan-like neck, slender waist, and a hint of her ankle visible, she was stunning. If she were just a young girl or someone's daughter, the village rascals might have whistled at her. But as the daughter of the village leader, who was cherished like a treasure and had 4 strong brothers, no one dared to act inappropriately. Zhou Wenqing, standing under a tree, had never seen Lu Jiejie like this. He remembered her wearing similar dresses before, but she didn't have the same charm back then. Now, she looked obedient, graceful, and bright like the rising sun. He was taken aback and walked over to Lu Jiejie, asking, "Is your leg better?" "Stay away from me." Lu Jiejie frowned. Just then, her 3 brothers quickly approached from a distance. Seeing them, Zhou Wenqing immediately got scared and walked away. He happened to walk next to Xue Yan and saw him glance at Lu Jiejie, sneering softly, as Xue Yan's gaze shifted to the right, his fierce eyebrows resembling a fierce spirit, causing Zhou Wenqing to choke on his words. Big brother Lu Jiejie stepped forward. "Little sister, you forgot your water bottle. Mom added some brown sugar to it. Drink it if you get thirsty." Lu Jiejie smiled sweetly. "Thank you, big brother." The other 2 brothers rolled their eyes, thinking it was nothing special to help their little sister with a water bottle. They felt he was just taking advantage of his age to claim the task. 4th brother Lu Jiejie raised an eyebrow and slowly walked over to Lu Jiejie. "What's so special about brown sugar? Little sister, guess what good thing I brought you?" Lu Jiejie, holding the water bottle, looked at Lu Jiejie but didn't see anything unusual. "What is it? You're not going to give me your slingshot, are you?" Lu Jiejie was excellent with his slingshot, hitting wild chickens and rabbits perfectly when they went hunting. She even heard that the string was made from beef tendon, which he cherished and kept under his pillow every night. Of course not. Lu Jiejie, worried that Lu Jiejie might think he didn't care for her, quickly added, "I can let you play with it." He usually wouldn't even let their parents touch it, so saying she could play with it was a big show of affection. Lu Jiejie shook her head. "I don't want to play with that." She didn't want to touch her 4th brother's treasure. Curiously, she asked, "So, what do you really want to give me?" "Of course, it's bird eggs." Lu Jiejie pulled out 3 small bird eggs from his pocket, which were so small that Lu Jiejie hadn't noticed them earlier. Lu Jiejie's eyes widened. The bird eggs were dark and clearly cooked over a fire, something she had never eaten before. Lu Jiejie placed the bird eggs in Lu Jiejie's hands. "Whenever you get hungry, take a sip of water and eat a bird egg. When we get home, Mom will make you boiled eggs. Thank you, fourth brother. What for? Lu Yegua playfully tugged at his little sister's braid. In the next moment, he felt a chill on his back and looked around in confusion, but saw nothing unusual. Xue Yan was weaving a basket, his fingers nimble as the tough bamboo twisted easily in his hands like playful toys. Lu Yeguang sometimes admired Xue Yan for his skills. He could finish far more quickly and still find time to make baskets to sell. Unlike him, who just wanted to sleep after finishing his chores and eating. Smack. Lu Yeguang felt a sharp pain on the back of his hand. Thinking it was his two older brothers, he turned to shout, "Do you want to die, Mom?" Lu Yeguang jumped back in surprise. His mother scolded him. "You troublesome boy, how dare you bully your sister? If we weren't outside, I'd teach you a lesson." "That's right, fourth brother, you're going too far, even picking on our little sister. Big brother has to teach you a lesson today." Lu Igua stepped forward and grabbed Lu Yeguang by the neck, commanding, "You need to clean the pigsty at noon." Lu Yeguang desperately refused. "I don't want to. You're just jealous that my little sister likes me." Everyone in the family knew that Lu Jiejie loved cleanliness. If he had to clean the pigsty and ended up smelling terrible, she would definitely avoid him. Lu Jiejie watched her two brothers acting like children and helplessly rubbed her forehead. Everyone in the village knew that the Lu family spoiled their daughter, and the locals had grown used to it over the years. However, the new educated youth were different. In the 1970s, even though the country promoted equality and women could hold up half the sky, most people still valued boys over girls. Many families risked everything to have sons, especially in the countryside, where the preference for boys was very strong. Some of the female educated youth came to Shishui village because their parents wanted to keep a son and sent their daughters to endure hardship instead. When they saw Lu Jiejie being treated like a flower, they felt both envious and resentful. Why was Lu Jiejie so cherished? Not only were her fingers long and clean, but she was also more beautiful than the city girls. Meanwhile, they had only been in the countryside for a few months, and their fingers had become rough and unattractive, their palms calloused. Their once fair skin was now tanned and yellowed, and they wore unattractive clothes to work in the fields, with messy hair that they had no time to fix. Someone was about to complain when they saw the team leader walking over with his hands behind his back, and they quickly swallowed their words. Luo Qingqing saw Father Lu approaching and weakly walked over. "Team leader, I'm not feeling well today. Can I be the work points recorder for a day?" She had been working in the fields for several days, far beyond her mental limits, but if she didn't work, she wouldn't have money for food. Luo Qingqing lightly touched her forehead. "I really feel unwell today." Father Lu looked at the frail young woman and felt annoyed. "Then go shovel pig manure today. That job is easy." Luo Qingqing. In the summer, the pig pen was filled with flies and was both smelly and disgusting. After shoveling pig manure once, Luo Qingqing couldn't eat for a whole day. Tears streamed down Luo Qingqing's face as she crouched down and cried. "Team leader, I have always respected you as the leader, but you can't bully us. Why can only Lu Jiejie be the work points recorder? Why can't I do it?" Those who knew about the job ownership were shocked. Meanwhile, Lu Jiejie raised an eyebrow, her tone soft but her words bold. "Because I'm Lu Jiejie and you're not. If you want this job, you can pay me 1 yuan a day, and I'll let you take my place." Now, job positions were considered personal property and could even be sold. Lu Jiejie held her chin up slightly, her glassy eyes shining in the light, looking as proud as a beautiful Persian cat. Her delicate arrogance was hard to dislike. "Why should I pay you?" Luo Qingqing clutched her chest, looking both helpless and angry. If she could earn 1 yuan a day, she would have taken leave every day. Lu Jiejie blinked twice. "Because this job is mine, and if you want to do it, you need to negotiate with me." "You," Luo Qingqing bit her lip. She had good qualities. When she cried, her tears fell like beads, making her both heart-wrenching and beautiful. She stopped talking to Lu Jiejie and turned to Father Lu. "Is what Lu Jiejie said true? Do I need her permission to be the work points recorder?" According to the job rules, it was possible. Father Lu nodded. "You two can discuss it. As long as you both agree, it's fine." "Why should I?" Luo Qingqing almost screamed. Why did she have to get Lu Jiejia's approval for this job? She blurted out, just because Lu Jiejia is your daughter, does she have the right to decide who gets this job? Does your family want to be the landlords of Shishui village? What nonsense are you talking, you little brat? Lu's mother shouted angrily. Our family as landlords? How dare you make such accusations? Our family has been poor for 18 generations. Her voice was already sharp, and in rural arguments, strength matters. Lu's mother was definitely one of the best at it. She was skilled at tearing clothes and pulling hair, methods rural women often used to settle disputes. But these tactics wouldn't work on the educated youth. They were at a disadvantage and wouldn't retaliate verbally, making it easier to stir sympathy. Lu Jiejia understood this, but didn't intervene because the more Luo Qingqing played the victim, the more it would benefit her family later. She watched Luo Qingqing's performance with wide eyes and added, Luo Qingqing, do you know that framing public officials is illegal? Or, do you want to be sent to a harder place? Luo Qingqing shook her body, acting like a forced housewife. Your family is really something. You give all the easy jobs to your own people, and when we protest, you want to send us to harder places. Lu Jiejia, you're going too far. Playing the victim finally worked. The other educated youth, who didn't fully understand the situation, began to murmur. Why should Lu Jiejia get the job of recording work points? This is a village position. I think everyone should have a chance. Just because Lu Jiejia is the captain's daughter, she can do whatever she wants. Isn't that favoritism? Look at us, and then look at Lu Jiejia. She acts like a wealthy person. Why doesn't she have to do farm work? Lu Yegua scoffed and glared at the female educated youth. My sister doesn't have to do farm work because we brothers support her. If you can, let your brother support you. And this job is...
Ouch.
He hadn't finished speaking before Lu's mother slapped him. After all these years, she was clever and had been waiting for these educated youth to cause a stir. Lu's mother had long been displeased with the young intellectuals. They didn't work well, but they should at least show some attitude. Instead, they were sneaky, causing trouble, and it was time to set them straight. Ridiculous. My daughter is supported by my hard work, while your family relies on your older brother's efforts, Lu's mother said, rolling her eyes. Everyone is poor now. They work hard but earn little. The eldest and second son have families and many children. If they relied solely on the young couples, they could survive, but their nutrition might suffer, especially since girls tend to be shorter and develop later, leading to shorter lives. Fortunately, 2 of her 4 sons were still unmarried and could help out otherwise. The eldest and second sons felt embarrassed. Especially the second son, Lu Ganghua, was so ashamed he couldn't lift his head. His family took advantage of the situation, and his wife always caused trouble, being lazy and greedy. Lu's mother turned to the blushing young woman. If you're not happy, let your parents support you. Our Jia can manage without doing farm work, so keep your opinions to yourself.
You.
Your family is bullying us, the young woman cried. Other confused young intellectuals joined in. Why should Lu Jia get the easiest job? We don't agree. Don't agree? Lu's father said sternly. The government sent you to the countryside. When you signed, didn't anyone tell you that you can't choose your work? You do what you're assigned. The shouting young intellectuals fell silent. Why is the work of the points recorder only given to Lu Jia? The argument returned to the beginning. Luo Qingqing began to plead, Lu Jia, can you let me have this job for just one day? You can't keep it forever. Luo Qingqing wanted to say more, but Zhou Wenqing pulled her aside and whispered, stop talking about the job and get to work. But I really need this job. Zhou Wenqing thought, who wouldn't want such an easy job? Wenqing, you should join us and bravely resist this unfair treatment. If everyone complains to the town, I can't believe the Lu family can continue to dominate. Lu Jiejia watched as Luo Qingqing clenched her fists, looking like she wanted to rebel, and nearly laughed out loud. She tilted her head and said, if you want my job so much, I actually think my job isn't good enough either. I'd like to work as a clerk in the county. Do you think anyone would give that to me? Lin Feng, a young man from the countryside who had a crush on Luo Qingqing, saw the woman he liked crying for so long and said, What do you mean your job? This is clearly the team's job. Why should you be able to do it while Luo Qingqing can't? Laughter erupted from the crowd. Most of the discontent came from the new young people, while the villagers knew that this position was assigned to Lu Jiejie by the government and belonged to her personally. An older young person who knew the truth tugged at Lin Feng's arm. Stop talking. This job is Lu Jiejie's. Lin Feng, filled with righteous anger, replied, Sun Jie, I didn't expect you to be so afraid. Everyone elected you as class leader, hoping you could unite us. Now that we young people have been wronged, why don't you speak up for us? A few young women also gathered around. Sun Jie, are we just going to be bullied like this? Look at what kind of life Lu Jiejie has. What about us? Why should such a good job go to Lu Jiejie? Good jobs should be shared. Lin Feng agreed. Right, let Luo Qingqing do it today, and then we can take turns. Lu Jiejie is just the captain's daughter, but we all know she chases after Zhou Wenqing every day without shame. Bang! Lu Yegua punched Lin Feng in the face. Lin Feng fell to the ground, his face quickly swelling up and his teeth loosened, leaving him momentarily speechless. The young women nearby screamed in fright. My little sister isn't someone you can talk about like that. If you're a man, stand up and fight us if you can. The three brothers of the Lu family surrounded Lin Feng, their unfriendly gazes making him too scared to move. Things had escalated. Lu Jiejie's eyes shifted, and she stepped forward to speak first. Everyone saw that this young man not only wants to organize everyone to take my job, but also insulted me on the spot, and even tried to incite rebellion among the young people. I suspect he is a spy sent from another country. This is a serious mistake. If it gets reported, all the educated youth might have to face an investigation. Luo Qingqing saw the Lu family getting aggressive, and her eyes flickered. She cried even more pitifully, Please don't hit us. We never meant to take your job, we just think it's unfair. We don't want the job anymore. We won't say anything else. Just please stop hitting Lin Feng. It's not about whether you want the job or not. It's about him inciting the crowd to rebel, Lu Jiejie said seriously, her cheeks slightly puffed up. Why don't you ask everyone if he was blindly inciting rebellion just now? Old Wang remembered how her son Wang Weiguo was tricked by Luo Qingqing and was the first to speak up. I can prove it. You outsiders not only don't work hard but also stir up trouble. This job clearly belongs to Lu Jiejie. Why should you take it? These educated youth couldn't keep up with the work and earned fewer points. They couldn't just let them starve, so when it came time to distribute food, they would always give them a bit more. There was only so much food. If they gave more to these educated youth, then the villagers would get less, and they were already tired of it. Exactly. We've already told you this job belongs to Lu Jiejie. Why insist on rotating it? I'd rather work in the cafeteria, where I wouldn't have to worry about food or clothing. I think we should report this to the higher-ups and kick these freeloading, educated youth out of our Shishui village, or send them to other villages. Sun Jie was anxious. Luo Qingqing just doesn't understand the situation. Don't let a few people's biases affect us. Their comments don't represent the rest of us. We all know this job belongs to Lu Jiejie, and we have no ill intentions. Luo Qingqing didn't expect these people to side with the Lu family. Were they all brainwashed by oppression? The situation was not looking good. After Lu Yegua got involved, there were even fewer people standing by her side. She bit her lip, her eyes red. This is all my fault. I shouldn't have tried to take Lu Jiejie's job. As she spoke, tears began to fall again, making her look even more pitiful. Lu Jiejie was also confused about where all of Luo Qingqing's tears were coming from, and they just kept falling. Some of the softer-hearted villagers were not complaining as loudly as before, while the previously quiet female educated youth seemed to be getting stirred up again. At that moment, a sudden voice reached everyone's ears. You really like to cry. Xue Yan, holding a half-finished basket, said with a stern expression. After speaking, he didn't wait for anyone to respond and continued weaving the basket. Lu Jiejie paused, surprised that Xue Yan would speak up for their family. The other villagers also realized it. Yes, this girl was crying for no reason and had no valid point. She was clearly trying to drain everyone's sympathy. Old Wang couldn't stand such pretentious behavior. If you have something to say, just say it. Why cry? You keep insisting on taking someone else's job, and then you cry. This young woman had been acting aloof since she arrived in the village, always looking down her nose at others, carrying a book around, and fainting when it was time to work. Who knew she had such deep schemes? Luo Qingqing was almost driven to frustration by these narrow-minded villagers. She was clearly trying to help them break free from oppression, yet they stood against her. Indeed, they were just some uncivilized troublemakers. With tears in her eyes, she wasn't sure if she should keep crying. Luo Qingqing looked at Lu Jiejie and apologetically said, "I'm sorry." Seeing that it was getting late, Lu Jiejie replied, "You really should apologize to me." A young woman was still mumbling, "But this is everyone's position. Even now, you're being used. Almost everyone has told you this job is mine. Why can't you understand that?" Lu Jiejie searched her bag, as she always kept her identification handy. She easily pulled out her work permit. The work permit was a small red book, which opened to reveal her name, gender, home address, and job details. Lu Jiejie held up her work permit with both hands, her face serious. "Do you see this clearly?
I said this job is mine.
This is not a public position in the village. It is my personal position assigned to me by the state." Those who were unwilling to accept it were completely stunned. Even Luo Qingqing forgot to cry, her eyes wide as she looked at the little book in Lu Jiejie's hands. "I have told you many times that this job is mine, yet you young people still gather and cause trouble because of Luo Qingqing's few words of crying. We seriously doubt what your true motives are." Lu Jiejie thought for a moment and asked, "Is it laziness? Or is it really, like I said earlier, trying to stir up trouble in Shishui village, as if she is a traitor sent by the enemy?" "Yes, I think you were deliberately causing trouble just now," Lu's mother said as she stepped in front of Lu Jiejie, clearing her throat. "Before being sent here, we told you to follow the arrangements. Since you understand this, why are you still causing a scene? Someone must be instigating this." She glanced at Luo Qingqing. "Isn't she just good at crying? I suspect the enemy sent her to use her charm to confuse everyone." The villagers and other educated youth immediately became alert, stepping back a few paces, wanting to distance themselves from Luo Qingqing. The country was still young, and there were many people from unyielding organizations lurking within it. The more they looked at Luo Qingqing, the more suspicious they became. Upon reflection, she had indeed incited the educated youth to cause trouble. Under the hostile gazes of the crowd, Zhou Wenqing also stepped away. He had warned many times, but Luo Qingqing still insisted on her way. Now that she was caught, he couldn't risk his own safety. Luo Qingqing was completely panicked. She only wanted an easier job because she couldn't handle farm work. Old Wang suggested to Lu's father, "Captain, I think we should send this young woman to the county. Otherwise, she might steal important information from our village, and then we would all be in trouble." Lu's mother chimed in, "Yes, Captain, I agree with Old Wang. A young woman who can scheme like this should be investigated by the authorities." Lu Jiejie remained silent, waiting for Luo Qingqing to take the bait. Luo Qingqing was truly scared and cried. She ran to Sun Jie, class leader. "You should know I'm not a spy." Lu Jiejie asked, "Then why were you inciting everyone just now?" She hinted at Luo Qingqing, who paused and remembered Lu Jiejie's words. Was it really out of laziness, or? Lu Jiejie looked at her father, adding fuel to the fire. "Dad, Zhou Wenqing knows this job is mine. Luo Qingqing and Zhou Wenqing are comrades. How could she not know? I think she is deliberately stirring up trouble among those unaware of the truth. Maybe we should let the authorities investigate her." "Yes, we really didn't know this job was for Lu Jiejie. We thought it was a public position in the village." The girl who had been shouting earlier was eager to distance herself from the situation. Seeing his daughter speak, Father Lu nodded, then find 2 people to take her to the county. Luo Qingqing was hesitant at first, but now her mind was blank. She shouted, "I'm not a spy. I just want an easy job." She extended her hand, sobbing. "After working on the farm for several days, my hands are covered in blisters. I really can't take it anymore. That's why I want it." A smile crept into the corner of Lu Jiejie's eyes. She wanted Luo Qingqing to admit her laziness in front of everyone, showing her true nature. With this as a premise, Luo Qingqing's aloof persona could no longer be maintained. Xue Yan planned to go this far, but 2 days ago, Lu Jiejie had dreamt of some fragmented memories. The time when the original owner fell into the water and was saved by Xue Yan was not an accident. She was pushed in during an argument with Luo Qingqing. In her memories, Luo Qingqing looked terrifyingly fierce, not the innocent little rabbit she pretended to be, but a vampire relying on her facade. Lu Jiejie's actions today were to make everyone realize that Luo Qingqing was not a simple and innocent person. Instead, she was cunning and skilled at using others. Lu Jiejie rubbed her pale fingers along the strap of her bag and said heavily, "Because of laziness, you've used so much cunning to make others fight for you. Do you know that your actions have put other girls in trouble?" Her words completely isolated Luo Qingqing. With tear-filled eyes, Luo Qingqing shook her head. "I didn't want this, but it's too hot. I really can't take it anymore. If I keep working like this, I might collapse." She still looked pitiful, but no one was willing to stand up for her anymore. Lu Jiejie pressed her lips together, looking very angry. "Working on the farm will make you collapse? Why don't the other girls feel the same way? And according to my records, you've only completed 3 work points in the past 3 days. If that's all it takes for you to collapse, maybe you should go to the hospital and see what's wrong with you." The crowd began to stir. 3 work points. A young child can work 3 work points in a morning, while Luo Qingqing only managed 3 work points in a whole day. "I know this. Luo Qingqing gets dizzy after working for just a few minutes and spends all day sitting under a big tree reading a book. That's not all. She often plays the victim, getting some young men to help her. Isn't it just because of her looks? She just cries all the time. It's not like she's the only one who works hard. Other young people don't complain, but she seems to have her own agenda." Luo Qingqing listened to the crowd's criticism. She glanced around at the young people who used to admire her. They were all keeping their distance. The girls who had just defended her now looked at her with disdain. Luo Qingqing rolled her eyes and fainted. No one from the village helped, so the young people had no choice but to take her to the hospital. At noon, Lu's father went to a meeting in town and decided they would harvest the crops the day after tomorrow, giving everyone a day off tomorrow. Harvesting requires a lot of effort, and even the strongest young men can lose weight. Taking advantage of the day off, the 3 Lu brothers planned to go hunting in the mountains to bring some food home. Although they couldn't take the game directly home, they could earn work points and get some for themselves. Just as the Lu brothers left, Lu Chao came in with a basket and asked Lu Jiejie, "Cousin, do you want to go find mushrooms?" It was summer, and there was plenty of food in the mountains, with many edible mushrooms growing. Besides small animals, they might also find wild pine nuts, wild grapes, and wild strawberries. However, most had already been picked by villagers, and the remaining ones were hard to find. Of course, there were more in the deep mountains, but it was also more dangerous. Lu's mother didn't want Lu Jiejie to work. She put down her needlework and said, "Your foot isn't healed yet. Why look for mushrooms? We have enough food at home. Don't go." Lu Jiejie remembered the last time she had an accident in the mountains, and her mother was still worried. After looking at her mother's tired face and hesitating for a moment, Lu Jiejie said, "Mom, I think I should go. This time, I'll only stay at the foot of the mountain and won't go deeper. The mountain mushrooms are very nutritious, and the harvest is coming soon. We should gather as much as we can. There might even be some unexpected surprises." "I'll go with my aunt," Lu Hua said. She is 9 years old and often goes up the mountain to gather pig grass in exchange for work points. She added, "I know the safest places, so my aunt can just follow me." Lu Yu, who is 7, blinked and said, "Grandma, I want to go protect my aunt too. My dad said that boys should protect girls, so I'll go with them," Deshawn said, patting his small chest. Zhang Shuyan knew how much Lu's mother cared for her sister-in-law. Seeing her 2 daughters step forward made her anxious, and she looked at Lu's mother. Tian Jinhua was also very upset. Her son is the eldest grandson of the Lu family. How could he go up the mountain in this hot weather? She remembered that her 2 younger brothers never worked at this age. It was always the girls doing the chores. Why was it different in the Lu family? Tian Jinhua was so anxious that she was almost bubbling over, but she didn't dare to say anything and could only signal Deshawn with her eyes. However, Deshawn completely ignored her. At 7, he loved to be mischievous and was always jumping around. Lu Jiejie rubbed her forehead. She wasn't used to taking care of others. What if something happened with a bunch of kids following her? Just as she was about to refuse, she saw Lu's mother roll her eyes. They were still so young and claiming to protect her daughter.
Ugh.
Lu's mother threw some unsewn pants to Tian Jinhua and said, "You and the eldest daughter need to mend the torn clothes and wash the dirty ones today. I'm going to the mountain with Jiejie." Lu Jiejie. Lu's mother directed the capable younger ones in the house to join her. No one was allowed to be idle. Tian Jinhua's eldest daughter, Lu Hao, hesitated for a moment, but then picked up a basket. Deshawn ran over and tossed his basket to her, saying, "Sister, can you hold this for me?" Lu Hao instinctively took it, and Deshawn dashed away. The baskets at home were quite large. Lu Hao carried one on her back and had to hold the other in front. Lu Jiejie frowned as she looked at the very sensible Lu Hao, who was only 8. She went over and ruffled her hair, saying, "Here, let me help you with that." Tian Jinhua watched the scene from a distance and almost lost her temper. She also wanted Lu Hao to help her with the laundry, and there was a little girl in the house, only 2 years old, who also needed Lu Hao's care. But with Mother Lu around, Tian Jinhua didn't dare to complain. Lu Chao looked uncomfortably at Lu Jiejie, who was surrounded by everyone. Why was Lu Jiejie so lucky? Not only was she beautiful, but her whole family spoiled her. Lu Jiejie took the basket from Lu Hao's hands and called out to the running Dashan, "Dashan, come here." Dashan turned around and saw Lu Jiejie calling him. He noticed his aunt's tense expression and felt a bit uneasy, slowly walking over. "Aunt, why did you give the basket to your sister?" Lu Jiejie asked. Dashan looked confused and scratched his head. "My mom said I'm still young. Carrying heavy things could hurt my bones, and when I grow up, I won't have the strength to work." Lu Jiejie. Lu Jiejie couldn't hold back her expression any longer and retorted, "Aren't you afraid of hurting your sister?" Dashan glanced at Lu Hao and then at the basket. He was used to giving heavy things to his sister without question, simply because she was the sister. "Dashan, your sister is a girl. If she carries her own things and yours too, it will be very hard for her. If you are carrying something heavy, she can help you, but if you are not struggling, you shouldn't just give her all your things," Lu Jiejie said seriously, her voice pleasant to hear as Dashan looked up at her. "Aunt, did I really do something wrong?" Dashan didn't understand, but he had always done this, and no one had ever told him it was wrong. Seeing her brother in a difficult position, Lu Hao reached out and took Dashan's basket, whispering, "It's okay, Aunt, I can carry it." The little girl had been taught this way since she was young. It wasn't that she didn't dare to resist, but her spirit of resistance had been suppressed from the start. Resistance brought punishment and hunger. The submissiveness ingrained in her since childhood slowly became part of her, and no one helped her break free from it. They didn't understand, and gradually believed it was how things should be. In the end, they might even reject help from the outside world. Lu Chao chimed in, "Cousin, everyone does it this way. It's normal for a sister to help her brother. It's just a basket after all." "This is not a backpack," Lu Jiejie replied. Lu Chao pressed her lips together in annoyance. Her cousin was always making a fuss. With so many people pampering her, why couldn't she just enjoy it without worrying about everything? Lu Jiejie gently held Dashan's shoulder. "Dashan, your sister cares for you, so you should care for your sister too, understand?" Dashan nodded, somewhat confused. "I understand. Just understanding is not enough." Lu Jiejie took the backpack off Lu Hao's back. "Today you will carry 2 backpacks."
Ah.
Dashan instantly made a sad face. "What are you ing about?" Lu Jiejie believed that only by experiencing something could one truly understand it.
Why say so much to him?
He's a waste, spoiled by that bad influence, Tian Jinhua. Lu Mu turned back after a few steps, grabbed the backpack from Lu Jiejie, and put it directly on Dashan. she said fiercely. If I find out you're being sneaky, you won't eat for a whole day. Dashin shrank his head. Grandma, I understand. He wanted to run away like usual, but after just 2 steps, he stopped. The backpack was really big, and carrying it made him tired quickly, so he had to slow down. After dealing with Dashin, Lu Mu's attention turned to Lu Hao. And you can't even do anything right. If your mother bullies you, why don't you tell your father? Why do you listen to her for everything? You haven't even split from the family yet, and you're letting her push you around. Such troublesome kids. They were making a good child foolish. Lu Chao quickly said, Auntie, please don't be angry. Cousin cares for her niece too. After all, Cousin graduated high school and is well educated, so she tries to reason with everyone. Lu Jejia. That compliment didn't sound like a compliment. Lu Mu proudly tilted her head. Of course. You don't know how well Jejia did in high school. How many people in Shishui village have graduated from high school? Even among the educated youth, none have a higher education level than my daughter. And look at how beautiful your cousin is. I tell you, she was so well-behaved in my belly that she never made me sick. She has always known how to care for her mother.
Lu Mu went on and on.
Lu Chao smiled stiffly. Well, my cousin is indeed outstanding. She didn't want to talk anymore. Come with me, Lu's mother said, pulling Lu Jejia's hand. Lu Jejia couldn't help but laugh at the sight, but soon she couldn't laugh anymore. Today was a holiday, and they encountered many women of Lu's mother's age on the road. Hey, Lu's family, where are you taking your daughter today? Oh, you don't know. This girl is very filial. She knows there's a harvest tomorrow and insists on going up the mountain to find some good food for me. I really couldn't stop her, so I thought, why not go with her? Lu's mother exclaimed. Those who had a good relationship with the Lu family showered them with compliments. They praised Lu Jejia to the skies. Lu Jejia could only keep smiling until her face felt stiff from it. Lu's mother began to sing her praises. All my luck in life has gone into raising my daughter. You don't know, my daughter is much more filial than her brothers. She won't even eat the persimmons, saving them for me and her dad. She insists on sharing her egg custard with me. I can't refuse it. Sigh. I'm worried that she's too filial and might end up at a disadvantage. Lu Jejia thought. She doesn't even realize how good she is. As more people praised her, some who disapproved of the Lu family's pampering of their daughter remarked sarcastically, You should be careful. Last time she fell, and it took a while for her to recover. You really need to watch over her. Why spoil a girl so much? She'll have to marry off sooner or later. As soon as she said this, the surroundings fell silent. Lu's mother sneered, Qian Posey, what you said is ridiculous. No one falls in the same place twice. To be honest, you should be more careful. I heard your daughter-in-law has lost 2 babies, and one of them was a boy. I have to say, it must be because you insisted on having a boy when you were young, even at the cost of your daughter's lives.
Well,
I even asked around, and people say that if you drive the real troublemaker out of the Qian family, boys will come naturally. Qian Posey was furious, feeling that this was a clear hint for the Qian family to kick her out. You're talking nonsense. Just consider it nonsense, Lu's mother said, turning around and leading Lu Jejia away. The selfish person let her 2 daughters starve just to have a son, and now she has the nerve to talk in front of her. Lu Hao followed behind, watching her mother hold Lu Jejia's hand, her eyes filled with longing. This was the first time she went up the mountain so easily without carrying anything. The path up the mountain wasn't steep, but Lu Jejia walked slowly because of her foot injury. Children were peeking around by the roadside, pulling up any edible wild vegetables they found. Lu's mother was surprised to find a large patch of wild vegetables as soon as they reached the mountain. She squatted down to start digging, while Lu Jejia moved to the side. When she licked her dry lips, she suddenly craved chicken. Just then, she spotted a wild chicken in her line of sight. Its colorful feathers were bright and shiny, making it quite noticeable. On a summer morning around 8, the sun was starting to warm up, but there was a slight breeze in the mountains, so it wasn't too hot. The grass by Lu Jejia's feet swayed gently. To move better on the mountain, she wore a gray long shirt on top and black long pants below. Her mother had tied some dry twigs and wild grass around Lu Jiejia's ankles and carefully secured the hem of her pants with a thin string. She was afraid of scaring the wild chicken, so she lifted her foot and placed it down slowly. However, she underestimated the wild chicken's alertness. As soon as her foot touched the ground, the chicken flapped its wings twice and flew away. Since Lu Jiejie was not far away, the chicken's wings stirred up a cloud of dust. She raised her arm to shield her face and coughed. Indeed, animals in the mountains were hard to catch, so she took a few steps back. Lu's mother heard the noise and ran over, but all she saw was the wild chicken flying away, already far off. "Oh, isn't that a wild chicken?" Lu's mother said, her eyes lighting up. Lu Jiejie sighed. "I thought I could catch it." "Catch what?" "Don't try to catch it next time you see one," Lu's mother said, removing a piece of grass from Lu Jiejie's head. Lu Jiejie asked, "Are we protecting animals?" "What do you mean, protecting animals?" Lu's mother looked at Lu Jiejie in confusion, then started putting the wild vegetables she had dug into her basket, saying, "Do you think the wild chickens here are like the ones at home? Let me tell you, those wild chickens have strong claws and are very powerful. Even some strong men wouldn't dare to catch them. With your strength, if you try to catch a wild chicken, you'll probably end up with scratches all over your face and body. I remember a year when a young woman tried to catch one and ended up with her face all scratched up. She almost got it in her eyes," Lu's mother said, feeling a bit scared. "Stop thinking about meat all the time. You're too bold to even try." Lu Jiejie shyly touched her nose, her lips slightly pouting. She used to think catching wild chickens looked easy on TV, but she didn't expect it to be so hard in reality. "Did you hear that?" Lu's mother urged. Lu Jiejie obediently replied, "I understand." Seeing that they had gathered enough wild vegetables, Lu's mother looked around and whispered, "Later, you should say that you dug up these wild vegetables. Do you hear me?" Lu Jiejie nodded, feeling speechless. Everyone spread out to gather wild vegetables. Lu Jiejie moved to the side. She didn't find any wild vegetables, but discovered some mushrooms. She knew brightly colored mushrooms were usually toxic, so she picked only the common ones. Not far away, under a big tree, she saw a few white mushrooms. As she reached out to touch them, a jagged branch scratched her finger, and blood immediately started to flow. Lu Jiejie didn't dare to make a sound. If Lu's mother found out, she would probably just take her home. Fortunately, the wound wasn't too big. It was the kind that would heal on its own if she waited too long to go to the hospital. Lu Jiejie pressed on the wound and tossed the mushrooms into her basket. When she turned around, the wild chicken that had escaped earlier was standing right behind her. Her heart skipped a beat. Was it going to get back at her? Lu Jiejie panicked visibly. Seeing that the wild chicken wasn't moving, she struggled to pick up a nearby stone and threw it at the chicken's head. Then, the wild chicken, which had been so fast and strong earlier, was knocked out. Lu Jiejie, what luck is this? She wanted to call Lu's mother, but remembered the village rules. Normally, any game caught in the mountains should be brought back to the village. However, she didn't want to leave everyone empty-handed. Small animals like wild chickens, rabbits, and bamboo rats could be taken home. Even though this practice was common, it wasn't exactly according to the rules, so everyone secretly took some home. If Lu Chao sees this, what will happen if we have to split it in half?
She wouldn't want that.
Lu Jiejie took some wild grass out of her basket and, with some hesitation, placed the wild chicken inside. To be honest, chicken is quite tasty, but handling an unprepared chicken makes her uneasy. She put the wild grass back into the basket to cover the chicken, but it wasn't covered well, so Lu Jiejie randomly pulled some grass to hide the exposed feathers. Just as she finished, she heard a group of girls laughing nearby. She looked up and saw some familiar faces. They were likely the young women from the village. When they spotted Lu Jiejie, their expressions changed. They remembered what happened yesterday, and they had shamelessly asked for work from others. What a shame. However, there were one or two who didn't like Lu Jiejie, one of them named Lin Xiaoxia, who came from a family that favored boys over girls. Lin Xiaoxia shifted her gaze from Lu Jiejia's bright eyes to her basket and noticed it was filled with wild grass. Her small eyes finally found something to criticize, and she sneered, "Lu, you know those things on top are not edible." A useless person like her, it's hard to understand why the Lu family spoils her. If it were her, she would definitely do better than Lu Jiejia. Lu Jiejia smiled and moved the basket behind her. "It's fine. I'll feed these to the chickens at home." "But chickens won't eat this grass," Lin Xiaoxia replied, her tone a bit accusatory and mocking. One of the other young women tugged at Lin Xiaoxia's sleeve, warning her to be quiet. Another young woman stepped forward, took off her basket, and said, "Lu Jiejia, I'm Li Fun. I'm sorry about yesterday. Let me give you my wild vegetables." Li Fun's face turned red. She had acted thoughtlessly yesterday. She walked up to Lu Jiejia and insisted on putting her wild vegetables and mushrooms into Lu Jiejia's basket. "No, thank you." Lu Jiejia tried to step aside, but Li Fun held onto the basket. As they stood close together, Li Fun looked at Lu Jiejia several times. In this era, it's rare to see a girl as fresh and lovely as her. During the pushing, Li Fun accidentally touched Lu Jiejia's fingers several times. They were soft and smooth, and she was afraid of hurting her, so she eased up her strength. However, she insisted, "Just accept it. If I keep this in my heart, it will be too hard for me." As she spoke, she poured everything into Lu Jiejia's backpack. No matter how much Lu Jiejia tried to refuse, it was useless, and in the end, she had to lie down. Lu Hua and Lu Hao happened to see many young women surrounding Lu Jiejia, with one pulling at her backpack. They were frightened and ran over, calling for their mother. "Mom, come quickly. Many people are bothering our aunt." Although today was a day off, the youth center was closed. It used to be a large courtyard that was damaged during the revolution. When the young people first went to the countryside, the villagers repaired it into a youth center, rebuilding the fallen walls with dirt. The courtyard had 4 rooms in total, separated by a wall in the middle. 2 rooms were for the young women, and 2 were for the young men. Luo Qingqing lived in the room at the far end. Although it was occupied, the spider webs on the ceiling were still thick. Inside, there was a small cabinet for each person and a large heated bed several meters long, with everyone's sleeping areas arranged on top, each having their own little space. Luo Qingqing's bed was in the center of the large heated bed. She was lying there, feeling weak from a high fever caused by yesterday's events, and spent the day alone on her sickbed. After lying there for a while, she realized her reputation was almost ruined. Luo Qingqing got out of bed, took a box of ointment, and went outside. She gently opened the door to the young men's quarters. Since there were 2 rooms, she didn't know where Lin Feng was, so she called softly, "Lin Feng, are you there?" Lin Feng's face was quite swollen. Lu Yegua's punch had been hard, and he hadn't expected to have a low fever that night. Feeling dizzy today, he hadn't gone hunting with the young men. When he heard Luo Qingqing's voice, he instantly opened his eyes. Sunlight filtered through the window, but the window was small, and it grew dimmer the further inside you went. Lin Feng propped himself up, but quickly fell silent again. Thinking he had misheard, he was about to lie back down when he heard someone softly call Lin Feng. This time, he knew he hadn't misheard. Lin Feng sat up, covering his mouth, and mumbled outside, "Is that you, Luo Qingqing?" A voice from the room on the left asked, and Luo gently walked over to open the door. A group of men living together can create an unpleasant smell, especially in summer. As soon as Luo entered, she was hit by a strong odor of sweat and shoes, making her feel like she might be sick. She quickly covered her nose and stepped back outside, saying, "Lin, it's me." Lin Feng had secretly liked Luo Qingqing for a long time, but she didn't seem to feel the same way. Today, she had finally come to see him. Lin Feng said excitedly, "Luo, did you come to see me for something?" Just as he was about to get out of bed to put on his shoes, he saw Luo Qingqing walking in. Luo was wearing a light beige floral top. Her fair skin made her look small and cool when she was serious. She entered, trying to hide her discomfort, and said, "Lin, I came to thank you for speaking up for me yesterday." "That's okay," Lin Feng replied, scratching his head. Suddenly, Tears fell from Luo's bright, clear eyes as she quietly cried, "I didn't expect you to believe in me." Her eyes sparkled with tears, looking innocent and pitiful, which made Lin Feng's heart ache. "Of course I believe you, Luo. I know you're not that kind of person." As he spoke, Lin Feng's face turned red, but the next moment he felt a sharp pain, and he winced, his expression twisting in discomfort. "It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be like this," Luo said, taking out her ointment and looking down. "This is all I can bring you right now. I can't afford anything else."
I'm really sorry.
"You don't need to apologize. This isn't your fault at all. It's those people who deliberately hid the truth," Lin Feng said, hitting the bed in frustration. "Zhou Wenqing had been the record keeper for so long, and we only arrived later. Lu Jijia never mentioned that position was private. At this point, you're the only one who can believe me. They won't listen to my explanation." Ro gently bit her lip. "I want to do easier work because I was born early and my health has been weak since childhood. I can't handle heavy tasks, but you saw what happened that day. I can only admit that." Ro pressed her lips tightly together, tears streaming down her face. Maybe because it was hot, her cheeks were slightly flushed, making her look a bit sweeter, and the tear stains on her face made her appear even more pitiful. Lin felt a pang in his heart. "Ro, please stop crying. I know you can't help it. If it comes to it, I can help you with your farm work in the future." Ro widened her eyes in disbelief and shook her head vigorously. "How can that be? You have your own work to do. I can't trouble you." At that moment, Lin wished he could give his heart to her. "What's the problem? I'm a man. I can handle more work." Ro's expression turned cold. "Lin, don't say that. I won't agree to it. Ro, you are really a good girl. Those people outside just don't understand you. Let's not talk about this." Ro took out some ointment. "This is new. I've only used it a few times. It can reduce swelling. You should try it." Lin hesitated for a moment, then reached out to take it. Their fingertips accidentally touched, and Ro's eyes flickered. She covered her fingers and turned away, seemingly shy. "I won't talk to you anymore. I'm leaving now." Ro ran out, and in that moment, it felt like Lin's soul had also flown away. Under a large, dense tree, two girls around 8 or 9 years old stood in front of Lu Jijia. Lu Hua glared with wide eyes. "Why are you bullying my aunt?" "I'll tell you, my dad and my uncle are really strong." Lu Jijia was both amused and helpless. Just then, Lu's mother's voice came from nearby, fierce and full of energy. "Who dares to bully my daughter? Are you tired of living?" Lin Xiuxia felt guilty and shrank back. Lu Jijia helplessly patted the heads of the two girls. "No one is bullying my aunt. It's just this lady Li. Liani is giving my aunt some wild vegetables and mushrooms." Lu Jijia squatted down to let the two little ones see clearly. "Do you see?"
Ah.
The two young girls lowered their heads shyly. Mrs. Lu arrived and quickly recognized some of the young women from yesterday's disturbance. She huffed and walked over to Lu Jijia, saying, "It's hard to get a day off, and you still haven't gone to gather wild vegetables. Shishui village doesn't support idlers." The young women felt guilty and said, "Sorry to bother you. We'll leave now." Not far away, Lu Chao clenched her teeth, watching them. Mrs. Lu protected Lu Jijia, patting her clothes, showing a gentle side that was rare for someone usually so fierce. Lu Chao's hands were almost worn out from the wild grass she was holding. She wondered why she wasn't Mrs. Lu's daughter. Even though she shared the same bloodline and generation as Lu Jijia, their treatment was worlds apart. She had to work in the fields every day, wash clothes, and cook. Lu Chao walked up behind Lu Jijia and said, "Cousin, let's gather wild vegetables together. It will be safer for both of us." Lu Jijia, worried about Lu Chao discovering the wild chicken, declined and followed Mrs. Lu instead. Lu Chao, unwilling to leave, trailed behind them. Most of the edible wild vegetables at the foot of the mountain had already been picked by villagers. To gather more, they would need to put in a lot of effort. Lu Jijia didn't have to work while following Mrs. Lu, as she always harvested the wild vegetables before Lu Jijia could. Lu Chao enjoyed being close to Mrs. Lu, staying near her. Feeling bored, Lu Jejia noticed a plant with serrated leaves and asked, "Mom, what is this?" "That plant is useless and inedible. Everyone calls it pigweed." Mrs. Lu paused. "It seems to have some medicinal use, mainly for treating snake bites." Snake bites. Lu Jejia became interested and wanted to take some home. However, the plant was too sharp and she accidentally cut her finger. Lu Chao saw this immediately and, feeling a mix of glee and concern, rushed to Lu Jejia's side. "Cousin, why are you bleeding?" She used her own shirt to wipe Lu Jejia's wound, applying a bit too much pressure, causing more blood to flow. Lu Jejia felt a sting and pulled her hand away. Lu Chao looked at the small blood stain on her shirt, feeling a bit of her frustration fade away. Lu's mother turned her head and was heartbroken at the sight. "Oh my goodness, why is there blood?" "It's nothing, just a small cut." Lu Jejia brushed it off. She had seen her mother's allergic arm from a wheat stalk just days ago, so she felt there was no need to make a fuss. How can a cut that big be nothing? Lu's mother took off her backpack, pulled out some leaves, chewed them, and then wrapped them around Lu Jejia's finger. A cool sensation covered the wound. Seeing her mother worried, Lu Jejia obediently extended her finger for her to apply the remedy. Lu Chao felt anxious and took a few steps away to continue foraging for wild vegetables. Just as Lu's mother finished tending to Lu Jejia's finger, a loud crashing sound came from nearby, followed by someone shouting, "The wild boar is coming down." The mountain was thick with foliage, and aside from the paths made by villagers, weeds grew everywhere. The wild boar ran desperately forward, crashing into trees with such force that the branches above shook slightly. It ran incredibly fast, charging ahead without care. Its fur was black, its snout longer than that of a domestic pig, and as it grunted, its tusks swayed, kicking up a cloud of dust. A group of villagers followed behind, but the wild boar was simply too fast to catch. Lu Jejia's pupils constricted, and the color drained from her face as she instinctively pulled her mother aside to hide. Lu's mother reacted even faster. They both ducked behind a tree, and she instinctively shielded Lu Jejia with her body. Lu Jejia watched as the wild boar charged toward them, its large and powerful frame knocking down small trees in its path. "Isn't that Lu Jejia?" Zhang Tao shouted. The three brothers looked over in an instant, their eyes widening in shock. "Mom, little sister." The three of them quickened their pace down the hill. Xue Yan's narrow eyes showed a hint of anger as he disappeared into the group. However, the wild boar was too fast, running down the mountain as if it had lost its mind. Lu Jejia shouted to the little ones in the distance, "Stay behind the trees and don't move." Lu Chao saw the wild boar heading toward Lu Jejia, and his eyes lit up with excitement as he rubbed his fingers together. Lu Jejia picked up a sturdy branch nearby for courage, while Lu's mother grabbed a stone. 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter. The wild boar brushed past them, showing no interest at all. Lu Jejia stared blankly as the wild boar charged toward Lu Chao Chao. Lu Chao Chao was initially just watching, but when the wild boar came straight at her, she was so scared that her legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground, helplessly watching the boar approach. However, the fast-running wild boar began to slow down about 10 meters away from Lu Chao Chao, finally stopping right in front of her. Coincidentally, the boar's tusks were pressed against Lu Cao Cao's face, and it stood still. Lu Cao Cao's eyes widened as she saw the boar's face. When it didn't move, she crawled up in fear, and a strong smell filled the air. Lu Jejia sensed something was wrong and shouted to Lu Chao Chao, "Don't move." But Lu Chao Chao didn't listen. All she could think about was running forward. Lu Jejia's insistence on keeping her still felt like a threat to her life. Determined, she limped and eventually crawled away. Lu Chao Chao managed to get about 10 meters away from the wild boar when it started moving again. It seemed to regain its senses, grunting heavily before charging at her. This time, the wild boar didn't stop and aimed straight for Lu Cao Cao's stomach. The expected pain didn't come, but Lu Chao Chao fainted anyway. Xue Yan tackled the wild boar to the ground and punched it on the head. However, the boar's skin was too tough. It reared up, trying to throw Xue Yan off. With veins bulging in his arms, he plunged his knife into the boar's artery. The wild boar went wild, suddenly finding strength to stand up, causing Xue Yan to stumble back several steps, but he managed to pull out the knife. Blood sprayed everywhere, soaking Xue Yan, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. Blood dripped from him onto the ground as he stood there like a warrior. The wild boar jumped around for a moment before collapsing from blood loss. This scene shocked the villagers who had rushed over. Lu Jiejie swallowed hard, more determined than ever to improve her relationship with Xue Yan. Xue Yan wiped the blood off his knife and glanced at Lu Jiejie. His features were sharp and cold, with drops of blood sliding down his face to his neck. Lu Jiejie stared at him, unable to look away. They locked eyes for a few seconds, then Xue Yan looked at the villagers running toward them and said in a low voice, "Let's move." The villagers quickly stepped forward, saying, "Yes, yes, let's get down the mountain." With such a strong smell of blood, they didn't want to attract even more dangerous animals. The villagers and the young people walked past, avoiding Xue Yan as if he were something ominous, even though he was the one who had killed the wild boar. The three brothers surrounded Lu Jiejie and her mother. "Mom, little sister, are you okay?" Lu Jiejie's mother sighed. "That scared me to death. That huge creature came rushing down the mountain, and I almost lost my life here." As she spoke, she touched Lu Jiejie, saying, "Thank goodness my daughter is safe. How would I live if something happened to her?" Zhang Tao walked over and noticed Lu Jiejie's eyes were slightly red, glistening with tears. Her features were already beautiful, but now, after being frightened, she exuded a fragile beauty. He blushed and asked, "Comrade Lu, were you scared?" Lu Jiejie nodded, a little bit. Back in modern times, she was just an ordinary girl and had never experienced anything thrilling. She was truly frightened. A few other young men wanted to approach and ask, but they were intimidated by the glares from Lu Jiejie's brothers. Only Zhang Tao remained standing there. Lu Jiejie had long been annoyed by Zhang Tao's attempts to flirt and nudged him. "Come on, let's go help move the wild boar. We can get some extra meat for our efforts." Seeing Lu Jiejie's gaze lingering on the wild boar, Zhang Tao thought Lu Jiejie had a good point and followed him. Lu Jiejie looked around but didn't see Xue Yan. It seemed he had left while she was talking to Zhang Tao. Today, the village had caught a large wild boar, and since it was hot, they had to divide it. The team leader would decide how to share it. Lu Jiejie followed her mother down the mountain, while Lu Chaokai asked Lu Jiejie to carry it home. A few young women followed down the mountain. It had been quite a scary experience, and they were not far away, so they saw everything clearly. One young woman said, "Xue Yan is really impressive. He killed a wild boar all by himself." "That's true, but it's a bit frightening." Lin Xiuxia scoffed nearby, running her fingers through her tangled hair. "Impressive? He's just a leftover from the landlord's family. Didn't you see how he acted? He swung the knife and just killed it, as if it were nothing. I tell you, someone like him is bad to the core. He didn't even wipe off the blood, just like a ghost. I bet he would dare to kill a person someday." "Stop it, that's too scary." But Xue Yan really is quite frightening, standing there covered in blood, as if he's used to it. Lin Xiuxia snorted, showing her crooked teeth. "I've seen many like him. If it were up to me, he should do the hardest work for the least reward. His family should get less meat, and they should be made to work hard. That's the quickest way to get rid of bad seeds." Before she could finish, dirt fell on her head, and her forehead turned red instantly. Lu Jiejie picked up a piece of dirt and threw it at Lin Xiuxia, her pretty face stern. "Say that again." It had been many days since they had eaten meat, and the villagers excitedly tied up the wild boar's legs, then found a thick stick to carry it. They took turns lifting it, moving quickly with enthusiasm. Only Lu Jiejie's group was left on the road. Lu Jiejie picked up some dirt and threw it again at Lin Xiuxia, glaring at her. "Say that again." "Lu Jiejie, why are you throwing dirt at me?" Lin Xiuxia covered her forehead. Lu Jiejie replied coldly, "Why am I throwing dirt at you? Don't you know? When the wild boar went crazy, Xue Yan saved my cousin. If it weren't for him, who knows how many people would have been hurt. The country says everyone is equal, and you dare to call a hero a bad seed? You need to get some education and clean up your words. Lu Jiejia said confidently, her presence strong. Li Fan also thought Lin Xiuxia's words were too harsh. Although Xue Yan seemed a bit frightening, he had acted to save lives and shouldn't be discussed in such a disrespectful way. She spoke up, I also think it's a bit too much. How can Xue Yan save someone and still not get any credit? They should give a little more pork to the Xue family, since Xue Yan is the one who killed the pig. If you have the ability, don't eat it. It's really shameless. The girls who had just agreed with Lin Xiuxia suddenly felt embarrassed. They were a bit afraid of Xue Yan, but they could still tell right from wrong. Lin Xiuxia had her words stuck in her throat and could only mumble, the Xue family used to be oppressors. I didn't say anything wrong. Lu Jiejia wanted to shout at Lin Xiuxia, glaring at her. Times have changed. The country promotes equality for everyone. Lin, please watch your words. And what about calling someone a bad seed? You're a good person, but why didn't you jump in to protect others earlier? When you saw the wild boar, you were so scared you couldn't move. I think only Xue Yan can handle wild boars. Can you honestly say you'll never go into the mountains again? If you encounter a wild boar next time, who will save you? Just wait to be in trouble. Lu Jiejia added, when you face trouble later, don't ask for help. Those who backstab will definitely stab you in the back. Lu's mother chimed in, yes, how can you be so young and not understand the country's values? You just insult others and think you're so noble. Let me tell you, my daughter is following the country's call. You should learn from her. I see you haven't done enough farm work. You need more improvement. Several nieces and nephews raised their little fists. Let's learn from our aunt. Improvement? No one from this era could stay calm upon hearing that word. Lin Xiuxia panicked, almost biting her tongue. I didn't mean it that way. I was wrong, and I won't say it again. The other girls shrank back like quails. Lu Jiejia finally turned around with satisfaction, and the little ones gathered around her. She smiled. Let's go down the mountain to eat pork. The children cheered excitedly. Lu's mother also looked up, thrilled. Seeing her daughter so impressive reminded her of her own youth. The family happily went down the mountain. After they left, the grass nearby rustled slightly. Lu's father returned from town and learned that a wild boar had been caught in the village, feeling a rush of excitement. Every harvest is hard work, and if we don't eat well, it takes a toll on our bodies. The wild boar was brought to the village square, where tools for butchering were laid out, ready for cleaning and cutting the meat. Father Lu spoke from the platform. Today is a great day for our Shishui village. Everyone knows how tough the harvest has been in the past. This year, we ate wild boar meat before the harvest, so we have the strength to face any amount of wheat.
Right.
The crowd cheered in excitement. Father Lu continued, this pig weighs over 300 pounds. According to our rules, the Xue family will receive 30 pounds of meat. The rest will be divided among the adults, with children counted as half. If anyone wants to trade work points for the leftover meat, let us know. Everyone's eyes turned to the Xue family. Father Xue felt uneasy, even though he knew there was no malice from the villagers. Old Lady Qian scoffed, why give them so much meat? Can they even eat it all? Her words echoed the thoughts of many, and the crowd fell silent. Xue Yan sat quietly, not saying a word, but those who had seen him butcher the pig felt a chill. Lu Jiejia was shocked by the shamelessness of the crowd. Xue Yan had hunted the wild boar, and now they wanted to take his family's meat for themselves. She pointed at Mother Lu, who understood the message. After taking a deep breath, she shouted, Old Lady Qian, that's not right. They hunted a pig weighing over 300 pounds, and you just sit at home waiting to eat. If you think the meat isn't enough for you, it's none of your business if they throw it away. I'm different. Our family appreciates this more than you do. If pork falls from the sky, I'd be thrilled. I should thank the Xue family's boy. Without him, none of us would have pork. It's ridiculous to complain after receiving something for free. We don't have people in Shishui village who lack gratitude. Mother Lu spoke fiercely. If anyone is unhappy, don't take the pork. Eating someone else's food and then complaining is just shameless. After her outburst, everyone suddenly realized what was happening. Indeed, they didn't contribute at all but still enjoyed the pork. If it had been a few years earlier, this pork would have had nothing to do with them. Those who were dissatisfied just a moment ago suddenly felt guilty, and the young woman who spoke ill of Xue Yan wanted to hide her head in her lap. How embarrassing! They even called themselves cultured people, yet they did something so shameless. Old Lady Qian was speechless, but she had just been scolded by Lu's mother today and felt a bit resentful. Lu's mother glared. If you have backbone, don't take the pork. The Qian family can go up the mountain and catch a pig themselves. Exactly. Lu Jiejie couldn't help but chime in. As soon as she spoke, the little kids around her raised their heads and shouted, exactly. Even the children who played well with their cousins joined in, saying, exactly. In an instant, the square was filled with the voices of children. Lu Jiejie. Everyone else. Lu's mother smugly made a noise. Look, even the kids are more sensible than you. After living for so many years, you've ended up like this. Lu Jiejie nodded, and the little ones, seeing they were praised, nodded along. Lu Jiejie. At that moment, Xue Yan slowly turned his head and glanced at the people present. The villagers and young people felt uneasy under his cold gaze and quickly looked away. He lingered for a moment in Lu Jiejie's direction, but withdrew his gaze before anyone noticed. Lu Jiejie hadn't finished her smile when she saw Xue Yan turn back. As noon approached, the scorching sun baked the ground. The little girl had her slightly loose braids hanging in front of her chest, and beads of sweat formed on her full forehead. She was smiling, her cheeks slightly puffed out. But her smile quickly faded. She pouted and turned her gaze toward the wild boar. Lin Feng, afraid he wouldn't get any meat, forced himself to join the group of young people in the square. He took in the scene and mocked Zhou Wenqing. Back then, Lu Jiejie chased you so crazily, and now she's flirting with that Xue Yan. She must not like you anymore, right? Both of them had some feelings for Luo Qingqing, and rivals often felt particularly competitive when they met. Impossible. Zhou Wenqing sneered. Lu Jiejie is just forcing me to marry her. As for Xue Yan, no ordinary girl in the village would like him. Do you really think Lu Jiejie would be interested in him? He adjusted his white shirt and brushed his hair back with his fingers. Zhou Wenqing smirked. You should take a good look at yourself. Lin Feng was not very tall, had dark skin, and although he had big eyes, his flat nose and thick lips didn't appeal to young girls. In contrast, Zhou Wenqing had a refined, scholarly appearance, making Lin Feng look even less attractive. Lin Feng felt a surge of anger and was about to say something sarcastic when Lu's father spoke up. Old money, rules are rules, and we all must follow them. If anyone has objections, they shouldn't participate in this meat distribution. We can't have anyone challenging the village's rules. Old Money was left speechless, too afraid to speak up. Her son, annoyed, tugged at her sleeve and whispered, Mom, what are you trying to do? Do you want our family to go without meat? Everyone knew how precious meat was in this era. While others had no complaints, it was frustrating that only his mother kept bringing it up. After being scolded by her son, Old Money fell silent. Lu's father then gave an impassioned speech before calling the village's strong men to come up and butcher the wild boar. Though it was hot and everyone was sweating, they stayed put, filling the square. Lu Jiejie soon felt uncomfortable from the heat. As she shifted her legs, she suddenly remembered there was a chicken in her basket. She swallowed hard and tugged at Lu's mother's sleeve, saying, Mom, can you come home with me for a bit? Yes, it's time for lunch, Lu's mother said, leading the family home. Tian Jinhua was initially reluctant to leave, but Lu's mother gave her a firm nudge. No one could wait around for meat, especially not Tian Jinhua, who might sneak some home. Besides, her 3 sons were busy with the butchering, so there was no way they would get less. Seeing the team leader's family leave, each household left one person behind in the square while the others went home to cook and do laundry, planning to return for the meat distribution. There is a lot of farm work at home. Since I have some free time today, I need to wash everything. Otherwise, when the harvest comes tomorrow, who will have time to clean up? Mr. Xue happened to see Lu Jiejia's back. To be honest, Lu Jiejia is a bit spoiled, but her grace is not something ordinary girls possess. I heard that when she danced in town, many young men pursued her. He then looked at his son, Xue Yan, who was busy butchering a pig. He was strong and skilled, making this dirty work naturally fall to him, while another man assisted nearby. Mr. Xue sighed heavily. In the past, with their family's conditions, Lu Jiejia would have been a perfect match for Xue Yan. Back at home, Lu's mother went to her room to get rice and flour. Lu Jiejia entered the kitchen with her basket, taking out the wild vegetables and mushrooms that Li Fan had given her. Tian Jinhua noticed Lu's mother was gone, looked at the items and frowned. Sister-in-law, what did you bring back? This kind of grass, even pigs won't eat it. She had never seen such a spoiled girl. After living in the countryside for so many years, not knowing how to gather wild vegetables meant she would probably face difficulties after marriage. Sister-in-law, stay away from me, Lu Jiejia said, covering her nose. Tian Jinhua tended to sweat, didn't like to bathe, and her hair was messy, giving off an unpleasant smell. Disgusted by her odor? Tian Jinhua's expression turned sour. Sister-in-law, I'm not saying this to be mean, but you went up the mountain and brought back a bunch of useless grass. It's so busy now. If you're not going to help, don't make things harder for everyone. What do you mean I'm not helping? Lu Jiejia looked up. I earn 15 yuan a month in salary and allowances. Do you earn more than me in a day? Tian Jinhua huffed. You're just lucky. Lu Jiejia frowned. Luck is also part of skill. How do you know this luck isn't something I've built up myself? I got into the art troupe because I can dance, and I have this job because I graduated from high school. Every part of my success is due to my own effort. Then what do you do with these weeds? I'm not giving them to you. If you can, don't eat what I gather from the mountain in the future. Fine, I won't eat it. Tian Jinhua almost laughed out loud. Who would want to eat what you dug up on the mountain? Even if Lu Jiejia begged her on her knees, she wouldn't take a single bite of what Lu Jiejia brought back. What's all the noise about? Lu's mother came in holding a small basin filled with flour, glaring at Tian Jinhua. What were you just saying? My sister-in-law said she wouldn't eat anything I brought back from the mountain, Lu Jiejia huffed, holding some weeds with her slender fingers. Mom, please back me up. From now on, she can't eat my stuff. Tian Jinhua, you're causing trouble for my daughter again. Do you want to get in trouble? Lu's mother slammed the basin onto the table, causing the flour to puff up. Xue Yan, holding cornmeal, felt sorry for the scene. She thought Tian Jinhua was really something, always talking back. Xue Yan still couldn't understand why Tian Jinhua insisted on opposing her sister-in-law. Did she think she was invincible? Tian Jinhua shrank her neck, but still got hit several times by Lu's mother with a willow branch. She winced in pain. Back home, she usually got in trouble because of her brother, but now she was getting punished because of a girl. Tian Jinhua truly believed the Lu family was odd. In the village, no one spoiled their daughters like this. In her opinion, the girl was too pampered and wouldn't know how to do anything when she got married, surely ending up in trouble. When Lu Jiejia cried and returned to her family, she would just wait for her mother-in-law to regret it. Stop that. You might hurt your hand. Lu's mother quickly approached Lu Jiejia. Let me help. Her daughter's hand was already cut. She didn't want the wound to reopen. Lu's mother glanced at her own strong hands and grabbed the weeds from the basket. Her hands were meant for hard work. Her daughter's hands needed to be taken care of. Lu's mother reached in and pulled out the weeds, and her eyes lit up. What is this? As she cleared away the heavy weeds, a shiny feather appeared. Having lived so long, Lu's mother immediately recognized that there was a wild chicken in the basket. She hurriedly removed all the weeds, and sure enough, there was a wild chicken with a crushed head. Oh my goodness, my daughter. Where did you get this wild chicken? Lu's mother exclaimed, nearly clapping her hands in joy. This wild chicken is really something special. People often say that wild chicken tastes better than domestic chicken. Not only is it nutritious, but the meat is also firm. However, it's hard to catch. Lu's mother suddenly had a thought and looked closely at Lu Jejia. Seeing she wasn't hurt, she sighed in relief. Lu's mother, feeling annoyed, tapped Lu Jejia's hand. You silly child, why are you trying to catch a wild chicken? What if something happened? Tian Jinhua and Zhang Xian paused, especially Tian Jinhua, who leaned in to look into the basket.
Wow.
It really was a wild chicken, and it looked quite big. Lu's mother happily took the wild chicken out of the basket. I was just thinking about what to cook for you these days. Wild boar meat is meat, but it has a strong smell and is hard to chew. It doesn't even release any oil. With this chicken, I'll make a stew for you today with red dates and goji berries. The rest can go into the cellar, which is cool. We can take some out whenever we need it until the harvest is over. Zhang Xian and Tian Jinhua were drooling at the thought. Lu Jejia shook her head and frowned.
I don't want it.
What's wrong? Lu's mother looked confused. Lu Jejia rolled her eyes and looked down, fiddling with the grass on the ground. She said softly, this wild chicken is for the family to help with the harvest, especially for you and Dad. How can I eat it myself? Lu's mother's eyes instantly turned red. My daughter, so young yet so filial. What kind of blessing did I earn in my past life to have such a beautiful, clever, and caring daughter? Lu Jejia replied, then everyone should eat it, especially you and Dad should have more. She didn't want her parents to suffer from lack of nutrition and face difficulties when they got older. Lu Jejia then looked at Tian Jinhua and said, Sister-in-law said she will never eat anything I bring down from the mountain. From now on, not only does this wild chicken not belong to her, but anything I bring down from the mountain won't be for her either. Tian Jinhua's smile froze on her face. She was stunned, glancing at the wild chicken on the ground and then at Lu Jejia, rubbing her hands together to please her. Sister-in-law, please don't be angry. It was all my fault just now. You're the bigger person. Please don't hold it against me. For a bit of chicken, she was willing to lose face, but that was typical of Tian Jinhua. Lu Jejia ignored Tian Jinhua and looked at her mother. Mom, you just helped me. You have to support me. Of course. Lu's mother was on her daughter's side. She rolled her eyes. What a troublesome thing. Why are you eating wild chicken? Isn't wild boar meat enough for you? She hadn't even decided if she wanted to eat yet, so who was she to complain? Lu Jejia stood up. Mom, I'm all sweaty. I'm going to wash my face first. Zhang Xian quickly called out to Lu Hua outside. Xiao Hua, quickly bring your aunt some water to wash her face. Got it. Lu Chao woke up at home, having wet her pants. Aunt Lu helped her change and cleaned her up. She had 4 children in total, 2 sons and 2 daughters. Her eldest daughter was already married, leaving only this youngest daughter. As soon as Lu Chao woke up, Aunt Lu's finger almost poked her forehead. What happened to you? How could you run into a wild boar while foraging for vegetables? Now you've embarrassed yourself. Such a big girl wet her pants in public, becoming the laughingstock of many. The face of the wild boar flashed in Lu Chao's mind, and she cried out, Mom, I almost got hurt by the wild boar. Aunt Lu was frustrated, still crying? Do you know what happened afterward? Lu Chao's eyes were swollen from crying, making her round face look even bigger. She hugged her legs and shook her head. I don't know. I fainted. You silly girl, Xue Yan saved you. If it were according to our village's customs. Aunt Lu didn't finish her sentence, but Lu Chao understood what she meant. Lu Chao felt as if she had been struck by lightning. After a moment, she crawled to the edge of the bed and cried, Mom, you're not going to make me marry Xue Yan, are you? His family is so poor, I don't want to marry him. Aunt Lu remained silent, lost in thought. Lu Chao grew anxious, wiping her tears with her hand. Lu Jejia was also saved by Xue Yan, but she didn't marry him. Why should I? The Xue family is so poor, and Xue Yan has 2 younger brothers. Will I have a good life if I marry into that family? The man that Lu Jejia looks down on, if she were to marry him, wouldn't that just mean she's picking up Lu Jejia's leftovers? She absolutely doesn't want that. Well, if I don't want to marry, then I won't. According to my second brother, that's just old-fashioned thinking. Aunt Lu hesitated. After all, Xue Yan is strong. He was the one who caught that wild boar today. But Lu Chao's strong reaction makes it impossible for her to force her daughter into it. Besides, the Xue family is really poor, and she doesn't want Lu Chao to suffer. Aunt Lu sighed. You say the Xue family saved your life, but you don't want to marry them. What can our family give in return? Every family is struggling these days. Last time, Lu Shigua gave money and flour, but they can't afford to give anything like that. Lu Chao pouted. Anyway, I won't marry Xue Yan. I would rather die than marry him. If he dares to force me, I'll jump into the lake like Lu Jiejia and give my life back to him. What are you talking about, you silly girl? Do you think you're as delicate as Lu Jiejia? I don't have time to play along with you. Aunt Lu looked at Lu Chao with disdain. Lu Jiejia is 1 in a million. Of course someone would want to marry her. With you, do you really think Xue Yan would force himself to marry you? Always daydreaming. Lu Chao hated being compared to Lu Jiejia, so she cried even harder. Why is that impossible? Xue Yan can't find a wife, and no one in the village wants to marry him. How do you know he doesn't want to marry me? Aunt Lu thought for a moment, and there might be some truth to that. Then she would have to prepare something to send to the Xue family. Just the thought of giving away precious food made Aunt Lu grumble. This girl is always causing trouble. She hardly does any work, and now we have to send food out. What a shame to have such a daughter. Lu Chao cried while rubbing her eyes, feeling very wronged. When Lu Jiejia was brought back home, the whole family was busy caring for her, but she was scolded repeatedly. Lu Chao often thought how nice it would be if she were Lu Jiejia. She clutched the blanket on the Kong, almost tearing it apart. Xue Yan saved her with bad intentions. He wants her to marry him, but that's not going to happen. Today is a good day. Not only did they get pork, but they also received a wild chicken. Lu Mu happily took out a clay pot to cook chicken, while Lu Jiejia quickly washed up and prepared to go to the river to do laundry. There are 8 wells in Shishui village, and usually 6 or 7 families share one well, so they need to go out every day to fetch water for washing and cooking. However, using well water for laundry is tiring and troublesome. Luckily, there is a large lake on the edge of Shishui village, where villagers prefer to wash their clothes. Lu Jiejia packed her dirty clothes into a basket and asked, Mom, do you have any clothes in your room that need washing? I can do them together. Lu Mu looked up and saw Lu Jiejia holding dirty clothes. She immediately dropped the chicken and ran over. How can you wash clothes? Your sisters-in-law will do these later. Last time Lu Jiejia fell into the water, it scared her mother so much that she couldn't breathe. The lake is dangerous, and she didn't want her daughter to take any risks. It's fine, I'll just wash them by the edge and come back quickly. If needed, you can ask Lu Hua and Lu Hao to come with me, Lu Jiejia said, secretly moving the basket behind her. Her personal clothes were in there, and she didn't want her sisters-in-law to wash them for her. Lu Mu shook her head. No, that's not allowed. Lu Jiejia changed the subject. Mom, hurry and cook the chicken. I've been craving it for so long. Didn't you say your chicken soup is really delicious? I'm so looking forward to it. Lu Mu was anxious and upset, but eventually agreed, letting her 2 granddaughters go with Lu Jiejia to the lake. Lu Hua and Lu Hao also brought their own clothes, and the 3 of them left the house with their baskets. After walking a few steps, Lu Jiejia turned around and suddenly saw her mother watching them intently from the doorway. Lu Jiejia's heart skipped a beat. She quickly turned back and quickened her pace, with her 2 nieces walking even faster than her. When they reached the lake, which is on the edge of Shishui village, it wasn't very big, but the water was very clear. The elders said there were springs beneath it, making it fresh water. Lu Jiejia was hesitating about where to squat and wash when she saw Aunt Lu waving at her. Jiejia, there's space here, come over. Lu Jiejia looked up. Aunt Lu is 3 years older than Lu's mother, but she looks 6 or 7 years older. Her eyes are sunken, her lips are dry, and her forehead is lined with deep wrinkles. However, her face is whiter, and Lu Chao has inherited her face shape. Go over there. Lu Jiejia hesitated for a moment before leading her 2 nieces over. Aunt Lu was washing the pants Lu Chao wore today while climbing the mountain, mainly because they had a strong odor and needed to be cleaned first. When Lu Jiejia arrived, Aunt Lu stared at her clothes for a few seconds. Lu Jiejie had just changed into a light blue dress, topped with a batwing-style jacket, and accessorized with a string of pearl keys that swayed as she walked. Her gaze moved up. Lu Jiejie had once danced and had great posture, with a long and beautiful swan neck, not to mention her delicate little face. Aunt Lu couldn't help but admire how well Lu's mother had given her daughter such good genes from previous generations. Lu Jiejie squatted down and took her clothes and soap powder out of her basket. "Why didn't you bring a stick?" Aunt Lu glanced over. In this era, washing clothes involved soaking them in water, adding soap powder, and then beating them with a wooden stick. Lu Jiejie replied, "I can just wash them by hand." "That sounds tiring. I'll lend you one later." Lu Jiejie glanced at the pants in her hand and smiled, "No need." Aunt Lu noticed Lu Jiejie's gaze and awkwardly said, "Jiejie, I'm really grateful to your brother for bringing little Chow back today. She's my cousin. It's the least I could do. By the way, Aunt Lu wants to ask you something. What do you think we should do about little Chow's situation?" Aunt Lu was quite honest, having spent her life as a farmer, and didn't like to owe anyone favors. However, this wasn't the right question for Lu Jiejie. She should discuss it with Lu's mother and father. After all, Xue Yan had saved Lu Jiejie twice, and there was already a lot of gossip in the village. Moreover, she was still an unmarried girl, so it wasn't appropriate for her to suggest anything regarding Lu Chow's situation. Lu Jiejie understood that Aunt Lu meant well and gently suggested, "Aunt, after lunch, you can come to our house to discuss it with my mom and see if there are any solutions." Lu Jiejie finished speaking and lowered her head to rub her clothes. Aunt Lu also realized that her earlier question was a bit inappropriate and smiled awkwardly before continuing to wash the clothes. After Aunt Lu's reminder, Lu Jiejie realized that according to the old rules of Shishui village, if both families were willing, Lu Chao could marry Xue Yan. She wondered if Xue Yan had any interest in this. If Xue Yan married Lu Chao, that would be a blessing from a past life, and they could look forward to a good life together. Aunt Lu finished washing Lu Chao's pants and started on her shirt. Aunt Lu was surprised. "Why is there blood on the shirt? I didn't see Xiao Chao get hurt." Lu Jiejie glanced at it and said sweetly, "It's mine. I accidentally cut my finger on some grass while going up the mountain, and Lu Chao helped me wipe it with her shirt. It's fine. It will wash out easily with soap." Aunt Lu soaked the shirt in water, added some soap powder, and started scrubbing it vigorously. Lu Jiejie didn't have a stick, so she kept her fingers in the water, washing. Just as she tossed her shirt into the water, she saw a fish swimming over, estimated to weigh about 4 or 5 pounds. The fish swam closer and finally floated on the surface, motionless. Lu Jiejie blinked and quickly emptied her backpack of clothes, crouched down, and scooped the fish out of the water. When the fish was pulled out, it didn't struggle at first, but once Lu Jiejie set her backpack down, it reacted with a strong force that nearly knocked the backpack over. "Jiejie, how did you catch that fish?" Aunt Lu was amazed. "It swam over from the lake, Auntie. Hurry, there are 3 or 4 more coming." Aunt Lu looked into the lake and saw indeed 3 or 4 big fish swimming toward them. She slightly opened her mouth, then forgot about the clothes in her hands and grabbed her backpack to catch them. "Quick, Xiaohua, Xiaohao, clear out your backpacks too," Lu Jiejie urged excitedly. Lu Hua and Lu Hao quickly understood. Lu Hua grabbed her backpack to catch fish, while Lu Hao was shorter. Lu Jiejie, feeling concerned, took her backpack and quickly ran to the lake to catch fish, placing them into her own backpack. Fish swam in from all directions, and when they counted carefully, there were actually 7 or 8 fish. Although the villagers were all cooking at noon, there were others coming to wash clothes besides just those 2 families. When the other villagers saw a bunch of fish gathered near Lu Jiejie and the others, they all rushed over with baskets to catch them. The hot sun cast dappled shadows on the trees, and fish swam over from nearby, covering the shadows on the lake's surface. More and more fish gathered, with about 20 or 30 in total, and the villagers washing clothes were all trying to catch them. After Lu Jiejie caught 5 fish, she was pushed to the back. Lu Hua and Lu Hao were just kids, and the 3 of them couldn't squeeze in. Aunt Lu caught 3 fish, but was also pushed aside. She shouted, "Don't step on my clothes." But no one heard her. Everyone was too excited about the fish. In the chaos, Lu Chao's piece of clothing fell into the water and floated away. As the clothing drifted off, the fish swam away too. The villagers stood frozen in place. The water was clear, and they could see the fish following the clothing closely. "Oh my goodness, this must be a sign from above." One woman started to shout but was quickly silenced by her daughter-in-law. "Mom, don't spread superstitions." The woman immediately stopped talking. "That's my daughter's clothing. What's going on?" Aunt Lu looked confused. Lu Chao's clothing? The villagers began to speculate. One woman said, "Could Lu Chao be a lucky child? Otherwise, why would the fish be dragging her clothing? They must know it's harvest time in Shishui village and came to bring us fish, but we accidentally got her clothing in the water, and now we can't catch any fish. This is karma." Lu Jejia. Aunt Lu stood there, feeling dizzy. She had never dared to think her daughter was a lucky child. But she couldn't help but believe it. Otherwise, how could this scene be explained? Some villagers noticed a pair of pants lying on the ground and eagerly asked, "Are these Lu Chao's pants?" Aunt Lu nodded. The next moment, the pants were placed by the water's edge, and the villagers were all ready, waiting to catch fish. After a few minutes of waiting, not a single fish appeared. The woman who just said that Lu Chao was a lucky charm frowned immediately. "This is a punishment for us. We just threw the Lucky Charm's clothes into the lake, and now there are no fish." If anyone else had said this, no one would believe it, but this woman used to be a fortune teller, so the villagers took her seriously. Lu Jejia fell into thought, recalling what had happened today. The still wild chicken, the wild boar that stopped just in time, and the fish that were circling around the clothes all seemed to have something in common, but it definitely couldn't be Lu Chao's fault. After all, the wild chicken had nothing to do with Lu Chao. "What should we do?" Aunt Lu asked foolishly. "Take good care of your daughter, Lu family. Your good days are still ahead." Seeing that the lakeside was crowded and she couldn't wash the clothes anymore, Lu Jejia decided to go home with her two nieces carrying the fish. Some villagers managed to grab fish while others did not. Normally, these fish should be turned in and then distributed. However, since there were so few fish this time, after distribution no one would get much, so it was generally accepted that people could take some home. But carrying 5 big fish home would attract too much attention, especially since their family was in a leadership position. Lu Jejia didn't want to be the subject of gossip, nor did she want to give the fish to others. After hesitating for a moment, she asked Aunt Lu to take 1 fish from her basket. Now she and the Lucky Charm's mother would have the same amount of fish, and no one would say anything. "I can't accept this," Aunt Lu said, rubbing her hands, surprised that her niece was trying to please her. "Aunt, please take it. It's perfect for lunch." "All right then." Aunt Lu felt shy, but quickly took a 5 or 6 pound fish from Lu Jejia's basket. Lu Jejia and her 2 nieces headed home with the fish, which had a strong smell. The clothes she had just washed also picked up the odor. Fortunately, when she caught the fish, she had pulled her clothes up, and since the fish hadn't struggled much when she caught it, her newly changed clothes didn't get too smelly. Now the fish occasionally flopped around in the basket, and water was still dripping down. She couldn't carry it on her back and had to hold it in her hands. Each of her 2 nieces had 1 fish in their baskets, while Lu Jejia carried 2, weighing about 10 pounds. After walking for a while, she started to feel tired. The villagers who didn't catch any fish saw Lu Jejia leaving with 4 fish, and their eyes turned red with envy. Old Lady Qian wished she could snatch them away. She said to Aunt Lu, "Those 4 fish belong to your family. If it weren't for your daughter, Lu's little girl wouldn't have caught 4 fish. Well, whoever catches them gets to keep them," Aunt Lu replied, not foolish enough to side against her own niece. Seeing Aunt Lu not taking the bait, Old Lady Qian's eyes darted around, and she continued, "Your little girl is lucky. I mean, her looks don't matter much. Look at that family chasing Zhou Jiqing for so long, and she still doesn't like them. I don't understand why they all dote on her." Aunt Lu smiled. "My girl is a bit simple. As long as she can get married, that's fine." Once marriage was mentioned, everyone started to think. In the past, Lu Chao was just an ordinary girl, not particularly tall or good-looking, but now she was seen as a lucky charm. If someone married her, they would surely become wealthy and never worry about food or clothing. Maybe they would have fish to eat every day. Thinking this, one of the women immediately introduced her son. Lu Jiejie stopped to rest halfway and soon ran into her mother, who was out looking for her daughter. Lu's mother was stunned when she saw the fish in the basket. How did she come back with 4 big fish after just going to wash clothes? Where did all these fish come from? Lu's mother stared in disbelief. Lu Hua excitedly said, "Annie took us fishing. There were so many fish, and we were quick to catch them." "Where did you catch them?" "Right by the lake. There were so many fish swimming around." Lu Hua gestured with her hands. So many. Lu's mother felt dizzy and didn't quite understand. She had washed clothes by the lake for decades and had never seen the scene Lu Hua described. Lu Jiejie then explained, it was Lu Chao's dress that attracted the fish. Many people saw it, and now everyone says Lu Chao is a lucky star. What a lucky star. How come I never knew she was a lucky star all these years? Lu's mother rolled her eyes, thinking her daughter was the real lucky star. She quickly poured the fish together and said, "Come on, let's go catch more fish with Grandma. We can't let everyone else take them all." "Mom, don't go. There were too many people back then, and some clothes fell into the lake. Now the fish have scattered, and some people didn't even get any. They should take these 4 fish home quickly." Lu's mother paused for a moment, then gritted her teeth. These people are so foolish. They even let their clothes fall into the water. As she spoke, she looked around and hurriedly carried the fish away, saying, "Let's go." Now, they didn't have to worry about not having enough food. With these fish, plus a wild chicken and some wild boar meat, they would have enough to eat for a while. Lu Jiejie still held a grudge, saying, "Mom, you can't give these fish to my second sister-in-law. Give her share to the kids in the second household instead." Lu's mother was so happy she couldn't stop smiling. "Whatever my daughter says goes." Aunt Lu was carried home by the villagers. When she left, she thought Xue Yan was somewhat acceptable, but now she completely looked down on him. Her daughter was the village's lucky star. How could Xue Yan be worthy of her? When the 4 of them got home, the pot with the wild chicken had been cooking for over 10 minutes, and a light aroma filled the air. The little ones squatted nearby, watching. Shirtu had his finger in his mouth, drooling. The other kids were similar. The youngest son of the eldest sister, Zhuangtou, who was 3 years old, seemed to know there was something delicious inside. If it weren't for his mother, Zhang Shuyun, giving him a little smack, he would have reached in to touch it. Lu Jiejie couldn't bear to watch. She said to Lu's mother, "Mom, let's cook a fish for lunch today. It's so hot. What if it goes bad?" "It won't go bad." Lu's mother hurriedly poured water into a big basin at home and placed the still flopping fish inside. These fish were quite resilient. They flipped over in the water, showing their dark backs, looking like they wouldn't die anytime soon. Lu's mother smiled, her face full of wrinkles. "We can eat this fish slowly. It will last for several days. Otherwise, why would I have rushed so fast? I was afraid they would die on the way." Lu Jiejie. "How come there are still fish?" Tian Jinhua had just finished the fire and was about to wash her face when she almost stumbled upon seeing 4 large fish. These fish were huge, each weighing about 4 or 5 pounds. Lu Mu proudly huffed, "Of course, my daughter caught them. I've always said my daughter is lucky. Look, she hardly ever washes clothes, but when she does, she brings back 4 fish." The original owner really hadn't washed clothes much over the years. Lu Jiejie awkwardly touched her nose and pointed to a weaker fish. "Mom, can you cook this one for lunch? I want to eat fish. I'm tired of eating preserved meat every day." Tian Jinhua felt angry hearing this. She looked at Lu Jiejie's delicate fingers and then at her own rough hands. One looked like a pampered young lady, while the other looked like a hard-working mother. Both were young women, yet Lu Jiejie seemed to have a much better life. But with Lu Mu present, she could only stare at the fish Lu Jiejie pointed to, swallowing hard. "Eat it now." Lu Mu hesitated. used to being frugal and reluctant to part with it. Lu Jiejie complained, "It splashed on my new dress. I spent half a month's salary on it, and now it smells like fish." The light blue dress made her look even fairer, and in the sunlight, she appeared almost like a figure made of jade. When Lu Jiejie was angry, her cheeks puffed up, and her big dark eyes looked a bit silly beneath her arched brows. Lu Mu had always favored her daughter and couldn't stand to see her upset, especially when she was being cute. With determination, Lu Mu said, "Let's eat." To prevent herself from changing her mind, she quickly grabbed the fish. The fish fought back, splashing its tail and hitting Lu Mu's face, soaking Lu Jiejie in the process, leaving her smelling of fish. Seeing her daughter drenched, Lu Mu turned and grabbed a large kitchen knife from the table, swiftly taking care of the fish. "Scale the fish," Lu Mu instructed Tian Jinhua. Tian Jinhua replied excitedly, "Okay." Now they would have fish to eat. She was determined to enjoy a lot, making up for the losses from the past few days. Lu Jiejie couldn't stand the smell on her, so she went back to her room to wash with soap. In her room, there was a tall cabinet filled with clothes she had bought in the past. Although the previous owner had poor taste in people, they had good taste in clothes. She changed out of a light blue dress and put on a white outfit. Lu Jiejie then splashed out the dirty water and poured in a new basin of water to wash her hair. As the one who caught the fish, Xue Yan kindly added water nearby. After washing her hair, Lu Jiejie let it dry in the sunlight. Xue Yan couldn't help but notice Lu Jiejie's straight and beautiful legs. Her sister-in-law was spoiled, but she was genuinely attractive and might have a bright future ahead. In the countryside, during lunchtime, everyone liked to sit under the big tree with their bowls to chat, as it was the best time for news to spread. The news about Lu Chao being the lucky charm quickly spread throughout the village. Aunt Lu was so pleased that she made a fish dish, while her two daughters-in-law looked skeptical. Her sister-in-law was indeed ambitious, but calling her a lucky charm was a stretch. Lu Chao shook off her earlier gloom, washed her face, and put on her favorite red dress. "Mom, what are people saying about us in the village?" Lu Chao asked while taking a big piece of fish. In the past, if Lu Chao had taken that much meat, Aunt Lu would have scolded her, but today she was especially kind. "What else can they say? You don't know how spectacular it was. The fish swirled around your dress. It's all those troublesome women's fault. Otherwise, who knows how many fish we could have caught. I heard someone pulled that dress up, right?" Aunt Lu's eldest daughter-in-law chimed in. Aunt Lu sighed and shook her head. "Yes, they did pull it up, but it's no good now. It must have soaked too long. Our little Chow's scent on that dress is all gone." The second daughter-in-law suggested, "How about we try one of my sister-in-law's dresses?" "I don't think that will work right now," Aunt Lu said mysteriously, lowering her voice. "Everyone says they accidentally stepped on Chow's dress in the water and faced consequences. It might take some time before it works again." "Why does that sound so off?" "Big sister, second sister, stop asking. Everyone in the village says I'm lucky, that I bring good fortune to our family. Why do you look so doubtful?" Lu Chao's eyes were swollen and she could barely open them, showing disdain when she looked at others. She touched her braid and snorted, "I've always felt different. When the wild boar came down from the mountain, it was fierce at first, but it stopped in front of me. Otherwise, how could Xue Yan have saved me?" "Is that true?" Aunt Lu was even more surprised. Lu Chao lifted her head. "Many people saw it. If you don't believe me, ask the villagers. Those animals wouldn't dare to harm me." Aunt Lu suddenly slapped her thigh. "Oh my goodness, my daughter can't really be a fairy from the heavens, can she?" Big sister and second sister. They couldn't help but look at Lu Chao. Round face, small eyes, flat nose, thick lips. Fairies look like this. If it were the neighbor's little sister-in-law, they might believe it. But Lu Chao? Not really. A 5-pound fish was simmered in an iron pot for an hour, turning the clear water into a milky white soup, filling the air with a delicious aroma. But no matter how fragrant it was, no one dared to touch it until Lu Mother spoke. That's the rule. In the 1970s, food was especially precious, and everyone had limited portions, just enough to avoid starvation. If there were no rules at mealtime, productivity would drop and there would be even less food. According to Lu Mother, it was better to save for the children first. Surviving was the most important thing. Especially for the family's labor force, they must not go hungry. Lu Mother first set aside half of the fish for later, then served a bowl for Lu Jejia, and also prepared a separate portion for the 4 men of the Lu family. Lu Mother never showed favoritism. She usually served her sons and daughters-in-law the same food. Each of the younger ones got a small piece of fish and half a bowl of soup. The youngest in the family was the 3-year-old Brix from big sister's family and 2-year-old Lu Yi from second sister's family. Since Lu Yi was still too young to eat fish, Lu Mother gave her extra fish soup to taste. Lu Jia sat quietly in her seat, waiting for the food to be served. She frowned slightly and placed a large piece of fish into her mother's bowl.
Mom, eat more.
I can't finish this much, and I need to save some room for chicken soup. Seeing the fish in her bowl, Lu Jia's mother was teary-eyed as usual. My daughter is so filial. Not only did she catch the fish, but she also gave me her portion. What good fortune I have to have such a thoughtful daughter. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lu Yuan took a small sip of fish soup and looked at Lu Jia, saying in a sweet voice, "Auntie is the best."
She caught fish for me.
I like Annie too. She's my favorite, Dashan said, his eyes shining with admiration. Auntie was amazing. She could catch both chickens and fish, and he wanted to learn from her. Sure too. Not wanting to be left out, said proudly, I've always liked Auntie the most.
Like.
The 3-year-old Xuantou chimed in. The little ones all shouted praises for Lu Jia, and even Zhang Xian nodded along. This time, Lu Jia brought back a wild chicken and 4 big fish. They were eating better now than during the New Year. She understood that the biggest beneficiaries were their family, with many children to share the food. Lu Jia's mother raised her chin and said, You little rascals know how great your auntie is. When you grow up, you must be good to her. If there's something delicious, think of your auntie first. If anyone bullies her, you should be the first to stand up for her. Do you understand?
Got it.
They all replied. Lu Jia thought, this is definitely a classic case of being spoiled. Today, the Lu Jia family was happily eating their meal, except for Tian Jinhua. Mom, why don't I have any fish? Tian Jinhua asked, stirring her bowl with her chopsticks. You should be grateful for the fish soup, Lu Jia's mother replied, rolling her eyes. Did you forget you said you wouldn't eat my daughter's food? Tian Jinhua was taken aback and glanced at her 2 daughters beside her. Lu Hai had 2 pieces of fish, and Lu Yuan had 2 pieces as well, though they were a bit smaller. Seeing Tian Jinhua looking over, Lu Hai trembled slightly, thought for a moment, and picked up a piece of fish from her bowl to put into Tian Jinhua's bowl. Lu Jiejia's eyes darkened. Sister-in-law, do you really have the face to take food from your own child's bowl?
I didn't take it.
How could I eat from the child's bowl? Tian Jinhua forced a smile and shot a glare at Lu Hao. Lu's mother slammed her chopsticks down on the bowl. I have a set amount of food for everyone. This family is still under my control. I decide how much each person gets. The rule is that adults cannot save food for children, and children cannot save food for adults. Anyone who breaks this rule will go hungry for a day, and the saved food will be shared with everyone. Tian Jinhua immediately fell silent. Lu's mother then changed her tone. Of course, this rule doesn't apply to Jejia. My daughter is fortunate and doesn't need your poor rules. With Lu's mother in charge, Lu Jejia felt reassured. During the hardest years in the country, all the descendants of the Lu family survived thanks to Lu's mother's management. Lu's mother dealt with the restless individuals, then lowered her head to sip some fish soup. The aroma was delightful. It had been so long since she had tasted meat that she hesitated to drink it. The others also carefully sipped their soup, taking a bite of the corn cake in their hands. Having a daughter is wonderful, Lu's mother couldn't help but exclaim. Lu Yuan had long been a loyal fan of Lu Jejia. She smiled, showing her 4 pearly white teeth. It's because of my aunt. So, a new round of flattery began at the dining table. The Lu family had a hearty meal. Even the little ones were burping. Only Tian Jinhua looked gloomy. Lu's mother felt annoyed seeing her sulking face. Giving Tian Jinhua a bowl of fish soup was already generous. If it weren't for her daughter, she wouldn't even get that. Ungrateful. Seeing that the sun was about to set, Lu's mother packed the fish and cakes into a basket, preparing to take food to Lu's father and the others. Butchering pigs requires strength, especially when dealing with wild boars, which is particularly troublesome. As the team leader, Lu's father had to keep an eye out to prevent anyone from stealing meat. After all, food was scarce, and such thoughts were normal.
Wait.
Lu Jejia pulled Lu's mother into the kitchen and scooped out a large piece of fish for her. Lu's mother was puzzled. Why take so much?
For Xue Yan.
Lu Jejia appeared calm and confident. Suddenly, she remembered something also. The chicken soup had just finished cooking. Since the wild chicken was large, Lu's mother cut it in half, putting one half in the well to freeze. Lu Jejia carefully tore off a chicken leg and a wing. She whispered, "This chicken leg is for Dad, and the wing is for Xue Yan." Lu's mother was taken aback. "Why are you giving him so much food? Do you like him?"
Lu Jejia replied, "No."
She told her mother about the work point situation, pouting, "I don't know what I was thinking at the time to do something like that. If those work points were converted to food, it would be worth a lot. He saved my life twice, and the last time, he carried me out of the mountains. Otherwise, I would have died there. Now that I caught a chicken and happened to catch a fish, this is all I have to offer. I can't be ungrateful." Lu Jejia emphasized her last two sentences. She truly had nothing else, just this chicken and fish, which she could claim as her own effort.
You.
Lu's mother was worried, tapping Lu Jejia's forehead. "You can't mess around with work points. If someone finds out, it could be seen as favoritism, and our whole family would be affected. That's why I want to please Xue Yan, so he won't tell anyone," Lu Jejia said, swallowing hard. "He hasn't said anything so far, so he probably won't. This situation is serious, but not too serious. Others have done similar things with work points, but none were as bold as you." Lu's mother handed the basket to Lu Jejia, then got up to take a fish, tying its mouth with a string before lifting it. Lu Jejia knew how much her mother valued this fish and asked, "Mom, what are you doing with the fish?" "You need to take food to your dad. I'll take this fish to the Xue family. After all, Xue Yan is your lifesaver, and it's only right to share something good with them." Right now, it was important to keep the Xue family quiet. Lu's mother sighed. Her daughter was dutiful, but sometimes didn't think things through. She said, "Didn't you say your aunt's family has 4 fish too? Since Xue Yan saved Lu Chao, we should send them together.
It will look better that way."
Lu Jejia nodded and got up to deliver the food. As she stepped out the door, she ran into Lu Chao, who was also going out to deliver food. Lu Jejia was wearing a white dress. Lu Chao wore a bright red dress, which she had saved up for a long time to buy and had been reluctant to wear until now. When Lu Chao saw Lu Jejia, jealousy flashed to her eyes, but quickly disappeared. She was now the village's lucky star, not something that Lu Jejia's appearance could compare to. Lu Jejia was surprised to see Lu Chao at the door. She thought Lu Chao would be resting at home for a few days. Instead, Lu Chao looked more energetic than before. "Cousin, are you going to deliver food too?" Lu Chao tucked her hair behind her ear with her short, sturdy fingers and walked towards Lu Jejia, looking down and showing half of her side profile. "We can go together. Are you okay?" Lu Jejia asked with concern, noticing Lu Chao's strange behavior.
Lu Gao She Ga Fao Poset Stan Fu.
She held back her anger and cautiously asked, "Jejia, you know they say I'm the village's lucky charm, right?" "I know," Lu Jejia replied, as she had been there when it was said. Lu Chao looked embarrassed. "It's all their nonsense. How could I be a lucky charm? But it is strange that the fish swim around my dress. Why do you think that is?" She held a basket in one hand and shyly covered her face with the other. Lu Jejia. She honestly said, "There must be something on your dress that attracts them." "Oh, is it my scent?" Lu Chao realized everyone says that. I guess so." It was very hot, and Lu Jejia fanned herself with her fingers, reminding her, "Let's go deliver the food." Lu Chao pouted, unwilling to talk about her good fortune any longer, clearly jealous. Just as they turned around, Lu's mother came out of the house, followed by Lu Hua and Lu Hao. Lu's mother pushed Lu Hao forward, saying, "Why are you so timid? Staying at home all day helping your useless mother makes you look foolish. You should be more alert and go out with my daughter more often." Lu's mother rolled her eyes in frustration. This girl and Tian Jinhua were getting more foolish by the day. If it weren't for her pity for the girls from the second house, she wouldn't bother getting involved. Lu Hua touched her nose, afraid of being scolded by her grandmother, and quickly ran to Lu Jiejie, reaching out to take the basket from her hands. "Aunt, let me help you with that." Seeing this scene, Lu's mother rolled her eyes again. She looked at the clever girl from the first house, and then at the silly Lu Hao from the second house, and she felt a surge of annoyance. She had already said not to let that troublemaker Lu Ganghua marry Tian Jinhua, but they insisted on it, resulting in this foolishness. Lu Chao looked at the fish in Lu's mother's hands and happily ran over. "Second aunt. Could this be for her?" Lu Chao touched her long braid. Her mother had said that ever since the villagers learned she was the lucky child, people had been asking about her and showing concern for her health. Even Aunt Wang had given her half a pound of sweet potato chips. She was worried about so many people being concerned, so she thought about delivering meals and taking a stroll around the village. "Where's your mother?" Lu's mother asked. "She's at home. I'm just going to find her to go to the Xue family." "Didn't that boy from the Xue family save you too? If we each bring a fish, it won't look bad." Lu Chao's face turned pale as she suddenly remembered that there was still the matter of Xue Yan to deal with. Her second aunt was so good to her, even bringing out their own fish to help her. Lu Chao hurriedly took Lu's mother inside and whispered to Aunt Lu. Lu Chao stamped her foot in frustration. "Mom, I've become the lucky child of the village now. That poor Xue family must want to marry me to change their fortune. You have to make it clear to them that I will never marry Xue Yan." Aunt Lu thought for a moment and agreed. She frowned. "Don't worry, I'll make it clear to the Xue family today. Besides, there's still Jiejie ahead of you, and she hasn't married yet, so it's not your turn." "Exactly. They need to understand that after we give them this fish, we won't have anything to do with the Xue family anymore."
Lu Gao pouted.
"Besides, even if Xue Yan hadn't saved me, that wild boar wouldn't dare to do anything to me. They got a fish for nothing. Don't worry, your second aunt is here. She can talk better than I can." Lu Mu was also giving instructions to Lu Jiejie. "When you go, let Lu Hua and Lu Hao carry it first. When you're almost there, take it from them and carry it yourself, understood?" She emphasized, fearing her daughter might get taken advantage of. Lu Jiejie, Huh? You're already 17 and about to get married. A good reputation is very important. Carrying the basket to deliver food to your father and brother shows how filial you are." Lu Mu wished she could make Lu Jiejie understand. What would she do when she got married without any cleverness? "Then I can just carry it myself. It's so far, it would be tiring. Don't I care about you?" Lu Mu was getting anxious. "After all these years with me, how have you not learned anything?" Lu Jiejie. Actually, the original owner had learned the essence. But Lu Mu's worry soon faded, replaced by pride. "But thanks to me having 4 brothers, if anyone dares to bully you after you get married, just tell me, and I'll bring your brothers to take care of it." She patted her face. "With my boldness, I won't let their family go unpunished." Lu Jiejie. Lu Hua chimed in. "Yes, Aunt, Grandma has told us that you need to maintain a good reputation outside. We have to do the same when we grow up, or else people will talk behind our backs." Lu Hao also added, "Aunt is not feeling well, so we should take care of her. Besides, Aunt caught fish and chicken today. You're the best aunt in the world." Just when Lu Jiejie didn't know what to say, Lu Chao and Aunt Lu came out of the room. Lu Chao picked up the basket on the grinding stone. "Sister Jiejie, let's go." Lu Hua quickly ran ahead with Lu Jiejie's basket, and after hesitating for a moment, Lu Jiejie followed. Lu Chao watched Lu Hua and Lu Hao walking ahead with jealousy and said earnestly, "Sister Jiejie, you're already 17. How can you let your 2 nieces carry things? What if someone sees?" Lu Hua turned back with a smile and said, "Cousin, My aunt is weak and needs to be cared for, but you don't need to worry about that. You're strong and can handle any farm work. My aunt often envies you." Lu Jiejie held back her laughter, surprised that Lu Huahua could be so witty. Lu Chaochao almost frowned. She thought to herself that Lu Huahua was being silly, as she was actually trying to help her. She tried to act casual. "You must be tired from helping Jiejie." "Not at all. My aunt gets a salary every month now. A few years ago, when we were very poor, she gave all her money to the family and I ate better than all my friends back then." Lu Huahua was the first child of the Lu family's next generation and had witnessed Lu Jiejie's contributions over the years. "And now my aunt is amazing. I even had some fish that my aunt caught today. Other kids can't get that. Grandma said we also get chicken, so if I just help my aunt carry a basket, I can enjoy so much delicious food. I wonder how many kids would want to be my aunt's niece." Lu Chaochao strangely found this very reasonable. If she could eat tasty food every day, she would be willing to work.
Ugh.
Lu Chaochao shook her head vigorously. How could she think like that? The sun was hot, and the summer cicadas chirped in the trees, making Lu Chaochao feel restless. She walked beside Lu Jiejie, and as they approached the village square, Lu Huahua quickly handed her basket to Lu Jiejie. "Lu Chaochao." "Lu Jiejie."
Dad.
Lu Huahua called out to Lu Aigua. Little sister is here." Lu Aigua nudged his fourth brother with his elbow. Lu Jiejie was late in delivering food, and everyone else had mostly finished eating. At first, when they were eating at home, Lu Jiejie suggested delivering food to their father, but their mother directly refused. "Everyone is eating now, and your dad is the team leader. If he eats fish, others will be envious. Friends will share a bite here and there, and all the good food will go to others." Lu Jiejie had never gone hungry. At first, she didn't think much about it, but when her mother mentioned it, she realized that delivering food had so many complications. There was no choice. Everyone now valued food as if it were life itself, especially meat. So, the Lu family intentionally delayed their delivery by an hour. By the time others had already eaten, it felt awkward for them to accept food from the Lu family. Lu's father approached directly. Lu Jiejie had just washed her hair at noon and hadn't had time to braid it. She simply tucked it behind her ears. She wore a dress that reached her calves, and her fair arms were exposed, showcasing her graceful neck. Lu Jiejie was already pretty. When she smiled, her cheeks slightly puffed up, and her bright face had a sweet charm. Her small, red lips made some unmarried young men blush. Lu Jiejie wished he could knock the heads of the men staring at his little sister. He glanced around and noticed Xue Yan looking too. Alarm bells went off in his mind. Dad is here to pick it up. Lu's father happily took the basket from his daughter's hands, naturally changing how he addressed her. Just like his wife said, calling him Dad sounded so stylish. Lu Jiejie walked beside her father and whispered, "Dad, we have something good to eat today." "What good thing?" Lu's father looked at his little daughter, feeling a rare sense of anticipation. From her memories, Lu Jiejie knew her father was calm and steady. As the head of the Lu family, he didn't like to show his emotions, like what he enjoyed eating or drinking. It seemed he could eat anything, as he believed that if he led without complaints, he could keep his sons and daughters-in-law in line. With a smile in her eyes and a mischievous expression, Lu Jiejie whispered, "Today we have fish."
Fish.
Lu's father immediately lowered his voice. He opened one side of the basket and found a large plate of fish and some flatbreads. He frowned. "Where did you get the fish? Have you eaten yet?" "Today, while washing clothes, I caught 4 big fish weighing about 5 or 6 pounds with Lu Hua and Lu Hao. We cooked one today, and there are still plenty at home. Why did you go wash clothes?" Lu's father immediately focused on the main issue. His daughter had recently fallen into the water. It was very dangerous to wash clothes by the lake.
Let's not worry about that.
Lu Jiejie said, "There's one more surprise. You'll find out when it's time to eat." The two of them were talking ahead, while Lu Chao followed behind, feeling so angry that she could hardly breathe. Lu Chao had known since she was little that her uncle was a serious man. When he wasn't speaking, his face was cold, and his eyes seemed to see right through anyone's thoughts. Even though she was her father's niece, she didn't dare to get too close. But every time her father saw Lu Jiejie, he acted like a different person, gentle like a caring father. Then she looked at her dad, feeling frustrated as she glanced at Uncle Lu, who was resting not far away. Not only did her dad not come to greet her, but he also expected her to bring him food. Her two older brothers were the same. None of them were considerate of her. When they reached the dining area, her three brothers quickly surrounded her, having just been in contact with wild boars, and they carried a faint, unpleasant smell. Lu Jiejie covered her nose and bluntly said, "You all smell terrible." The three brothers rubbed their hands awkwardly and replied, "We didn't have water to wash." "Stay away from my daughter." Her father waved his hand to the side and began to serve the food. Each person's dish was already placed in small bowls. Lu Jiejie took some from the bowl, first giving it to her brothers and saving the last portion for her father. "Fish, oh my!" Lu Jiejie almost jumped up, but was quickly pushed back down by their father. Her father's forehead was nearly bulging with veins as he said, "Do you want to eat properly or not?" After serving everyone, her father opened his own bowl cover, which had not only fish but also a big chicken leg. He didn't touch the chicken first but asked, "Have you eaten?" "I have," Lu Jiejie said without looking at him, lowering her head to hand him a bun. "I accidentally found this wild chicken on the mountain today, and only you get the chicken leg." Her father felt very pleased, but still wanted to keep the chicken leg for himself. "Your mom likes chicken legs. There's plenty of chicken at home. This is just for you." Lu Jiejie shook her father's arm, pouting. "You should eat it. This is the first time I caught a wild chicken by myself. If you don't eat it, I'll be upset." "Dad won't eat it?" "If you're not going to eat it, let me have it. It's my little sister's first chicken leg. Please let me have this chance." Lu Jiejie reached his chopsticks toward his father's bowl. "Go away." Lu's father protected his bowl. Lu Jiejie chuckled, and Lu Jiejie knew he wouldn't really try to take the chicken leg. He was just teasing their father. Lu's father understood his younger son's intentions, but still played along. His daughter cared for him, which made him happy. Lu Jiejie noticed another small bowl and asked, "Why is there an extra serving?" Lu Jiejie's eyes flickered. "There's nothing extra." Lu Jiejie quickly opened it and exclaimed, "Oh, there's a chicken wing. Little sister, is this serving yours?" "No." Lu Jiejie looked around. Zhou Wenqing was sitting under a nearby tree, faintly hearing the conversation from the Lu family. An extra serving. Was Lu Jiejie's meant for him? She must be reluctant to part with it. Zhou Wenqing glanced at Lu Jiejie, who was wearing a white dress. It was well known that Luo Qingqing liked to wear white dresses, and today Lu Jiejie was deliberately wearing one to catch his attention. Lin Feng saw the bright and delicate Lu Jiejie and scoffed, "She's dressed like that on purpose to imitate Luo Qingqing." Zhang Tao disagreed. "Many people wear white dresses, and I think Comrade Lu looks better than Luo Qingqing, especially when she smiled. Not only was she pretty, but she was also sweet and lovely." To him, Luo Qingqing in a white dress seemed cold like winter, while Lu Jiejie in a white dress added color to the lonely winter, bringing warmth with her smile. Listening to the debate around him, Zhou Wenqing couldn't help but glance at Lu Jiejie's small face, feeling a stir of anticipation for her to bring him some food. Lu Jiejie looked around and finally spotted Xue Yan resting under the tree. She picked up a porcelain bowl from the basket and said to Lu's father, "Xue Yan is my lifesaver. This serving is for him." Under the tree, Lu Jiejie delicately held out the bowl, raising her pretty little face without any hesitation. "This is for Xue Yan."
Who? Who is it for?"
Lu Jiejie stammered, as if he had been pricked by a fishbone, instinctively looking at Xue Yan. Xue Yan leaned against the tree, his eyes slightly closed. Perhaps his body was too sensitive, as he instantly opened his eyes when Lu Jiejie's gaze fell on him, locking eyes with the two siblings. Lu Jiejie quickly recalled the scene of Xue Yan hunting a wild boar, and she shrank back, turning her eyes elsewhere. That direction happened to be Zhou Wenqing. Seeing Lu Jiejie holding a bowl and looking at him, Zhou Wenqing felt even more certain that the extra portion was meant for him. Meanwhile, Lu Jiejie was flustered and didn't even realize where she was looking. She shifted her body, turning her back to Xue Yan. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief. Xue Yan noticed her quick turn, as if he were some kind of monster. He lowered his eyes, and the muscles in his arms slightly tensed before returning to normal after a moment. Lu Jiejie felt like crying. Xue Yan's impression of her was really poor. Just based on how the original owner had scolded him, it would be hard to overcome that hurdle. Plus, she felt guilty about the work points issue. It's for Xue Yan. This time, her voice lacked the earlier firmness. Lu Jiejie was also wary of Xue Yan, but he felt more admiration. Killing a wild boar just like that was impressive. The bond between men is often forged in blood. However, just because he liked Xue Yan didn't mean he could be his sister's partner. That was out of the question. Compared to the shock of her 3 brothers, Lu's father remained calm. Xue Yan had saved his daughter's life twice. Without him, Lu Jiejie might have been dead long ago. Lu's father was quite traditional. When the village passed down marriage customs, it was said that true love was destined. Of course, his daughter was the most important to him, but he wouldn't stop her from getting to know Xue Yan. After all, 2 life-saving favors couldn't be repaid with just a small gift. Lu Jiejie hesitated for a moment, then stood up and said, "Dad, I'm taking it to him." Go ahead." Lu's father felt uneasy, as if the fish in his mouth had lost its flavor.
Dad.
Her 3 brothers complained. "What are you nagging about?" Lu's father glanced at Zhou Wenqing, who had been staring over. As a man, he could tell that Zhou Wenqing had ulterior motives. Just in time, Jiejie completely distanced herself from Zhou Wenqing. With a life-saving favor as a topic, people should think twice before gossiping. Lu Jiejie walked over, and Zhou Wenqing immediately straightened his back, pretending to look elsewhere as if he knew nothing. Zhang Tao felt a bit lost. He knew Lu Jiejie liked cultured people, and his parents were university professors. But because of that, his parents had a harder life than he did. In the 2 years he spent in the countryside, he tried to blend in with the villagers, but now, facing the girl he liked, he lost his only advantage. As Lu Jiejie got closer, Zhou Wenqing rubbed his fingers on his clothes, standing even straighter, and pretended to casually tuck his hair behind his ear. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but when the wind blew, there was a faint fragrance in the air. He finally couldn't help but look at Lu Jiejie first. Xue Yan watched the scene unfold, pursing his lips and frowning as he closed his eyes. But his body remained tense. Zhou Wenqing was so excited that he took a few deep breaths, hoping to reconcile with Lu Jiejie and return to their past days. However, Lu Jiejie never glanced at Zhou Wenqing. She walked right past him and stopped beside Xue Yan. Xue Yan was pretending to sleep, casting a light shadow in front of him, with warm winds blowing and a familiar scent in the air. He suddenly opened his eyes, his narrow eyes locking onto the girl in front of him. Lu Jiejie swallowed hard. She shouldn't be afraid of Xue Yan. He had saved her twice, even though the scene with the wild boar was a bit intense, and his gaze was cold. But he was a good person at heart. Lu Jiejie squatted down and said to him, "Xue Yan, I caught some fish today and brought it for you to try. Thank you for saving me." With a good reason and sincere attitude, Xue Yan had no reason to send her away now. Lu Jiejie lifted the lid of the bowl and whispered, "I personally caught the fish and chicken." She couldn't help but show a little pride. This was something she could present. Xue Yan hadn't expected Lu Jiejie to come find him. He curled his fingers and instinctively waved her off, saying, "No, you can take it away." Lu Jiejie's smile slowly faded, and her crescent-shaped eyes widened. But thinking back, their relationship was not bad last time. Xue Yan even helped her wipe the table. Today, he had turned cold again. Could it be that she showed too much fear when he was hunting the wild boar? But with so much blood, she had never seen such a terrifying scene before. She needed time to recover. Lu Jiejie tried to explain, "This fish and chicken are things I caught myself. It's my way of repaying you for saving my life. The things my parents sent before were not really connected to me. This is my true gift to you." She was a person of her word. When she said she would repay him back in the mountain pit, she meant it. When she has money in the future, she will work even harder to repay his kindness. Lu Jiejie pushed the bowl forward. This is really the best I can offer right now. No need, Xue Yan replied, his expression serious, not changing his position. You should keep it for yourself. Lu Jiejie's smile completely vanished. She usually smiled sweetly and obediently, but that was when she was satisfied with her surroundings. When things didn't go as expected, she would push back. However, thinking of Xue Yan's fierce demeanor while hunting the boar, she didn't dare to be confrontational. She felt anxious, why not? She didn't know when she would have such good luck again. Just eat it, Lu Jiejie insisted, pushing a pancake into Xue Yan's hand. The action inevitably caused their fingers to touch. Lu Jiejie's fingers were warm, and where they made contact felt like an electric shock, causing Xue Yan to quickly pull his hand back, dropping the pancake on the ground. He hurried to pick it up, but Lu Jiejie did the same, and Xue Yan immediately looked up. Lu Jiejie bent down to retrieve the pancake, leaning slightly forward, and a glimpse of her collarbone unexpectedly caught Xue Yan's attention. He went from being flustered to completely lost in thought, a hint of red appearing on his bronze-colored ears. Xue Yan suddenly averted his gaze, watching as Lu Jiejie picked up the pancake and shot him a glare. Taking a deep breath, he relied on his strong self-control to regain some of his composure. Lu Jiejie felt a bit angry. If he disliked her, that was one thing, but why waste food? She really wanted to shove the chicken wings from the bowl into his mouth. A gentle breeze blew by. At first, the villagers and the young people were only sneaking glances at Lu Jiejie, but now they were staring at her intently. The girl was 17, delicate like a flower, looking pitiful as she lowered her head and pressed her lips together. The man beside her also pressed his lips tightly, his tense profile giving off a fierce vibe. The two of them together looked like Xue Yan had done something terribly wrong. But it was close enough. Everyone thought Lu Jiejie was bringing food to Zhou Wenqing, but unexpectedly, she was looking for Xue Yan. After all, Xue Yan had saved Lu Jiejie twice, which was a matter of life and death. Even though everyone knew Lu Jiejie didn't like Xue Yan, when they were together, the young men who admired Lu Jiejie still felt uncomfortable. Lu Jiejie's hands had gotten the pancake dirty. She lifted her head and placed the bowl in front of Xue Yan, frowning. Take it. Her tone left no room for refusal, and Xue Yan instinctively accepted it. Seeing him do that, Lu Jiejie's anger eased a bit. She looked at the dirty pancake, blew off the dirt, and then patted it with her hand. Once it was clean enough, Lu Jiejie placed the pancake in the bowl and moved her brows. Although it's not very clean, you dropped it yourself, so you should eat it. Xue Yan looked at the pancake in the bowl, thinking about how Lu Jiejie had gently blown on it, and he swallowed hard, tensing his body without moving. Just eat it. Lu Jiejie thought for a moment. Are you reluctant to eat it? Xue Yan's heart trembled, as if his dark thoughts had been noticed. Don't worry, today I caught 4 fish with Xiaohua and the others. My mom took 1 fish to your house, and your 2 younger brothers will get to eat fish too. Lu Jiejie lowered her voice and leaned closer to him, but the chicken wings are only for you. I hope they help chase away all your bad luck. Actually, it would be fine in another 2 years. Xue Yan raised his eyes, his heavy gaze landing on Lu Jiejie's face. Perhaps his stare was too intense, as Lu Jiejie leaned back slightly. Before she could ask anything, he shifted his gaze away. Xue Yan picked up the corn cake from the bowl and took a bite. Lu Jiejie felt a sense of pride seeing him eat. It seemed like their relationship was improving. At that moment, Zhou Wenqing walked up behind Lu Jiejie. He looked at the meat in Xue Yan's bowl and swallowed hard, saying, Jiejie, can we talk for a moment? Lu Jiejie jumped at the sudden voice behind her. She stood up and turned to face Zhou Wenqing, her usual sweetness gone. She coldly replied, What do you want? What is there to talk about? She glanced at him with a cool expression, but instead of being off-putting, it made her seem like a typical teenage girl. Zhou Wenqing stared at Lu Jiejie for a while. In the past, whenever she saw him, she would blush and call him Brother Zhou, often acting a bit silly. Now Lu Jejia was no longer fawning over him, and he suddenly realized she was even prettier than Luo Qingqing. Feeling bold, he blurted out, "Lu Jejia, I agree to be your boyfriend." Lu Jejia thought Zhou Wenqing was being ridiculous. Just as she was about to make a sarcastic remark, a loud cough interrupted them. She turned to Xue Yan, concerned, and asked, "Are you okay?" "It's too salty." Xue Yan coughed a few more times, his gaze fixed on the bowl in his hands, his dark eyes reflecting a hint of danger. "Too salty? Wait a moment." Lu Jejia ran back to her father, and under the watchful eyes of her three brothers, she poured a bowl of mung bean soup and hurried back to Xue Yan. Lu Yegua gritted his teeth, saying, "Dad, Xue Yan is too much, making my little sister serve him." Lu's father also felt a bit displeased. He wouldn't even let his daughter serve him, yet she was serving that boy from the Xue family. He watched Lu Jejia's back with a sigh. "Here, drink this." Lu Jejia kindly handed him the soup. Xue Yan didn't look at her and took the bowl, drinking deeply. Zhou Wenqing saw that they were completely ignoring him, and his anger boiled over. Did Lu Jejia not hear him? He had agreed to be her boyfriend. "Lu Jejia," he shouted in frustration. But as soon as he called out, Lu Jejia shot him a glare, saying, "What are you shouting for? Stay away from me." Seeing that Zhou Wenqing was still not leaving, she directly called out, "Fourth brother." Lu Yegua had wanted to take action for a while, but their father had just stopped him, and he was unsure of what to think. Now, with a signal from their father, Lu Yegua stood up quickly. As soon as Lu Yegua stood, Lu Aigua and Lu Gangua also got up. They may not have many skills, but they were experienced fighters. When Zhou Wenqing saw Lu Jejia's three brothers approaching, he turned pale and walked away, saying as he left, "Lu Jejia, I gave you a chance, and you didn't take it. Don't expect to get back into my heart." Lu Jejia wished she could punch Zhou Wenqing in the face. A man who relies on others for food and shelter still has the nerve to boast in front of his former supporter. Lu Jejia's face turned cold. "Zhou Wenqing, even though I'm slim, I still weigh over 80 pounds. Are you sure your heart is big enough to hold me? And does your heart even have room for food stamps? Why would I want to step into it?" Zhou Wenqing. Their conversation wasn't loud, but it caught the attention of those who loved gossip. Lu Jejia's comeback surprised many people. Is it true that this Lu family girl really doesn't want Zhou Wenqing anymore? It makes sense. Who would want someone so weak? Lu Jejia not wanting Zhou Wenqing made Lu Chao's eyes flicker. How bad could the man Lu Jejia had pursued for a year be? Besides, Zhou Wenqing was polite and good-looking, quite different from the farmers around here. In an instant, Lu Jejia's three brothers surrounded Zhou Wenqing. Lu Yegua pushed Zhou Wenqing slightly. "What were you doing bothering my sister just now?" Lu Jejia complained from the side, "Fourth brother, Zhou Wenqing is shameless. Last year, I thought he was so polite that it would be nice to have him as an older brother. When Dad asked him, he said he saw me as a sister, but now he says he wants to date me. Don't you think he's lost his mind?" Zhou Wenqing's eyes turned red with anger. However, when Lu Jejia was pursuing him, he had indeed told many people that he only saw her as a sister, not expecting it to become a weapon against him now. Lu Yegua was even more aggressive than Zhou Wenqing. "My little sister sees you as an older brother, and you have improper thoughts about her. You shameless person, I'll beat you up." Lu Yegua punched Zhou Wenqing in the face. He rubbed his wrist and looked at Zhou Wenqing's quickly swelling face. Wow, that felt great. Lu Jejia, watching from the side, was also a bit excited. She knew that the events between the original owner and Zhou Wenqing had caused quite a stir, ruining her reputation. There was nothing to be done. Her reputation was already damaged, and she wasn't thinking about getting married. In 2 years, when the college entrance exam opened up, Lu Jejia planned to take the exam and then save money to buy a small apartment. Why get married? Isn't life already hard enough? Maybe she was too excited, and while moving back, she accidentally stepped on a stone and stumbled backward. Xue Yan, sitting behind her, raised a hand to support her waist. Girls who have danced before have very flexible bodies, especially their slender waists, which feel almost boneless. It only took a light touch to steady Lu Jiejia, but Xue Yan was sweating, and the muscles in his arm were slightly tensed. Lu Jiejia felt a warmth at her waist and quickly regained her balance. She took a small step forward, turned around, and her smile was still bright. "Thank you." Xue Yan expressionlessly withdrew his hand, his gaze dropping to Lu Jiejia's fair, straight calves. In the next moment, he shifted his legs and looked into the distance. Zhou Wenqing, having been punched, was too pained to speak. In his mind, even if something happened, everyone should discuss it calmly and never resort to violence. Moreover, the Lu family had never laid a hand on him before. Zhou Wenqing's left cheek was numb from the pain, and when he spat on the ground, he was shocked to find a tooth had fallen out. He suddenly felt as if the sky was falling. He had been beaten by these rough people and lost a tooth. Before he could react, 3 brothers surrounded him again. Zhou Wenqing didn't dare to breathe. Just when he thought he was about to be beaten again, a flash of red suddenly appeared in front of him, accompanied by a strong smell of sweat. Lu Chao stretched out her arms to block Lu Yigua, saying, "Fourth brother, how can you hit someone? Besides, Zhou Ziqing didn't do anything to cousin." Lu Jiajia's sweet smile slowly faded, replaced by a cold sneer. She knew Lu Chao was jealous of her, but she didn't expect Lu Chao would dare to openly slap her in front of so many people. What kind of words are the most hurtful? Of course, it's the biased opinions of family that spark the most discussion. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Chao spoke, gossipers began to emerge. How can you hit someone? This isn't just Zhou Ziqing's fault. The young girl from the Lu family was at fault too. Lu Chao is a good person. She said this shouldn't all fall on Zhou Ziqing. I think there's more to this story. Speaking of which, Lu Chao has a good character, supporting fairness over family ties. Now that I think about it, there's definitely something going on. Lu Chao is truly a blessing. I feel sorry for Zhou Ziqing, who's been bothered by the Lu girl for so long and now got hit. Seeing the conversation leaning in her favor, Lu Chao became even bolder. "Fourth brother, when will you change your habit of hitting people? You can't just hit anyone. Cousin, you should also change your ways. If fourth brother wants to hit someone, you should stop him. How can you?" She didn't finish her sentence, her expression showing difficulty, which was enough to spark more negative discussions about Lu Jiajia among the villagers. Lu father's face was as dark as thunder, and he looked at Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu nearly choked on his food, shocked that Lu Chao would be so foolish as to side with an outsider against her own cousin, trying to drag the Lu family down with her. He quickly put down his bowl and walked over to grab Lu Chao. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Zhou Wenqing claimed to treat his niece like a sister while enjoying the benefits of the Lu family. Now that Lu Jiajia looked down on him, he was anxious to win her over. How could a man who couldn't even lift a hoe support a family? Did he think everyone else was a fool? Uncle Lu's eyes widened in disbelief, scaring Lu Chao, who felt a jolt of fear. She had only wanted to improve Zhou Wenqing's impression of her, but she didn't expect her father to be so angry. Lu Chao tightly clutched her red dress. Just as she hesitated and wanted to leave, Zhou Wenqing slowly stood up and walked behind her, enduring the pain on his face, and said, "Lu Chao, don't worry about me." Lu Chao was startled and turned to look at Zhou Wenqing. He actually knew her name. Did that mean he had some feelings for her too? "Just go," Zhou Wenqing said with a sad look in his eyes. Lu Chao felt as if she were under a spell. She thought, if Lu Jiejia could give everything for Zhou Wenqing and cling to him all day, why couldn't she do the same now that Lu Jiejia no longer wanted him? What was she lacking compared to Lu Jiejia? She was still a lucky charm. When she first arrived at the square, several people had shown her kindness. Lu Chao thought wildly. How could she be worse than Lu Jiejia? Looking at Zhou Wenqing's face, Lu Chao shook her head. "I won't leave. Zhou Ziqing, you're the victim. It takes 2 to tango. You can't take all the blame." "Uncle Lu." "Lu Yegua, are you out of your mind? Do you know what you're saying? Just because you're my cousin doesn't mean I won't stand up to you. I'll defend my little sister." eldest and second brother frowned, looking at Lu Chao as if she were an enemy. The Lu family was protective, and Lu father's 4 sons often defended Lu Chao, leading her to believe that they treated her the same way they treated Lu Jejia. Lu Chao looked sadly at Lu Yegua. "Fourth brother, how can you say that?" Lu Yegua. He couldn't help but feel angry. Just then, laughter from a girl came from nearby. Lu Jejia smiled sweetly. "Cousin, I know how you feel about Zhou Jiqing. When Zhou Jiqing saw me as a sister, you often watched him secretly. I'm sorry I forgot about that. Fourth brother, don't blame her. Maybe Zhou Wenqing will be your brother-in-law in the future." As soon as she said this, everyone's expression changed, except for Lu Chao, whose face turned red. The villagers hadn't thought much before. They just felt Lu Chao was quite upright, mainly because of her lucky charm status. But now, wasn't this just a young girl with a crush? The women who wanted to introduce their sons to Lu Chao were unhappy. They had someone in their hearts. However, the scene at noon was truly shocking. Some villagers still held onto old beliefs, thinking Lu Chao was a fairy sent from above. How could she marry a youth from another place? Wangpa had just arrived. "Xiao Chao, do you really like this Zhou youth? There are many strong young men in our village. You shouldn't marry someone from outside." Zhenghua from their family liked that Luo youth, and she was worried about what to do. Just when she thought about bringing this lucky boy home, news came out that he was with Zhou Wenqing. As one of the main characters, Zhou Wenqing stepped back when Lu Chao shyly looked over. Lu Chao wore a red dress, but she was under 5 feet tall, dark and strong, not even delicate. Zhou Wenqing didn't even like someone as beautiful as Lu Jejia at first. How could he possibly like Lu Chao? He could tell Lu Chao was interested in him and wanted to leave the square immediately. Lu Jejia found it amusing. "Zhou youth, my cousin is now a lucky girl. They say her good fortune is so strong that even the fish in the water are attracted to her." Xue Yan glanced at his stepped-on foot and then at the smiling Lu Jejia. He said nothing and just took a bite of his bread. It seemed she really had lost interest in Zhou Wenqing. "Jejia, come here." At that moment, Lu's father finally spoke, waving for Lu Jejia to come over. Lu Jejia smiled and ran to her father's side. Xue Yan watched as the person who was just in front of him fluttered away like a butterfly. He pulled his foot back and tasted the fish, which had a lot of vinegar added to it, making it a bit sour. After a couple of bites, his narrow eyes slowly focused on a figure not far away. Lu's father gently patted his daughter's head. He had held back for so long just to see if Lu Jejia had truly moved on from Zhou Wenqing. For the Lu family, Lu Jejia's infatuation with Zhou Wenqing was definitely a shadow over them. Lu's father was hesitant to believe it, but he realized that his daughter really no longer liked Zhou Wenqing. Lu's father had been the village leader for over 10 years and was the backbone of Shishui village. When he stood up, almost all discussion stopped. Anyone who knew Lu's father understood that he was not someone to be messed with. "Zhou Jiqing for over a year, the whole village, knows you see our Jejia as a sister. But you need to understand, our Lu family has no connection with you, and there won't be one in the future," Lu's father said sternly. "If you dare to bother my daughter again, that would be unacceptable." If such behavior were recorded, not only would there be consequences, but it would also affect his reputation. Zhou Wenqing looked at Lu's father, who had lived many years with a steady presence and an unreadable gaze. He felt scared and quickly left the square, covering his face. Lu Jejia felt proud, almost like she was borrowing strength from her father. In Xue Yan's eyes, if she had a tail, it would have been wagging by now. Lu Chao wanted to say a few more words after Zhou Wenqing left but was slapped by Uncle Lu. "You're a young lady. Look at how you just acted." Their whole family relied on the second branch of the Lu family. Lu's father treated them well, but he never expected his youngest daughter to add to their troubles. "Dad, why did you hit me? I was just..." Lu Chao had never felt so special before. After being praised for a few hours, she thought she could do anything in Shishui village. Now, after being slapped by Uncle Lu, tears fell from her eyes. Uncle Lu had stayed in the square and had never seen the lake's situation. He had heard about the incident with the lucky doll but didn't believe it. Angrily, he said, "Are you foolish? Take your things and go home right now." Not helping his own family, but aiding someone weak. And a weak person who bullied his cousin at that. How foolish. Lu Chao glanced at her father protecting Lu Jiejie and then at Uncle Lu, stomped her foot, and said, "I don't have a father like you." Then she turned and ran away in tears. Lu Jiejie had pursued Zhou Wenqing for a year without any trouble, and her uncle and aunt still cared for her. But when Lu Chao did the same thing, her father hit her. Why was it that she couldn't like Zhou Jiqing? Lu Chao was determined. She would win over Zhou Jiqing. Her situation is different now, and good luck will surely come her way. In her opinion, Lu Jiejie is just frustrated because she can't catch up with Zhou Jiqing. She's giving up, but once she catches up with Zhou Jiqing, she can prove that she is better than Lu Jiejie. After the commotion earlier, everyone had their own thoughts. The villagers who benefited today still wanted to marry Lu Chao. After all, she is like a catch. If they marry Lu Chao, they might also get chickens and deer to eat. Those who were unhappy with Lu Jiejie kept quiet, as she has a fierce mother, a capable father, and 4 brothers who can fight. It's said that her 3rd brother is now a regiment leader in the army and is very protective of her. Who would dare to offend her? Lin Feng didn't dare to say a word, sitting quietly with his head down, looking at his toes. The storm passed just like that. After Lu Jiejie finished eating and put the dishes back in the basket, Lu Yeguo was about to remind his sister to stay away from Xue Yan. But Lu Jiejie stood up and ran toward Xue Yan, who hadn't finished eating yet. Lu Jiejie was annoyed that he was eating slowly, so she sat beside him, waiting impatiently. Since she eats slowly too, she would speed up if someone was waiting beside her. She felt shy to remind him, so she used this method to make Xue Yan eat faster. It was too hot, and Lu Jiejie was eager to go back, occasionally glancing at Xue Yan. Xue Yan ate at a steady pace, unlike her 4th brother who gobbled down his food. He seemed refined, as if he had been educated since childhood. Her gaze fell on Xue Yan's Adam's apple, which moved as he swallowed. Lu Jiejie curiously stared at it, eventually resting her chin in her hands to watch. Xue Yan managed to stay calm, but his ears were getting redder. Lu Yeguo was furious seeing his sister daydreaming, feeling like he might go crazy. Xue Yan was clearly trying to flirt with his sister, shamelessly aiming to be her boyfriend. No way. His sister was so delicate. If they ever argued, she wouldn't stand a chance against him. The main issue was that he couldn't take revenge for his sister either, as he couldn't beat Xue Yan. So, Lu Jiejie must marry a man who can't overpower him. Only then could he better protect his sister. Cough, cough, cough. Xue Yan suddenly choked. Lu Jiejie woke up. What's wrong? Are you choking? It was time to build rapport. Lu Jiejie picked up the bowl of mung bean soup and handed it to him. Quick, drink. As Xue Yan reached for the bottom of the bowl, their fingers touched and his body tensed again. The people around them were confused by their interaction. However, they understood that Lu Jiejie could never like Xue Yan, otherwise, she wouldn't have jumped into the lake twice last time. The young men in the village who admired Lu Jiejie were envious, wishing they had the chance to save her just once. Xue Yan drank the mung bean soup and managed to stop coughing. Are you okay? Lu Jiejie wanted to pat Xue Yan's back, but thought it might be too forward, so she withdrew her hand. Xue Yan shook his head. Finally, under Lu Jiejie's watchful gaze, Xue Yan quickly finished the food in the bowl. As soon as he finished, Lu Jiejie stood up happily. I'll take this away now. She took the bowl from Xue Yan's hand and dashed off. Xue Yan. Lu Jiejie cleaned up the dishes and put them in a basket, preparing to leave. At that moment, Xue Yan stood up and walked toward where they were butchering the wild boar. He glanced at Lu Jiejie, who had her back to him, and said, Captain, let's start dividing the pork. Lu's father nodded. It was so hot that the longer they waited, the quicker it would spoil. Xue Yan was in charge of butchering the boar, as he had done this tough work in previous years. Mainly, he was strong and divided it fairly. Everyone line up, one representative from each family. Lu's father wiped the sweat from his face. Lu Jiejie had never seen meat distribution before, and the two girls beside her were excited, stretching their necks to watch. Curiosity sparked in her, and she sat under the big tree to see how people divided the meat in this era. Jiejie, come over and take notes. Lu's father pulled out a notebook where records of the distribution were kept each year. Logically, this was also Lu Jiejie's responsibility. It dawned on Lu Jiejie that this was her task. With a new role, she had to do her best. The wild boar set up a small table nearby, and Lu Jiejie sat down. Lu Hua and Lu Hao ran over to watch her write. Everyone first registered with Lu Jiejie before going to collect the meat. Every step was necessary. Each representative also had to leave a fingerprint, and Lu Jiejie didn't expect the process to be so thorough. Initially, the line was made up of some older women, but it gradually changed to young men. Some clever people knew that being educated was better. Although Lu Jiejie had desperately pursued Zhou Wenqing, her handwriting was beautiful, and she looked like a goddess. Not only did she have a good job, but her father was also the village leader, making her the most favored in the family. Marrying her would bring nothing but benefits. In other words, they originally thought they couldn't aspire to her, but Lu Jiejie's pursuit of Zhou Wenqing lowered her status a bit, allowing them to entertain such thoughts. Otherwise, who would dare to propose to the Lu family? With Lu Jiejie's looks, marrying into the city as a government official's wife would be more than enough. With the support of her family, one by one, young men blushed as they rushed to register, not daring to breathe loudly, afraid of leaving a bad impression on Lu Jiejie. The fifth was the village troublemaker, Zhao Shihui, whom Lu Jiejie knew. He had liked to fight since childhood and had been saved by the original owner 3 years ago, which made him develop feelings for her. During the time the original owner was pursuing Zhou Wenqing, he threatened Zhou Wenqing, and when the original owner found out, she scolded him harshly. She even warned Zhao Shihui that if he bothered her again, she would report him for harassment. Feeling frustrated from the scolding, Zhao Shihui happened to find a job at the steel factory in town, unexpectedly securing a position and earning a steady income. Lu Jiejie couldn't help but marvel at how unpredictable life could be. Zhao Shihui looked at Lu Jiejie with a silly grin, showing his 8 white teeth, completely different from his fierce, fighting demeanor. Tomorrow, during the harvest in Shishui village, his factory would be on break, and he didn't expect to find out that Lu Jiejie no longer liked Zhou Wenqing. This was another chance for him. He kept staring at Lu Jiejie's face and said, "Comrade Lu, in our family, there are 8 adults and 6 children." Okay. Lu Jiejie wrote down the information and pushed it in front of Zhao Shihui. "Please leave your fingerprint." Zhao Shihui looked surprised and extended his thumb. "Comrade Lu, your handwriting is really beautiful." With expressions and actions, it looked just like an advertisement. Lu Jiejie.
She didn't need any likes.
"Just go over there to get the pork," Lu Jiejie pointed toward Xue Yan. The registration was quick. By the time the pork was being divided, she had almost finished signing up. Feeling bored, she looked over at the meat distribution area. The wild boar had been washed several times, and there were hardly any traces of blood left, but the strong smell lingered. Next to it, there were large buckets containing pig intestines and liver. Xue Yan held a heavy, sharp knife, but the boar's skin was thick, the meat was firm, and there was little fat, making it difficult to cut even when boiled for a long time. He wore a dark outfit, and when he exerted himself, his shirt tightened across his chest, revealing his bronze-colored forearms, which showed absolute strength. Sweat dampened the hair on his forehead, and his dark eyes looked even more intense. Lu Jiejie felt a certain heat radiating from him. She couldn't quite explain it, but she sensed he was quite warm. Lu Jiejie disapproved of Xue Yan and rolled up his sleeves to show his strong arms. "Let me cut first." Xue Yan turned to look at Lu Jiejie, his sharp features giving him a somewhat dangerous look. He didn't make any threatening expressions, but it made him seem particularly intimidating and hard to deal with. Lu Jiejie even felt like Xue Yan could strike at any moment. He straightened his back and swallowed hard. Xue Yan definitely had a violent side. He couldn't let his little sister be with this guy. As Xue Yan picked up the knife, Lu Jiejie instinctively widened his eyes. This expression was somewhat similar to Lu Jiejia's. Lu Jiejia also swallowed. She knew Xue Yan was a good person. After all, just a few days ago, if he had chosen to ignore her, the woman who had insulted him could have easily disappeared in the mountains. But Xue Yan didn't. He saved her, and in the original story, he also saved the arrogant original character. Lu Jiejia didn't understand why Xue Yan looked so fierce when he was actually quite handsome. He seemed intimidating at first glance. The villagers held their breath, and the woman at the front, usually chatty, was now silent and not in a hurry at all. Suddenly, Xue Yan slammed the knife down on the cutting board and said in a deep voice, "You come." Then he walked to the side, glancing back at Lu Jiejia, who was resting her head on the table and looking up at him. Lu Jiejia blinked and smiled obediently, her eyes shaped like crescent moons. Xue Yan suddenly looked away. Lu Jiejia shot a glare at her fourth brother. She tried to show her good side, but her brother kept holding her back. All of this happened in less than 2 minutes. Lu Yegua felt like he had been hit hard. He wanted to impress his little sister, but instead, he got a glare. Lu Yegua's alarm bells went off. Could his little sister really have feelings for Xue Yan? That rough guy? That couldn't happen. His sister was meant to enjoy a good life in the city. Xue Yan had nothing. Did he expect her to marry him and spend her days doing chores and farming? No way. Hey, fourth brother, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and cut the meat. We have 6 adults and 3 kids in the house. If you take any longer, the meat will spoil. The aunt had seen Xue Yan kill a wild boar with his bare hands, but she had never seen Lu Yegua do it, so she returned to her usual self and complained loudly. Lu Yegua suddenly snapped back to reality, frowning as he started to cut the meat. When Xue Yan cut the meat, it looked effortless, while Lu Yegua used the same strength he had when cutting a pig before. As a result, he only made a small cut. Lu Yegua. He didn't want to admit he was worse than Xue Yan, so for the next cut, he put in all his strength and finally, the meat came off. But when he weighed it, it was 2 taels too much. In those days, fairness was very important. It couldn't be more or less. Lu Yegua cut off 2 taels, but after a few tries, he became frustrated. He was a hot-tempered person who liked to get things done quickly. Cutting pork slowly drove him crazy, and he kept getting it wrong, which only made him angrier. It felt like there was a fire inside him that he couldn't release, and the more he cut, the more upset he got, especially when he couldn't get through the meat. By the time it was Zhao's turn, Lu Yegua's eyes were red, and he was so angry he wanted to throw the knife on the ground. "I'll do it." Xue Yan reached for the knife. This time, Lu Yegua didn't get angry. He quickly let go and stepped aside to calm down. Xue Yan had a blank expression as he cut down, unexpectedly causing blood to spray directly onto Zhao Shihui's face. The raw wild boar meat smelled terrible, with a mix of blood and a fishy odor. Zhao Shihui felt a chill on his face and wiped it with his hand. "Xue Yan," he said, his face full of anger. "Will they fight?" Lu Jiejia slowly sat up, her eyes fixed on the 2 men not far away. Zhao Shihui was quite aggressive. He and Lu Yegua were known for their short tempers and would fight at the slightest disagreement, which is why they became the local bullies in Shishui village.
Sorry.
Xue Yan's gaze was indifferent, showing neither fear nor eagerness to please, as he looked at Zhao Shihui. The meat was cut too small. Lu Yegua. So it was his fault.
You.
Zhao Shihui clenched his fists, staring into Xue Yan's deep black eyes, gritting his teeth but hesitating to make a move. He had fought Xue Yan before and ended up in bed for 3 days. He glanced at Lu Yegua. He and Lu Yegua had similar tempers and had been good friends since childhood. Plus, he had to endure for his future girlfriend, Lu Jiejia. Zhao Shihui forced out a sound. Forget it. He quickly ran over to Lu Jiejia to chat, but she wrinkled her nose in disgust at his smell, trying to act nonchalant while partially covering her face with her fingers. Zhao Shihui. He realized there was blood in his hair, and he smelled bad. Wasn't this ruining his chances? So, Zhao Shihui immediately ran home to take a shower. After about an hour and a half of work, the meat was finally divided. Lu Jie noted down Xue Yan's work points for the day. Killing a wild boar was not only physically demanding but also messy and tiring, so everyone earned work points for it. Not just Xue Yan but her 3 brothers also received points, even though they did less work. Others who helped with the pig slaughter also received the same points. As people in the square received their share of pork, they hurried home to cook. Xue Yan was resting under a big tree, slightly out of breath, having spent almost 3/4 of the time cutting the meat. Wild boar meat was tough to cut, and each slice required a lot of strength. Lu Jie looked over. Seeing that Xue Yan's lips were dry, she quickly poured out the remaining mung bean water, just enough for half a bowl. She ran over and handed it to him, saying, "Drink this." Lu Yeguang's eyes widened as he excitedly ran over. "Little sister, I'm thirsty too." Lu Jie held the bowl in her arms, but this is all that's left. It wasn't that she was biased. Her 3 brothers hadn't done much work earlier and received the same amount of credits as Xue Yan. Now, Xue Yan's lips were chapped, while her 4th brother looked perfectly fine. Lu Jie fairly said, "Give it to Xue Yan." "4th brother, aren't you thirsty? We'll be home soon." Lu Yeguang. Was his little sister being unfair? Lu Jie justly gave the mung bean soup to Xue Yan. Xue Yan was taken aback, but accepted it under Lu Yeguang's glare and drank it quickly. Lu Jie reached out to take the bowl back, feeling happy. Did this mean her relationship with Xue Yan was slowly improving? "I'm leaving now," Lu Jie said as she placed the bowl in the basket and prepared to leave with Lu Hua and Lu Hao. Xue Yan called out to her, "Wait." He stood up and picked up a piece of wild boar meat from the Xue family's share, which was quite a lot this time, over 30 pounds. Xue Yan handed a piece to Lu Jie. Looking at her delicate features, his throat suddenly felt dry, and he said hoarsely, "Thank you for the fish you brought earlier. This is to return the favor." Lu Jie's face turned pale as she looked down at the piece of meat he offered, her mind racing with thoughts. Did he not forgive her for the humiliation? Did he not accept her gratitude? Or was he unable to overlook her foolish actions regarding the credits at the Xue family? But for whatever reason, Xue Yan seemed unwilling to reconcile with her. Thinking about it, if someone had done such things to her, she would have secretly sought revenge. Lu Jie didn't look up and tentatively asked, "Are you still angry?" "No, let's call it an exchange," Xue Yan replied, pushing the 7 or 8 pound piece of pork forward. He knew from Lu Jie that Lu's mother had given the Xue family a fish, and Xue Yan didn't want to be seen as a recipient of charity. He wanted to stand on equal ground. Lu Jie felt upset and angry. She had already said that this year's chicken and fish were her rare good luck, which she could use to repay a life-saving favor. But Xue Yan insisted on returning it. Wasn't her effort today in vain? She had been so happy before. Lu Jie glared at Xue Yan and stormed off with her basket. She didn't want pork. If she took it, how would she repay him later? Lu Hua and Lu Hao hurried to catch up with her. Seeing her leave in anger, Xue Yan's expression darkened, confused by her reaction. But Lu Yegua found it amusing. Lu Jie gritted her teeth as she led her 2 nieces home. Just as they reached the door, she saw Tian Jinhua sneaking after an old lady and a man to a secluded spot.
Who was that?
Lu Jie asked. Lu Hao's face suddenly turned pale. She bit her lip and said, "Aunt, that's my grandmother and my uncle." Lu Hao's grandmother and uncle were Tian Jinhua's mother and brother. In an instant, Lu Jie remembered these 2 people. The Tian family was male-dominated. They had 6 daughters before finally having 2 sons, who were spoiled from a young age. Not only did they not have to do any chores, but even when children were born, it was their parents who took care of them. The 6 married sisters were all very devoted, leaving nothing behind when they moved to their husbands' homes. The man from earlier seemed to be the younger son, Tian Yaozu, who had an older brother named Tian Guangzong. Together, they were known as Guangzong Yaozu. This mother and son surely had no good intentions today. Lu Jie looked at her 2 nieces and said, "Don't be afraid. It's fine. You 2 go back first." She handed the basket to Lu Hua and quietly approached to eavesdrop. On the other side of the wall, Tian Mu was gripping Tian Jinhua's waist tightly, saying, Lu, I heard today that your Lu family caught 4 fish. You should at least send one to our Tian family, right? Look at your older sisters. They are so poor they can barely take food from their own families. You live so well, but don't think of us at all. Do you have any conscience? Do you have any conscience? Tian Jinhua winced in pain and said, Mom, it's not that I don't want to help. You know how strict my mother-in-law is. If I dare to steal fish, she would be furious. Can't you find a way? Mom, if I bring fish home today, my mother-in-law will come over tonight and cause trouble for our family. Tian's mother looked thoughtful but troubled. Tian Yaozu, nearby, was frustrated. What about the wild boar meat? There's plenty of pork. Surely you can find a way to get some. Tian Jinhua bent down, trying to please. I'll see if I can sneak some home. You're useless, Tian's mother scolded. What good is it that I raised you? You can't even bring back a little something from your in-laws. The Lu family lives near the mountains with houses on both sides, but there are no buildings behind and few people pass by. Tian's mother shamelessly urged her 6th daughter to steal from her in-laws for her benefit. Lu Jiejie didn't expect the Tian family to have such an idea. During harvest time, every household relies on wild boar meat to get through tough times. Stealing someone else's wild boar meat is no different from taking their life. When Lu Jiejie heard that Tian Jinhua agreed to steal the wild boar meat, her expression turned cold. Some habits are hard to change, just like a mouse will always dig holes. The Lu family has been too kind to her. If they treated her like the Tian family, she would be much more obedient. Lu Jiejie quickly thought of many solutions. She considered having her 2nd brother get a divorce. But the youngest niece from the 2nd branch, Lu Yi, is only 1 year old. Lu Yuan is 5, and her oldest niece is 8. What would happen if they got divorced? Who would take care of them? Who would do the laundry and cooking? Who would want to marry in and take care of another woman's 4 children? It was an impossible problem. So the simplest solution for now is... Lu Jiejie rubbed her wrists. Her family has plenty of strong people. Fighting not only relieves stress, but also lifts the mood. Moreover, the Lu family needs more workers, so she would make Tian Jinhua work hard. She didn't believe that someone could be so exhausted every day and still cause trouble. In 2 years, the world will change greatly, and the Lu family will definitely split up. What will happen then will depend on her 2nd brother. This is all her 2nd brother's fault for not choosing the right person. Their mother had already found him a gentle and kind bride, but he insisted on marrying Tian Jinhua. Now, what can be done? She is just a sister-in-law and can only protect the children as much as possible. She can't interfere in someone else's marriage and act all high and mighty. Tian Yaozu tugged at his mother's sleeve, and she immediately understood. She pinched Tian Jinhua's arm and said, Don't forget what I told you last time we were home. You should bring it up with your mother-in-law soon. If this works out, our families will be even closer. Tian Jinhua's expression became complicated, and she replied, I'll try. Do it quickly. Tian's mother scolded. Okay. After the 3 of them finished discussing, they walked out of the alley. Just as they turned a corner, they suddenly saw Lu Jiejie. Lu Jiejie was staring with wide eyes, her fair little face expressionless, like a beautiful doll. Tian Jinhua, already feeling guilty, screamed in shock, stumbled back against the wall, and fell to the ground. Oh my gosh! Tian's mother covered her heart with one hand and protected Tian Yaozu with the other, her legs trembling. Seeing someone suddenly appear, especially the person they had just been talking about, startled anyone. Lu Jiejie carefully observed Tian's mother. Tian's mother had a simple and honest appearance, with drooping brows that made her look submissive and easy to bully. However, her personality was the opposite of her looks. She loved to take advantage and often tried to cut corners during group work. She was even harsher with her own daughters. From a young age, she taught them to be submissive, and her married daughters acted like they were crazy, always siding with their birth family and neglecting their in-laws. Jiejie, what are you doing? Tian's mother rubbed her hands together, putting on an innocent expression. Lu Jiejie raised her eyebrows and said honestly, I heard you talking. Just now, I heard you ask Tian Jinhua to steal our fish, and then you asked her to steal our wild boar meat. Tian's mother. Tian Jinhua quickly got up from the ground, knowing her sister-in-law's position in the family. Little sister, no, I didn't say to steal anything. How could my sister-in-law steal? Lu Jijia blinked, but I heard you. You even agreed with your mother to steal our things. I wouldn't steal. Why would I? Tian Jinhua shook her head vigorously. This is all a misunderstanding. Tian's mother smiled and stepped forward to take Lu Jijia's hand. Lu Jijia stepped back, avoiding her. Tian's mother forced a smile. Jijia, I didn't say steal. I just asked your sister-in-law to discuss with your mother. You know our family is poor and has many children. We were hoping you could share a little with us. Lu Jijia replied seriously, and Tian, that's not right. When your sister-in-law married into the Lu family, she asked for a high bride price. You even said it was like selling your daughter. Since your sister-in-law was sold to our family, doesn't that make her part of our family? Your family has many children. What does that have to do with us Lu family? And our family has many more people than yours. She extended her hand to count, my parents, 3 brothers, 2 sisters-in-law, and 8 nieces and nephews, plus me, that makes 16 people. I remember your family has only 10, right? If your family can't eat enough, then we will have an even harder time. Each household shares based on the number of people, so it's about the same for everyone. After Lu Jijia finished speaking, she stared seriously at Tian's mother, as if demanding an explanation. Tian's mother chuckled nervously. I was just joking. We don't want any wild boar meat. We didn't say we wanted wild boar meat. Tian Yazu stepped out from behind Tian's mother, his small eyes fixed on Lu Jijia, asking, Jijia, do you have enough to eat? If not, I can bring you some. His voice was teasing, and he spoke in a high-pitched tone, like a servant in an ancient palace. Lu Jijia. A breeze blew by, and Tian Yazu caught a faint scent, feeling drawn to Lu Jijia as he stepped closer. He said eagerly, although we don't have much wild boar meat, I can give you my share. Tian's mother frowned, looking at Lu Jijia with some dissatisfaction. This was clearly a blatant tease. Lu Jijia noticed Lu's mother approaching and turned to her, saying, Mom, the Tian family is trying to take our wild boar meat. Who is trying to take our wild boar meat? Lu's mother's sharp voice came from a distance as she walked over confidently, holding a thick rolling pin. 3 strong sons followed behind her. Tian's mother immediately trembled, and Tian Yazu instinctively took a step back. Tian Jinhua felt nervous and quickly moved to the side against the wall. When Lu Jijia shouted, the nearby villagers also noticed and rushed over to see what was happening. Fights in the countryside are common and not embarrassing. Some families will complain for hours if they lose something. In this case of the stolen pork, only the Tian family would be embarrassed. Lu Jijia jogged over to her mother, obediently reporting, Aunt Tian told my sister-in-law to steal our fish, and now she wants to take our wild boar meat too. She had been calm earlier because she was alone. After all, people nowadays tend to resort to fighting, especially the older women in the countryside. If a real fight broke out, she would definitely be at a disadvantage. Now that her mother was here to support her, Lu Jijia felt no more worries. Stealing from our Lu family? Lu's mother tightened her grip on the rolling pin, her fierce gaze making Tian Yazu hide behind Tian's mother. Tian's mother forced a smile, swallowing hard. In-laws, what are you doing? I was just joking. Joking with me? Lu's mother laughed coldly. It seems you haven't fought in a long time. The people of Shishui village have forgotten my reputation. She raised the rolling pin, pointing at Tian's mother. What does your Tian family think they are? How dare you take advantage of our Lu family? Let me tell you, since Tian Jinhua married into our Lu family, she has nothing to do with your Tian family. If she dares to help you, I'll make sure to have my second son divorce her. Tian Jinhua's face turned pale instantly, and she hurriedly explained, Mother, no, that's not true. How could I steal anything from home? As Tian Jinhua explained, her children shrank back in fear. Lu Jijia saw that Lu Hao was almost burying his head in his arms. In this era, there was no such thing as divorce. To the children, divorce meant losing their mother, turning them into motherless kids, which was terrifying. Lu Jie shot a fierce glare at Lu Ganghua. It was bad enough that she had poor judgment, but now he stubbornly chose a daughter-in-law, putting both himself and their children at risk. Thinking of this made Lu Jie's fists clench. She really wanted to punch her second brother in the face. Lu Ganghua was sweating under Lu Jie's glare. He was rather slow and didn't understand how he had offended his younger sister. Lu Mu rolled up her sleeves and said to her 3 sons, "Protect your sister. I'll deal with that old woman." As she angrily marched toward Tian Mu, she shouted, "Everyone heard that today the Tian family encouraged our second daughter-in-law to steal from us. Out of respect for our families, I won't call for help, but I will confront her." The villagers knew what the Tian family was like. During the years of famine, they had encouraged their eldest daughter to steal food from her husband's family. Back then, food was life, and the Tian family refused to admit it. The incident caused a huge uproar, and it was said that the eldest daughter's family lost a daughter due to starvation. This was all because of the Tian family's wrongdoing, leading to the death of their own granddaughter. "Mother-in-law, what are you?" Before Tian Mu could finish her sentence, Lu Mu grabbed her hair. Lu Jie watched her fierce mother, hardly daring to blink. She had never seen such a straightforward fight before. It was much more exciting than a movie. In front of her daughter, Tian Mu was a fierce tiger, but in front of Lu Mu, she was just a paper tiger, too scared to fight back. After a while, Lu Mu found it boring and kicked Tian Mu to the ground, saying, "If I ever find out you're taking advantage of our family again, I'll bring my whole family to smash your Tian family." Tian Mu didn't dare to retort, and Tian Yaozu shrank back like a quail. He ran away as soon as Lu's mother let go, helping Tian's mother up from the ground. Lu Jie. Tian Yaozu was already 19 and had never worked in the fields. In this time when food was scarce, he was overweight, and when he ran, his body shook. "Pa, what a coward." Lu's mother spat. If her son acted like that, she would definitely be furious with him. Without even looking at Tian Jinhua, Lu's mother took her daughter's hand and went home. Lu Jie glanced back at Tian Jinhua and noticed her looking anxious, raising an eyebrow slightly. At the back, Lu Ganghua said little and simply pulled Tian Jinhua's arm, dragging her home. After a few years of marriage, he regretted marrying Tian Jinhua more and more each day. At first, he thought she was strong and deserving of sympathy, but it turned out to be just a facade. In the end, his little bit of compassion ruined his whole life. Once the whole family was inside the yard, Lu Yegua shut the door firmly, causing Tian Jinhua to collapse in fear. She looked at her son Dashan and then at her 2 daughters. Dashan understood and rushed to Lu Jie's side, crying, "Auntie, please talk to Grandma and let my mom go. She hasn't done anything wrong. Don't let Grandma hurt her." Lu Jie. Lu Hao opened his mouth, his voice hoarse, "Don't hurt Mom." Meanwhile, Lu Yuan was scared and ran behind her aunt, clutching her clothes. Except for Lu Yi, who was still lying in bed, Tian Jinhua's 3 children gathered around Lu Jie. Lu Jie sighed and asked, "Do you think Grandma hitting your mom is helping anyone?" The little ones looked up, confused. "She is helping you," Lu Jie said softly. "Your family is already broken. If your mom were in charge instead of my mom, your lives would be ruined by her." Lu Hao, who was 8 and understood simple things, lowered her head, feeling mixed emotions. Dashan was still a bit confused, while Lu Yuan listened with half understanding, only knowing that Andy was good and that her mom was strict, which felt wrong. Lu Mu originally wanted to scold the second branch of the family, but when she heard her daughter speaking reasonably, she realized she was on her side. She immediately closed her mouth, waiting to hear her daughter Jia praise her. Lu Fu took a puff of his pipe, saying nothing, just listening to his daughter's speech. Lu Jia tried her best to explain the situation to her niece and nephew. "You should know what your grandmother is like. She wasted her own son and exploited her daughter for him. Now, the second branch is slowly starting to follow that pattern. The only reason they haven't succeeded yet is that Tian Jinhua doesn't have enough power." "What does it mean to waste your son?" she asked. Deshawn, have you met your uncle?
Deshawn nodded.
Lu Jiajia continued. You will end up like him, staying at home all day doing nothing, relying on your parents and sister to support you, becoming useless, out of breath after walking a few steps. Once he loses everyone, he will just wait to die, without any manly spirit. Lacking manly spirit is not acceptable. Deshawn shook his head and said loudly, I want to be like my third uncle and fight bad people. Lu Jiajia sighed in relief, glad that the second branch hadn't split off. With Lu Fu around to guide them, Deshawn hadn't been wasted. Deshawn will definitely become a man, Lu Jiajia said, patting his head. Deshawn excitedly tilted his head back. Then she looked at Lu Hao, feeling particularly sorry for her. Xiao Hao, do you know that your aunt's daughter once starved to death? Your aunt took food back to her family for her brother, but ended up starving her own daughter. Lu Hao shivered. I hope you understand that girls do not live for their brothers. They live for themselves. Because your mother cannot take charge, you haven't completely become like your aunt. If you face difficulties in the future, you can turn to your aunt, but never just listen to your mother. Lu Hao was biting her hand, tears falling onto her palm. Lastly, Lu Jiajia looked angrily at Tian Jinhua, who was gritting her teeth. Today, you plead for her, and everyone forgives her. Tomorrow, she will dare to steal pork back to her family, and when you grow up, she will dare to sell you to her nephew for bride price. Yes, my daughter is right. Mother Lu didn't understand much about principles. She just knew that her daughter had expressed what she wanted to say. Now I am in charge, and you all must listen to me. When has the Lu family ever let the Tian family bully us? They all went to the Tian family to be dutiful, but who is protecting my daughter? Brothers will grow old, and at that time, the nieces and nephews will be useful. Mother Lu shot a fierce glare at Tian Jinhua. Competing for people with her daughter? Ridiculous. Lu Gang was started to cry. He felt guilty towards his children and his younger sister. Mother Lu rolled her eyes. Sons are a burden, always causing worry. How much dowry has she given for her 4 sons? In the Lu family's yard, there was a big tree that always provided shade during the summer. Tian Jinhua sat nervously under the tree, looking at the person across from her. Lu Ganghua felt he had let his parents down. He slapped himself twice and then knelt on the ground. Mom and Dad, I have been unfilial and made you worry. Lu Jiajia watched as her brother's face quickly swelled up, realizing he had hit himself hard. Mother Lu was a bit tired from standing, so she moved 2 stools, one for herself and one for Lu Jiajia. She sat down, exuding the authority of a head of the family. Now, what should we do about this situation? Tian Jinhua, with her hair disheveled, looked up and cried, Mom, I have married into the Lu family. How could I side with the Tian family? I only pretended to agree with my mother just now. I would never steal the wild boar meat from home. She firmly denied having any ulterior motives. Did I ask you to see her? Mother Lu slammed a rolling pin on the ground. When you married into our family, both families agreed that you would have nothing to do with the Tian family from then on. Have you ignored my words? If it weren't for the harvest tomorrow, she would have made sure Tian Jinhua couldn't get out of bed today. Tian Jinhua wiped her tears, signaling Lu Hao to cry, but Lu Hao kept his head down, not daring to look at her. She was furious. She had always said that having a daughter was useless, and now it seemed to be true. Lu Jiajia, knowing her mother had many ways to deal with daughters-in-law, remained silent and watched from the side. Mr. Lu was sitting quietly at the door, smoking a pipe. Mrs. Lu tapped a rolling pin and said, The second family knows the rules but still breaks them. Tomorrow during harvest, Tian Jinhua will have to work hard to earn 10 points. And this time, I won't let you taste any meat. After finishing your work, you'll come back to cook, and after dinner, you'll do the laundry. Zhang Shuyun swallowed hard. As a woman, she knew how difficult it was to earn 10 points. It required a lot of hard work. After returning, she would still have to cook and do laundry. By the time the harvest was over, Tian Jinhua would be exhausted. 10 points? Tian Jinhua was so scared she almost fainted. A strong adult man only earns 10 points in a day, and she would have to do laundry and cook too. Would she even survive after the harvest? Mrs. Lu laughed. What are you pretending for? When you were at home, your mother worked you like a mule. You had to earn 10 points every day to come home. How come you could work at your old family, but can't work here, in the Lu family? Tian Jinhua's tears streamed down her face. Since marrying into the Lu family, she hadn't done such heavy work. After having Lu Hao, her tasks had become lighter. Now, suddenly being asked to do such hard work, how could she manage? It's settled then, Mrs. Lu said, looking at Xue Yan. You take care of lunch. Tian Jinhua will cook in the morning and evening. Xue Yan quickly nodded. Mrs. Lu didn't want to reason with someone like her. She said directly, if you can't finish your work, don't come back for lunch. If you die in the fields, we'll bring you back to bury you. I'll pay for it and find a new wife for the second son. Tian Jinhua immediately stopped crying, covering her face with her hands, gritting her teeth in silence. After dealing with Tian Jinhua, Mrs. Lu looked at everyone in the yard, her gaze landing on Lu Ganghua. Second son, remember the good things about your sister. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't bother with your family's problems. You just ate your sister's fish for lunch, and in the afternoon, she still has to worry about your family. Don't you feel guilty? Lu Ganghua, a big man, was crying heavily. Mom, I feel guilty. I'm sorry for my sister. He looked at Lu Jiejia with tears in his eyes, feeling both grateful and regretful, his expression very rich. Lu Jiejia. Second brother, there's no need to be polite. Lu mother insisted. What if your little sister gets bullied in the future? I would do anything to seek justice for my little sister. Lu Jiejia. That's not necessary, really. What about you two? Lu mother looked at her other two sons. Lu Igwa straightened his back. Mother, I am the same as second brother. As the older brother, it's my duty to protect my sister. Anyone who dares to bully her will have to face me. Lu Yegwad was a bit dissatisfied, mother. Why are you even asking this? Anyone who bullies my little sister deserves to be dealt with. I can handle it all by myself without needing help from my older brothers. The older brothers exchanged unhappy glances at the youngest brother. Lu mother was pleased and then said to her nieces and nephews, you all can enjoy fish and chicken today because of your aunt. The nieces and nephews chimed in together. Aunt is the best. Lu Jiejia wanted to cover her face. Lu mother raised her chin. Of course, your aunt is the best. Unlike that family from the Tian clan who always thinks about stealing from our Lu family. Remember, if our food is stolen, you won't have anything to eat and will go hungry. Tian Jinhua suddenly faced several confused looks, and even Dashan asked, Mother, how can you steal food for the Tian family? If you take the food away, what will I do? Do you only care about Dafei and not me? Dafei is the eldest grandson of the Tian family, around the same age as Dashan. Usually, Tian Jinhua dotes on him so much that sometimes even her own son has to take a back seat. According to Tian mother, one must always have a backup plan. If one day Dashan is ungrateful, she would still have her nephew to rely on. But now, Tian Jinhua couldn't show her true feelings. Dashan, how could your mother not care for you? You are her precious child. She doesn't care for you. Lu mother had long seen through Tian Jinhua's nature and subtly pointed out, if she truly cared for you, how could she take your pork back home for Dafei to eat? Dashan immediately felt wronged. He rarely got to eat meat, and now his mother wanted to give it to his cousin. Tian Jinhua wished she could silence Lu mother. Moreover, Dafei is Dashan's cousin, so it's only natural for them to help each other. She shook her head at Dashan, and Lu Mu let out a cold hum. Tian Jinhua instantly dared not move. Lu Mu turned to Lu Ganghua and said, you need to teach your son properly. Don't let this troublemaker lead Dashan astray. If he ends up like the Tian family's useless ones, I won't acknowledge him as my grandson. Just thinking about Tian Guangzong and Tian Yaozu's uselessness gave her goosebumps. After dealing with Tian Jinhua, Lu Mu went to the kitchen to start cooking pork. Tian Jinhua was left with a pile of clothes thrown in front of her. Lu Mu coldly said, Wash all these clothes this afternoon. If you don't finish, don't come back. If she likes to work hard, then she can be treated like a workhorse. Maybe Tian Jinhua enjoys it and feels good about herself. Lu Jiejie entered the kitchen and saw Lu Mu cutting wild boar meat. Lu Mu was surprised. Why does it seem like there's an extra piece? Lu Jiejie thought that piece of pork looked familiar and pursed her lips. Xue Yan. Xue Yan returned home carrying wild boar meat, where Xue Fu was processing fish. Lu Mu sent over one fish, and Aunt Lu sent over another, making 2 in total. Eat one, keep one. Xue Yan got home, splashed cold water on his face, wiped the sweat off, and quietly asked, "Why are there 2 fish? Logically, there should only be one. One was sent over from the captain's house, and the other is from Lu Jianhua's family, thanking you for saving her daughter, Lu Chao."
Lu Gao?
Xue Yan searched his mind for this person, but couldn't picture her face at all. She was just an unimportant person, and after 2 seconds of thought, Xue Yan gave up. He took off his shirt, and when the sweat was mostly dry, he poured a basin of cold water over his head, with droplets running down his muscles and dripping onto his pants. At that moment, Xue Yang returned from outside carrying a bundle of firewood. He walked into the kitchen and angrily threw the firewood on the ground. Xue Yan's expression darkened, and Xue Yang, seeing his brother's face, nervously averted his gaze. After Xue Yang returned, Xue Qian came back a little later. He didn't look very happy, but said nothing. Xue father had cooked a 5-pound fish entirely. The 4 men in the house all had big appetites. Xue father's cooking skills weren't great. He just boiled it with salt, and the 3 brothers were used to it by now. Even without extra ingredients, fish was still a rare treat. Xue Yang took a deep breath as he looked at the fish in his bowl and started eating eagerly. Xue Yan wasn't very focused on food. He picked up a piece of fish and suddenly thought about the flatbread he had for lunch. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that the flatbread had a unique flavor. He tightened his grip on the chopsticks. Big brother. After they had eaten most of the meal, Xue Qian hesitated for a moment and asked, "Are you going to marry someone?" Xue Yan stiffened for a moment, then turned to look at Xue Qian, his voice a bit hoarse. "Why do you ask? It's what people outside are saying." Xue Yang angrily put down his chopsticks. "They say you saved a woman today, and our family will definitely go ask for her hand, especially since she's the cousin of that pretty but troublesome woman." Xue Yan's tense muscles relaxed as he replied, "I won't marry." Xue father sighed. When the Lu family visited today, they expressed their gratitude, but they were really afraid of being asked for a marriage. According to the customs of Shishui village, if a man saves a woman, he can directly ask her family for marriage if he is interested. However, in his opinion, the Lu family wouldn't want to marry their daughter off. Xue Qian chimed in, "Big brother, I found out that the one named Lu Chao isn't a good woman. Our family hasn't shown any interest, yet she's out there saying she will never marry you, and she's not even pretty." "Don't talk nonsense," Xue father scolded. Xue Qian pouted. He knew that their family cared a lot about looks. His father married his mother because she was beautiful. The next day, the tiring yet hopeful harvest season began. What makes farmers the happiest? Of course, it's a bountiful harvest year after year. This year's wheat is growing well. After marking the boundaries, everyone is getting ready for the harvest. Lu Hua and Lu Hao are at home taking care of the kids, while Deshan and Shirtu are out with some friends gathering pig grass. The village has a public pig pen where everyone keeps their pigs. Gathering pig grass and bringing it there can earn work points. The weather during harvest season is really hot. Lu Jiejie is wearing a green dress that fits her waist, making her look particularly slim. Her fair legs are exposed, and with every step, the green hem of her dress brushes against her straight legs. The young men coming to register can hardly take their eyes off her. How did Lu Jiejie become so beautiful? She looks like a fairy. Luo Qingqing gazes in amazement at the increasingly lovely Lu Jiejie. She grips her book tightly and walks over to register. She says, "Luo Qingqing, bring the sickle." Lu Jiejie raises her delicate eyebrows, her gaze landing on the book in Luo Qingqing's hands. "Oh, you have a new book. You're not reading a romance novel anymore. Now it's How the Steel Was Tempered. Luo Qingqing follows Lu Jiejia's gaze to her book and smiles, showing no sign of embarrassment from the other day when she took someone else's job. Comrade Lu, do you want to read it? I can lend it to you. Her smile seems a bit forced, as if she reluctantly has to give up her book. Someone might think Lu Jiejia is being demanding. Lu Jiejia widens her bright eyes in surprise and asks, Luo Qingqing, I didn't say anything. Why do you look like I forced you? Luo Qingqing didn't expect Lu Jiejia to be so straightforward. Others also noticed something is off. Lu Jiejia really didn't say anything, so why does Luo Qingqing look like she's being pressured? Besides, bringing a book during harvest time, are you there to cut wheat or to read? Luo Qingqing's eyes suddenly turn red, but she says nothing. Instead, she straightens her back, looking quite dignified. She turns and walks out with the sickle, her demeanor cool. Lu Jiejia. Others. Though it looks nice, it feels quite uncomfortable. Just like Luo Qingqing is a noble, they're like slaves. I don't know where their sense of superiority comes from. Zhou Wenqing was secretly glancing at Lu Jiejia, feeling very unwilling, his face still swollen. He noticed that Lu Jiejia was becoming more and more beautiful, and her charm was better than that of the city girls. She truly resembled a refined lady raised in a wealthy family. If she could maintain this, Zhou Wenqing would be willing to marry her and even pamper her. But thinking about Lu Jiejia's attitude towards him these days, Zhou Wenqing's expression turned a bit sour, though he quickly let it go. He couldn't believe that Lu Jiejia, who was once so crazy about him, would suddenly have no feelings for him. If it was a game of pretending to be indifferent, then Lu Jiejia succeeded. He didn't expect her to be so clever and break down his defenses this way. Zhou Wenqing looked up at the sun, which was starting to heat up, and he began to feel anxious. It was too hot. After working in the fields for 2 days, his back was already sunburned. If he took off his shirt to work, his back would probably get sunburned badly. Zhou Wenqing waited for fewer people before going to register, but he was bumped by a man rushing by. Comrade Lu, I'm here to register, just like everyone else, for a sickle, Zhao said, wiping the sweat from his forehead, but he cast a hostile glance at Zhou Wenqing. This pretty boy had taken his goddess, and he hadn't forgotten it. Now that his goddess wasn't protecting him, he wanted to see how Zhou would handle it. Lu Jiejia registered him right away. When Zhou Wenqing arrived, Lu Jiejia said, You're already registered. Just take the sickle. Zhou Wenqing gritted his teeth and turned to get the sickle. But Lu Jiejia was behind him, laughing so hard her cheeks were puffed up. Zhou Wenqing dreaded doing farm work, not just because he was lazy, but because it was truly hard work. In summer, he could get sunburned, and in winter, his hands could get frostbite. For someone used to a comfortable life, this was the most terrifying thing. Caught between wanting to survive and wanting to escape. In the morning sunlight, a little girl in a green dress rested her chin on her hand, smiling sweetly. She was looking at the back of Zhou Wenqing. Xue Yan's thin lips tightened unconsciously as he walked over, his tall figure standing across the table. Lu Jiejia's view was suddenly blocked. She looked up and saw Xue Yan. He had a cold expression, as if someone owed him a lot of money. Lu Jiejia's heart skipped a beat. She was a bit upset about the pork issue, but now it seemed Xue Yan was even more upset than she was. These days, it seems the angrier someone is, the more justified they feel. Soon, Xue Qian and Xue Yang arrived. They entered the room but only stood by the door. However, Zhao Shihui did not leave. He seemed to have something to say to Lu Jiejia. Lu Jiejia didn't have time to pay attention to him. She quickly lowered her head and efficiently registered the Xue family members. Just go get the 4 sickles yourself.
Okay.
Xue Yan glanced at Zhou Wenqing, who had already gone outside, then went to choose the sickles. He felt a bit annoyed, thinking his behavior was beyond expectations, and his face grew colder. Zhao Shihui saw an opportunity, adjusted his clothes, and walked toward Lu Jiejia, holding a paper bag. He hesitated, finally managing to say softly, Comrade Lu, this is for you. Lu Jiejia glanced at the paper bag. In this era, feelings were simple, and since she had no ties to Zhao Shihui, she couldn't just accept his gift. Just as she was about to refuse, a loud clattering sound came from nearby. Hoes and sickles fell to the ground. Xue Yan turned around, his expression unclear in the light. He said, "It was my mistake. I'll clean it up." "I don't want it. You can keep it for yourself." Lu Jiejie pushed the paper bag back to him and ran over to pick up the items. She worked part-time as a warehouse manager, and there wasn't much to do, so tidying up these things naturally fell within her duties. Mainly, she couldn't delay Xue Yan's harvest. Lu Jiejie approached Xue Yan and took the hoe from his hand, accidentally brushing her arm against his chest in the process. She didn't look back and habitually said, "I'm sorry." Then she continued to pack her things. Lu Jiejie felt hot, and, unlike the other girls who tied 2 braids in front, she simply tied her hair in a ponytail. Every time she moved, her hair gently swayed, brushing against Xue Yan's arm. It felt ticklish, and that tingling sensation spread through his body, making Xue Yan back away as if he had seen a ghost. He hurriedly picked up the 4 sickles from the ground and almost ran out in a panic. Xue Qian and Xue Yong followed him out, looking confused. Zhao Shihui watched from the side, his eyes turning red. Xue Yan was definitely up to no good. That guy, could he really be interested in Lu Jiejie too? After Lu Jiejie finished packing a hoe, she turned around and saw that Xue Yan was gone, leaving only Zhao Shihui. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Lu Jiejie asked. Zhao Shihui. He angrily walked out. Lu Jiejie. Everyone seemed to have a bigger temper than her. Was she too gentle? As soon as Lu Chao arrived at the harvest gathering point, several women surrounded her to chat. Before, Lu Chao looked ordinary, and they hadn't paid much attention, but now they took a closer look. With a round face, she looked prosperous, and her figure suggested she could bear children, which seemed lucky. They thought marrying her might bring good fortune. So those women first tried to get close to Lu Chao, then turned to chat with Aunt Lu. Though they called it chatting, it was really just a way to assess her situation. Feeling pleased, Lu Chao went to chat with the village girls, and someone asked, "Lu Chao, my mom says you're a lucky charm. Is it true? Did a lot of fish really swim around your clothes yesterday?" "Yes, it really happened. I don't know why, but honestly, I've felt pretty lucky lately." Lu Chao recounted the incident when the wild boar attacked her. She patted her chest. "If I hadn't been lucky, that wild boar would have killed me. It's strange. When the boar ran in front of me, it just stopped, as if it was afraid to attack me." Really? Some young girls were not fond of Lu Chao's confidence and felt a bit jealous. Lu Chao lifted her chin and said, "Why wouldn't I? If you don't believe me, ask the people who were there yesterday. The fish in the lake are hard to catch, but yesterday a lot of them appeared. My mom caught 4. I heard many others caught fish too." "What about Xue Yan?" "I heard he saved you yesterday," she said, her voice slightly raised with an unclear tone. Lu Chao's expression darkened as she replied, "Those old rules are not popular anymore. That's outdated thinking." "What outdated thinking?" The girl laughed. "If Xue Yan comes to your house to propose, your reputation will be ruined. Who cares if it's outdated thinking?" Lu Chao fell silent, feeling a bit anxious. She turned and saw Xue Yan coming out of his room. Xue Yan was tall and strong. What if he really went to her house to propose? What would happen to her reputation then? Did she really have to jump into the lake like Lu Jiejie? Lu Chao felt scared and frantically thought of a way to make things clear to Xue Yan. She needed to let him know that she would never marry him. Under Lu Fu's guidance, all the villagers of Shishui village and the young workers went to harvest wheat. After Lu Jiejie and the others left, she closed the studio door and went home. The harvest was especially busy these days. She couldn't just sit around. "Annie, why are you back?" Lu Hua asked as she finished feeding the chickens and looked up to see Lu Jiejie. Lu Jiejie entered the kitchen, saying, "I'm going to make a pot of mung bean soup and cool it in the well to take to the fields around 10. Coming from a wealthy modern family, she rarely had to cook and didn't know much about it until she learned to cook while studying abroad. Although she couldn't make fancy dishes, she could still prepare simple family meals. Lu Jiejie went into her mother's room, where the family's food was managed by her mother. To prevent anyone from stealing, it was mostly locked in cabinets. But Lu Jiejie was different. She had the key, which she wore around her neck. With Lu Hao helping to start the fire, Lu Jiejie successfully cooked a pot of mung bean soup and set it in the well to cool. Around 10 o'clock, she placed the large pottery jar into the basket and stood up to head to the field. When she reached the edge of the field, she saw Xue Yan from a distance. It was very hot. He wiped his sweat and then squatted down. Lu Jiejie walked closer. Xue Yan was working quickly, but it was also tiring. By the time she got near, he was resting under a big tree. Lu Jiejie stopped in front of him and asked seriously, "Would you like some mung bean soup? It's been chilled in the well." Xue Yan. "Never mind." Lu Jiejie squatted down in front of him, knowing that with his personality, he would probably refuse. But she couldn't miss this chance to make amends. She had brought a portion for Xue Yan, so she took out her green water bottle and placed it on the ground in front of him, then set down a bowl. "This should be enough for you four. You can come get the water bottle when I leave. Hurry and call your brother and uncle to drink with you." Without waiting for his response, Lu Jiejie picked up the basket and walked away. Xue Yan glanced at the military water bottle on the ground and then stared thoughtfully at her back. Lu Jiejie had brought a lot of water, and Lu Chao, who was nearby, came over to ask for some. She held the bowl and, without meaning to, looked up to see Xue Yan looking her way. Lu Chao frowned in annoyance.
What did Xue Yan mean by that?
Did he really think that saving her once meant he could marry her? No, she had to clarify things with him. The wheat was fully ripe, and when the wind blew, it looked like a yellow ocean. When people got tired and squatted down to rest, it was easy to be hidden by the wheat. Lu's mother squatted down and poured a bowl of cool mung bean soup, sighing comfortably, "My daughter is the best." But after saying that, she felt a bit pained and held Lu Jiejie's hand. "Why are you so silly? If other kids in the village had a job like yours, who would come to the field to bring water?" Lu Jiejie took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from her mother's forehead. "I have free time. I can't just stay inside all the time, right?
Just don't get it dirty."
Lu's mother leaned back a bit. She was about to advise Lu Jiejie to go back and rest when she caught sight of her patriotic brother coming. Suddenly, she slapped her thigh and exclaimed, "Oh dear, my daughter. Why are you so silly? You're so busy with your own work, yet you still worry about us. You rushed over to bring your brother and sister-in-law some mung bean soup to prevent them from overheating. It's a shame that some people don't appreciate your kindness. My poor daughter." Lu Gao. Lu Jiejie. When she looked up, she indeed saw her brother. Her second and fourth brothers hurried over with the mung bean soup, especially Lu Yegua, who clenched his fist and asked, "Mom, what's wrong? Who's bothering my little sister?" "Mom just feels sorry for your little sister," Lu's mother said, her eyes red as she spoke to Lu Yegua. "Look, your little sister is worried about you overheating and brought you mung bean soup. She even chilled it in the well before coming, and her hands got hurt in the process." Lu Jiejie suddenly swallowed hard, afraid of being embarrassed if her secret was revealed, and pulled her hands back slightly. Seeing her reaction, Lu Yegua felt a pang of sympathy. The tall man's eyes turned red as he called out, "Little sister." Lu Jiejie couldn't help but shiver. Lu Aigua and Lu Ganghua also wiped their faces, surprised that their little sister would come to bring them mung bean soup on such a hot day. Lu's mother seized the moment and sighed heavily. The three brothers asked in unison, "Mom, what's wrong?" "Mom is just worried that some people think this is what your little sister should do," Lu's mother said with a sad face. "You all know your little sister has her own work. Even if she doesn't bring mung bean soup, it should be understandable, right?" The three brothers nodded in agreement. In the back, Zhang Shuyan oddly found this very reasonable. Yes, Lu Jiejie was working, so it was only natural that she wouldn't have to bring mung bean soup. Moreover, Lu Jiejie earned just as many work points as they did. Lu's mother continued to be emotional, "But your little sister has brought it now because she cares about you. You must not think this is something she has to do."
"Mom, we all understand."
The three brothers looked at Lu Jiejie with heartfelt admiration, feeling deeply moved. Lu Jiejie. At that moment, Lu's mother changed her tone and said sternly, "If one day your younger sister stops helping you, don't forget the kindness she showed you. Don't hold any grudges against her, especially those who are thoughtless." Zhang Xuyan. Tian Jinhua, tired and sore, said nothing. Lu Igua glanced at his wife, slightly raising his head as a signal. Zhang Xuyan immediately replied, "Mother, how could I ever blame my younger sister? I remember all the good she has done for me." Lu Gangwa was less gentle. He tugged at Tian Jinhua, his eyes wide with concern that she might say something wrong. Tian Jinhua quickly stated, "I feel the same as my sister-in-law." Lu's mother rolled her eyes, clearly unconvinced. After scolding her son and daughter-in-law, she finally relented. "Hurry up and drink. Your younger sister brought the mung bean soup all the way here, worried it might spill." Lu Jiejie instinctively wiped the sweat from her forehead. Actually, she had walked over. Lu Chao was stunned. She had been resting under a tree and didn't realize Lu Jiejie had run here. Before she could speak, Lu Yegua looked as if he had tasted something divine, his expression blissful. "Younger sister, your mung bean soup is amazing, so cool and sweet." He interrupted their conversation, and the older brothers shot him a glare. They quickly added, "Yes, this mung bean soup is so delicious, sweet and fragrant. Mother, I feel energized. I could harvest 2 acres in one go." Lu Jiejie. The expressions of everyone were so genuine that even Lu Jiejie began to doubt if she had added sugar. She picked up her bowl and took a sip.
That it still tasted the same.
After finishing his drink, Lu's father immediately returned to the fields. Lu's mother glanced at the son and said, "Stop flattering me and hurry up and drink the mung bean soup before going to cut wheat." She specifically looked at Tian Jinhua and added, "If you can't finish 10 centimeters today, then you'll have to work late. You can go home whenever you finish." Tian Jinhua almost cried, quickly gulping down 2 big mouthfuls of water before rushing off to cut wheat. This time, she didn't dare to be sneaky. She cut quickly and steadily, almost as fast as Lu Gangwa. Lu Gangwa was stunned. Lu Mu glanced at Lu Chao, who was sitting there in a daze, and smiled like a cunning wolf. "Xiao Chao, it's time to cut the wheat." After drinking 2 bowls of water sent by her daughter, she didn't give a single compliment. Lu Chao looked over at the big tree nearby, where no one was left, and walked away feeling annoyed. Lu Mu chuckled a bit and, while cleaning up the bowls, noticed a scratch on Lu Jiejie's calf from the wheat stalks. She quickly asked what happened. "Oh, I accidentally got scratched while walking," Lu Jiejie said casually. They were currently harvesting wheat, and the exposed stalks could easily scratch legs, but it would heal quickly and wasn't a big deal. "You silly child. Don't come tomorrow," Lu Mu said. "Fortunately, I just reminded the others at home. Otherwise, if they got used to it and one day you suddenly stopped bringing water, they would definitely blame you. Small grievances can lead to big conflicts among siblings." "I don't want to," Lu Jiejie smiled sweetly. "I'm not bringing them water. I'm bringing it for Mom and Dad. They are just an extra." Lu Mu felt delighted and leaned closer to Lu Jiejie. "There's canned beef that your third brother brought back in the cupboard. When you go home, open a can to nourish your body. Don't overwork yourself during harvest." She hadn't even been in the fields. Lu Jiejie shook her head. "That canned food has a strong taste. I prefer chicken." "You girl, I know what you're thinking. Forget it, it's so hot. Hurry home." Lu Mu wiped the sweat from her face and took the sickle back to the field. Lu Jiejie packed her things into the basket and was about to leave when she saw Lu Chao sneaking toward Xue Yan. She immediately crouched down, hiding in the wheat field. Lu Jiejie peeked over to see what Lu Chao and Xue Yan were saying, and the two of them walked into the woods. She glanced at the big tree and saw her green water bottle sitting there. Lu Jiejie was just thinking about taking it home when she heard a shout from nearby. "Zhou Wenqing is foaming at the mouth." "What?" "Zhou Wenqing is foaming at the mouth." Lu Jiejie instantly perked up. She stood up and excitedly looked toward the commotion. Zhou Wenqing had never faced much hardship growing up. He was fair-skinned, and after using the sickle for a short time, blisters formed on his hands. His arms were itchy and painful from the wheat stalks, and his feet were covered in cuts. Moreover, when Lu's father assigned him land, he deliberately chose uneven terrain, increasing the chances of injury and making the wheat hard to cut. Zhou Wenqing lost track of time. He just felt like he was about to collapse. The scorching sun beat down on him, as if it was evaporating all the moisture from his body. Zhou Wenqing stood up, but everything went dark, and he fell to the ground. For a while, no one noticed. By the time others found him, he was already foaming at the mouth. In a crisis, the villagers quickly carried Zhou Wenqing to the shade of a tree. The once refined man now had a flushed face and dry lips. At first glance, he looked like a fragile figure. The villagers, experienced with heatstroke, asked around, "Who has water? We need to cool him down." It was almost noon, and the water the villagers had brought was mostly gone. "I have some." Lu Jiejie came over, wearing her signature sweet smile, pretending not to know what was happening. "What happened? Zhou Jiqing has heatstroke." Everyone wondered if Lu Jiejie still had feelings for Zhou Wenqing.
Oh.
Lu Jiejie's eyebrows twitched, her face lively. She approached Zhou Wenqing, her cheeks puffed out. "I have water, let me help." Zhang Tao felt uneasy. He had seen how much Lu Jiejie liked Zhou Wenqing. It was clear that whenever Zhou Wenqing was around, she couldn't see anyone else. Now, rumors said Lu Jiejie was no longer interested in Zhou Wenqing, but Zhang Tao didn't believe it. Such strong feelings couldn't be easily dismissed. Zhang Tao stepped forward. "Comrade Lu, please give me the water. I will take care of Zhou Jiqing." "I'm fine, I want to do it myself." Lu Jiejie smiled sweetly, showing her four little teeth, and said, "Can you help me lay him flat?" Zhang Tao felt uncomfortable and couldn't even fake a smile.
Sure.
He roughly pulled Zhou Wenqing, who was leaning against a tree, down to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Jiejie opened her basket and picked up a ceramic jar that still had some mung bean water inside. Instead of squatting down, Lu Jiejie stood up, looking down at Zhou Wenqing. She tilted the jar, pouring the mung bean juice slowly onto his face. Her smile grew brighter. The villagers, although they didn't want to think this way, some images couldn't help but appear in their minds. Wasn't this like pouring something else on someone's face? Especially since the other person was a delicate girl. Lu Jiejie poured slowly and softly explained, "This mung bean soup has been chilled in the well, so it should work well." Cough, cough. Zhou Wenqing was startled awake by the water droplets falling on him. He opened his eyes to see Lu Jiejie pouring water on his face, laughing joyfully, making her whole face glow. He was momentarily stunned, but then water splashed into his eyes, causing a sharp discomfort that shot to his brain. Zhou Wenqing quickly raised his hands to shield his face, struggling to sit up, and said angrily, "Lu Jiejie, what are you doing? You're awake? Looks like the water I poured saved your life." Lu Jiejie blinked. The others. He was already awake. They all saw it. This was purely revenge, yet she acted like a lifesaver. Why did this seem familiar? Lu Jiejie continued, "Zhou Jiqing, you don't know that you fainted from heat stroke. Everyone else drank all the water, but luckily I still had some chilled mung bean water, which is why I was able to wake you up." Zhou Wenqing's nose burned painfully, and it took him a while to see clearly. He weakly said, "Thank you." After working for a few days, Zhou Wenqing realized how important Lu Jiejie was to him and tried to appear gentle. "No need to thank me," Lu Jiejie replied softly, "but I wonder how Zhou Jiqing wants to thank me? Let me guess, do you want to give me $10 as a reward for saving your life?" Others. Zhou Wenqing, still feeling dizzy. The young girl was just too beautiful. When she spoke, her big eyes blinked, and she didn't seem at all petty. "Did I guess wrong?" Lu Jiejie looked a bit shy. "I was just joking, so don't take it to heart. After all, it's not worth that much money." Others. Another jab at someone. Who doesn't deserve that much money? They should at least add names. Lu Jiejie put the pottery back in the basket, stood up, and glanced at Zhou Wenqing. Seeing him dazed and with a cold look in his eyes, she tossed her ponytail and left. "Zhou Wenqing, there's still a long way to go. this is just the beginning. After the heatstroke incident, the villagers understood that Lu Jiejie really had no feelings for Zhou, and instead felt some resentment. They looked at Zhou Wenqing, drenched in mung bean water, and shook their heads. Zhang Tao was excited. If Lu Jiejie didn't like Zhou Wenqing, his chances were even greater. Xue Yan had already guessed who had arrived, but before he could speak, Lu Chao spoke first. I know you killed that wild boar yesterday. Xue Yan remained silent, his narrow eyes fixed on Lu Chao, his dark pupils unclear. Perhaps he had been too sensitive in recent years. When he stared at someone, it seemed a bit gloomy. Lu Chao's heart raced. She took a step back, fearing Xue Yan might go crazy if he found out she wouldn't marry him. A gust of wind blew, carrying Xue Yan's dark voice. What do you want to say? Lu Chao steadied herself and said defiantly, I know you killed that wild boar, but I want to tell you that even if you hadn't killed it, I wouldn't have gotten into trouble, so you didn't really save me. Also, my mother sent a fish to your family yesterday, so it's actually your family that benefited. Xue Yan's hair was blown by the wind, and he looked puzzled by what the woman was saying. He frowned. I wasn't home when your family sent the fish. I'll return it today at noon. Return it? Did he still want to marry her? Lu Chao grew anxious. I want to tell you that our families are even now. Xue Yan instantly understood what Lu Chao meant. I'm telling you, I could never marry you, so don't even think about asking my family for my hand. Lu Chao raised her head slightly, feeling both angry and a bit proud. Lu Chao twirled her hair around her fingers. I know your family struggles to find a wife, and since I'm now considered lucky, you probably have thoughts of marrying me. But what you did yesterday wasn't really saving me, and even if it was, we can't follow the old customs. Those are outdated ideas. If your family dares to ignore this, I will report you to the town. Lu Jiejie walked to the big tree with a basket in her hands. She intended to secretly take her water bottle, but she faintly heard voices nearby. She placed the water bottle in the basket and hid behind the tree, just in time to hear Lu Chao's passionate speech. It was unclear if Lu Chao's words were similar to the original owners because they were cousins, but their threats to Xue Yan were almost identical. It was quite dramatic. If she didn't want to marry, that was fine, but why insult her savior? Lu Jiejie swallowed hard and carefully set her basket down. She gripped the tree bark and cautiously peeked out. Xue Yan had his back to her, while Lu Chao faced her direction, allowing Lu Jiejie to clearly see Lu Chao's flared nostrils. Lu Chao pouted slightly, her eyelids lowered, and she was twisting her long braid. This arrogant attitude was not just similar to the original owner, it was exactly the same. Lu Jiejie tightened her grip on the tree bark, focusing her gaze on Xue Yan. Although she couldn't see his expression, she could still feel the tension radiating from him. Xue Yan's face suddenly darkened, and anger seemed ready to burst from his dark eyes. The sudden events of the past were a painful topic for everyone in the Xue family, one they never dared to mention. What do you want? Lu Chao stepped back, bumping into a large tree behind her. She crossed her arms defensively and nervously warned, I'm telling you, if you try to do anything to me, I will report you. Who are you? Xue Yan asked coldly. Lu Chao was taken aback. What did you say? Xue Yan coldly asked. What's her name? You don't even know my name? Lu Xiaodo's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling insulted. Xue Yan's expression was icy. Until just now, I didn't even know you existed. What made you think I would marry you? These words hit Lu Chao like a thunderbolt. She looked up at the stern man in front of her. It must be said that Xue Yan was quite handsome, and Lu Chao felt her cheeks flush, but she still couldn't accept that he claimed not to know her. How could you not know me? Didn't you kill the wild boar to save me? If Xue Yan really had no feelings for her, why would he risk his life to kill a wild boar? What does killing a wild boar have to do with you? You think you're something special. Xue Yan's voice was cold and unchanging. Lu Chao was momentarily speechless from his harsh words. Lu Jiejie wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Looking at the situation, Xue Yan had been much gentler with her last time. At least he hadn't insulted her like this. Lu Chao couldn't admit that she was being overly sentimental. She shook her head. I don't believe it. How could you? Before she could finish, the back of her head hit a tree, and someone gripped her neck tightly. Lu Chao's eyes widened in shock as she looked at the expressionless man holding her. He said nothing, but his tightening grip felt like a death sentence. A wave of cold rushed from her feet to her brain. She struggled desperately, trying to pry his fingers off her neck, but his strength was overwhelming, his powerful fingers like a vice around her throat, tightening more and more. She was about to die. Xue Yan leaned closer, his voice like a demon rising from the depths of hell. Do you still think I want to marry you? Lu Jiejie watched as Lu Chao's face began to turn blue, her veins bulging, clearly on the verge of losing consciousness. Had Xue Yan gone mad? If Lu Chao died, it would be murder, and he would be in trouble too. Just as Lu Jiejie was about to step in to stop him, Xue Yan released his grip, and Lu Chao collapsed to the ground, coughing violently as if trying to expel her lungs. Xue Yan glanced at his hand in disgust and wiped it on his coat. Lu Chao lay weakly on the ground, the air filled with a strong smell. She had wet herself again. It took Lu Chao a long time to recover, tears streaming down her face. After coughing for a while, she looked at Xue Yan in fear, her voice hoarse like an old woman. You wanted to hurt me. Aren't you afraid I'll tell on you? Tell on me? Xue Yan's hair fell over his eye, a slight smirk on his lips. Did I force you to come here? If I tell everyone you tried to lure me here, your reputation will be ruined, and you might have no choice but to marry me. Lu Chao shrank back, looking at this dangerous man. Marrying this devil, would she have a good life afterward? Seeing Lu Chao too scared to speak, Xue Yan turned to leave. Lu Jiejie, who had been hiding under a big tree, quickly pulled her head back when she saw Xue Yan coming back. What should she do? Lu Jiejie was confused. There was nowhere to run, and Xue Yan would definitely know she had seen everything. Lu Jiejie felt frustrated. She shouldn't have been nosy, and now she was a witness. So she silently hugged the basket beside her. As Xue Yan approached the tree, he noticed a corner of green fabric peeking out. The only person in the village who wore green clothes and whom he had seen today was Lu Jiejie. Xue Yan froze, feeling as if his legs were stuck in cement, unable to move. Would she think he was a ruthless person, or did Lu Jiejie look down on him just like Lu Chao? After hiding behind the tree for a while, Lu Jiejie noticed something was off when no one approached. She peeked out with her fluffy little head. Lu Jiejie. Their eyes met directly. Lu Jiejie chuckled awkwardly, picked up the green military water bottle from the ground, and explained sweetly, I just got here and saw the water bottle on the ground. I was about to take it with me. She placed the military water bottle into her basket, glancing at Xue Yan while pretending to be innocent, and asked, Does it smell okay? I'm doing well, my mom is doing well, my dad is doing well, my 3 older brothers are doing well, and my 2 sisters-in-law are doing well. Lu Jiejie didn't mean to speak out of turn, but Xue Yan's gaze was getting colder. She stood up, holding her basket, looking around but avoiding Xue Yan. I'll go first. I have things to do at home. Like her skirt blowing in the wind, the girl's big eyes darted around, and her forced smile was painfully obvious. Just as she turned to leave, Xue Yan stepped forward. As Lu Jiejie turned and took a small step, someone grabbed her by the back of her neck. It felt like a large animal had caught her, and she didn't dare to move. The soft touch surprised Xue Yan for a moment, but the next second, he blushed and pushed her away. In the same position as Lu Chao, Lu Jiejie's back hit the tree. During this, Xue Yan's hand supported her waist, slowing the force, so her back didn't hurt at all. Only her basket wobbled, and the bowls and jars inside clinked together, making a clear sound. Lu Jiejie tightened her grip on the basket handle, her originally rosy fingertips turning pale. She raised her gaze to Xue Yan, afraid he would grab her neck again, instinctively tensing her neck muscles, which made her collarbones stand out even more. Xue Yan's eyes darkened as he asked in a low voice, What did you see just now? Lu Jiejie shook her head. I didn't see anything. Xue Yan's gaze remained fixed on her. Lu Jiejie swallowed hard and, within seconds, gave in. She whispered, I heard a little, but it's not entirely your fault. My cousin is also to blame. She insulted you first. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this. Lu Jiejie licked her dry lips, adding a bit of shine. Xue Yan's expression grew darker, but he looked away the next second. Is there any water left?
Huh.
The topic changed too quickly for Lu Jiejie to process. Xue Yan asked, Are you delivering water this afternoon?
Yes.
Bring a bit more. Xiao Yang likes to drink. Xue Yan took a step back and bent down to pick up the sickle that was on the ground. He turned around and went back to the field to cut wheat. Lu Jiejie realized that the little Yang he mentioned was Xue Yang. Should she feel guilty for eavesdropping? Not really, since she hadn't done anything wrong. Lu Jiejie thought she had been nice to Xue Yan since she arrived. Xue Yan bent down and cut a few stalks of wheat. When he stood up, he saw Lu Jiejie still standing there in a daze. Aren't you leaving? He said in a low voice. Lu Jiejie didn't hear him clearly, but seeing the strange look in Xue Yan's eyes, she quickly grabbed her basket and ran away. In the endless wheat field, the green figure at the edge stood out, but with a swish of her skirt, she quickly disappeared from view. Lu Chao came out of the woods, holding her neck, and stumbled home, afraid someone would see the marks on her neck. Not long after Lu Jiejie returned home, Xue Yan came back to cook. Cooking was much easier than working in the fields. Last night, they had boiled wild boar meat. Since it was tough, it took a long time to cook. Although it wasn't as tasty as domestic pork, it was still a rare treat. With the wild boar meat Xue Yan provided, the Lu family had about 12 pounds, all cooked and placed in a large bowl. Xue Yan served some from the bowl, and Lu Jiejie felt uneasy seeing that more than half of it was left. With everyone doing such heavy work today, that little bit of meat was definitely not enough. Big sister-in-law, please add more. We still have 2 fish at home and a lot of chicken left. Don't be so stingy. It was too hot to think they could last until winter. People in this era were used to being frugal and were reluctant to add more, mainly because Xue Yan was also afraid of getting scolded. But Lu Jiejie wasn't afraid. She walked over, took the iron ladle, and scooped 2 big spoonfuls into the pot. She added, There's still half a fish left from yesterday. I'll cook it in a clay pot. Can we cook it? Xue Yan rubbed her hands, unsure since her mother-in-law hadn't said anything.
I'll cook it.
I watched my mom do it yesterday, so don't worry. I can make it just as good, Lu Jiejie assured her confidently. Xue Yan thought, but is that the issue? Lu Jiejie started to get busy, and Lu Hua quickly helped her light the stove. She recently discovered that helping her aunt meant she could eat more meat. Just thinking about it made her mouth water. By noon, the smell of delicious meat wafted into the yard before the Lu family even entered. The neighbors were eager and asked, What are you cooking that smells so good? Lu mother's stomach growled, but her face was gloomy. She worried that her wasteful daughter-in-law might have cooked all the meat. Could she manage the household? She said, What can she cook? It must be wild boar meat. I'm telling you, we need to eat it quickly, or it will spoil in a couple of days. True, true. The neighbors hurried home to eat their wild boar meat. Lu mother pushed the door open with a serious expression, and the others behind her didn't dare to say a word. Tian Jinhua felt a bit gleeful. Usually, her sister-in-law was very careful, but today she seemed to have upset the elder. As the family entered, they saw Lu Jiejie squatting in the shade under a tree, fanning herself, while the fire in the stove blazed brightly. When Lu Jiejie saw them come in, she immediately stood up obediently, smiling sweetly. She even rubbed a bit of soot on her face to look like she had been working hard. Dad, Mom, look at the fish I cooked. I remembered what to add from the last time Mom made it, and today I specially made fish soup for you. She had no choice. After all, she had cooked the fish without permission, and she worried about Lu mother getting angry and affecting others. Oh, my daughter. Lu mother quickly realized, slapping her thigh. She turned to her son and said, Look how filial your little sister is. She caught the fish and cooked it for us. Don't think I don't know. She's worried you all might get weak, so she made it for you. The 3 brothers felt touched. Lu Jiejie was already used to such scenes. Soon, the meal was ready. Lu mother glanced at the wild boar meat in the pot and shot a look at Xue Yan. Lu Jiejie quickly said, "Mom, doesn't this dish smell good? I added all the wild boar meat myself. With the harvest season so busy, I don't want you to sacrifice your health just to save a bit of meat." Lu Jiejie blinked her eyes, nearly crying, with tears welling up perfectly. Xue Yan. She suddenly realized that her younger sister also had strong performing talent. Indeed, the power of genetics is impressive. "Add more, or you'll be too hot later," Father Lu said, worried that his daughter might cry. Mother Lu shot a glance at her husband, amused in her heart. The girl feels sorry for him. She must be secretly delighted, right? With a wave of her hand, she said, "Since the harvest is in, we should add that much. Xue Yan, you should learn more from your sister-in-law about being adaptable. Honestly, I don't understand why you don't care for your own man." Xue Yan. Today, like usual, the meals were distributed by Mother Lu. Tian Jinhua only got wild vegetable pancakes and thin porridge. There was no meat for her. After working all morning, Tian Jinhua saw everyone else getting meat in their bowls, and the delicious smell made her anxious. Feeling wronged, she wiped away a tear and said, "Mom, I know I was wrong. I didn't slack off at all while working today. Don't worry, I can definitely earn 10 work points today. Please let me have some meat too, or I won't be able to handle it." At the same time, she secretly kicked Dashin. The kitchen fell silent. Meals were always distributed by Mother Lu, and no one dared to bargain in front of her except for Lu Jiejie. Mother Lu stared at Tian Jinhua for a few seconds before putting down the pancake in her hand. Feeling the tense atmosphere, Lu Jiejie also set down her pancake, scanning the room with her eyes, biting her lip as she waited for what would happen next. Dashin had become accustomed to Tian Jinhua's commands over the past 2 years, but as soon as he saw his grandmother's gaze, he immediately lowered his head. Lu Ganghua was nearly fuming, glaring at Tian Jinhua. "Why are you so troublesome?" Tian Jinhua's arm was tugged, and she kept her head down, not daring to meet Mother Lu's eyes, only able to kick Dashin hard from below. At just 7 years old, Dashin was still very dependent on his mother. He felt uneasy that there was no meat in Tian Jinhua's bowl. He gritted his teeth and said, "Grandma, why don't I give a piece of my meat to Mom and share my fish soup with her too?" The kitchen fell silent. Just when Lu Jiejie thought her mother would get angry, Lu's mother suddenly stood up from her chair, startling Lu Aigua, who trembled, and causing Lu Ganghua to fall off his chair. Tian Jinhua shrank her neck, but clenched her teeth tightly. Dashin was the eldest grandson of the Lu family, Lu's mother's own grandson, and she couldn't believe Lu's mother would hit him. Lu's mother walked outside under the anxious gazes of her son and daughter-in-law. Lu Jiejie glanced at her father, who was calmly eating. Lu Shihua noticed his daughter's gaze and gently patted her head, saying softly, "Eat your food." In their family, Lu's mother always made the decisions while he supported her from behind and didn't interfere with anything else. Lu Jiejie nodded and reached for a small pancake in her bowl. Just as she was about to take a sip of the fish soup, Lu's mother burst in through the door. The loud noise made her fingers tremble, causing the fish soup in Lu Jiejie's bowl to ripple. She obediently set the soup down on the table, wide-eyed, watching how Lu's mother would deal with Tian Jinhua. Lu's mother held a willow branch, hands on her hips, and raised her voice. "Dashin, what did you just say?" "Say it again." Dashin shrank his neck, tears streaming down his face. "Go ahead and cry." Lu's mother pointed the willow branch at Dashin, who she disliked seeing cry the most. Dashin held back his tears, afraid to let them fall, and forced a smile, without saying a word. Tian Jinhua immediately hugged her son and pleaded, "Mom, please don't scold Dashin anymore. It's all my fault. You can punish me instead." "All right, you all heard that. She asked me to punish her, so come out." Lu's mother, worried about spilling the food, stepped forward and grabbed Tian Jinhua by the hair, dragging her outside to hit her with the willow branch. Tian Jinhua rolled on the ground from the blows. Lu's mother struck Tian Jinhua more than 20 times, then pointed at Lu Ganghua, "And you little rascal, not listening to your mother and marrying a jinx." She went over and hit Lu Gangwa more than 20 times as well. If it weren't for the recent harvest, Lu's mother would have made sure these two couldn't get out of bed today. Lu Gang knew he was in the wrong and stayed silent, his eyes red. Lu Mu took a breath and looked fiercely at the family. Listen up, I've always been clear about rewards and punishments. I have never benefited from you sons in all these years, so stop acting like you're in charge here. I said yesterday that Tian Jinhua must work 10 hours every day during the harvest. She cooks breakfast and dinner, does laundry at noon, and doesn't get any of the meat. Did you all ignore what I said? Lu Mu's face was filled with determination. With just a few words, she changed the punishment decision. Who would listen to her in the future? The Lu family would be in chaos. Lu Jiejie knew that today's intimidation was necessary. Lu Mu seemed fierce, but she wasn't a bad person. The tasks assigned to Tian Jinhua seemed harsh, but they were within her ability. Back when Tian Jinhua was with her own family, she had less to eat than now but still did a lot of work every day. Besides, if Tian Jinhua wasn't taught a lesson this time, she would surely cause trouble again. It had been a long time since Lu Mu had publicly scolded anyone. Dasha felt scared seeing his parents being punished, but he also felt some resentment. Dasha, come here. Lu Mu glared at Dasha, who was standing next to Lu Hao, and coldly asked, Why do you think I punished them? Dasha lowered his head and remained silent. Dasha, I don't know what you're thinking, but you need to understand something. Your biological parents are still alive, and I have no obligation to take care of you. If your family needs my help, then follow the rules. If you do wrong, you must be punished. Otherwise, your foolish mother might sell you again, and I'll be left to clean up the mess. Lu Mu made her point clear. Don't resent me while eating and drinking my food, and then expect me to protect you. If you don't want me to take care of you anymore, then today, separate from your family. After that, whether you end up useless or become a servant for your mother, I won't interfere. She didn't want to put in all this effort only to be blamed in the end. This statement had a significant impact on Dashan. Lu Mu has always been the backbone of the Lu family, and he instinctively relies on her. When people in the village praise him, they often say he has a great-grandmother. Beside him, Lu Hao gritted her teeth and pulled her sister Lu Yuan, saying, We both know Grandma is doing this for our own good. From now on, we will listen to her. Lu Jiejie was surprised that usually timid Lu Hao was so bold this time, directly taking a stand with her sister. What progress? Dashan suddenly burst into tears, fearing that Lu Mu would stop caring for him. Grandma. Lu Mu's face immediately hardened. If you cry again, no man from the Lu family is allowed to cry. Dashan quickly swallowed his sobs, feeling any resentment fade away, and he sniffled. I was wrong. Lu Mu rolled her eyes and glanced at Lu Gangwa and Tian Jinhua. Get up and eat. Tian Jinhua hurriedly got up from the ground, not daring to delay. Yesterday, she thought Lu Mu wouldn't hit her today since it was close to harvest time, and she was one of the main laborers in the family. Unexpectedly, Lu Mu still punished her. If she had known, she wouldn't have caused trouble. Lunch was quickly finished, and Tian Jinhua rubbed her back and shoulders, which were sore and painful. This time, she was truly scared. Go wash the clothes everyone changed out of, Lu Mu said coldly. She didn't want Tian Jinhua to have a moment of rest. She wanted to give her a memorable lesson that would make her think twice before misbehaving again. Tian Jinhua obediently nodded and sadly carried a basin of cloves to the lake, suddenly recalling the hardships from her time at her mother's house. What a troublesome girl. Lu Mu spat, then turned to smile at Lu Jiejie. Daughters are the best. She held Lu Jiejie's hand, saying, You worked hard today, my dear. It's already this late. Go get some sleep. I'll wake you when it's time. After a tiring day of harvest, everyone rested at home during lunch, except for Tian Jinhua, who was washing clothes by the lake. Luo walked by gently and saw Tian Jinhua wiping her tears while washing clothes, with red marks on her exposed arms from the punishment. She was upset and said to Lin Feng, Did you see that? This is Lu Jiejie's second sister-in-law. Last time, I saw their mean mother-in-law hitting her daughter-in-law. Not only did Lu Jiejia not try to stop it, but she also stirred things up. Their whole family is a bunch of bullies. Luo Qingqing felt a bit overheated at noon and wanted to go to the village clinic to check her health. Lin Feng was worried and insisted on going with her. On the way, Luo Qingqing felt dizzy and nauseous, her hands covered in blisters and her back was sunburned, looking like it might peel soon. Lin Feng felt so bad that he wished he could take all her pain away. When they arrived at the village clinic, she weakly sat down on a chair. The doctor from Shishui village glanced at Luo Qingqing and said, "Just drink more water and you'll be fine." It seemed like she was just pretending to be sick, acting like she was dry heaving. It was understandable to have such symptoms when she first came to the countryside, but Luo Qingqing had been here for a year and visited the clinic frequently, even more often than someone who relied on medicine. Lin Feng anxiously said, "Doctor, please check her again." "No need to check. Most people are experiencing this now. You can go home," the doctor replied. Lin Feng wanted to say more, but Luo Qingqing grabbed his arm and shook her head. Once they were outside the clinic, she said, "This doctor has some connections with the village leader. He must have seen that I offended Lu Jiejia a few days ago, so you need to be careful and not say everything out loud. The Lu family is really terrible." Lin Feng clenched his fists. "Don't say that," Luo Qingqing said, but then she swayed a bit and rubbed her forehead. "Are you okay?" Lin Feng asked as he caught her arm to steady her. Her skin was soft and warm to the touch, making Lin Feng feel like he was in water. He quickly said, "You shouldn't go to work this afternoon. I'll help you with your tasks." Luo Qingqing suppressed her discomfort and shook her head. "I'm already very grateful that you came with me to see the doctor. I can't let you do my work. I won't agree to that." "Then how will you work?" Lin Feng wished he could do all her tasks right away. He said, "You need to rest first. Once you're better, you can work more efficiently for the people." Luo Qingqing frowned slightly and finally nodded reluctantly. "All right, but please don't overwork yourself. If you can't finish, just stop." Lin Feng patted his chest. "Don't worry, I will definitely get it done." As they walked back, Luo Qingqing saw Tian Jinhua and remembered the earlier scene. Lin Feng said angrily, "I can't believe something like this happens in the captain's family. It's really too much." "Well, women like her, after being mistreated for so long, don't dare to resist," Luo Qingqing said sympathetically, shaking her head. She wanted to wash her hands, so she led Lin Feng over. "Aunt Tian, why are you here washing clothes by yourself?" Luo Qingqing asked as she squatted beside her. Tian Jinhua turned to see Luo Qingqing. Knowing the tension between Lu Jiejia and Luo Qingqing, she looked down and mumbled, "It's nothing. Just time to wash clothes." Luo Qingqing held back her surprise and said, "Why do you have so many marks on your arm? Are you okay?" No woman wants outsiders to know when she is mistreated by her in-laws, especially when the person in front of her has a grudge against the Lu family.
"I'm fine."
Tian Jinhua glanced at Luo Qingqing warily, hitting the wooden stick against the ground, afraid that Luo Qingqing would spread the word, "I just fell accidentally." Luo Qingqing felt stuck for words. She wanted to help this woman, but the other party showed no desire to resist, and even protected the Lu family. It was frustrating. She said angrily, "Aunt Tian, don't hide it from me. Those injuries are from your mother-in-law, right?"
"I saw them last time I passed by. What do you want?"
Tian Jinhua glared, gripping the wooden stick tightly. She even considered whether hitting Luo Qingqing would make Mother Lu treat her better. After all, she felt she was helping Lu Jiejia. Tian Jinhua had a sharp appearance, with high cheekbones, and when she glared, she looked like a woman ready to shout. Luo Qingqing instinctively leaned back. Lin Feng was furious. Luo, who had good intentions, was met with hostility from this woman. It was truly disappointing to see such behavior from someone in need. He said coldly, "Sister Tian, Luo Qing wants to help you. She feels sorry for you being trapped by old beliefs and wants to help you live a better life. How can you not recognize her good intentions?" Tian Jinhua was a bit confused. "Help me live a good life? How can she help me?" Seeing that Tian Jinhua was not as fierce as before, Luo Qingqing gained confidence. The Lu family dares to hit you because they know you won't leave. People like them think that once they marry a woman, she becomes their servant. But they don't realize that women now have the right to be free. If you stand up for yourself, they won't dare to bully you anymore. Tian Jinhua still didn't understand. She asked, "What are you talking about?" Luo Qingqing didn't expect that after saying so much, Tian Jinhua still didn't get it. So she said directly, the government has already introduced policies that allow women to file for divorce. It's not like before when it was nearly impossible for women to get divorced. If you dare to resist and be independent, you can find your own path. It's better than staying with the Lu family and being hurt. Lin Feng agreed. I think what Luo Zhixing said makes a lot of sense. If you don't resist when they hit you, they will keep doing it. If you dare to ask for a divorce, they might even be scared. Tian Jinhua was shocked, almost unable to close her mouth. After realizing what was happening, she pushed Luo Qingqing to the ground. You crazy girl, how dare you suggest I get a divorce? Divorcing from Lu Gangwei? Tian Jinhua couldn't even think about it. If she really divorced, her life would be over. She had tried so hard and used many means to marry into the Lu family to have a good life. Divorcing Lu Gangwei? She must be out of her mind. Luo Zhixing, are you okay? Lin Feng was startled, not expecting Tian Jinhua to suddenly act out. Luo Qingqing, pushed to the ground, scraped her elbow on a stone and started to bleed. She looked at the woman she was trying to save with disbelief and deep disappointment in her eyes. With Lin Feng's help, she slowly got up, holding her chest and frowning. Sister Tian, I didn't expect that after so long since the country was established, your thinking is still so backward. You've been hurt like this and still don't think about divorce? I tell you, divorce is your way out. I know it's hard for you to accept right now, but I'm doing this for your own good. Get out of here. Tian Jinhua raised the wooden stick in her hand. She was now sure that Luo Qingqing was deliberately looking for trouble. How dare she think she could bully her? Tian Jinhua angrily charged at Luo Qingqing. Lin Feng quickly reached out his arm to block the stick for Luo Qingqing. Tian Jinhua had been working on the farm for years, and her strength was considerable. The blow made Lin Feng's arm numb. That troublesome woman. Lin Feng was annoyed and slapped Tian Jinhua back. In this rural area, there were no electronic entertainment products, so Lu Jiejie usually went to bed around 8 and woke up at 6 in the morning. She hadn't done any heavy work, so she lay in bed for a long time without falling asleep. As the sun slowly moved west, Lu Jiejie finally started to feel sleepy. Just then, there was a loud knock at the door. A voice from outside shouted, Dia, your second daughter-in-law has been beaten.
What?
Tian Jinhua was beaten? Lu Jiejie's drowsiness vanished instantly, and she sat up in bed. She put on her shoes and ran outside, where her parents also appeared. Lu's mother, still groggy, opened the door with a frown. The neighbor, Granny Li, hurriedly said, Dia, you need to check on your second daughter-in-law. She got into a conflict with a young intellectual, and her face is all swollen. What happened? Lu's mother's expression darkened. Although Tian Jinhua deserved a beating, it should only be from their family. Now that outsiders had punished her, how could their family hold their heads high? Granny Li replied, I'm not sure of all the details, but it seems that Luo, the young intellectual, along with Lin Feng, ganged up on your daughter-in-law and left her face swollen. I rushed over to tell you.
What?
They hit her and left her face swollen. Lu's mother glared fiercely. Wasn't this a disgrace to their family? Especially that Luo, who had tried to take her daughter's job not long ago and was now attacking their family members. This was outrageous. Lu's father also looked serious, and at that moment, the rest of the Lu family heard the commotion and rushed out. Mom, what's going on? Lu Aigua clenched his fists, his arm muscles tensing. Lumu turned around and picked up a pole from the house. She slapped her thigh and said to her 3 sons who had run out, Tian Jinhua was insulted, and that disrespects the Lu family. We need to show these young people what we're made of. Grab your tools. I want to see how tough they really are. As soon as she finished speaking, The three brothers picked up wooden sticks, and even Dashin and Shirtu grabbed stones from the house. The whole family stood together, looking fierce, except for Lu Jiejie, who was confused at the back. Lu Mu waved to her daughter. Jiejie, come here. Lu Jiejie glanced around for something useful and finally picked up a willow branch that Lu Mu had used at lunch. She straightened her back, knowing that a fight probably wouldn't happen today since Lu Fu was the village leader and the Lu family had to rely on reason. But they needed to look intimidating. Even without fighting, they could scare others. That was the effect they wanted. Lu Jiejie even hesitated about changing her clothes, thinking her dress wasn't intimidating enough.
Come on.
Lu Mu urged again. It had been years since they had fought, and she wanted her daughter to see her strength. She also wanted Jiejie to understand that the Lu family had support, so she wouldn't have to feel oppressed in the future. Seeing that she didn't have time to change, Lu Jiejie ran over. The whole family marched out confidently. Uncle Lu had already brought his two sons and was waiting outside. As soon as Lu Fu stepped out, they joined the group. Aunt Lu rolled up her sleeves, holding a spatula. The villagers who came out to watch were startled by the scene. Aside from Lu Fu, the village leader, the Lu family's sons were all strong and tall. Lu Yegua was especially tough. As a child, he had challenged nearly all the young men in the village. Lu Yegua was impulsive and fierce, fighting without holding back, and he was very filial, so no one dared to provoke him easily. And then there was Lu Jiangwo's family, united with over 20 members, making anyone think twice before crossing them. As they walked, Lu Jiejie looked back at the group. Her three brothers were flexing their muscles, their faces serious, surrounding her closely. Xue Yan usually stays quiet, but she can be quite fierce outside. Just look at her sharp nails. The two sisters-in-law behind her are even tougher than Xue Yan, glaring with eyes that seem ready to fight at any moment. It seems she is the only one in this group who can't fight. Leading the way, Lu's mother thought about it all the way. Regardless of whether it was Tian Jinhua's fault, she expected Tian Jinhua to put on a good show today. She couldn't act like a victim, otherwise she would face serious consequences at home. When the family arrived, Tian Jinhua was holding Lin Feng's arm, crying and shouting, putting on quite a performance. Tian Jinhua believed she was in the right this time and wasn't afraid of being questioned. That little troublemaker, Luo Qingqing, even dared to suggest she get a divorce. She felt she had no fault in this situation. Lin Feng struggled to break free from Tian Jinhua. He regretted slapping her just moments ago. He still remembered being surrounded by the three brothers from the Lu family a few days ago, especially Lu Gongwa's muscular build. If they really got into a fight, he doubted he could win against Lu Gangwa. Lin Feng managed to shake off Tian Jinhua, but when he turned around and saw the Lu family approaching with a fierce attitude, his legs felt weak and his teeth started to ache. He vividly remembered the punch he received. Not only did his face swell, but two of his teeth also became loose. Though he felt scared, he still stood in front of Luo Qingqing to protect her. Seeing the Lu family approaching, Luo Qingqing swallowed hard. She had only intended to talk to Tian Jinhua, but didn't expect things to escalate so much. Tian's mother, who was initially enjoying the scene, quickly pulled her son away in fear of being involved when she saw Lu's mother looking fierce. When they arrived, the Lu family surrounded the three of them. Lu's mother looked down at Luo Qingqing and Lin Feng, who were trying to stay calm, but she spoke to Tian Jinhua, saying, "Look at you. So pathetic. You got beaten up just for washing clothes, and your face looks like that. What are you trying to stand up for?" Tian Jinhua's eyes shifted, and she quickly understood. In the next moment, she fell to the ground in a typical pose for seeking sympathy, saying, "Everyone, come see how harshly these city youths treat me. Look at my face and body. They did this to me. How much will it take to heal?" Lu Jiejie suddenly thought of a saying. "Today I got hit. Tomorrow I'll get a BMW." Lu's mother told Lu Jiejie to stand aside. Lu Jiejie glanced at the strong fighters in the Lu family, then at Luo Qingqing and Lin Feng, who looked like they wanted to shrink away. She felt quite at ease and stepped aside. She had never seen a family fight like this before and was quite interested. Lu Jiejie stepped back, her expression a bit excited and curious, so she didn't notice she stepped on someone's foot. Xue Yan looked down at his toes, his expression unchanged. Before the Lu family could speak, Luo Qingqing started to cry. She didn't face Lu's mother but spoke to Lu's father. Captain, the country is promoting a civilized society now. Are you trying to hit us by surrounding us? Lu's father remained silent and asked Tian Jinhua, what exactly happened? Tian Jinhua pretended to support her back. Captain, you must stand up for me. Today, I was washing clothes by the lake when this Luo and Lin suddenly came up to me and said I should divorce Ganghua. When I refused, they hit me, not only bruising my face but also hitting me several times. Wow, that's a lot of information. The villagers looked at Luo Qingqing and Lin Feng with disapproval. Are these two out of their minds, going up to someone and telling them to divorce? Lu Jiejie was also shocked. Was Luo Qingqing too concerned? What benefit would it bring her to have Tian Jinhua divorce her brother? Why meddle in someone else's family matters? Is this the shining virtue of a saintly person? Spreading goodness to feel better about oneself? Lu Jiejie thought carefully about what Luo Qingqing had done before. Last time, when the original owner fell into the water, it was clearly Luo Qingqing who pushed her in, but when others arrived, Luo Qingqing jumped into the lake too, making everyone think she was trying to save Lu Jiejie. Then, Luo Qingqing cried to everyone, leading the villagers to mistakenly believe the original owner jumped into the lake out of jealousy. By the time the original owner woke up, no one would believe she was pushed. She could only suffer in silence. Luo Qingqing is really skilled at playing mind games and loves to stand on a moral high ground to teach others. But when things go wrong, she cries and acts innocent. Lu Jiejie shook her head seriously, looking as if she understood everything. Xue Yan watched her, and his lips curled into a slight smile. He reached out and gently grabbed Lu Jiejie's waist, lifting her off the ground for a moment before placing her back down safely. The suddenness of it startled Lu Jiejie, and she quickly turned her head, only seeing the man's throat at first. As her gaze moved up, she finally saw Xue Yan's face. A big question mark popped up in her mind. How could Xue Yan be so strong? It felt like lifting a child. They were standing very close and Lu Jiejie noticed that Xue Yan was really tall, almost around 188 meters. He was very strong, but his muscles didn't show when he wasn't using them. He had broad shoulders and a slim waist. She remembered the last time Xue Yan helped her wipe the table. His tank top had hinted at the outline of his abs. The summer heat made Lu Jiejie's face feel warm. To hide her embarrassment, she shot Xue Yan a glare. Xue Yan raised an eyebrow and explained, "You stepped on my foot just now." Lu Jiejie felt awkward and quietly said sorry before stepping aside. Soon, she was drawn to the commotion nearby, watching how her father handled the situation. Before leaving the house, Lu's father already knew that reason was on their family's side. If it weren't, Tian Jinhua wouldn't dare to make such a fuss. Lu's father asked coldly, "Luo Jiqing, explain yourself." After so many years as a leader, he carried an air of authority that made Lin Feng feel uneasy. "No, that's not how it is." Luo Qingqing bit her lip, unsure how to explain. "It's not like what Aunt Tian said, and we didn't hit her. She hit us." "I hit you?" Tian Jinhua cried out from the ground, her hair disheveled, pointing to her red face. "Did I do this to myself? Wasn't it Lin Jiqing who hit me?" Lu Ganghua approached calmly and helped Tian Jinhua up. Tian Jinhua was his wife, and if she made a mistake, it was up to their family to discipline her, not for others to interfere. Tian Jinhua cried even louder. Lu Ganghua patted the grass off her clothes and walked over to Lin Feng, looking serious. "As a man, let's settle this with a fight." Lin Feng immediately took a step back and shook his head. "I don't want to fight. I want to talk things out." "You're such a coward." Lu Mu rolled her eyes. "Have you ever heard that taking a life means paying with your own? What about repaying debts? If you want to talk, then talk. Why do you think you can hit our daughter-in-law?" "It was her who wanted to hit me first," Lin Feng stammered. Tian Jinhua shouted angrily. You were the one who suggested I get a divorce. I didn't want a divorce, and you kept pushing me. How could I not be upset? Lu Gangwu didn't say a word and grabbed Lin Feng's arm. When Lin Feng tried to resist, Lu Aigua and Lu Yegua rushed in and held him down. What are you doing? Luo Qingqing was so scared she almost screamed. Lu Mu ignored Luo Qingqing and glanced at Tian Jinhua. You slap him back.
Yes.
For the first time, Tian Jinhua felt the strength of a supportive family and raised her hand to slap Lin Feng. She released her pent-up frustration. Lin Feng turned his face away from the slap and looked at the Lu family surrounding him, realizing that staying silent was the best option, so he said nothing. Luo Qingqing, afraid that the Lu family would turn on her after dealing with Lin Feng, could no longer maintain her calm expression. She pointed at the 3 Lu brothers. You bullies always pick on us young people. I'm going to report you to the town. Sun Jie, the leader of the youth group, suddenly shouted at Luo Qingqing, you should be quiet. You meddled in someone else's divorce and even got physical. If you weren't a woman, others would have already dealt with you too. Tears streamed down Luo Qingqing's face. You all are in this together. Since that's the case, let me be clear. I advised Tian Jinhua to get a divorce because I saw her. She pointed at Lu Mu. I saw her hit Tian Jinhua. Times have changed. We no longer allow a cruel mother-in-law to hit her daughter-in-law. If the village leader doesn't set a good example, then I will step up to help her. What's wrong with that? Everyone was silent. Lu Mu exploded with anger. Are you out of your mind? I'm teaching my daughter-in-law a lesson, and you should take care of it too. Why don't you deal with that fool at the west end of the village? He still hasn't found a wife. If you're so kind-hearted, you might as well marry him tonight. Luo Qingqing opened her tear-filled eyes. Why should I marry him? Then why should you interfere in our Lu family's matters? Luo Qingqing was momentarily at a loss for words. She then said, with so many of you taking matters into your own hands, I will go to the town today to seek justice and clear my name. You probably won't be able to go by yourself. Lu Jiejie stepped forward, her face serious, though her dress was a bright green. Luo Qingqing's heart raced, and she looked at Lu Jiejie warily. What are you all trying to do in broad daylight? This is Shishui village, not just the Lu family's village. Do you really think your family can control everything? Don't misunderstand. It's not that we won't let you go. It's that we will take you to the town. Lu Jiejie said lightly, I now suspect you might be a spy sent from another country. Xue Yan, worried she was too close to the lake, moved behind Lu Jiejie. Lu Jiejie pretended to be deep in thought, trying to put her hands behind her back, but accidentally brushed against something. Lu Jiejie paused for a moment before snapping back to reality, thinking she had just accidentally touched someone's clothing. Xue Yan's throat suddenly felt dry. He looked down at the top of Lu Jiejie's head, his expression tense and restrained, his fingers curled up as he tried to suppress an unwanted reaction. However, the faint scent around him continued to waft, making Xue Yan feel somewhat shameless. Luo Qingqing grew anxious, glaring at Lu Jiejie. Stop talking nonsense. How can you say I'm a spy? I could say the same about you. I have my reasons for suspecting you, but I definitely am not a spy because my ancestors were all poor. Lu Jiejie used words her mother had said a few days ago, raising her chin slightly, her eyes showing a hint of pride. One must maintain their presence. In this era, being from a poor background was a badge of honor. Just mentioning it could make one stand tall. Yes, our family has been poor for 18 generations, and not a single one has held an official position. We were so poor we could barely make ends meet. Lu Mu agreed, wishing that everyone in the village could hear her. The proud expressions of the mother and daughter were not just similar, they were strikingly alike. The crowd. Lu Jiejie smiled. And after living in Shishui village for so many years, how could I be a spy? But you are different. You are a newcomer from outside. Last time, you encouraged others to take my job and admitted you were lazy and didn't want to work. That's a serious issue. At that moment, everyone suddenly remembered that just a few days ago, Luo Qingqing had admitted to being lazy and even tried to drag others down to achieve her goals. Luo Qingqing was speechless. After all, she had said that herself. Sweat formed on her forehead as she tried to argue. I just wanted to help your second sister-in-law. That's strange. With your lazy attitude, you can't even do your own work. So how could you help my second sister-in-law? Lu Jiejie took a few steps forward, her bright outfit naturally drawing everyone's attention. Without Lu Jiejie blocking him, Xue Yan took a deep breath, frowned deeply, bent slightly, and leaned back, placing his hands on his lower abdomen to hide his discomfort. Seeing no one was paying attention to him, Xue Yan quietly moved back, blending into the crowd. Xue Yang thought his older brother was acting a bit strange, but didn't dwell on it, instead excitedly watching the scene unfold. Lu Jiejie continued, now that you're saying these grand things, I seriously doubt your intentions. After all, our family is considered a cadre family. You might be trying to create instability for us to harm Shishui village. You're talking nonsense. Luo Qingqing's eyes turned red with anger. I'm not talking nonsense. Lu Jiejie replied, dissatisfied. I'm just looking at the situation from a normal person's perspective. If you don't believe me, ask the other newcomers if they would meddle in other people's affairs or even use force to break up marriages. The first time might be ignorance, but if there's a repeat of such strange behavior, that would be self-destructive. Since Luo Qingqing brought this on herself, Lu Jiejie would not hold back. The other newcomers shook their heads immediately. They were exhausted from working in the fields every day and had no energy to interfere in others' matters. Thinking about it this way, Luo Qingqing's behavior does seem a bit unusual. While everyone looked at her strangely, they stepped back a little, afraid of getting involved. She is suspected of being a spy, and if it turns out Luo Qingqing is guilty, they might all be investigated. Sun Jie, the leader of the youth group, was almost driven mad by Luo Qingqing. The youth were already outsiders and had a hard time being accepted by the villagers, and she kept causing trouble for them. Seeing his daughter finish speaking, Mr. Lu tapped his smoking pipe. We don't want to suspect anyone, but Luo's actions are indeed suspicious. We can only send 2 people to take her to town for questioning. Luo Qingqing didn't expect things to turn out this way. You Lu family are slandering me, slandering you. Mr. Lu said sternly, I have been the village leader for many years and have never been unfair. Our village has always taken care of you youth who left your homes. Go see how well other villages treat their youth. You won't find such good housing or fair treatment. Once the topic was brought up, the villagers quickly agreed. What's wrong with us in Shishui village towards you youth? Go see what the youth in other villages live in. Their houses leak when it rains, and when your place needed repairs, we helped, while others had to do it themselves. Exactly, at first, when you youth weren't working well, we even shared our food with you. To help you adapt, we even gave you easier land to work on. Some youth had been sneaky, and the villagers were already unhappy. Sun Jie was sweating, and as Luo Qingqing listened to the accusations, she trembled. She was feeling overwhelmed and didn't care how she looked while crying. I really meant no harm. I just wanted to help Sister Tian get a divorce and escape her suffering. Everyone was silent. Then, why did you hit someone? Lu Jiejie countered. Luo Qingqing was speechless. Lu Jiejie huffed. You keep saying our Lu family bullies you. How many times have you complained in front of everyone? Don't you want to stir up trouble? Lu Jiejie, be quiet. Luo angrily shouted and lunged at Lu Jiejie, reaching out to grab her face. Lu Jiejie didn't expect Luo to suddenly attack, as she usually acted like a calm beauty and seemed weak. Who would have thought she could resort to violence? The Lu family was startled, especially Lu's mother. Before Lu Jiejie could scream, she shouted first. Luo's hand was caught midway, her wrist firmly held. Lu Jiejie sensed something was wrong, lowered her arm from her face, and looked up to see Xue Yan's stern jawline. She blinked, feeling a strange sensation inside. Luo felt her wrist was about to break, and before she could fight back, someone grabbed her hair from behind. Lu's mother, with a fierce expression, pulled at Luo's hair. You little troublemaker, do you think I won't act just because I'm not hitting you? You dare bully my daughter. Xue Yan let go of her hand, causing Luo to fall back. Lu's mother immediately got on top of her, angrily slapping her several times. You dare bully her without knowing who she is? I wouldn't even touch my daughter. You heartless troublemaker, grabbing at someone else's face. Lin Feng's eyes filled with pain, struggling a bit, but was punched by Lu Ganghua and dared not move again. Lu's mother stopped after slapping her 7 or 8 times, and Lu's father had to pull her away. Aunt Lu held Lu's mother back, glancing at Luo on the ground. Once a beautiful face, now swollen from the slaps, her eyes squinted into thin slits. Luo turned her head to the side and caught sight of Zhou Wenqing. Zhou Wenqing, feeling guilty, looked away and hid behind others. Lu's mother spat on the ground and then looked at Lin Feng. You hit my daughter-in-law, so you should compensate us. Now that I've hit your little girlfriend, you don't need to compensate the Lu family. Just give it to your girlfriend directly, to save the trouble. Everyone saw it. It was this Luo who attacked first, viciously grabbing at my daughter's face. Although I hit her, I also offered her compensation, which is more than enough. After saying this, Lu's mother kicked her again. Tian Jinhua. Everyone. Did it make sense? Looking at it this way, the Lu family does seem quite good. Father Lu then spoke. Son Jia, find 2 people to carry her to the town and hand her over to the investigation bureau. The rest of you go home and get ready to work in the field soon. Once she goes to the investigation bureau, she won't receive the same treatment as in the youth commune. Father Lu knew well that the methods used to investigate spies were not gentle. Others shivered at the mention of the investigation bureau, wanting to stay as far away from Luo Qingqing as possible. When most people had left, Father Lu's sharp gaze turned to Xue Yan. Lu Jiejie noticed her father's fierce look and puffed up her cheeks. Xue Yan saved her. Why was her dad still so fierce? She took a couple of steps toward Xue Yan, trying to block her father's gaze. Father Lu looked at his daughter with a disapproving expression. He waved his hand. Everyone leave, everyone leave. He still needed to personally take Luo Qingqing to the town. To be honest, Father Lu was also a bit suspicious of Luo Qingqing's identity. After all, everything she did seemed to stir up trouble around her. On the way home, Mother Lu looked at her daughter with concern and couldn't help but scold Tian Jinhua for causing trouble. If it weren't for her, how could her daughter have suffered such injustice? Mother Lu turned to glare at Tian Jinhua. If you can't earn 10 work points today, don't come back. Tian Jinhua. When they got home, Mother Lu pulled Lu Jiejie inside and said, Do you know why I brought you today? Wasn't it to cheer for them? Seeing Lu Jiejie's confused expression, Mother Lu explained, Did you see? We have plenty of people supporting you. If you face any trouble, come back and tell me. I'll bring people to confront them. Especially after marriage, the fierceness of your family will determine your status in your husband's family. We won't serve your mother-in-law. Lu Jiejie. Do you understand, girl? Lu Jiejie nodded. I understand. That's good. Mother Lu opened a small drawer in the room and took out a can of fruit for Lu Jiejie. This is all from your 3rd brother. Eat it when you have some free time this afternoon. She pulled out a small bag of sweet potato snacks and said, I'm taking these to your aunt's house. We can't let them help us for free. We should give something in return to avoid any issues. Lu's mother was subtly teaching Lu Jiejie, who listened attentively, and she smiled with satisfaction. She took the snacks next door, where Aunt Lu was washing her face. Lu's mother said, There's not much to eat at home, so I brought this for the kids to enjoy. That's not necessary. We haven't helped at all, Aunt Lu replied. Just take it, Lu's mother insisted, placing it in Aunt Lu's arms and casually asked, Where's Lu Chao? Usually, Aunt Lu was very friendly, but now that something happened in their family, she hadn't even shown her face. She's inside, Aunt Lu said, her expression tightening. She came back before noon and ran into her room right after lunch. I don't know what she's doing. In this hot weather, she seemed to be wrapped up in something, looking unwell, but she felt awkward bringing it up. Normally, she would have scolded her by now, but her daughter was in a delicate situation. During lunchtime, several families had come to ask about marriage for her. Since she would be marrying soon, Aunt Lu thought it would be okay to let her be for a couple more days. Oh, Young girls have a lot on their minds at that age. You should talk to her more often, Lu's mother suggested before hurriedly heading home. It was time for work. The villagers set off in a large group. This time, the youth team was missing Luo Qingqing, and Lin Feng's face was swollen again. The other youths avoided him, fearing any association. Xue Yan followed closely behind Xue Yan, dissatisfied. Big brother, why are you helping that pretty woman? Xue Yan frowned tightly and said coldly, don't call her a bad woman. I won't. I heard her insult you last time, Xue Yang huffed. Xue Yan suddenly stopped and turned to look at Xue Yang. Xue Yang felt nervous under his gaze. Big brother. You drank the mung bean water she brought at noon, Xue Yan reminded him. 2 bowls. Then I won't drink it again. Xue Yang stomped his foot.
Xue Yan replied firmly, Fine.
He turned and continued walking. Xue Yang. Xue Qian was more mature and steady than Xue Yang. He looked at Xue Yang as if he were foolish. If he couldn't see it, then his older brother must have a crush on Lu Jiejie. However, Xue Qian thought, with his brother's skills, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. After the adults in the family left, Lu Jiejie changed into clothes suitable for climbing the mountain. She first boiled a large pot of mung bean water and then took it outside to cool in the well. After finishing all this, she, along with Dashin and Shirtu, climbed the mountain to gather pig grass. The 3 of them could collect a few centimeters in an afternoon, which was better than doing nothing at home. Dashin and Shirtu often went up the mountain, while Lu Jiejie, who rarely climbed, was out of breath from the effort. While gathering pig grass, she also picked mushrooms and wild vegetables. When Lu Jiejie reached a big tree, she saw the pig again and couldn't help but glance at the scab on her fingertip. Lu Jiejie paused, as if something connected in her mind. The first time with the wild chicken, her finger bled. The second time with the wild boar, her blood was on Lu Chao's clothes. The third time, the fish brushed against that piece of clothing.
Could it be?
Lu Jiejie looked up at the pig and suddenly wanted to conduct an experiment. She reached out her hand, ready to cut her finger again, but when she got close, she hesitated. After all, accidentally cutting herself was completely different from intentionally doing it. So, Lu Jiejie pressed hard on the scab, and surprisingly, it didn't hurt much, and there was an odd sense of comfort. Maybe her body was too resilient. When she picked at the scab, it didn't bleed. Lu Jiejie squeezed the wound, trying to get a few drops of blood. With her persistent effort, her finger finally bled a little. Lu Jiejie shook her finger in the air like a fortune teller, while her other hand firmly held a small stone. She sat up straight, waiting for something to happen. However, after a while, nothing unusual occurred. Lu Jiejie. Is this what it feels like to be embarrassed? However, this is good. At least it proves she is not an outsider. Lu Jiejie turned to leave, but after taking a couple of steps, she heard a rustling sound behind her. Turning around, she saw 2 gray rabbits standing there. They were not only cute but also big and plump. Lu Jiejie felt mixed emotions and raised the stone in her hand to throw it. Whether they were fat or not didn't matter. What mattered was, rabbit meat is delicious. Just as Lu Jiejie killed one rabbit, she heard another sound nearby. She looked up, and her pupils instantly narrowed. On a hot summer day, a wild boar, bigger than the last one, slowly walked down from the mountain. Its brown bristles were shiny, and it was even fatter than the previous boar. Lu Jiejie's eyes widened even more. She swallowed hard, her hand went weak, and the stone dropped to the ground. Could this be the previous boar's mate? She slowly stood up, unsure whether to run or stay still. After all, she couldn't outrun a wild boar. The boar walked leisurely, and Lu Jiejie forced a smile, watching it come closer. But she quickly realized that this boar was different from the rabbits. It didn't stop 4 or 5 meters away from her and even took a threatening stance, making grunting sounds. Lu Jiejie's mind raced as she looked at the small drop of blood on her finger. It was likely that this little blood wouldn't be enough to confuse it. Driven by a strong survival instinct, Lu Jiejie bit her fingertip, and the next second, her face scrunched up in pain. To avoid wasting it, She wiped the blood on the back of her waist and raised her finger to shake it. Sure enough, the boar stopped in its tracks. Lu Jiejie cautiously approached, recalling Lu Chao's experience. With no one around, she decided to take the initiative. She aimed for the major artery and plunged the shovel toward the boar's neck. The boar had thick skin, and only with Xue Yan's sharp knife and strength could it penetrate. Lu Jiejie's shovel was only good for digging grass. Her strength was too weak to even break the skin, and she was at a slanted angle, losing most of her force. As a result, the shovel only scraped a small layer of skin off the wild boar. At the same time, her movement startled the boar, which let out a couple of soft grunts. Lu Jiejie's heart skipped a beat in fear. She quickly realized that if she couldn't kill it in one strike, she must not act again. If the boar woke up from pain, she would be the first in danger. Lu Jiejie glanced at the small shovel in her hand. What should she do? Lu Jiejie panicked, knowing she would have to call for help today. But what would her family think when they saw this scene? Would they think she was a monster? Would her parents doubt her identity? With everything that had happened today, she was very different from the original person, or perhaps they had already suspected her and were just waiting for the right moment. As these thoughts, which she never wanted to consider, filled her mind, Lu Jiejie felt increasingly uneasy. Just then, a wail came from not far away. Dashan sat on the ground, looking terrified at Lu Jiejie and the wild boar. Because it was hot, Lu Jiejie's fair face had a hint of pink, her big eyes wide open, and her red lips slightly pursed, while the boar beside her was tall and strong, looking fierce. This combination was truly frightening. "Aunt, you should run," Dashan said, trembling as he got up from the ground. Run? How could she run? She wouldn't make it 10 meters before being in danger. Lu Jiejie gritted her teeth. At this point, she could only leave it to fate. She told Dashan, "Go find your grandmother, and tell her secretly, just one person. Say I encountered the same situation as last time with Lu Chao, and the wild boar is standing here without moving. Ask her to find someone to bring a knife to deal with it." Dashan hesitated. "Aunt," Lu Jiejie urged, "hurry up. Remember to tell only your grandmother. Don't mention it to anyone else." After a moment of hesitation, Dashan scrambled away. Lu Jiejie watched as Dashan disappeared from sight, feeling a mix of emotions as she killed the remaining rabbit and put both dead rabbits into her backpack. Not sure if it was fear of what was about to happen, but just as she finished packing, a drop of water hit the back of her hand. Lu Jiejie wiped her tears and thought that she would have been better off dead in that car accident. That way, she wouldn't have to feel anxious every day for taking someone else's affection. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became, and she sat down on the ground, tears falling like beads from a broken string. She didn't want to cry at all, but she couldn't control it. In the blink of an eye, the tears just fell. When Xue Yan ran over with a sickle, Lu Jiejie was hanging her head, hugging her legs, her eyes red like a beautiful little cat with wet fur, looking pitiful and unwanted. Xue Yan felt a sudden tightness in his chest, struggling to catch his breath as he took long strides. Hearing footsteps, Lu Jiejie cautiously looked up and was surprised to see Xue Yan. Her eyes widened, and she quickly stood up from the ground. She wiped her tears, feeling anxious about what would happen if Xue Yan discovered her secret. "Don't move." Xue Yan frowned, worried that she might startle the wild boar nearby. Lu Jiejie immediately froze, tilting her head back to watch Xue Yan approach her. As he got closer, she instinctively reached out to grab his shirt. Xue Yan had saved her so many times that his presence always gave Lu Jiejie a sense of safety. Xue Yan put his hand out to shield Lu Jiejie behind him and glanced at the wild boar. Lu Jiejie hurriedly explained, "I came to dig wild grass, but I don't know what's wrong with this wild boar. It's just standing here, without moving." Xue Yan looked at the nervous Lu Jiejie and calmly responded with a sound of acknowledgement. As Lu Jiejie spoke, she carefully observed Xue Yan's expression. Seeing that he didn't look worried, she sighed in relief. She didn't dare to move too far away, afraid the wild boar might become aggressive. So, she obediently hid behind Xue Yan, peeking out. "Stay behind the tree," Xue Yan said, gently pushing her head back with his elbow. Lu Jiejie rubbed her forehead where he had pushed and advised, "Make sure to kill it quickly, and don't give it a chance to react." "Okay." Only then did Lu Jiejie feel safe enough to hide behind the nearest tree. Xue Yan's sickle was very sharp but curved. He had to cut the wild boar's main artery in one stroke. Since the wild boar was still, Xue Yan found a good position. His arm muscles tensed, and his dark eyes grew serious. With a strong effort, the sickle sliced into the boar's flesh. The wild boar let out a painful cry and jumped around, but Xue Yan was ready and quickly moved aside. This time, Xue Yan chose the right angle and didn't get a drop of blood on himself. He stood in front of Lu Jiejie, completely shielding her. Lu Jiejie clung to Xue Yan's shoulder, curiously peeking outside. Xue Yan asked, "Aren't you scared this time?" Last time, she had seen him covered in blood and was filled with fear. Lu Jiejie looked at him with wide, watery eyes and quietly said, "I'm a little scared, but you're here, right?" She didn't realize how suggestive her words were. She simply meant to praise his strength. Xue Yan was momentarily speechless, staring intently at Lu Jiejie. "What's wrong?" Lu Jiejie felt a chill from his gaze and blinked. Xue Yan opened his mouth to speak, but then they heard the sound of the wild boar collapsing and Lu's mother's voice calling out. Lu's father and mother, along with their 3 sons, rushed over. They sensed something was wrong from their fragmented conversations and didn't dare to call anyone else. Jiejie, Lu's mother, ran over, saw the wild boar on the ground and her daughter safe, and sighed in relief. Her legs weakened, but Lu's father caught her, preventing her from falling. Lu Jiejie wanted to run over but hesitated. At that moment, she realized that in this era, she didn't have anyone she could truly trust. She stepped back behind Xue Yan and said, "I'm fine." Lu's father noticed the closeness between the two and his expression darkened, but he quickly controlled himself and called, "Jiejie, come here."
Oh.
Lu Jiejie stepped out from behind Xue Yan and glanced back at him halfway. To her, the Lu family felt unknown, while Xue Yan seemed to offer more safety than her own family. Lu's parents were so protective of their daughter. If they knew she wasn't the original, they might react harshly. Lu Jiejie suddenly remembered the scene of her mother scolding her gently, and her heart raced. She thought, "I hope I won't get a beating like that." The more she thought about it, the more scared she became. When she was about 3 or 4 meters away from her family, she stopped and refused to take another step forward. Seeing her daughter look a bit frightened, Lu's mother thought she was scared by the wild boar and tried to rush over to hug her. However, her movement was too abrupt, and from Lu Jiejie's perspective, it looked like her mother was lunging at her. She remembered that her mother had acted similarly before scolding her gently. So, Lu Jiejie turned and ran quickly to Xue Yan, hiding behind him. Lu's mother ended up grabbing at nothing. Lu's father and mother. The 3 brothers. Xue Yan slightly turned to completely shield Lu Jiejie, looking expressionless at everyone. Lu Jiejie glared at Xue Yan. "You jerk, what did you do to my little sister?" He had long suspected that this guy had bad intentions towards his sister, and he didn't expect that in such a short time, he would have taken her away. Lu's father looked at the impulsive Lu Jiejie. "You 3 brothers go," and moved the wild boar. Lu Jiejie refused, pointing at Xue Yan. "Dad, this kid must have tricked my sister. Just look at him."
No.
Lu Jiejie poked her head out to defend Xue Yan. "He is great. He saved me again today." Lu Jiejie. Lu's father said sternly, "This matter is not for you 3 to handle. Go move the wild boar." The 3 brothers glanced at the dead wild boar lying on the ground. What luck did they have in Shishui village to hunt another wild boar? They shot Xue Yan a displeased look. It was really frustrating how he made them, strong men, feel so embarrassed. Lu's mother called out to Lu Jiejie with concern. Seeing her defensive posture, she almost stamped her foot. "Sweetheart, come here." Seeing that her mother seemed the same as usual, Lu Jiejie hesitated for a moment before stepping out from behind Xue Yan. "You girl, are you hiding from your own mother?" Lu's mother looked at her, noticing a small spot of blood on her waist. Lu's mother has lived for many years and is quite clever. She remembered what Dashan said and didn't ask anything. The villagers were busy harvesting in the fields, and someone had to deal with the wild boar, which would count towards their work points. Lu's father directed his 3 sons to carry the wild boar to the square. He looked deeply at Xue Yan but said nothing, unsure of what he was thinking. Halfway there, Lu's father asked, "What happened today?" Xue Yan replied coldly, "Dashan told me that Lu Jiejie was trapped by a wild boar on the mountain, so I ran to save her and killed the boar." Lu's father's gloomy expression softened a bit. He was satisfied with Xue Yan's answer and tapped his smoking pipe. "Since you killed this wild boar, you'll still get the points from yesterday." Xue Yan refused. "No need. It's too hot to eat it all. Let's split it between the 2 families." Lu's father had already made up his mind and nodded. "That's fine." Xue Yan decided not to deal with the wild boar this time, so Lu's father went to the fields to find 3 people to handle it. In the afternoon, each would earn 6 work points. The villagers cutting wheat in the square were stunned.
What?
Another wild boar? Didn't we just catch one yesterday? After a while, they were shocked to learn that Xue Yan was the one who killed it. Soon, Lu's father found 3 people to help with the boar. Meanwhile, Lu's mother was carrying Lu Jiejie's basket home, feeling worried as she said, "How could you encounter a wild boar at the foot of the mountain? The mountains have been restless lately, so you should stay home and just keep track of your work points." Lu Jiejie silently followed her. When they reached the door, Lu's mother entered the house and turned around to see Lu Jiejie still standing outside. The little girl had red eyes, pouting her lips and nervously fiddling with her clothes, looking like a small abandoned animal. This was just like 4 years ago. Lu's mother bit her lip, suddenly thinking of a possibility. Her daughter was sensitive and might be falling into a strange cycle again. "Still thinking that you're not my daughter?" Lu's mother sighed. They all noticed it too. She should have guessed it. Mr. Lu is a clever person, a cunning old fox who has lived for many years, while she is only 17. How could she possibly hide anything from Mr. and Mrs. Lu? Lu Jiejie looked up, first glaring at her mother, then glancing around to find a good direction to run. "All right, come in. You are my daughter, my real daughter, Mrs." Lu repeated what she had said 4 years ago. "Come here, let me explain." Mrs. Lu set down her basket and scolded, "Ugh, those heartless things. How could they just take over someone else's body, and twice at that?" Lu Jiejie was on guard. "Don't blame me. I only took over this time." Mrs. Lu reached out and patted Lu Jiejie's head, saying, "You think my daughter is smart, but how come you forget every time you come back?" Lu Jiejie. Confused again? Mrs. Lu got straight to the point. "Silly girl, don't be so troubled. This body is yours. You are my daughter. That other girl from a year ago? If I hadn't been worried about her hurting your body, I would have dealt with her long ago." Lu Jiejie's head buzzed. "What are you talking about? Don't be afraid, let's talk inside." Mrs. Lu gently took Lu Jiejie's hand and led her into the house. Lu Jiejie followed her in a daze. As they walked, Mrs. Lu continued, "I thought you remembered everything. I first told you when you came back 4 years ago when you were only 13, even younger than now.
You were so scared you cried.
So this time, neither your father nor I mentioned it, acting like nothing happened." Lu Jiejie snapped back to reality and asked in disbelief, "This body is mine?" Explanation: this is not a fantasy story. It is a typical story about body swapping, where the female lead is the one who is taken over, and the Lu family members are portrayed as antagonists for the main character to confront. The ability to attract animals is just a small advantage to make her life easier for the past 2 years, a sort of compensation, which will be mentioned later. Sunlight streamed through the window, and Lu Jiejie was pressed down on the bed by her mother. She stared blankly at the chipped cabinet, the gray blanket, and the small mirror with a red circle, feeling that everything was unreal. She is the owner of this body, so how could she have lived for so long in modern times? "Let's talk about this from when you were 7, Lu's mother said with a serious expression. "I raised you myself, and I was always by your side, so I know everything about you. Do you remember the fool from the west side of the village? That time he saw me carrying you. He came up to us and said nonsense about how your fate would be difficult until you turn 18 and that your body was meant for someone else. At that moment, Lu's mother paused, her tone a bit unnatural, and rolled her eyes. I just hit him, and he cried out. Mom, we can skip the unimportant parts, Lu Jejia reminded her. Right. When you fell into the water at 7, you woke up different, Lu's mother said through gritted teeth. I raised you since you were little. How could I not know what my daughter is like? And I noticed. Lu's mother spoke in a low voice. Living in your body should be a woman around 20. You were only 7 at the time, and I could feel that her behavior was very unlike a child's. Your father noticed it even earlier, so I thought of that fool from the west side of the village, and one night, your father and I secretly went to find him. When that fool saw us coming, he said in a daze that his power was still too weak, and we should wait. He would bring you back when he could, and we should treat your body as usual. If the other side noticed and harmed your body, you would never return. Lu Jejia blinked. As an atheist successor, she didn't know how to react for a moment. So, what happened next? When you were 13, you were sent back once. You were still young and didn't know how to hide yourself, and you even got into the art troupe because of your dancing, Lu's mother said, patting her thigh proudly. I noticed something was off, right away. That thing possessing your body was lazy and greedy. How could it possibly dance? So, I went to ask that fool from the east side of the village. He said some things I couldn't understand, something about how this world had become orderly. Puppets, whatever that means. I just knew my daughter was back, and that was enough for me. Lu Jejia was anxious. She got out of bed, her eyes still red, and pouted. Mom, can you get to the point? Skip the personal feelings, and just tell me what happened. She was really in a hurry. Lu's mother touched her nose, realizing her daughter had inherited some of her personality. Last year, after you left, that guy came back. Your dad and I went to ask the village fool, and he said everything would be fine after you turn 18. But when we asked again, he was just as clueless. Lu Jejia tilted her head. That's it? That's it. Lu's mother pressed her hand on Lu Jejia's shoulder, her face showing a bit of joy. The fool from the west side of the village also said that after all this suffering, you'll enjoy life once you turn 18. Really? Lu Jejia felt down. She thought there were still many hidden things, like how she couldn't remember anything or why her body was taken from her. What was this world really like? Lu Jejia lowered her head, feeling she needed time to process this information. Soon, she told her mother about what happened on the mountain today. Lu Jejia curled her delicate fingers, playing with her soft fingertips. I think my blood can attract animals. Xue Yan is so smart. He must have some doubts about what happened today, but I don't know how much he really knows. Is there a problem with your blood? Lu's mother paused for a few seconds, then suddenly spoke. I get it. The village fool said you'll enjoy life after 18. Maybe it's a sign that good things are coming your way. That counts as enjoying life? If it happens too often, I'll be caught as a monster. Lu Jejia's little face scrunched up in distress as she murmured, Aren't we supposed to be atheists? Why is there a body-snatching issue now? And who took my body? Is this my past life or my current one? She quickly thought of a possibility, her eyes wide with curiosity. So, does this world have human realms, demon realms, and fairy realms? The little girl's face was full of curiosity. Her expression while gossiping was very similar to her mother's. Stop talking about things your mom doesn't understand. I've lived this long and have never seen any gods or monsters. Besides, the country doesn't allow superstition. Don't go spreading nonsense outside, or you might get taken away on the street.
All right.
Lu Jejia asked again. What about Xue Yan? Lu's mother glanced for a moment. Don't worry, who would have thought your blood is different?
Oh.
Maybe it was the removal of barriers, but Lu Jejia suddenly felt very close to her mother. After all, biological connections are different from fake ones. By the way, Lu Jejia jumped out of bed, went to the yard, and skillfully took out the grass from her basket. A moment later, she revealed 2 big fat rabbits. She looked up and swallowed. Mom, Can we have extra dishes for dinner tonight? Lu's mother was great at cooking. The last time she made wild chicken for her, it tasted amazing, especially with the dried chili peppers from before. It smelled wonderful. Nearby, Lu Hua and Lu Hao watched the two big rabbits in the yard. Each one must weigh 4 or 5 pounds, right? Hearing about the extra meal, the two girls swallowed hard, their eyes fixed on Lu's mother.
Eat, eat, eat.
Lu's mother couldn't stand her daughters looking so eager. She walked over and shook the rabbits. They are really heavy. We'll cook one today, and the other one can go in the cellar for now. Can we make it spicy? Lu Jijia had never eaten rabbit meat, but she knew spicy rabbit meat tasted great. Sure, we'll make spicy rabbit meat. Lu Jijia praised her. Mom is the best. Lu's mother straightened her back. Of course. Daxian had come back with Lu's father, and the little guy looked really scared and low on energy. It was understandable. That wild boar had sharp tusks and was big. No wonder he was frightened. Lu Jijia waved for Daxian to come over, wiped his face with a cool towel, and said, "Aren't you a brave boy? How can a wild boar scare you like this? How will you be a man in the future?" Daxian straightened his back instantly, his tone a bit shy. "I'm not scared. Auntie knows you're not scared. Thanks to you for finding Grandma today, you'll be rewarded with spicy rabbit meat." Lu Jijia ruffled the little guy's hair. Really? People in this era were always happy to hear about meat. Lu Jijia nodded. Auntie is the best. Daxian perked up immediately. Seeing no one around, Lu Jijia quietly asked, "Didn't Annie say you should only tell Grandma? Why did you tell Xue Yan?"
He asked me.
I was so scared at that moment. Daxian rubbed his eyes. I knew he had killed a wild boar last time, and Grandma definitely couldn't handle it. I was worried about my little aunt. Children have simple thoughts. He just wanted to help her. You did great. Lu Jijia's eyes curved like a crescent moon. Today, I'll reward you with a piece of rabbit meat, but you have to promise your little aunt not to tell anyone about what happened today. Okay? Daxian didn't understand why he couldn't talk about it, but his little aunt's fingers were soft, and it felt nice when she rubbed his head. He nodded vigorously, indicating he wouldn't say a word. Shirtu came over, little aunt. When I grow up, I will also hunt wild boars for you. Sure. Lu Jijia patted Shida's fluffy little head. She thought that by the time Shirtu grew up, wild boars might be protected animals. At 5 in the afternoon, Lu Jijia returned to the work points, and around 7, farmers began to finish their work one after another. Both villagers and educated youth looked at Xue Yan strangely. Killing one wild boar alone was impressive enough, but now he had killed another one in less than a day. Is he even human? 10 points. Xue Yan approached first, and Lu Jijia quickly noted it down. Taking advantage of the fewer people around, she looked up and whispered, "Can you leave a bit later? Then we can go to my house together. My mom made spicy rabbit meat today. You can take some home." She leaned slightly forward, her moist apricot eyes reflecting the orange glow of the oil lamp, her upper lip slightly curled, and her whole face showed anticipation. Xue Yan suddenly nodded. Behind them, Zhao Shihui felt a surge of anger, his chest rising and falling. As Xue Yan turned to leave, Lu Jijia looked up and saw Zhao Shihui. He was a strong teenager, but he wore a pitiful expression, as if she had done something wrong to him. Lu Jijia directly asked, "How many points?" 8 points, Zhao Shihui replied, only to realize he was 2 points behind Xue Yan, and his face instantly darkened. This was truly a great humiliation. He hurriedly explained, "Comrade Lu, I usually can do 10 work points, but I had some family matters today that delayed me." Lu Jijia smiled awkwardly. 8 work points is still quite a lot. Zhao Shihui's expression improved a bit at that moment when Tian Jinhua approached. Her clothes were almost soaked with sweat, and she had a strong smell of sweat. Tian Jinhua raised her arm to wipe the sweat from her forehead. "Little sister, 10 work points." Zhao Shihui thought. So a woman did more work than him. Lu Jijia raised her eyebrows slightly, surprised that Tian Jinhua actually completed 10 work points. Indeed, her potential was yet to be discovered. Lu Ganghua came over and, upon seeing Lu Jijia, found it hard to speak. His skin flushed red. Little sister, 9 work points. How embarrassing. He had done less than his wife. His mother was right. Tian Jinhua often cut corners. Lu Jiejie knew how hard summer farm work was and smiled brightly at Lu Ganghua. Second brother, it's okay, as long as no one is cutting corners. Tian Jinhua's expression suddenly became awkward. The recording of work points went smoothly, but what made Lu Jiejie happiest was seeing Zhou Wenqing's miserable state. Zhou Wenqing's face was sunburned and covered in blisters from hard work. He was too tired to even beg Lu Jiejie for mercy. More importantly, Lu Jiejie's 3 brothers were nearby, so he didn't dare approach her. By the time all the work points were recorded, it was already 8 o'clock. Tian Jinhua and Xue Yan had gone home, and the 3 brothers followed Lu Jiejie. As soon as they stepped outside, Lu Jiejie saw a tall figure in the shadows and smiled as she ran over. The 3 brothers quickly followed, and upon getting closer, they saw it was Xue Yan. The 3 brothers were speechless. Let's go. Lu Jiejie walked beside Xue Yan and said, My mom cooks really well. The chicken last time was made by her. Xue Yan glanced at the 3 brothers trailing behind, speaking little and barely uttering a word. Most of the way, Lu Jiejie did the talking. When they got home and opened the door, a strong aroma wafted from the yard. Lu's mother saw Xue Yan and remembered what the old man had told her. She took a small bowl from the kitchen and filled it with some rabbit meat. Mom, isn't there still one left? If we don't eat it all, it will go to waste, Lu Jiejie said as she picked up some more with her chopsticks. Lu's mother glanced at her beautiful daughter, her expression darkened, and she quickly handed the bowl to Xue Yan. Xue, take this home and try my cooking. This was a hint to leave. Xue Yan's brows furrowed as he accepted the bowl with a grunt and turned to leave. Half an hour later, Lu's father returned with over 10 pounds of pork. Since it was hot, they couldn't keep it for long, and he said, Everyone eat up quickly. Don't hold back. As soon as the rabbit meat was served, Lu Jiejie eagerly took a bite, savoring the spicy and fragrant flavor. Lu's mother divided the rabbit meat, and the children looked on eagerly. But without their mother's command, no one dared to eat first. Lu Jiejie also put down her chopsticks. Mom, where did this rabbit meat come from? Lu Yegua asked, his eyes wide with surprise. Life had been so good lately. Lu's mother huffed, It's from your little sister. When that wild boar ran down the mountain, it accidentally stepped on 2 rabbits. Your little sister saw how hard you all worked in the fields and secretly hid them in her basket to bring back. Little sister. Lu Ganghua started to cry, wiping his tears with the back of his hand. Lu Aigua and Lu Yegua's eyes turned red. We haven't treated our little sister well. We couldn't provide her with a good life, and we let her go into the mountains to catch rabbits for us. Lu Jiejie was used to such scenes and even began to play along with her mother. Eldest brother, second brother, fourth brother, as long as you can eat well, that's enough. After all, she wasn't taking advantage of her brothers. She just wanted to strengthen their sibling bond. Unexpectedly, as Lu Jiejie got emotional, Lu Aigua and Lu Yegua started to cry as well. Lu Jiejie. Maybe she should stop talking. Zhang Shuyan. Tian Jinhua. Lu's mother was pleased with her son's reactions and continued, You tell me, having such a little sister is a blessing for you, isn't it? Your younger sister has such a good job. Even in this hot weather, she brings you chilled mung bean soup. In the afternoon, she goes up the mountain to gather wild vegetables and hides a dead rabbit in her basket, afraid others will see, just so you can have a bit more meat. If you ever forget her kindness and don't think of her first when you have something good, may heaven punish you. Mom, I feel guilty for making my sister suffer. Lu Ganghua pounded his chest. Lu Aigua and Lu Yegua quickly expressed their agreement. Mom, don't worry. From now on, we will think of our sister first whenever we have something good. At that moment, Lu Yuan leaned in and said sweetly, Auntie, when I grow up, I will buy you chicken and rabbit meat every day. Lu Jiejie. This was already the 3rd time Lu Yuan had spoken up first. Lu Mu was very pleased with her obedient granddaughter and happily gave her an extra piece of meat, saying, Well said. This is a reward from Grandma. Lu Yuan smiled, showing her tiny teeth. Thank you, Grandma. The other children wanted to speak up too, but Lu Yuan beat them to it. Seeing there was a reward, their eyes turned red with envy. Lu Mu was very satisfied with the dinner atmosphere and waved her hand. Let's eat. Xue Yan carried the basin home, looking down at it. His usually gloomy eyes held a hint of warmth, but it quickly faded, leaving a vague expression. Just then, a figure appeared by the roadside. He sneered, Xue Yan, do you really think you can have what you don't deserve? Tomorrow, Zhou Wenqing should kneel on the ground to clean the heroine's shoes, and then she will understand all the truths of this world. Don't worry, everyone will know soon. The main theme of the story is, everyone is the main character of their own life, not a puppet being controlled. On a night around 8 o'clock, the moonlight fell into the dark corners, and you could only see faces up close. Xue Yan stopped, his gloomy gaze fixed on Zhao Shihui across from him. Zhao Shihui glared angrily at the rabbit meat in Xue Yan's basin. That's a gift from the Lu family to you. Do you want to fight? Xue Yan looked up coldly. Xue Yan was half a head taller than Zhao Shihui. After he spoke, the muscles on his body began to show, and he looked ready to fight. Zhao Shihui instantly recalled the pain from past beatings, and his lips twitched. Let's not talk about fighting for now. I just want to tell you that Lu Jiejia is not the kind of person you can get close to. I'm not good enough for her, but are you? Xue Yan replied flatly, as if stating a fact. You. Let's fight. Before Zhao Shihui could finish his sentence, Xue Yan interrupted him and carefully placed a basin on a nearby rock. He walked back to his original spot and asked, do you want to strike first or should I? Since things had escalated, Zhao Shihui gritted his teeth. Xue Yan, do you think I'm afraid of you? I didn't fight you last time because I was careless, but this time, I will teach you a lesson. Zhao Shihui threw a punch, but Xue Yan caught it midair. The two struggled with their strength, and Zhao Shihui's wrist was gradually twisted. In a panic, he kicked at Xue Yan's pants. Xue Yan dodged to the side, his cold expression turning fierce as he punched Zhao Shihui in the stomach, but he also received a punch on his shoulder. Ah! Zhao Shihui groaned, clutching his stomach and glaring at Xue Yan. Xue Yan didn't stop there. He took a few steps toward Zhao Shihui, who instinctively stepped back. That punch had been hard, but Xue Yan seemed unfazed, making Zhao Shihui seriously doubt if he was a monster who didn't feel pain. As Xue Yan approached him with a blank expression, Zhao Shihui clenched his teeth. This crazy guy. But thinking of the woman he loved, Zhao Shihui charged forward again, only to receive another punch to the face. Xue Yan had held back his strength, but Zhao Shihui was still a bit dazed from the beating. Seeing Xue Yan raise his fist again, he quickly covered his face and said, no more, no more. If you hit me again, I won't be able to work in the fields tomorrow. Xue Yan was silent for a few seconds, staring at Zhao Shihui until he felt uneasy. Just when Zhao thought things would not end well today, Xue Yan lowered his hand, turned, and walked over to pick up the pot of rabbit meat by the stone. After Xue Yan had walked a few meters away, Zhao called out unwillingly, Xue Yan, let me tell you, even if I'm not good enough for her, you aren't either. Just look at your family situation. What gives you the right to like her? Xue Yan's body stiffened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal as he walked away. Big brother, you're back. Xue Yang ran over. Why are you so late today? Nothing much, Xue Yan replied, handing him the pot. Go eat. The Xue family usually had dinner around this time. After all, with 4 people working, there was no woman at home, and they cooked only after finishing their work. What is this? Xue Yang asked, taking the pot. He couldn't see it clearly, but he could smell a spicy aroma from a distance. The Xue family wasn't very good at cooking. Their standard was just to make sure the food was cooked, so it usually lacked flavor.
Xue Yang smote watered instantly.
Big brother, what kind of meat is this? Xue Yan paused, then replied, it's rabbit meat from a pretty, but troublesome woman. You might not like it. Xue Yang was taken aback. He looked at the meat in the pot, salivating, but then remembered what he had said earlier and hesitated about what to do. I know you don't like it. I'll take it back, Xue Yan said, reaching out to take it back before heading into the kitchen.
Xue Yang frowned.
A faint light from the oil lamp filled the kitchen. When Xue Fu saw Xue Yan enter, he advised, "Hurry up and eat. We'll turn off the lamp soon." Lamp oil was expensive, and no family wanted to use it for too long. If it weren't so late and dark, Xue Fu wouldn't have bothered to light it. Xue Yan placed the rabbit meat in the center of the table and said, "It's from the Lu family." Xue Fu's eyes brightened. Xue Yan understood what his father was thinking and slightly moved his lips. They don't mean anything by it. Xue's father instantly lost his good mood and reached for a piece of rabbit meat. Wow, this is delicious. He didn't have the energy to ask why. His mind was filled with the taste of rabbit meat. With each bite, his mouth was full of oil, spicy and fragrant, and he couldn't stop eating. Xue Yan first served a piece to Xue Yan before trying some himself. He was taken aback and quickly started eating, saying, "Big brother, this is so tasty and spicy, it's amazing." Even though the Xue family usually cooked meat without much flavor, today's rabbit meat made Xue Yan feel like he was in a different world. It was even more delicious than the meat buns from the big cafeteria. Is it really that good? Xue Yang peeked over, drooling, but still tried to act uninterested. Xue Yan chuckled. He had overheard Xue Yang's earlier conversation with his brother and said on purpose, "Since you don't like it anyway, why not give me your share? I'm still hungry." You have no idea how perfectly this rabbit meat suits my taste, spicy and fragrant, with every bite full of meat and delicious broth.
Xue Yang swallowed hard.
Xue Yan turned to Xue Yan. "Big brother, why aren't you eating?" "I don't really feel like it," Xue Yan replied, looking gloomy as he picked up a wild vegetable pancake with wild boar meat. Xue Yan thought for a moment and said, "I really enjoy it. I think Jia is so nice for bringing us rabbit meat." Xue Yan paused for a moment, then turned and took some rabbit meat from the bowl. Seeing that his tactic worked, Xue Yan helplessly focused on eating. His brother was quite reserved. As soon as he mentioned it was from Lu Jia, he couldn't bear to not eat it. At that moment, Xue Yang secretly took a piece of rabbit meat, but Xue Yan caught him. While eating, he cried, "I will never speak badly about pretty bad women again." Xue Yan. On the Lu family side, after finishing up, Lu's father felt very satisfied with dinner. The meat was incredibly flavorful, and he couldn't help but drink a few sips of liquor. Feeling a bit tipsy, he wasn't as steady as usual. After a long day, he was ready to climb into bed and sleep, but the next second, he lost his balance and fell to the floor. "What are you doing?" Lu's father sat on the ground, feeling a bit dazed. Lu's mother pulled her feet back and sat up on the bed, her face full of anger. "You old man, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Our daughter just came back, and you're already thinking about marrying her off. She hasn't even enjoyed being home yet, and you already have a suitor in mind." Lu's father stood up, brushed off the dirt from his clothes, and sighed. "Didn't we agree on this? Besides, we're just seeing if they have any feelings for each other. Whether it will actually work out is still uncertain." On the cabinet in the room, there was a kerosene lamp, casting light on Lu's mother's face. She glared with fierce eyes, looking slightly menacing. "I don't care. You just want to marry our daughter off quickly because you think that guy is strong. I want to marry her off. I'd rather she never gets married," Lu's father said in frustration, then spat twice. How could he say he wished his daughter would never marry? Before Lu's father could take back his words, Lu's mother, now sitting up, hit him twice. "You old man, how dare you curse our daughter to never marry? Do you want to die?" Lu's father dodged, knowing his wife was just looking for someone to vent her anger on. After all, they were a couple, and he was the one to take the brunt of it.
I asked someone about this.
What if something happens to Judge's health again? Lu's father endured the pain. "Xue Yan is strong. He's good for our daughter's health." "How do you know he's strong? If a wild boar can be killed just like that, then he must be strong enough. In ancient times, people like him could ward off evil spirits. Besides, he has saved our daughter twice already. Isn't that a sign from heaven?" Lu's mother fell silent for a few seconds, lying straight on the bed with a furrowed brow. "But the Xue family is too poor. He has 2 younger brothers and a father who isn't well. Wouldn't our daughter suffer if she married into that family? Lu's father felt a bit dizzy, still under the influence, but he had studied Jie's situation for so many years that, even in his state, he was clear-headed. The government doesn't focus on family background as much anymore. With our support, the Xue family won't be in such bad shape. Of course, Lu Mu understands this, but she still turned over and said, "Let's wait and see. I don't think those two will work out." It's not just Xue Yan. Lu Mu can't accept her daughter marrying anyone right now. The next day at noon, Lu Jie, just like yesterday, took the frozen mung bean water and also put the notebook for recording work points in the basket. The work point recorder doesn't just sit inside to note down points. Sometimes they need to go out and check if anyone is hiding their reports. However, hiding reports rarely happen since everyone is watching each other, and if someone is caught, they could be taken away for a couple of days, which could also cause issues for their family. Lu Jie called out to Xue Yan, who was bent over cutting wheat. He thought he misheard her, but when he looked up, Lu Jie was indeed standing under the tree. He remembered what Zhao had said yesterday. His expression darkened, and he ignored Lu Jie, bending down to continue cutting wheat. Lu Jie thought Xue Yan didn't hear her and called out a few more times until her voice became hoarse. She sighed softly and glanced around, noticing that others had started to pay attention to her. After thinking for a moment, Lu Jie decided to deliver the items to her parents first. Unexpectedly, just as she picked up the basket and took a few steps, Xue Yan suddenly stood up and walked toward her. Lu Jie stopped, turned around, and sat under the big tree to wait. She was smarter than yesterday. Instead of wearing a dress, she wore a white shirt and green military pants. Lu Jie tied her hair into a side ponytail, letting it gently rest on her white shirt. This outfit would be stylish even in modern times, with her dark hair, red lips, and a pair of bright, sparkling eyes that looked around. As she walked, every girl on the ground looked at her. Some even secretly tried to copy how Lu Jie tied her hair. When Xue Yan saw Lu Jie look up, his gaze intensified, but he dared not focus on her. In this weather, just standing still could make you sweat. Lu Jie had been walking with the basket for a while, and beads of sweat were forming on her fair forehead. She wiped her brow and, like yesterday, took out her military water bottle and bowl. "This is for you." Lu Jie noticed that his clothes were all wet and couldn't help but say, "It's so hot, and you might get dehydrated. You should drink more water. If you need anything, just let me know in advance, and I can bring you some cool boiled water." "No need," Xue Yan interrupted her. Thinking that Xue Yang would bring him water when he got home, Lu Jie felt she didn't need to worry. "Oh, then I'll be on my way." As Lu Jie walked ahead with her basket, a deep voice came from behind her. "You don't need it anymore." Lu Jie seemed confused and turned back to look at Xue Yan. Xue Yan looked at her beautiful almond-shaped eyes and tightened his lips. "You don't need to bring me water anymore." This time Lu Jie understood. She asked, "Do you have other plans?" Xue Yan nodded. Lu Jie replied, "Okay then." Xue Yan was her lifesaver, and she wanted to show her gratitude, not cause him any trouble. As Lu Jie walked further away with her basket, Xue Yan's expression grew colder. He didn't want her to stop coming, but seeing Lu Jie agree so readily made his dark eyes seem like they were hiding something, which he quickly suppressed. With a frown, he took the water jug to Xue's father and didn't drink any of the mung bean water. Instead, he angrily cut the wheat. After Lu Jie delivered water to her parents, she took a few sips herself and ran to check on the work points everyone reported yesterday. Lu Chao was resting under a big tree, unusually quiet today. On such a hot day, she had a thin scarf around her neck. Lu Jie guessed that it was probably because of the marks left by Xue Yan yesterday. As she walked by, Lu Chao looked up and saw Lu Jie's pretty face, unable to hide her jealousy. Everything Lu Chao wanted in life seemed to come easily to Lu Jie, especially her beautiful face. Lu Jie walked past without speaking to her, knowing that Lu Chao probably didn't want to talk right now. Besides, she remembered how Lu Chao had helped Zhou Wenqing by trying to tarnish her reputation last time. Just because they were related by blood didn't mean she would forget. Lu Jie gradually walked away, only coming to check every half month, so she needed to work hard. When she got tired, she sat down under the big tree to rest. She just took a short break when she heard a sound coming from the nearby wheat field. Lu Jiejie looked up and saw Zhou Wenqing walking over. In just a few days, Zhou Wenqing's once fair skin had turned red and dark from the sun, his lips were chapped, and his waist was slightly bent. Zhou Wenqing's eyes were filled with tears. After these 2 days, he finally realized how lucky he had been before. He stood in front of Lu Jiejie, feeling humble. I was wrong. I didn't realize how much you did for me behind my back. I didn't cherish you properly. Lu Jiejie. Zhou Wenqing's eyes turned red, sincere and eager. I want to spend the rest of my life making it up to you for my mistakes. You want to make it up to me? Lu Jiejie slowly stood up, lifting her eyelids with a hint of youthful pride. Zhou Wenqing stared at Lu Jiejie, and only then did he notice how beautiful she actually was. Even her pride was not off-putting. I want to make it up to you. We can get married whenever. Before Zhou Wenqing could finish, Lu Jiejie directly stated her compensation request, 300 yuan, as an apology. You can't afford that, can you? After all, you're broke now. And those sweet words you just said were just to get an easier job, right? Zhou Wenqing shook his head. No, I'm sincere. At least now, Lu Jiejie's looks met his standards. Admitting it isn't a problem, I might agree to you. Really? Of course, but... Lu Jiejie playfully pressed her lips together, smiling sweetly and innocently as she extended a foot. My shoe is dirty. Zhou Wenqing took a moment to understand her words, and after a while, he reacted. He couldn't believe it. Lu Jiejie, you want me to clean your shoes? I have sinned. I originally wanted to write about why I got caught up in this situation, but I can't finish it now. The word count has already exceeded a lot. Please be gentle. I'm trying not to cry. You wouldn't want to hurt me, right? Zhou Wenqing stood frozen, mouth agape, and asked Lu Jiejie with a fierce expression. Lu Jiejie blinked, unafraid, and smiled even sweeter. No, I'm not asking you to shine my shoes. She continued slowly. I'm asking you to squat down and shine my shoes. Lu Jiejie, are you crazy? You want me to shine your shoes? Zhou Wenqing was still in shock, staring wide-eyed, as if that could change her mind. Lu Jiejie's eyes curled up slightly, her beautiful gaze shimmering in the sunlight. She enunciated each word. I want you to shine my shoes. Facing Zhou Wenqing's anger, she lifted her chin slightly. Of course, if you shine my shoes, I'll help you out. Don't you want an easier job? Just help me with this, and I'll take care of that for you. Lu Jiejie stretched her leg forward, looking as if she was offering a good deal. Zhou Wenqing scoffed in anger. You want me to shine your shoes?
Dream on.
I'd rather work myself to the bone than do something so degrading. All right, you have spirit. Lu Jiejie pulled her foot back, looking regretfully at Zhou Wenqing's blistered hands and sunburned face, her eyes smiling like crescent moons. I really do feel sorry for you. You could just bend down and shine them, but instead, you're out here working in the hot sun. How tiring. Holding a notebook in her arms, Lu Jiejie made a fist and cheered. I believe you'll get used to it. She turned to leave, her smile fading slowly. Zhou Wenqing, just wait. There's more hard work ahead. Lu Jiejie checked everyone's work points as per her father's division of labor. After confirming there were no discrepancies, she turned to head back, but on the way, she spotted someone being carried out of the wheat field. Another case of heat stroke. Lu Jiejie rushed over to see if she could help, and to her surprise, it was Lin Feng. His face was still quite swollen. Lu Jiejie shook her head. Lin Feng really couldn't compare to Zhou Wenqing in this regard. Zhou Wenqing had been beaten up the day before, losing a tooth, but today, the swelling on his face had mostly gone down. The young person next to her was annoyed, saying, I told him not to do so much, but he insisted on doing it. Lu Jiejie's curiosity was piqued, and she asked the young person beside her. He has been in the countryside for a while, and has been doing well. Why did he faint today? The girl leaned in, clearly interested in the situation. Zhang Tao stepped closer to her and explained, Luo Qingqing was sent to the town yesterday and is currently being investigated. Lin Feng believes that Luo Qingqing is innocent and is worried she might lose points and go hungry. This morning, he finished his own work quickly and rushed to help Luo Qingqing, but he was too hasty, and this happened. Lu Jiejie opened her mouth in surprise. Ah, that's quite devoted. Luo Qingqing was much stronger than the woman who took her body. She wondered what kind of person Zhou Wenqing was. Although Lin Feng was a bit blind, he truly cared for Luo Qingqing. In this day and age, love and affection are not as convincing as helping each other with farm work. He has thrown himself into it, and we don't know how to persuade him. Zhang Tao sighed and shook his head. Why should we persuade him? Lu Jiejie disagreed, stating firmly Lin, the young man, has finally found true love. You should support him. Let him experience the harshness of society. Zhang Tao helplessly pressed his lips together, knowing that Lu Jiejie was still secretly upset with Lin Feng. The little girl had quite a temper. If you offended her, she would remember it. Like a proud little cat, if you touched its paw, it would scratch you back. We won't persuade him. It wouldn't work anyway. Zhang Tao looked at Lu Jiejie's small face and continued, since we've been walking for a while, are you thirsty? I have some water. Should I bring you some? No, I should go back. She had heard enough gossip. What was the point of staying here in this heat? Lu Jiejie hugged her notebook, looking innocent. Then I'll leave first. Please take good care of him, and when he wakes up, let him continue working in the fields. Don't let his efforts for Luo Qingqing go to waste. As Lu Jiejie turned to leave, she hadn't gone far when she heard shouting. Zhou fainted. Lu Jiejie paused for a moment, turned around to look at Zhou Wenqing being carried out, and felt very happy. What a wonderful day it is. Her mood was truly delightful. By noon, Xue Yan and Lu Jiejie went back to cook together. There were 5 or 6 pounds of rabbit from yesterday, and Lu's mother didn't let everyone finish it, leaving over 2 pounds. Lu Jiejie had her sister-in-law cook it all, while she went to the yard to make fish soup. When the Lu family returned home, they smelled a strong aroma. But everyone was much calmer today than yesterday. As they opened the door to enter, each of them had a cheerful expression. The only one in the Lu family who looked unhappy was Tian Jinhua. She had been eating corn cakes every day and didn't get to taste the delicious rabbit meat from yesterday. Moreover, she still had to earn 10 work points daily, and Tian Jinhua wished she could erase her past complaints. After eating, Tian Jinhua was sent to the lakeside to wash clothes. Seeing her working hard at noon, Lu Gangwa decided to accompany her. Tian Jinhua pushed him away, saying, "Why would a man go wash clothes with me? This is women's work, isn't it embarrassing?" Lu Gangwa. Don't go. Washing clothes is not something men do. After saying this, Tian Jinhua took her basin and went to the lakeside. Lu Jiejie blinked, feeling speechless as she listened from the side.
Well,
her sister-in-law usually behaved very well. When Tian Jinhua reached the lakeside and was halfway through washing, Tian's mother approached and nearly kicked the basin into the lake. Tian Jinhua was startled and quickly steadied the basin. She looked up to scold, but upon seeing Tian's mother, she shivered and smiled sweetly. "Mom, what brings you here? Do you think I wanted to come? It's because of your younger brother." Tian's mother squatted down beside Tian Jinhua. "I want to ask you, how is that matter we talked about last time?" Tian Jinhua fidgeted with the clothes in her hands, her face scrunched up. "Mom, there's no need to ask. My mother-in-law would never let her sister marry my brother. If I bring it up, she would definitely be furious." Tian's mother glared at her. "How do you know it's impossible? Your brother is tall and strong. Few young men in the village can compare. Besides, once Lu Jiejie marries in, I can just not let her work. After she has a grandson, I'll pamper her every day, right?" Jinhua. "Mom, I can overlook other things, but this matter is really life-threatening for me. Why should I marry Lu Jiejie? My sister-in-law is spoiled and does nothing at home. She might as well be fed by others. Your brother likes her." Mother Tian clapped her hands. Did she not realize how spoiled Lu Jiejie was? However, Lu Jiejie had an easy job, which could support her son. Moreover, The Lu family would never let their daughter suffer. They would surely help her son and share any good fortune they had, which would be enough for the young couple. Thinking it over, marrying Lu Jieje could actually be quite beneficial. Jinhua was sweating. "Mom, I can't interfere with my sister's matters. Just look at the marks on me." She pulled up her shirt to reveal the bruises from being hit with a willow branch. "I haven't even touched the pork at home, and my mother-in-law has already beaten me like this. And my sister-in-law is a precious favorite of my mother-in-law. If I dared to suggest she get married, my mother-in-law would strike me down in an instant. And my father-in-law is tough. He loves my sister-in-law the most. He may seem quiet, but when he acts, he really goes all out. Mom, if this isn't handled well, our entire Tian family could face retaliation from the Lu family." Mother Tian. At that moment, she realized she had underestimated the situation and broke into a cold sweat. Right. After thinking for a moment, she said, "I see your sister-in-law enjoys the idea of free love. How about this? Create an opportunity for your brother and her to get to know each other. I refuse to believe your brother can't compete with that Zhou Jiqing." Jinhua sighed in relief. As long as she didn't have to bring it up directly in front of Mother Lu, she could manage the rest. "Pay attention to this," Mother Tian said, pinching Jinhua's waist firmly. In the afternoon, Lu Jieje went to deliver water. This time, she didn't bring mung bean water but rather cool boiled water, which she placed in a basket to carry outside. As she mentioned, she put down the basket and sat down to rest for a few seconds. Lu Jieje looked up at the main road and saw that everyone was busy with the harvest. There was no one on the road. Breathing heavily, Lu Jieje picked up the basket and moved forward. Normally, it was Lu Hua and Lu Hao who delivered water, but she thought it would be too much trouble for the two little girls to run back and forth while gathering pig grass for work points. Besides, she had already made 2 trips and gained some experience. Lu Jieje continued walking, sometimes feeling tired and just focusing on the small patch of road right in front of her, feeling a bit drained. Not knowing how far she had walked, a voice suddenly came from beside her. "Your basket is about to fall." Lu Jieje looked up and saw Xue Yan resting under a big tree.
Oh.
Lu Jieje pouted and tried to lift the basket higher, her cheeks puffing out. Since it was very hot, Lu Jieje thought that finishing early would be better. She replied, "Then I'll go ahead." Without pausing, she walked past with the basket. Xue Yan's expression darkened, feeling a bit annoyed, although he didn't know why. He oddly felt a bit wronged. He had told Lu Jieje not to help him carry water anymore, and she actually listened. When did she become so obedient? Xue Yan walked back to the field, where his father was standing nearby enjoying the breeze. Seeing Xue Yan leave, he wondered to himself. In the past, his son rarely took breaks while working. Why had he been leaving so often these days? "Xiao Yan, are you feeling unwell?" His father worried that Xue Yan was trying to hide an illness. Xue Yan. He did feel a bit unwell. "I'm fine, just a little tired earlier," Xue Yan said in a low voice, picking up the sickle from the ground and cutting vigorously. His expression was cold, as if he had a grudge against the wheat, each cut reflecting a sense of frustration. After the Lu family finished drinking water, Lu's mother waved her hand at her 3 sons. "You all need to work hard. Don't let it be that 3 grown men earn less than your delicate little sister. Our family doesn't support incapable people. It would be embarrassing to let that be known. I'm worried about you working so hard. After finishing your own tasks, you still foolishly bring water to your brothers. Can you find another family that treats you as well as this?" I told her not to do it. It's not her job, but she insists on helping you. I compromised and let her do it for a few days so she can rest. You all have no objections, right? The 3 brothers shook their heads in unison. "No objections. Our little sister cares for us by bringing water. We feel bad for her." Zhang Xuyan nodded in agreement. If she had a job like Lu Jieje's, earning points for the family, she wouldn't be bringing water in this heat. Thinking about it, wow, her sister-in-law has been really great lately. Hearing her mother promoting her again, Lu Jieje helplessly moved to sit under a big tree to cool off. She closed her eyes for a moment and ended up dozing off. At some point, she heard a gritting voice, Lu Jejia. Huh? Lu Jejia opened her eyes sleepily, her beautiful eyes glistening. She blinked a couple of times, and Zhou Wenqing's face came into view. Lu Jejia instantly woke up and asked lazily, "What do you want?" Her voice was slightly hoarse, with a lingering tone. Zhou Wenqing was momentarily taken aback, then humiliatedly said, "You said at noon that I could clean your shoes if you helped me get an easier job." Lu Jejia became more alert. "You agreed." It had only been a few hours, and he was already willing to clean her shoes. Zhou Wenqing was quite something.
Wait.
Lu Jejia said. Zhou Wenqing thought she was softening. He bit his lip, looking a bit wronged. But after several days of farm work, his face was red and rough, no longer fitting the image of a fresh young man. Now, making such a pitiful expression was hard to describe. Lu Jejia stood up, supporting herself against the tree. "I'll stand up, and you can clean my shoes." She extended one foot, her expression bold like a fierce character. "Go ahead." Seeing no one around, Zhou Wenqing squatted down in humiliation, wanting to finish quickly. He directly crouched down and wiped his fingers on Lu Jejia's shoe.
It was really satisfying.
Lu Jejia looked down at Zhou Wenqing, but during the shoe cleaning process, Zhou Wenqing's fingers accidentally brushed against Lu Jejia's calf. In that moment, Lu Jejia's mind was filled with many thoughts, causing her a headache. She reached out to hold onto a nearby tree and fainted. Zhou Wenqing was stunned. Is this a trick? It has nothing to do with him. While unconscious, Lu Jejia received many memories and learned about the origin of this world. This is the world of a book called The Rise of a Man. The title sounds artistic, but the content is more like early romantic fiction, and the main character is Zhou Wenqing. In the story, Zhou Wenqing is very successful, attracting one beautiful woman after another, all from prestigious families. His status rises, and he eventually reaches the peak of power, surrounded by wealth, fine wine, and beautiful people. Lu Jejia's role in the story is that of Zhou Wenqing's earliest love. Her purpose is to pave the way for him, helping him escape from the countryside, ultimately paying the highest price with her life. Once Zhou Wenqing succeeds, Lu Jejia's role becomes less significant, but in the early stages, she plays an essential part in his life. Every character in the book follows a predetermined path, only able to develop according to the story's setup. However, over time, each character began to develop their own independent thoughts, wanting to break free from their tragic fates. It is unclear how long it has been, but the book formed its own small world, giving birth to its own consciousness, seeking to escape the constraints of the story. Thus, a struggle began between the two sides. After becoming a self-contained world, the world consciousness became the ruler, gaining strength. The characters in the book gained freedom, taking control of their own lives instead of being manipulated. The original trajectory was unwilling to accept this, but its power weakened. It could only regain control by allowing the story to unfold as written. As a result, Lu Jejia, a crucial character in the early stages, became the target of the conflict between the two sides. Can everyone understand this? With the existence of the world's will, everyone in the story is now independent and no longer controlled by the plot, allowing them to act in ways that are completely different from their original nature. Lu Jejia is not at all as arrogant as the character in the story. Her personality means she would never go crazy for a man or become a typical villainess. She might not even be interested in Zhou Wenqing at all. To bring all the characters back to their destined fates, the story selected a vain woman, Xue Yan, from another world to take over Lu Jejia's body. At the same time, a mix of true and false memories was implanted in Xue Yan, making her believe that Zhou Wenqing would become powerful and would greatly cherish his woman. After taking over Lu Jejia's body, Xue Yan acted like a self-proclaimed prophet in the 1960s, thinking she was superior and fitting the story's villainous standards perfectly. As for the real Lu Jejia, the original plan intended to kill her, but she was saved by the world's will and sent to another realm, waiting for the right moment to return and change her fate. Lu Jejia had her body taken when she was 7, and by the time she was 13, the world's consciousness was strong enough to challenge the original plot and brought her back. After returning, Lu Jejia only remembered the modern world. Using her appearance and grace, she joined an arts troupe and helped her family through their toughest times. 3 years later, when Zhou Wenqing went to the countryside, the original plot realized this was its last chance. It used most of its power to let Xue take over Lu Jejia's body again. However, because of this, the worlds will finally become stronger than the original plot. After more than a year of struggle, the worlds will completely expel the outsider. From then on, this world had no more restrictions. Everyone was no longer just a main character or a side character, and their thoughts were no longer bound by the plot. At this point, Lu Jejia finally understood why her body was taken. As for why her blood attracted animals, this was a compensation from the world's will, also known as the current heavenly path. When she bled, whatever animal she thought of would appear, but this effect lasted only 2 years. It was a consolation gift during her most difficult times. Lu Jejia. The first time she thought about the wild chicken, she was scared of the wild boar, and then the wild boar came down. The second time she went to wash clothes, the blood on the clothes seeped into the lake. She thought about fish, and then fish appeared. As for the third time, after killing the rabbit, she again thought about the wild boar. So, the wild boar came down the mountain because of her own actions. Lu Jejia. Lu Jejia suddenly woke up. She opened her eyes and realized she was leaning against a big tree, completely alone. She stretched out her hand in front of her, and sunlight filtered through her fingers onto her face. So she really was a part of this world. Lu Jejia smiled. She finally understood all the truths of this world. Although she almost became a victim, fortunately, this time she returned, and the world had truly become a real world. Zhou Wenqing was no longer the only main character. Everyone became a main character, and they no longer had to act thoughtlessly for Zhou Wenqing. Lu Jejia sat still for a moment to calm down, then stood up. Where was Zhou Wenqing? Did she run away because she saw her faint? Lu Jejia sneered. She wouldn't hold back on her promises anymore. Lu Jejia ran back to the fields to grab a basket. Her mother had taken a few sips of water and advised her, "Don't cook when you get home. Let your sister-in-law do it. She's been busy these past few days, so take a good rest." "Mom, are you afraid I'll finish all the meat at home?" Lu Jejia asked. Her mother looked at her with a "what are you talking about" expression. "There's so many people at home, and those boys eat a lot. Each of your 3 brothers can eat 2 or 3 pounds of meat, and there are younger ones too. How much do you need to cook to fill everyone? Besides, Mom really worries about you getting tired. You usually lie around on the bed, and when you cook once, everyone praises you for being hardworking. But if you cook every day and skip once, they call you lazy. If you can enjoy life, why not enjoy it?" Lu Jejia.
She was tempted by that.
"Isn't it harvest season these days?" Lu Jejia's slender fingers gripped the basket. "It's so hot, and you all are working in the fields while I'm just sitting at home. It doesn't feel right. Besides, we have meat to eat." Lu Jejia leaned down and whispered a few words in her mother's ear. Lu's mother widened her eyes in surprise. "Really?" "Yes, we don't have to waste it all," Lu Jejia replied softly. "Let's go together tonight." Okay. Lu's mother was so excited, she almost clapped her thigh, but managed to hold back. Lu Jejia then started to bargain, her big, watery eyes looking up at her mother. "Mom, can you cook when you get home today? I want to eat sour fish. I'll watch you cook tonight, and I'll make it next time." "How can I let you cook?" Lu's mother frowned. "I'll cook and also prepare that rabbit." Thinking about the big dinner tonight, Lu's mother felt hungry herself. The food these days was even better than during the New Year. Lu Jejia left with her basket, wiping the sweat from her forehead. When she arrived at Xue Yan's workplace, she lifted the jar in her hand. She noticed there was still some water left and didn't pour it out, unsure if Xue Yan would want it. But Xue Yan had just said not to bring him water. Would he be upset if she did? Never mind. Just as Lu Jiejie turned to leave, she was spotted by Xue Yan, who had just come back from the opposite side and noticed Lu Jiejie about 10 meters away. Thinking of the rabbit meat from yesterday, Xue Yan felt a bit awkward. He coldly said, "Pretty Lu Jiejie, are you looking for my brother?" Pretty Lu Jiejie?
What kind of title was that?
Just as Lu Jiejie was about to shake her head, Xue Yan shouted to the distance, "Brother, Lu Jiejie is looking for you?" Lu Jiejie felt a twitch at her temple. She wasn't. She hadn't said anything. Xue Yan was cutting wheat when he heard Xue Yang's shout. He accidentally almost cut his own leg. He dropped the sickle on the ground, stood up, and indeed saw Lu Jiejie with her basket not far away. Xue Yan quickly walked over but soon realized he was too hasty, so he slowed down and walked casually. During the walk, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, brushed the dirt off his hands, and even straightened his clothes. When Xue Yan reached Lu Jiejie, he asked, "What do you need me for?" Lu Jiejie smiled to hide her embarrassment. She lifted the basket in her hand and said, "There's a little water left. Do you want some?" Xue Yan looked at her. Seeing Xue Yan's expressionless face, Lu Jiejie thought he was upset. She spoke softly, "I was just asking.
Please don't be angry.
If you don't want any, that's fine. Don't waste it." Xue Yan took the basket from Lu Jiejie. He had worked on the farm for many years, and his fingers were long but calloused, brushing against Lu Jiejie's fingers and making them feel a bit itchy. There was a small shaded area under the big tree, and Xue Yan walked ahead with the basket.
Oh.
Lu Jiejie scratched her itchy fingers and followed behind. Xue Yan watched their backs and licked his dry lips. He also wanted to drink, but this water was given by Lu Jiejie. He felt uncomfortable. If he had known, he wouldn't have spoken badly about her. Lu Jiejie opened the ceramic jar. Since there was a lot of water to deliver, the jar was quite large and heavy. Xue Yan said, "I'll do it myself." He easily poured a bowl, bent his legs, and drank deeply, his throat moving. After working on the farm for a long time, he had a thin layer of sweat on him, and he radiated warmth with every movement. Lu Jiejie felt her face heat up. She shifted to the side and looked at Xue Yan's face, suddenly thinking about his ending in the book. Xue Yan's ending was 1,000,000 times better than hers. Zhou Wenqing's right-hand man. It couldn't really be called a subordinate. He was one of Zhou Wenqing's key strategists in the business world. To make the plot smoother, Zhou Wenqing saved Xue Yan, which made Xue Yan devoted. Lu Jiejie's mind automatically pictured Xue Yan bowing and scraping in front of Zhou Wenqing, and she found it amusing, unable to help but laugh out loud. Xue Yan paused, thinking he was drinking too roughly. He then paid attention to his actions. Although the story wouldn't develop like it did in the book, Lu Jiejie was still curious. She leaned in and asked, "Xue Yan, can I ask you something?" Xue Yan replied in a deep voice. "Would you ever become someone's follower just because they saved your family?" Xue Yan frowned. He was not the type to be subordinate to others. He would repay his benefactor, but he would never become someone else's follower. Xue Yan shook his head. Lu Jiejie held her face, understanding that this felt forced. Luckily, there were no plot constraints now. The young girl seemed to think of something, her smile growing brighter. Xue Yan stared at her face for a few seconds and quietly said, "It's not impossible." Lu Jiejie. Why did he change his mind so quickly? For some people, I am willing to lower my head. Xue Yan looked away, his ears slightly red. Lu Jiejie was shocked, thinking Xue Yan was being contradictory, which meant he might actually become Zhou Wenqing's subordinate. Speaking of which, Xue Yan was very sentimental. He might really be willing to help Zhou Wenqing for his brother's sake. This can't happen. With Xue Yan's future skills, he could definitely help Zhou Wenqing succeed in business. You can't lower your head. How can you think about being someone else's subordinate? Lu Jiejie advised him. Besides, you're so capable. Being someone else's follower would be a waste. Repaying a life-saving favor isn't the only way. Xue Yan replied, "I won't be a subordinate." Lu Jiejie felt Xue Yan was being dismissive and tentatively asked, "What do you think of Zhou Wenqing?" Just your impression of him? Xue Yan's expression instantly turned cold, his gaze fixed on Lu Jiejie. Lu Jiejie shrank back, confused about the situation. She tightened her jaw and listed Zhou Wenqing's bad behaviors. Zhou Wenqing is lazy and greedy, dishonest and deceitful. You must know that, right? Xue Yan looked away, as if the earlier tension wasn't his doing. He relaxed his sharp features. I know. So, if someone like that became your family's benefactor, would you become his follower? Lu Jiejie's eyes widened.
No.
Xue Yan wanted to tap Lu Jiejie on the head. What was she thinking? There were many ways to repay kindness. Why should he become someone else's follower? Besides, he had saved Lu Jiejie so many times, yet he had never seen her follow him as a subordinate. Lu Jiejie instantly felt happy. She smiled and poured another bowl of water for Xue Yan, saying, "This is the right way to do it. If you have the ability, it's frustrating to be below others." Xue Yan took a sip of water and glanced at Lu Jiejie, thinking, it's not that frustrating. Meanwhile, Xue Yan looked at the two from a distance with a pained expression. He wanted to go over for some water, but didn't want to embarrass himself. That would be too humiliating. After Xue Yan finished his water, Lu Jiejie tidied up and prepared to leave. Just a few steps away, Xue Yan called out to her, his usually stern face showing a hint of embarrassment. Could you bring me water again tomorrow? Lu Jiejie tilted her head in confusion. Xue Yan's ears turned redder, but he kept his tone cool. I didn't want to bother you, but Xue Yang found out you weren't bringing it and insisted on having some. I really had no choice. Xue Yang thought, don't think I can't hear you. When did he ever insist on having water? He hadn't even taken a sip of the last one. Lu Jiejie suddenly understood. Oh, I see. I don't have much to do anyway. I can bring it over. She switched to a different basket. Then I'll head out now.
Okay.
Around 6 o'clock, Lu's mother returned home to start cooking. She was quick with her farm work and managed to finish about 4 acres in the afternoon. The unfinished parts were left for her 3 sons to complete. As soon as the 3 brothers heard their mother was making sauerkraut fish and stewing rabbit, they worked as fast as they could. Tian Jinhua was cutting wheat while crying. If she had known, she wouldn't have spoken out. Now the whole family was eating fish and meat, while she had to eat cornbread every day. Mom, how do you cook so well? Lu Jiejie inhaled the delicious aroma, instantly feeling hungry. I learned when I was young. I guess I'm a bit like Tian Jinhua, but I'm not as foolish as her. Lu's mother stopped there, not wanting her daughter to know about her past. She instructed, go get the red peppers hanging under the eaves for me.
Okay.
Lu Jiejie got up to fetch the red peppers. Outside the kitchen, Lu Hao was changing Lu Ye's diaper. Lu Ye had been crying because he was uncomfortable, and Lu's mother looked a bit distracted but quickly focused again. She is 1,000 times better than that troublesome woman, Tian Jinhua. None of her 4 sons have gone hungry. They are all strong and good at farm work, and her family is wealthier than most. Since she married into the Lu family, she has never caused her mother-in-law any worry. She knows how to do things in moderation and doesn't take advantage of others. Especially since she is such a beautiful daughter, Lumu can't help but feel proud. Who in the 10-mile radius has a daughter as pretty, well-behaved, and filial as hers? Now look at Tian Jinhua. She raises her daughter like a fool and her son poorly. Lumu crushed the red peppers that Lu Jiejie brought and then started steaming corn buns and preparing a rabbit. Lu Jiejie went to work to record her points at 7 o'clock and returned with her 3 brothers around 8. In the middle of the night, there was a knock on Lu Jiejie's door. Startled awake, she grabbed her clothes from yesterday and stepped outside. Her parents, Lu Fu and Lu Mu, stood outside, each carrying a large basket. Lu Jiejie picked up her basket too. Let's go. Lu Fu took the basket from Lu Jiejie's hands, worried she might get tired. The 3 of them quietly left the house. It was already early morning, and the villagers, exhausted from a long day, had fallen asleep. The main road was quiet and empty. Earlier that day, Lu Jiejie had told her mother about the blood. Coincidentally, she had smeared blood on her clothes to confuse wild boars, which could be used to catch fish. Lumu quietly complained on the way, "I told you that's why there were so many fish last time. It was because my daughter's blood got on the grass." You don't know, but everyone in the village has been calling Lu Grass a lucky star. Isn't that taking advantage of my daughter? Lu Fu replied seriously, "That's exactly right. If others find out about our daughter's blood, and if there's a famine again, those desperate people will surely come to our house to take her." Both of them had experienced famine years and knew that when people are starving, they can do anything. If others learn that Lu Jiejia's blood is special, they might try to take it when they can't find food. Lumu rolled her eyes. "Of course, I know. Otherwise, how could we let those little rascals sleep at home while we come out to catch fish?" She spoke with some concern, holding Lu Jiejia's hand and reminding her, "Don't tell anyone else, especially your brothers." Lu Jiejia nodded, understanding in her heart. Even though she and her 4 brothers were siblings, they would not always live in the same household. They would each have their own families and children, and no one could predict if there would be any disputes in the future. Besides, what if her brother accidentally let it slip to his wife, and then she told her family, and then, especially her second brother, who was a bit foolish, if he accidentally mentioned it in front of Tian Jinhua, everyone in the village would surely find out. "How do we explain the fish we caught?" Lu Jiejia asked. Her mother waved her hand dismissively. "What else can we say? Just tell them your third brother gave it to you. Don't worry, your mother has a plan. I guarantee they won't dare to ask more." The moonlight was bright that night. The 3 of them walked for a few minutes until they reached the lakeside, looking around for a good spot to fish. Lu Jiejia dipped her clothes in the water and scrubbed them, thinking about the fish. To her surprise, a large group appeared, rolling in the shimmering moonlight. "Oh my goodness!" Her mother slapped her leg and ran over to catch them. Lu Jiejia excitedly picked up her basket to help. Her father grabbed Lu Jiejia's hand and pulled her back, saying, "Your mother, and I can handle it. You just stay here and watch." The lake was deep, and he worried about Lu Jiejia falling in. In the darkness, he didn't want to risk his daughter getting hurt. Lu Jiejia rolled up her sleeves and looked up, insisting, "Dad, I caught fish last time. I have experience now." "Last time was during the day. This is at night. Just stand there and watch," her father replied firmly. While they were talking, her mother had already caught 2 fish and placed them in Lu Jiejia's basket, proudly saying, "Sweetheart, you wanted to catch fish, right? I'll catch a basket for you, so you won't have to work hard. Isn't that great?" Lu Jiejia. Seeing how determined her parents were, Lu Jiejia could only squat down and watch them catch fish. There were too many fish. They caught 1 or 2 at a time and quickly filled 3 baskets. "What are we going to do?" "There are still so many fish," Lu's mother exclaimed, wishing she could take them all home. Lu's father sighed. As the village leader, he had always cared for the village and wanted everyone to enjoy the fresh fish. However, he knew that if he was too generous, the villagers might take advantage of their family. "Let's go. It's better to have enough than too much," Lu's father said, easily lifting a basket. They caught over 20 fish today, enough for the family to eat well for a while. "Hurry home and put these fish in the water tank," Lu's father said, carrying one basket while Lu Jiejia helped with another. Lu's father felt sorry. "I can manage this. It's just a few fish. I can easily carry them home. Besides, the fish smell is strong, so I don't want to get my clothes dirty." Lu Jiejia was worried they would tire out, but then she heard her mother reasoning with her. "Exactly. Remember, this is your basket. It doesn't matter who brings it home. You can just say you did. After all, it's your basket, and you can easily get it home. That's your skill. If you bring it home yourself, it's really yours, right?" Lu Jiejia. Wait. She felt a bit confused. As soon as Lu's mother finished speaking, she effortlessly picked up a basket of fish. They had been working in the fields for years, so they were strong. Plus, they were carrying meat. Even with a limp, they could still carry it home easily. Lu Jiejia walked ahead, feeling a bit dazed and empty-handed, while her parents followed behind. Since it was getting late, they needed to keep their daughter close to feel at ease. When they got home, Lu's mother first took Lu Jiejia's blood-stained clothes to see if they could be used again. Lu's father went into the kitchen. Before going to bed, Lu's mother had her son prepare a large basin of water, pouring the fish into it, where they crowded together. Lu's mother walked in, looking at all the fish and smiled, showing her wrinkles. "This will last us a while. When I have time, I'll smoke some of these fish so we can keep them longer." Lu Jiejie looked at the fish's dark back, her eyelashes drooping as she yawned. This made her mother anxious. "Go to sleep. You've worked hard, my daughter." Lu Jiejie blinked and replied, "Mom, I didn't do anything." Her mother disagreed, explaining, "What do you mean you didn't do anything? There are plenty of people like your dad and me who do physical work, but there's only one person, like you, who does technical work. Without you, everything would fall apart. But without us, you could still catch fish. So, who do you think has contributed the most?" Lu Jiejie thought for a moment. "Well, I guess I have contributed the most." Her mother continued, "That's right. Your dad and I have benefited from you, and so have your brother and sister-in-law. They should thank you. Without you, would they have fish to eat? You can make them do chores. They owe you that." Lu Jiejie nodded, then quickly shook her head, standing there foolishly for a few seconds before turning to go to bed. She couldn't listen to her mother's reasoning any longer. If it continued, she might start to feel like a saint helping everyone. The next morning, Xue Yan got up to prepare breakfast. As soon as she entered the kitchen and saw a big bowl full of dark fish, she was so shocked that she fell to the floor. Mom. Xue Yan scrambled up from the ground and rushed out of the kitchen, shouting, "What are you yelling about? It's early in the morning, and you're making a scene. Don't scare the kids," Lu's mother said, coming out while buttoning her clothes. "Mom, there are fish, a lot of fish." Xue Yan panted, gesturing with her hands. "Last night, there was nothing, and now there were so many fish in the bowl. It felt like a dream. I thought it was something serious." "It's just over 20 fish in the bowl," Lu's mother rolled her eyes. Did her mother-in-law know? Xue Yan's voice caught in her throat, and she was too stunned to say anything. In a time when they could barely afford rice, having over 20 big fish was unbelievable. Xue Yan felt dizzy, as if she had fallen into a rice bin. She asked, "So, what now?" "Isn't it thanks to my daughter's good fortune?" Mother Lu rolled her eyes and said, "These were sent by your third brother, specifically for his little sister. So, all this fish is for my daughter. But I know my daughter will definitely share with you. She has a kind heart and always shares, whether it's wild chicken or a rabbit. This time will be no different. You are really lucky to have such a sister-in-law. You get to eat meat every day." Xue Yan usually just listened to Mother Lu praise Lu Jiejie without taking it to heart. But now her attitude changed. Her sister-in-law was truly wonderful. Recently, she not only brought them water, but also made sure they had meat to eat every day. Xue Yan felt touched, and her eyes glistened. "Mom, we must treat our sister-in-law well from now on." "Enough already? You just have a mouth," Mother Lu said, rolling her eyes as she walked over to wash her face. When Lu Jiejie got up, breakfast was almost ready. She had stayed up late the night before and woke up late today. She rubbed her forehead, feeling a bit sluggish. Lu Jiejie took her toiletries and went outside. Before she reached the kitchen, Xue Yan brought out the water for her to wash her face. She smiled brightly. "Little sister, hurry and wash up. The water is just right." Lu Jiejie. After Lu Jiejie finished washing up, the family was just starting to eat. Xue Yan hurriedly brought a bowl of steamed egg custard to Lu Jiejie. "Sister-in-law, try this and see if it's tender. If it is, I'll make it like this from now on." Lu Jiejie looked up and asked, "Sister-in-law, what's wrong?" Xue Yan's eyes suddenly turned red. "It's nothing, little sister. I just feel guilty about how I treated you before." Lu Jiejie. Lu Gangwa felt a bit awkward. Why does this sound so strange? Tian Jinhua, on the side, was grinding her teeth. She looked down at her bowl of plain soup and then at the fish and meat in others' bowls, her eyes also getting a bit misty. Could she also win over her sister-in-law? It had been 2 days, and she hadn't had a single bite of meat. She was almost dying from craving it. "Everyone eat. There's no use in talking. Show some real action instead." Lu Mu rolled her eyes and said to her 3 sons, I don't expect you to care for your sister like the third one does, but I just want you to think of her when you have something good. Look how generous my daughter is. When I mentioned secretly selling something to save for her dowry, she refused and insisted on sharing it with you, worried it would be bad for her health. The three brothers lowered their heads, feeling ashamed, and promised to take care of their sister from now on, which made Lu Mu feel satisfied. Also, you little ones must not tell anyone about the fish at home. If something happens and someone takes the fish, I'll be very angry with you, Lu Mu said firmly, giving a pointed look at Tian Jinhua. If the Tian family finds out, you two will have to leave. The little ones shrank their necks, promising they wouldn't say a word. After all, they had finally gotten some fish, and they wouldn't let anyone take it away. Tian Jinhua also shrank her neck, saying, I won't say anything. The Lu family had been eating meat every day, and they were full of energy when they went to work. Lu Jejia made mung bean soup again at noon and went to the field to deliver water. When she reached where Xue Yan was cutting wheat, she was about to call out, but Xue Yang shouted, Big brother, Lu Jejia is here to see you. Lu Jejia. Xue Yan, who was working hard, paused for a moment. He was farther from the edge of the field and hadn't heard clearly. But he immediately stood up, and Lu Jejia saw him and waved her hand. Xue Yan walked over to Lu Jejia with the sickle in his hand. Seeing that Xue Yan was still far away, Lu Jejia asked the nearest Xue Yang, Do you want to drink some water first? Xue Yang glanced at Lu Jejia under the sun. She looked especially quiet and gentle when she smiled, the kind that seemed easy to bully. He awkwardly turned his face away and, after a moment, said, All right then. Lu Jejia handed her military water bottle to Xue Yang, who reluctantly poured a bowl. After taking a sip, Lu Jejia curiously asked, Is the water I brought especially good? Your brother said you cried and begged for the water I brought. I bet you like the mung bean soup, because I added sugar. Xue Yang's face turned red, and then pale. He angrily replied, Who likes your water? I don't.
Xue Yan.
Nearby, the sound of movement came from the wheat field. Xue Yan threw the sickle aside and shot a cold glance at Xue Yang. Xue Yang didn't expect his older brother to come over so quickly. His confidence faded instantly. He turned away from Lu Jejia and Xue Yan, feeling wronged as he drank water. What's wrong with him? Lu Jejia asked, confused. Xue Yan replied flatly, He's embarrassed. Xue Yang. Lu Jejia understood and advised, You should drink water too. Once the kettle is opened, it will get warm if you don't drink quickly. Also, call Uncle and the others. Lu Jejia picked up the basket and prepared to leave. Maybe because she had learned dancing, Lu Jejia's waist looked particularly slender. Today, she wore a fitted dress and planned to wait under the big tree for the Lu family to drink water. It was mainly because it was too hot, and wearing a dress was the coolest option. Lu Jejia had just carried water for a while and felt a bit tired. As she stretched her back, she prepared to continue. But just as she leaned back, a large hand covered her lower back. Xue Yan was already a bit hot-tempered, and now in the summer, Lu Jejia felt as if her lower back was burning. She also felt a bit weak, as if the warmth from Xue Yan was wrapping around her. After a few seconds, Lu Jejia moved away and turned to stare wide-eyed at Xue Yan. She said in a buzzing voice, What are you doing? Xue Yan calmly withdrew his hand, his fingers curling slightly, but the tips of his ears were a bit red. I thought you were going to fall. He was worried she might faint and fall, which made sense. Xue Yan would never take advantage of her. After all, he had said he wasn't interested in her the first time he saved her. Feeling embarrassed, Lu Jejia thought she was being too self-centered for doubting her savior. She genuinely scolded herself. Feeling guilty, Lu Jejia looked around and tried to defend herself. I didn't mean it like that. Don't misunderstand. I was just asking. If there's enough water? A little bit short, Xue Yan said calmly. He tilted his head back and drank half a bowl of water in a few gulps, then extended the bowl toward Lu Jejia. Lu Jejia was relieved to see that Xue Yan was not angry. She approached him with the basket and opened the large jar, tilting it gently. The jar contained water for 7 people and was a bit heavy. Lu Jiejie was afraid of dropping it, so she tried to keep it steady. The water slowly poured out, but some dripped onto the ground and was wasted. "Don't waste it," Xue Yan said, reaching out to hold the edge, easing the flow, while one of his fingers rested on Lu Jiejie's little finger. Lu Jiejie felt warmth where he touched her, and a tingling sensation made her blink. She wanted to pull her hand back, but held on. Xue Yan poured a bowl of water, set the jar upright, and Lu Jiejie blankly covered it. I'll go first," Lu Jiejie said, lifting the basket with effort and quickly walking away. Xue Yan's lips curled slightly as he swallowed some water from the bowl. Xue Yang turned and caught sight of this scene, feeling puzzled. Why was his older brother sometimes gloomy and other times happy? When they reached the fields, Lu's parents drank some water. Lu's father felt sorry for Lu's mother, who was getting older and still doing such heavy work. He said, "The wheat harvest is good now. This afternoon, some people will be sent to help with the harvest. You can help with drying the wheat and sorting the straw. It's easier work." "This job is easier, but it only pays 6 credits a day," Lu's mother said, gulping down cold water. Working in the fields, she could earn 8 credits. Those extra 2 credits were enough for a child to have a full meal. With so many kids at home, earning less made it hard to put food on the table. Thinking about her age and the hard work ahead, Lu's mother couldn't help but complain. "What's the point of having sons? The more you have, the sooner they die. If I didn't have these sons, I could live so much better. With them, I'll end up exhausted in the fields." Lu's father was the team leader and received a salary. He also worked in the fields to earn credits, so the Lu family lived better than others. But having enough food also had its challenges, with so many little ones needing several pounds of grain for each meal. The 3 brothers didn't dare to speak, and Zhang Xian quickly finished her water and went back to work. Tian Jinhua swallowed some water, feeling a bit dissatisfied. Lu's mother is raising her own grandson, so what is there to complain about? After having a grandson, her mother said she felt more energetic and wanted to spend every day working in the fields to earn food for him. "Aren't you going to help your mother? I tell you, if you don't work at least 10 units today, you might as well stay out there." Lu's mother was annoyed by Tian Jinhua's relaxed expression and felt like pointing her finger at her. Raising her own daughter and son, who are always trying to avoid work, made her want to kick them out to fend for themselves. But if they starved, Lu's mother thought after all these years, it was time for them to work. All the previous investments were wasted. She was counting on these sons to support her daughter. It seemed she needed to set up a work point system soon. Anyone who didn't meet their work points would have to stay in the fields until they did. Tian Jinhua, afraid of being scolded, quickly finished her water and grabbed a sickle to go cut wheat. Lu Jiejie frowned as she listened and said, "Dad, why don't I go with Mom to dry the wheat? Even if I can't do 6 units, I can do 3. Together, we could do 9 units in a day, which is more than Mom could do alone." Lu's mother instantly became emotional, patting her thigh. "My daughter is so filial." Lu Jiejie jumped a bit, touching her nose. She felt she should be used to it by now, but it was still awkward whenever her mother acted this way. "Let's talk about this later." Lu's father, being older, could see what Lu Jiejie was thinking. His daughter genuinely cared for them, which is why she suggested working with Lu's mother. On such a hot day, who would want to work more? She was already earning money for the family, yet she still rushed around bringing water. First, she prepared mung bean water, then cooled it at the well, and finally carried it a long way to them. Honestly, that was not an easy task. He could guarantee that if other girls had Lu Jiejie's job, very few would be willing to fetch water, cook, or go to the fields to help with the wheat. After all, in a big family, it wasn't just about their own small household. Lu Mu also expressed her opposition, saying, "I know you are filial, but you shouldn't work yourself too hard. We haven't split the family yet, and no matter how much you do, it's all together. If someone ungrateful comes along, they might think it's only natural. Moreover, it's so hot outside. Working in the fields to dry wheat and handle straw is not easy." Even though it's light work, she can't bear to see her daughter suffer like that. Lu Jiejie thought for a moment and said, It doesn't matter what they think. What matters is that I feel it's worth it. I'm not doing it for them. I'm doing it for Mom and Dad. If I go to the fields, I won't be bringing water anymore. Mom will be watching, so I won't be at a loss. Lu Mu's eyes turned redder, and she turned her face away as tears fell. She really is getting older, and she cried so easily. Lu Fu looked at his wife, wiping her tears, and said firmly, "Your mom and I won't agree to this. Daughter, just bring the water." Lu Jejia knew her mother was strong-willed, so she didn't mention the tears. She suppressed her feelings and said, "Let me try for one day. If it doesn't work out, I won't do it anymore. The harvest season is only half a month, so I can manage. After that, I won't do any farm work again. After all, she has her own job."
Well,
Lu Fu glanced at Lu Mu, who was still red-faced, and hesitated. But Lu Jejia persisted, and her parents finally agreed to let her try for just one day. They decided to treat it as a light day. After the family finished their drinks, Lu Jejia headed back with her basket. Lu Jejia, Lu Jejia. Zhou Wenqing ran over from a distance. He had been watching for a while and only dared to come out after the Lu family left. Lu Jejia turned around to see Zhou Wenqing looking even worse than yesterday, with his hair in a mess. If he had to do farm work for a few more days, he might look like a beggar. Lu Jejia stayed silent, waiting for Zhou Wenqing to speak first. Zhou Wenqing was anxious. "We agreed yesterday that I would help you clean your shoes if you could get me an easier job.
when will you help me?
Zhou Wenqing felt like he was about to collapse. Farm work is definitely one of the scariest things in this world. As Zhou Wenqing approached, Lu Jejia held her breath, unsure if he hadn't washed for several days, as he had an unpleasant smell. Lu Jejia placed her fingers near her nose, her eyes shifting, and said sweetly, "There is indeed an easy job available, which is pig farming. I'll tell you, this job used to be reserved for women, so men usually don't get a chance."
Pig farming.
Zhou Wenqing's eyes widened, feeling conflicted inside.
Exactly.
Lu Jejia set down the basket she was holding and listed the benefits to Zhou Wenqing. Pig farming doesn't require much physical strength, and you won't be exposed to the scorching sun. Many women are eager to do it, and if you work for a while, it would be considered special treatment for you. Plus, you can earn 6 units a day. Seeing Zhou Wenqing hesitate, Lu Jejia pouted, "This is all I can offer. If you don't want to, that's fine." She picked up her basket and turned to leave. Wait. Zhou Wenqing glanced at the hot sun, gritted his teeth. "I'll do it. Is that okay?" Lu Jejia, with her back to him, smiled brightly and turned around. Then it settled. Zhou Wenqing was momentarily stunned. Lu Jejia was becoming more charming, and when she smiled, her delicate features were even more dazzling than the sun. He instinctively asked, "Lu Jejia, are you really not considering being with me? This time I'm serious. If you're with me, I promise to treat you well. I realize I love you, but I didn't notice it before, which is why I hurt you. I have my reasons. If I didn't like you, why would I have been entangled with you for so long?" Lu Jejia's smile vanished instantly, and she coldly replied, "You should focus on your job. Go take care of your pigs. I'm not interested in you." Lu Jejia turned and walked away. "What a weirdo." Zhou Wenqing shouted angrily, "Lu Jejia, I've told you I like you. How much more do you want to criticize me? Isn't it enough? Do you want to make me a coward before you'll be with me?" Does she want to control him completely? Lu Jejia didn't stop walking. I have to say, Cunning Xian is really too devoted. After learning that Zhou Wenqing is the main character of this world, she immediately considered herself the main female character. After all, she's a time traveler, so she is quite confident and thinks she is superior. She believes that if she keeps getting close to Zhou Wenqing, they will definitely end up together. Even if Zhou Wenqing seems uninterested, she thinks he must have feelings for her deep down. He just hasn't realized it yet.
So,
she is completely devoted, just waiting to become a wealthy wife in a few years. Lu Jejia is furious. Her reputation is completely ruined. She angrily walks forward, not noticing someone beside her, and walks right past Xue Yan. Xue Yan squints his eyes, watching Lu Jejia walk further away. After lunch, Lu Jiejie brings up Zhou Wenqing, saying, "Dad, let him go feed the pigs." Lu's father looks serious, slightly losing his composure, and asks, "Are you interested in him?" He initially recognized his daughter because Lu Jiejie didn't like Zhou Wenqing and had changed her personality. Now, why is she talking about Zhou Wenqing again? This guy has quite an impact. Interested? Not at all. Lu Jiejie smiles sweetly, showing her 4 little teeth. Zhou Wenqing has a fake cleanliness obsession. Feeding pigs might be easy, but I heard that in summer, to prevent swine fever, you have to feed them every day, clean up after them, and give them baths. In other seasons, feeding pigs is quite popular, but in summer, not many want to do it because it's dirty and smelly. Lu's father laughs, thinking his daughter has truly inherited his wisdom.
Dad, stop laughing.
It's scary when you smile. Lu's father has a very serious demeanor, and when he smiles, it always feels like he's up to something. In the afternoon, Lu Jiejie plans to make sauerkraut fish. Instead of going to get water herself, she sends Lu Hua and Lu Hao, so the 2 girls can take care of each other on the way. Since she mentioned wanting sauerkraut fish at lunch, Lu's mother asked Tian Jinhua to scale the fish and clean it. Just as she finishes preparing the seasonings, suddenly someone grabs her leg. Looking down, she sees little Lu Yi. Lu Yi is 2 years old. Lu Hao went out to deliver water, and Lu Yuan was playing with her. But now Lu Yuan is feeding the chickens, and Lu Yi wobbled over to her. The little one didn't inherit Tian Jinhua's sharp features. Instead, she looks more like Lu Ganghua. She smiled up at her, showing her tiny white teeth. Hoo-hoo, auntie. Okay, I'll make you fish puree soon. Lu Jiejie had just touched the fish, and her hands smelled fishy. She couldn't hold Lu Yi, but also didn't want the little one running around in the kitchen. Lu Yu, take Lu Yi outside. Okay. Lu Yu knew Lu Jiejie was going to make something delicious, so she happily put down the chicken feed and took Lu Yi outside. Lu Jiejie felt relieved and started cooking, but halfway through, she suddenly heard crying outside. She rushed out to find Lu Yi lying on the ground, crying loudly with blood on her lips. Lu Yuan and Lu Yi were trying hard to pick Lu Yi up. Seeing Lu Jiejie come out, Lu Yuan's eyes were red, and she choked out, "Auntie, my sister fell." Lu Jiejie quickly went over, picked up Lu Yi, and checked her. Her upper teeth had hit her lower lip, causing a cut. "It's okay, I'll take her to the village clinic." Lu Jiejie told Lu how to watch the pot, and took Lu Yi to the clinic. But they returned quickly. Kids in the countryside are tough, and bumps and bruises are common. The doctor just said to apply some antiseptic. Lu Jiejie found some antiseptic at home and applied it to Lu Yi, who had tears in her eyes. After applying the medicine, Lu Jiejie turned to see Lu Yuan with tears in her eyes. She rubbed Lu Yuan's head, saying, "Your sister will be fine soon." Lu Yuan opened her mouth to say something, but then closed it again. Lu Jiejie placed Lu Yi on a chair to rest and returned to the kitchen to continue cooking. Around 6 o'clock, the meal was ready. She washed her hands, tidied up, and hurried to the place where they recorded work points. Zhao had been acting secretive these past few days. He had a bruise on his face from a punch and was worried the goddess would see it and lose interest. Once it healed enough, he came over confidently today, proudly saying, "Comrade Lu, 10 work points today." Okay. Lu Jiejie recorded it for him. Zhao Shui noticed that Lu Jiejie was too busy to pay attention to him, so he signaled to Lu Yeghua. The 2 understood the cue and went outside together, though it was unclear what they were discussing. Tian Jinhua hurried over, and one wondered if her talents were overshadowed by her comfortable married life. After being punished, she now finished her 10 work points early every day. According to Lu's mother, that meant she was too humble. Xue Yan was the last to arrive, entering with a serious expression, 10 work points. Wait a moment, you can come back with us later. Lu Jiejie instructed him before continuing to record the others' work points. Xue Yan appeared indifferent but paused, crossing his arms and waiting outside. Zhao Shui was frustrated. "Aren't you leaving yet?" Xue Yan didn't even lift his eyelids, giving Zhao Shui a brief glance before looking away. Zhao Shui was furious at this arrogant attitude. He wanted to fight but knew he couldn't win, So he said, "You don't really think Lu Jiejie would like you, do you?" "I'll tell you. She likes refined men, otherwise, she wouldn't have liked Zhou Wenqing in the first place. Give up on that hope. She could never like you. Want to fight?" Xue Yan said in a low voice, "If we're going to fight, let's just do it instead of talking like a gossip." When did the little tyrant of Shishui village ever face such humiliation? Yet, he truly couldn't compete with Xue Yan. Even if he couldn't win, he didn't want Lu Jiejie to see him lose, as that would ruin his pride. He clenched his fists and straightened his arms, finally leaving in anger. Fortunately, he still had other tricks up his sleeve. Zhao Shui couldn't believe he was inferior to Xue Yan. Around 8 in the evening, Lu Jiejie finished work. She felt tired today since she wasn't used to doing hard labor. She had been busy delivering water and cooking, then rushed over to record work points. It wasn't that she couldn't do it. It was just that juggling multiple tasks was exhausting. "Let's go," Lu Jiejie said, trying to lift her spirits as she walked over to Xue Yan. She added, "I made sour fish myself this afternoon, and made quite a bit for you to try. Is it good?" Xue Yan noticed Lu Jiejie looked a bit down and glanced at her head, trying to make conversation. Lu Jiejie had not reacted much, but Lu Yegua was already angry. How could his little sister's cooking be bad? It was great that Xue Yan was eating it at all, yet he was being picky. If there weren't others around, he would have punched him already. Lu Yegua quickly said, "Little sister, your cooking is definitely good. Big brother loves your food." Lu Gangwu didn't expect his brother to speak first. He was usually not good with words, so to be different from his brother, he just nodded repeatedly to show he also liked his sister's cooking. Lu Yegua smugly added, "Little sister, you worked hard to make this, and this guy actually doubts your cooking. That's just too much." The three brothers all glared at Xue Yan. "Xue Yan, I didn't say your cooking was bad." Xue Yan realized he had asked the question wrong but didn't know how to fix it. Lu Jiejie wasn't angry. She lifted her small face and said, "This is my first time making sauerkraut fish. It's not as good as what my mom makes, but it's still edible. It was just missing some flavor, not as fragrant as her mother's cooking." But that was all she could do. Xue Yan pressed his lips together and said, "It's definitely good." He thought he was being nice, but his tone was stiff. Lu Jiejie shot him a glare, feeling like he was forcing a smile. She admitted her cooking might not be great, yet Xue Yan had to hint at it in another way. Lu Jiejie turned her face away, her braids swaying, but soon she lost her energy to be angry. She was tired and wanted to sleep. She hung her head. The last time she walked with Xue Yan, she did most of the talking, but this time she just didn't have the energy to find a topic.
"I'm sleepy."
Xue Yan noticed Lu Jiejie's eyes were half closed and asked. Lu Jiejie looked up slightly, a bit. "You carry her." Xue Yan's gaze fell on Lu Yegua. Lu Yegua, who had just opened his mouth to offer to carry his sister, felt unhappy. He felt like Xue Yan had stolen his line. It was frustrating. He was the one putting in the effort, yet it seemed like he was only carrying his sister because of Xue Yan. The most annoying part was that he had to go along with it. "Right, little sister, I'll carry you. Why should you carry me?" Two older brothers stared at the youngest. Lu Yegua proudly said, "It's because I have a light scent." He walked in front of Lu Jiejie, crouched down and said, "Come on, little sister, I'll carry you." Lu Jiejie hesitated for a moment, then climbed onto Lu Yegua's back. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but she felt the air around her was a bit heavy. Lu Jiejie turned her head to look around and saw Xue Yan, who was staring straight ahead and not looking at her. She rested her arms on Lu Yegua's back and leaned her chin on them. She really couldn't handle working too hard all of a sudden. She was both tired and sleepy. It was quiet all around and Lu Jiejie actually fell asleep. Doesn't the Lu family say they love their daughters the most? Xue Yan said softly. The two older brothers behind him felt ashamed. They knew Lu Jiejie had been very busy lately, trying to help the family with their tasks. Lu Yegua didn't realize Lu Jiejie had already fallen asleep. Instead, he looked proud. "Of course, we love our sister the most. Let me tell you, no matter how good you are at fighting, if you dare to bully my little sister, the three of us will. Before he could finish, Lu Igua turned and quietly reminded Lu Yegua, "Don't talk. Our little sister is asleep." "What? She's asleep?" Lu Yegua immediately fell silent. When they reached the front door, the three brothers were unsure whether to wake Lu Jejia. Xue Yan knew Lu Jejia wouldn't want their parents to find out, so he walked over to her and said in a low voice, "Lu Jejia, we're here." Lu Jejia made a sound of acknowledgement, frowned, half opened her eyes, and then instantly woke up. How did she fall asleep? "Put me down," Lu Jejia said, patting Lu Yegua's shoulder. Lu Yegua was unhappy that Xue Yan woke her up and shot him a glare. Xue Yan couldn't be bothered to respond. Some people just like to make a fuss over nothing. Lu Jejia rubbed her eyes and warned her three brothers, "Don't tell Mom and Dad. I still need to help with the wheat tomorrow, or they definitely won't let me do it." Lu Jejia wasn't trying to force herself to suffer, but love is mutual. During tough harvest times, she couldn't just think of herself. Her parents treated her like their lifeline, and she couldn't be ungrateful. It was just a couple of tiring days, anyway. Lu Igua was anxious. "How can we let you carry the wheat straw?" "Little sister, you shouldn't do this kind of work. I'll work harder." "I can't do it. I can't do it. You don't know that carrying wheat straw seems easy, but it gets you all dirty and itchy from the wheat spikes," Lu Gangwa stammered, gesturing to show his sister how uncomfortable it was. Lu Yegua gritted his teeth. "I'll tell Mom not to let you do this. Our family doesn't need this little bit of food. I can eat less." Lu Jejia felt helpless. After calming their parents, did she also have to calm her brothers? "I'll just try it for one day. No one is allowed to interfere, or I'll get angry." Lu Jejia glared at her three brothers. If she didn't do it, their mother would have to do the heavy work. She didn't have the energy to calm her brothers anymore. The three brothers were at a loss for what to do, and Lu Jejia then looked at Xue Yan. "Wait a moment. I'll get you some fish. Don't worry, it's not that bad." She wished she could guarantee it. Lu Jejia ran into the yard and brought out a portion she had already prepared. Lu Mother was serving rice and asked, "Where are you going?" To give it to Xue Yan, Lu Jejia smiled. Suddenly, Lu Mother felt a pang in her heart. Lu Jejia jogged out and placed a small bowl of fish in front of Xue Yan. "Here you go." The three brothers felt jealous. Xue Yan's eyes lifted slightly. He glanced at the three brothers before taking the bowl. "Jejia, come back for dinner," Lu Mother called from not far away. Her gaze was slightly resentful, feeling like her precious child was about to be taken away. Lu Mother thought she needed to calm down. "Oh," Lu Jejia looked at the sky. "You should hurry back. Otherwise, you might miss dinner." Xue Yan's expression darkened, and he didn't dare to face Lu Mother directly, awkwardly turning to leave. Lu Mother looked at the three silly brothers and couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Aren't you all coming back? Standing outside like pillars. How did I end up with three silly kids like you?" Lu Jejia ran into the house feeling a bit thirsty. She took a sip of the cool soup, and her mother, with red eyes from concern, said, "How can you be so thirsty? I'll get you another bowl." "It's all because it's so hot outside." Lu Jejia wiped the sweat from her forehead and then excitedly added, "You and Dad should try the fish I made." "Is it good?" "How could it not be good? I smelled it before I even entered the house," her mother replied enthusiastically. "I've never seen such well-made pickled fish. It's even better than what they serve at the town cafeteria." Your brother and sister-in-law came in drooling. Lu Jejia silently took another sip of soup, realizing she shouldn't have asked her mom. Zhang Shuyun, who had just entered, thought. She was indeed tempted, but she wasn't drooling. Lu's mother praised her daughter, and then turned to shout outside, "Dinner is ready." In less than 2 minutes, the kitchen was filled with people. Today they were having fish again, and everyone had big smiles. They could eat this meat every day and never get tired of it. Especially after a long day of farm work, their stomachs were growling with hunger. "Everyone, dig in," Lu's mother waved her hand. As they enjoyed the fish, compliments started pouring in. Lu Igua said excitedly, "Little sister, your fish is amazing. I've never had fish this good, so tender, smooth, fragrant, and spicy." "Yes, big brother is right." Second brother would swallow it whole if he could. He thinks even the bones taste good, Lu Gangwei added. While eating, Lu Yegua chimed in, it's so fragrant. If little sister worked as a chef at the town cafeteria, she'd do great.
So delicious, so delicious.
Everyone who got to eat the fish praised Lu Jiejie, making her wonder if she had cooked dragon meat instead. Although Lu's mother felt proud, she huffed, my daughter is meant for writing, not just cooking for you all. A few times is fine, but don't expect her to do this forever. Suddenly, everyone at the table fell silent. Lu's mother then said, I can't bear to see my little sister stuck in the kitchen forever. The person she marries must know how to cook, or I won't agree. Zhang Xuyan thought for a moment and said, Mom, there are too few men who can cook well. We need to choose carefully. Before she could finish, Tian Jinhua interrupted, sister-in-law is right, and I think women are more careful than men. Men are careless and can't learn to cook. My younger sister has a real talent for cooking. Before she got married, her mother taught her that men shouldn't enter the kitchen. Cooking should be a woman's job. Why was it different for Lu Jiejie? That's nonsense. Lu's mother was furious with Tian Jinhua's shamelessness. Who says men can't learn to cook? Who decided that women must cook for life? But isn't that how it is? Tian Jinhua didn't understand where she went wrong. You say men are careless and can't learn to cook, but how come all the chefs in the cafeteria are men? Tian Jinhua was speechless, her mind blank, unsure how to respond. Lu's mother sneered. Throughout history, how many female chefs have there been in the palace? Men can create over 100 dishes for others, but at home, they suddenly can't tell oil from vinegar? They can't handle a knife or have no talent. So, they can cook well for others but can't manage at home, right? And yet they keep saying men can't cook or learn to cook. Nonsense. I think they just don't want to learn. Lu Jiejie said that makes a lot of sense. She had never thought about it that way before, but she added, Mom, I'm only 17. Why are we talking about marriage? Lu's mother replied, I'm not saying you should get married now. I'm talking about in the future. She didn't mean for her daughter to never cook, but she also didn't want her to cook every day. Both partners should understand each other for a lasting relationship. Of course, it would be best if she married someone well off so they wouldn't have to cook at all. Lu's mother liked that idea. It's still early, Lu Jiejie said, pushing her rice around in her bowl. Zhang Xuyan was stunned. Yes, people always say men are rough and can't cook well or can't learn. But why are all the chefs outside men, and they cook so well, learning more tricks than women? This was not about not being able to learn, it was about not wanting to learn. Zhang Xuyan suddenly had an epiphany. She stared hard at Lu Igua. Lu Igua felt wronged. I didn't just ask you to cook. I've been busy these past few days. If you come back early to cook, you can rest a bit more. Being at home is much better than working in the fields. It's hot and uncomfortable out there. Zhang Xuyan's expression softened. Tian Jinhua thought Lu's mother was making excuses. What use is a woman if she doesn't wash clothes, cook, or have children? Only her mother-in-law could raise someone as lazy as her sister-in-law. After dinner, Lu's mother took Lu Jiejie into her room and pulled out a straw hat with a piece of thin cloth sewn around the edge. Lu's mother handed it to Lu Jiejie. Wear this tomorrow and change into some old clothes. Lu Jiejie looked at it for a moment and thought it looked just like an ancient face-covering hat. She asked, Can I work in this? I can hardly see the path.
Of course you can.
Lu's mother demonstrated. I left a part that can be lifted. It keeps out dust and protects you from the sun. It's great. Lu Jiejie replied. When did you make this? Isn't it simple? I finished it quickly. Lu's mother said sternly, If you don't wear it, then don't go tomorrow. This silly girl surely doesn't know how tiring it is to handle wheat straw, especially with someone else threshing nearby, which kicks up dirt that can get all over your face. Just brushing it off leaves mud on your hands. I'll wear it, I didn't say I wouldn't. Lu Jiejie tried it on, and since the cloth was thin, she could see shadows through it. She found it interesting, lifted it a bit, and smiled brightly. Lu's mother grew fonder of her daughter the more she looked at her. How did she give birth to such a wonderful girl? But still, it's her daughter who is capable, always looking good. Feeling a bit tired, Lu Jieje chatted with her mother for a few minutes before heading back to wash up and sleep. As she stepped outside, her leg bumped into something. Lu Jieje looked down to see Lu Yuan, who was holding a pair of shoes that seemed to be for Tian Jinhua to wear tomorrow.
Aunt.
Lu Yuan looked a bit flustered, her eyes red as if she had just been crying. Lu Jieje squatted down and asked, "What's wrong, little Yuan?" The kerosene lamp in Lu's mother's room was lit, casting a faint light that seeped through the door, creating two soft shadows. Lu Yuan sniffed her red nose and said, "It's nothing. Is there something you can't tell your aunt?" Lu Jieje gently rubbed Lu Yuan's small head. "Did someone bully you?" Lu Yuan was only 5 years old, and her mind was still developing. Tears quickly filled her eyes as she whispered, "I dropped my little sister, and Mama scolded me." She tightened her grip on her shoes, her voice trembling with guilt. "It was my fault. I dropped my sister." Lu Jieje felt a heaviness in her heart. Even in a time when education was widespread decades later, some people still blamed older siblings when younger ones got hurt, let alone now. But Tian Jinhua didn't consider that Lu Yuan was so young. She was still a child who needed her parents' care. Lu Jieje forced a smile. "It's okay. Little Yuan will sleep with her aunt tonight." She took Lu Yuan to her second brother and sister-in-law's room and knocked on the door. Tian Jinhua immediately shouted as soon as the knock sounded, "What are you knocking for?" "The door is open." "You little brat. I haven't even scolded you yet, and you want me to let you in?" Lu Yuan shrank back in fear, while Lu Jieje bit her lip, her face tense. "Second brother, I need to talk to you." The room fell silent. Lu Gangwa hurried out, rubbing his eyes and asking, "Little sister, what's wrong?" "Here are your shoes." Lu Jieje angrily tossed them into Lu Gangwa's room. Seeing Lu Jieje's upset expression, Lu Gangwa scratched his head. "What's the matter, little sister?" "Nothing." Lu Jieje was frustrated. She really disapproved of Tian Jinhua, but her second brother insisted on marrying her. It was all Lu Gangwa's fault, wasn't it? The reality was complicated. She wanted Lu Gangwa to get a divorce, but there were 4 children in the second family.
Who would take care of them if they divorced?
Lu Gangwa worked in the fields all day and had no time to manage the kids. Should she ask her sister-in-law to help? The first family had 4 children too. Should she ask their parents for help? Their mother was already quite old and worked in the fields every day. It was impossible for her to take care of the second brother's children as well. Should she take care of them herself? Lu Jieje said she is only 17 years old and has no experience taking care of children. She has many things to do and can't take on someone else's responsibilities. And there are 4 kids. In this situation, divorce is impossible. Besides, her sister-in-law interfering in her brother's marriage is just not right. In modern terms, it shows a lack of understanding of her place. Just because her sister-in-law hit her own child, it doesn't mean she can demand that the couple get divorced. That just doesn't make sense. To others, it might seem like she is meddling in someone else's business. In Lu Jieje's view, marriage is not something that can be easily decided with just a few words, especially with 4 children involved. Lu Jieje was furious. "Second brother, you can't blame Xiaoyuan entirely for what happened to Xiaoya today. She's only 5 years old, and expecting her to take care of her 2-year-old sister is your failure." I'm not blaming her. Lu Gangwa went to sleep as soon as he got back to his room. After he spoke, his expression changed. "Little sister, I didn't know. Xiaoyuan slept with me tonight. Don't let me hear you 2 scolding her for what happened today," Lu Jieje said angrily, then stepped on Lu Gangwa's foot and took Xiaoyuan away. Aside from feeling sorry for the kids, second brother is just facing the consequences of his own choices. He chose his wife, so he has to deal with it. She can help as much as she can, but only within her limits. Tian Jinhua had been secretly listening at the door and couldn't help but roll her eyes. She's just a sister-in-law with no sense of boundaries, and she thinks she can discipline her children too. They're not even her kids, so why should she have a say? If she wants to take care of kids, she should have her own. "You scolded Xiaoyuan," Lu Gangwa said angrily as he returned, glaring at Tian Jinhua. It's all this foolish woman's fault that he is now disliked by his sister. Tian Jinhua wasn't backing down. Xiao Yuan is my daughter. She hurt her own sister, so what's wrong with me scolding her? I'm her mother. Am I not allowed to say anything? As she spoke, she brought out the already sleeping Lu Yi and pointed to the injury. Look at what Lu Yuan did to her sister. How can I not be angry? Her movements were too rough, and she hurt Lu Ye's wound. Lu Yi woke up with tears in her eyes, ready to cry. Stop crying. If you dare to make a sound, I'll make you regret it, Tian Jinhua said, raising her hand. Lu Yi quickly held back her tears, shrinking in fear. What are you doing? Lu Gangwa lightly tapped Tian Jinhua on the shoulder. Are you hitting our daughter again? Do you want to ruin everything? Lu Gangwa, I must have lost my mind to marry you, Tian Jinhua cried out. Lu Gangwa muttered, I don't want to be in this anymore either. Once the kids are older, I'm going to divorce you. Tian Jinhua's crying gradually quieted down. Lu Jiejie went to her room to give Lu Yuan a bath. As she took off the clothes, she noticed some bruises on Lu Yuan's arms, looking like someone had grabbed her. She looked closely and saw nail marks still visible. Lu Jiejie pouted, her cheeks puffing up. Should I tell Grandma tomorrow? Maybe she can give her a good talking to. Lu Yuan blinked but didn't say anything. Lu Jiejie sighed. Children naturally rely on their mothers, and her involvement might not be welcomed. Some matters were beyond her control. Auntie is nice, Lu Yuan said, placing her small hand on Lu Jiejie's. You care about me. Lu Jiejie suddenly smiled, pinching Lu Yuan's little face. You're quite the charmer. She liked that. No wonder she had saved this little girl with her care. She quickly washed Lu Yuan, knowing Tian Jinhua didn't pay attention to cleanliness, let alone the little girl's hygiene. There was so much dirt. Lu Jiejie quickly gave Lu Yuan a bath and then washed herself, losing track of time. She was really tired. After laying Lu Yuan down on the bed, she quickly got into bed herself and fell asleep almost instantly. Lu Yuan snuggled closer to Lu Jiejie. Auntie smells so nice. The next morning, around 6, there was a knock on the door. Lu Jiejie groggily opened her eyes, grabbing the thin blanket and turning over, wanting to go back to sleep. Lu's mother called out a couple of times without a response and scolded her 3 sons. You useless ones. When I sent you to school, you didn't learn anything for me. Now your little sister is tired, and there isn't even one educated person to help her. Even if your little sister has great opportunities in the future and wants to pass this job on to you, tell me, who among you can take on such a good job? In the end, it will just go to someone else. The 3 brothers were scolded and went about their chores, chopping wood and fetching water. Half an hour later, Lu's mother called for Lu Jiejie again. At this point, Lu Jiejie was fully awake. She suddenly opened her eyes and found herself face to face with Lu Yuan, who still seemed sleepy, with her little mouth pouting. Lu Jiejie carefully got dressed and opened the door to ask her mother, Mom, what time is it? About 7 o'clock, her mother replied. I woke up so late today. Lu Jiejie hurried to wash up and also woke Lu Yuan. In the Lu family, if you wake up late, no one saves you any food. The 2 girls hurriedly finished washing up, and by then, everyone else had already eaten half of their meal. Lu Jiejie sat down and quickly started eating. After finishing her meal, she grabbed her hat and headed to the place where they kept track of work points. Today, she chose the oldest clothes from her wardrobe, but because her skin was so fair, her pretty little face made her look like a rich girl experiencing a hard life. Lu Jiejie registered all the tools for everyone and then followed her mother to the wheat threshing area. The threshing area, which was also the large square for distributing pork, was now filled with piles of wheat. As she walked, she noticed Xue Yan passing by her. Lu Jiejie curiously asked her mother, Is Xue Yan also gathering wheat stalks? Her mother reluctantly replied, He should be threshing wheat. Threshing is not easier than cutting. It requires a lot of strength, or else the wheat won't come down. Oh, Lu Jiejie understood. Her mother placed the hat on Lu Jiejie's head. Yesterday, with just the light, Lu Jiejie could see the shadows of people outside, but now in the daytime, she could see much clearer. She shyly tugged at the thin fabric in front of her and asked, "Mom, does this look okay on me? What's wrong? We work hard and earn our share, so why should it matter to them?" "That's true." Lu's mother pulled Lu Jejia over and squatted down to chat with the other women. An older woman asked curiously, "Lu's family, why did you bring your daughter to work? Doesn't she have a job?" Lu's mother sighed sadly. "She does have a job, but she's been busy lately. She insisted on helping the country more and feels sorry for us, saying she'll do whatever she can. If I didn't let her come, she would be upset, so I brought her along today." "That's really thoughtful of her," the older woman said, genuinely impressed. Now that everyone is part of a big family, no one wants to do extra work. Hearing that Lu's daughter is willing to help is refreshing. She's not as lazy as before. Lu's mother took the opportunity to explain. "She earns points for the family every day. I'm not counting on her to do too much. Just enough is fine. She's so young, and I worry she might overwork herself." She needed to make it clear that her daughter was being kind by helping out. Even if she was just here for fun, she wouldn't earn less than anyone else. This way, if someone complained about her daughter working slowly, it wouldn't be a problem. The other women understood her point. Lu Jejia's job meant that her work here was an extra contribution, and just having that willingness was commendable. At first, everyone was chatting excitedly, but soon the conversation faded as the men nearby started threshing wheat, kicking up dust in the air. Lu Jejia covered the cloth again.
It was really irritating.
With nothing to do in her small area, Lu Jejia looked down and fiddled with a piece of wheat straw. When someone knocked a small section, Lu's mother took Lu Jejia over to help. The path was covered with a thick layer of wheat straw, which sank a little when stepped on. Lu Jejia carefully used a fork to sift through it, revealing the plump wheat underneath. The wheat she uncovered needed to be threshed again to remove any leftovers. They worked until around noon, and Lu Jejia felt her calves itching. She walked a bit further away to take a break. Sweaty and dirty, she didn't care anymore and just sat down on the ground. Jejia's calves were very itchy. She rolled up her pants and saw a lot of small red spots on her ankles, all caused by the wheat stalks. She scratched at them, but the more she scratched, the itchier it became. Farming was indeed hard work. Jejia was afraid of breaking her skin, so she had to endure it and pull her pants back down. It was very hot, and wearing a straw hat made it even worse. Jejia took it off and looked around to pass the time. As she scanned the area, she noticed many women were looking in one direction, so she followed their gaze. Xue Yan was nearby, harvesting wheat. He was tall, with long legs, and his wet shirt outlined his slim waist. She could even faintly see his abs, and his bare arms were glistening with a light sheen of sweat.
He just
radiated a strong sense of masculinity. Seeing that everyone else was staring, Jejia joined in, thinking that with so many people around, it didn't matter if she looked too. She rested her chin on her hand to observe and noticed that Xue Yan carried himself differently from other men. Maybe it was his broad shoulders and long neck, along with his straight back, that gave him a distinguished air. After watching for a while, Xue Yan suddenly looked up and glanced in Jejia's direction. Since they were quite far apart, Jejia wasn't sure if he was looking at her, but she quickly averted her gaze, feeling a bit shy. Then she thought her reaction was unnecessary. Everyone else was looking, so why should she feel shy? Admiring someone wasn't against the rules. Jejia lifted her eyes again, this time not looking at Xue Yan but at the others. Zhao Shihui, feeling uncomfortable with Jejia's gaze on Xue Yan, was surprised when she suddenly looked at him. He had to seize this opportunity. Zhao Shihui pretended to be very hot and fanned his shirt, then took it off, exposing his bare chest. Jejia glanced around and noticed that only Zhao Shihui had taken off his shirt. To be honest, Zhao Shihui's shoulders were not as broad as Xue Yan's, nor did he have the same charm. Jejia thought it must be a difference in body proportions. Seeing that Jejia was looking at him, Zhao Shihui lifted his chin slightly, trying to show off his most masculine side. During the wheat harvesting process, he occasionally made different movements, intentionally showing off his chest, biceps, and abs. Lu Jejia. She felt that Zhao was trying to show off on purpose. Could he be looking for a partner? However, his actions did attract some young girls. Most of the girls at the wheat field were pampered at home, as this job was much easier than cutting wheat, so there weren't many of them. Zhao's peacock-like display made some of the girls shy. Lu Jiejie found it amusing and couldn't help but smile. The young girl was already pretty, resting her chin on one hand, tilting her head with a bright smile, her eyes curved, and her lips a vibrant red, complemented by a few strands of dark hair by her ear. Just one glance was enough to captivate anyone. Xue Yan's expression darkened as he glanced at Zhao, who was flexing his muscles. The rhythmic sound of the stick hitting the wheat filled the air. When Zhao harvested the wheat, he would intentionally tighten his abdomen, causing his chest muscles to slightly jiggle with each movement, making him look very strong. However, it was too hot, and dust was floating in the air, making Zhao's skin appear even darker after a while. He seemed tired, spreading his fingers and running them through his hair, lifting it slightly, with a smirk that he thought looked cool. Lu Jiejie tried to stop laughing, but Zhao was just too funny, and she couldn't help it. She wasn't sure if Zhao heard her laughter, but he looked in her direction. Lu Jiejie quickly closed her mouth. She didn't mean to mock him. She was just appreciating his talent. Yes, she was simply admiring Zhao's talent. Xue Yan remained silent, but he was getting closer to Zhao as they worked. He was strong, and with each strike, more dust filled the air, causing Zhao to cough. He shook his hand, covered in dirt.
Ugh.
Zhao spat out the dust in his mouth and looked at Xue Yan with dissatisfaction. Stay away from me. The stuff you're making is flying into my mouth. That's just how harvesting wheat is. Xue Yan knocked again, not even lifting his eyelids, and asked, Are you trying to be lazy? Who wants to be lazy? Zhao Shi was angry and moved a bit away from Xue Yan, then continued to show off. Xue Yan walked over to him again.
Soon, Father Lu came to check on them.
He glanced around and first looked at Lu Jiejie. Seeing his precious daughter resting, his furrowed brow relaxed. Xue Yan approached Father Lu and said something. Father Lu looked at Zhao Shi and then at Lu Jiejie before walking over to Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi, who had just shown off his biceps a moment ago, turned and was stunned. Uncle Lu. His arms froze in midair, and the stick he was holding almost fell to the ground. Zhao Shi, put your shirt on, Father Lu said sternly. There are many young girls around. If someone accuses you of being inappropriate, do you want to get in trouble? Among all the men working here, only Zhao Shi had taken off his shirt. Being shirtless could lead to bad impressions. Father Lu glanced at Lu Jiejie, who was watching from a distance. She was only 17 and was curious about such things. This was tempting fate. Zhao Shi quickly put his shirt back on, feeling embarrassed. He had lost face in front of Father Lu, making it harder to pursue Lu Jiejie now. Zhao Shi hurriedly explained, I was just too hot earlier. I got used to taking it off while working in the fields. I promise to change. Don't let it happen again. Yes, sir. Lu Jiejie had been smiling at Zhao Shi, but was startled when Father Lu suddenly appeared. She quickly put on her hat and went to gather straw. Mother Lu was about to take a break when she saw her daughter coming back and asked, Why are you back so soon?
Don't wear yourself out.
Come, rest with me. She took Lu Jiejie's hand and led her to a different spot to sit and rest. Lu Jiejie felt itchy all over. Sometimes, the wheat chaff would stick to her clothes and poke her skin. She discreetly scratched a little, then scratched again. Lu's mother worried that Lu Jiejie might be thirsty. She looked at the sky and said, I'll go home to get you some water. You stay here and behave. Don't do anything else, okay? Okay. Lu Jiejie sat quietly. Once Lu's mother left the square, Lu Jiejie scratched her leg, thinking that since she had already suffered, she might as well do a bit more work. After her father finished his inspection, she grabbed a fork and started picking up straw. Wearing a straw hat, Lu Jiejie didn't pay much attention to the people harvesting wheat. Sometimes, she couldn't keep up with their speed. After a while, her hands began to ache. Just as she was about to take a break, she noticed her calves were very itchy. She lifted her leg and scratched through her pants. It didn't help. Lu Jiejie had to pull up her pants and use her fingers to scratch. Her skin was already fair, and the red spots from the wheat stalk stood out, making it look like she had been mistreated. A few women nearby felt a mix of emotions. They said Lu's daughter was spoiled, but she didn't seem that way. Seeing her legs in such condition, they noticed she hadn't complained at all. Lu Jiejie scratched a few more times, leaving some marks, and the itchiness eased a bit. Just as she was about to pick up more straw, a small tube of ointment and a strong arm appeared in front of her. Lu Jiejie blinked and looked up. She couldn't see clearly, but the outline looked like Xue Yan. She was afraid of mistaking him for someone else, so she lifted her straw hat. Xue Yan was slightly bent over, with bits of straw stuck in his hair, his lips pressed tightly together. "Is this for me?" Lu Jiejie asked, reaching out her hand. Xue Yan's hands were dirty, covered in soil. He held the ointment carefully, trying to keep it clean for her. In a low voice, Xue Yan said, "You can borrow it, but buy your own this afternoon." There were too many people around, and he didn't want to damage her reputation. "Thank you." Lu Jiejie smiled as she took it, surprised that Xue Yan carried such things with him. She glanced at him and noticed he also had some marks on his legs, but they weren't as noticeable as hers. He must have kept it for himself. "I'll just use a little." Lu Jiejie excitedly put down the fork and applied some ointment to her calves. The sharp pain was covered by a cool sensation, and the itchiness eased a lot. When Lu's mother came over with a small jar, she saw the red spots on Lu Jiejie's calf, and her eyes instantly filled with tears. After all these years, she never wanted her daughter to suffer like this. Now, to help raise her son's child, she had to work harder and earn more points. Why should it be this way? Lu's mother felt heartbroken and walked over, saying, "Come on, daughter, we're not doing this anymore." Her son, who had already started his own family, should take care of his own child. Why should they, the older and younger generations, have to support him? Lu Jiejie was startled by her mother's voice and pretended not to understand. "What's wrong? Isn't everything going well? What's wrong? Just look at your leg." Lu's mother pulled Lu Jiejie to leave. "Mom, we're already here. We should at least work for one day, right? What's the point? We don't need this little bit of work." Lu's mother insisted. "Well, I still need to put on some medicine," Lu Jiejie said, stretching her leg. "I haven't applied it to the other leg yet."
Right.
Lu's mother sat down next to her, watching her closely. "Hurry up and apply it." Lu Jiejie rubbed the ointment in her palms and then applied it to her leg, not wanting to use too much, just a little bit. At that moment, Lu's mother started to realize something. "When did you buy this ointment?" "It's not mine. It's Xue Yan's," Lu Jiejie replied without looking up. Lu's mother immediately glanced at Xue Yan, who was not far away, working in the fields. Having been through similar experiences, she quickly understood that Xue Yan must have feelings for her daughter. After applying the ointment, Lu Jiejie ran to return it to Xue Yan and smiled. "You must be tired after working for so long. Let's go get some water."
Okay.
Lu Jiejie turned to leave, while Xue Yan glanced at Lu's mother nearby, gripping the stick in his hand, his lips pressed tightly together. He stood still. After Lu Jiejie took a few steps, she turned back and saw he was still standing there, looking puzzled. She said again, "Let's go." Seeing her turn to leave, Xue Yan couldn't help but take a step forward. After taking the step, he took another one, and his long legs quickly caught up with Lu Jiejie. Lu's mother watched in disbelief as Lu Jiejie openly brought Xue Yan here, feeling a pang in her heart. Most importantly, her daughter showed no shyness at all, thinking this was completely normal. "I'll pour it for you," Lu Jiejie said, reaching for the jar. But Lu's mother stepped in first. "Let me pour it." With so many people around, she couldn't let her daughter's reputation be tarnished. Lu's mother personally poured a bowl of water and handed it to Xue Yan. "Xue, thank you for saving my daughter last time." Xue Yan remembered how Lu's mother had given him money and food before. He had accepted it and made a promise, so he felt shy and couldn't look up, just taking the water. Lu's mother carefully examined Xue Yan. The young man looked quite good, tall and strong, sure to be a good provider in the future. But his family situation was too poor, which made Lu's mother feel conflicted. The others, who had initially been curious, also shifted their focus upon hearing Lu's mother's words. This was a thank you for Xue Yan's life-saving help. Moreover, if the Lu family really intended to marry their daughter off, why would they have given money and food last time? That money and food could be enough to marry 2 wives. Lu Jejia, unaware of the underlying tension, took the water her mother handed her and drank it eagerly. It was so hot and she had sweated a lot, so she must have been thirsty. After finishing a bowl of water, just as she handed the bowl back, Zhao came over. He scratched his head shyly. "Aunt Lu, may I have a bowl of water? I'm the only one working from the Zhao family here, and no one brings me water." Zhao was quite close to Lu Yegua, which made his relationship with the Lu family fairly friendly. Lu's mother already knew what this young man was thinking. She glanced at Lu Jejia, who was smiling at Xue Yan. Lu's mother. She poured a bowl of water and handed it to Zhao. Zhao was much dirtier than Xue Yan, as he had taken off his outer shirt and his upper body was almost covered in dirt. Zhao knew he had lost Lu's father's favor earlier, so now he was particularly obedient in front of Lu's mother, sitting quietly and drinking water. Lu Jejia couldn't help but glance over at Zhao Shihui. To be honest, Zhao's earlier performance was quite impressive. Each move and pose could easily become one of her funniest memories from this year. Zhao noticed Lu Jejia's gaze and straightened his back. His earlier display was indeed successful. Lu Jejia might have developed a liking for him. Before Lu Jejia could look again, Xue Yan leaned forward and blocked her view as he poured another bowl. She had no choice but to look away. The two finished their drinks and quickly left. Lu's mother insisted that Lu Jejia stop working and took her home to prepare lunch. "Our family really doesn't need your little bit of work. Since you've been working this month, we've gained a lot and your dad, and I don't have to work so hard," Lu's mother said, hoping to save a bit more. Once home, Lu Jejia scratched her itchy scalp. Even with a hat on, she still ended up with dust in her hair. She washed her hair and took a bath to relieve the itch. After Xue Yan returned home and took a shower, he put on his pants. Seeing Xue Yang and Xue Qian, he pulled out some ointment. "Here you go." He tossed the ointment onto the table. Xue Yang was surprised. "Big brother, when did you buy this? Weren't you reluctant before? You said men don't need to use these things." Xue Yan replied calmly, "I bought it yesterday. I saw you both had some scratches." Xue Yang smiled happily. "Thanks, big brother." But then he asked, "Aren't you going to use it?" "I don't need it," Xue Yan said, tossing his dirty clothes into the basket. "You two can use it." Their father walked in and asked the 3 brothers, "What do you want for lunch?" Xue Yang, who had been spoiled lately, replied, "Dad, didn't the Lu family give us some flour last time? Can we make dumplings with it?" The last time they had dumplings was during the New Year, and he still remembered the taste. Xue Yang swallowed hard. "We can't use it." Xue Yan suddenly looked up and firmly reiterated, "We can't use the flour." Xue Yang was anxious. "Brother, there are 20 pounds of flour. It's fine to eat a little." "I want to return it," Xue Yan said, pressing his lips together, his knuckles slightly tense, and he uttered something that others didn't understand. "She has changed back." He liked her and wanted to marry her. It had been that way for 4 years. Xue father's expression changed slightly, and he instantly became cheerful. A father knows his child best. He had known that this boy liked her, which is why he had shamelessly gone to propose. "When will you return it?" Xue father asked. Xue Yang still looked confused. "Why return it? This is a gift from the Lu family for you, and besides, we have already accepted it." Xue Qian wished he could cover Xue Yang's mouth. Xue Yan's expression became even more unpleasant. He wished he hadn't accepted it back then. Xue Yan said in a deep voice, "Let's talk about it later." He felt he wasn't qualified yet. He needed to make money quickly. It seemed he could only cooperate with that person. In the afternoon, Lu Jejia went to the place where they recorded points. When it was almost dark, she saw Lu father returning with Luo Qingqing. Luo Qingqing's hair was a mess. Some strands even stuck together, and she looked dirty, no longer the aloof person she used to be. She silently followed Lu father. Lu Jiejie immediately thought of Luo Qingqing's storyline. In the original plot, Luo Qingqing eventually became Zhou Wenqing's woman, considered his first love. However, in the early stages after Zhou Wenqing ran off with Qing Xian, Luo Qingqing lost her protection and ended up getting involved with her fourth brother, Lu Yegu, successfully becoming her fourth sister-in-law, Lu Jiejie. However, after marrying into the Lu family, Luo Qingqing did not settle down. Her goal in marrying into the Lu family was to avoid farm work and enjoy good food and drink. She spent all day reading a book, fainting whenever she had to work, and crying when she woke up. Lu mother was so angry that she hit Luo Qingqing several times. But Luo Qingqing cried beautifully, always with tears like pear blossoms, and refused to change her ways. In the end, things were more noise than action, and ended quickly. Luo Qingqing not only refused to work in the fields at home, but also wouldn't cook. As the family's points were combined, Tian Jinhua and Zhang Xuyan gradually began to have opinions. Who would want to support someone who only knows how to eat? Lu Mu directly stated that Lu Yegua must either divorce Luo Qingqing or leave the family. However, at this critical moment, Luo Qingqing became pregnant and Lu Yegua naturally could not divorce her. Lu Mu was tired and decided to separate all three sons. Since the daughter had already left, she no longer expected her sons to succeed, so why continue to support them? Since they stopped giving their sons allowances, Lu father and Lu mother have been living quite comfortably. But her fourth brother had a problem. Luo Qingqing was pregnant and just lay in bed doing nothing. Lu Yegua worked in the fields during the day, came home to cook at noon and in the afternoon, and even had to go out to do laundry at night. In just a few months, he became exhausted. When the child was 9 months along, the country announced the resumption of college entrance exams. If it weren't for the timing, Luo Qingqing would have wanted to end her pregnancy immediately. At this point, Lu Jiejie didn't know whether to admire Luo Qingqing. On the third day after giving birth, she surprisingly forced herself to attend the college entrance exam. The first exam after the resumption was in December, and there was heavy snow that made it hard to move fingers. Luo Qingqing was determined to escape this place and did everything she could to take the exam, not even looking at her child. As one of the male lead's first loves, Luo Qingqing naturally got into college and cried to return to the city for her studies. Lu Yegua, if you really like me, let me go instead of trapping me in this small place, stuck in this old house. True love is about letting go and supporting each other. After being married for so long, you still don't understand me, and that's why I haven't fallen in love with you. Lu Yegua, you are a selfish person. These words completely shattered Lu Yegua's heart, and soon they got their divorce certificate. Luo Qingqing left her 2-month-old son behind and never returned. So her fourth brother became a stepping stone for Luo Qingqing, getting divorced at a young age while also having a child. Lu Jiejie tightened her grip on the pen, determined to stop this marriage. Lu father took Luo Qingqing into the room and pointed to the farming tools nearby. Starting today, you will go out to cut wheat. If you continue to cause trouble and stir up the crowd like before, we will have to deal with it according to the rules. Luo Qingqing shrank back a little and obediently went to get the sickle. After Luo Qingqing left, Lu Jiejie asked her father, "Dad, what's wrong with her?" Lu father replied, "She has some problems at home, and she also has a bad attitude, avoiding farm work. I was going to let her move out of the youth center to live alone for a while, but I considered that she is a girl. If someone in the village had bad intentions, it could be difficult to handle. I asked for permission to cancel that punishment." Lu Jiejie nodded. Every village has good and bad people, and since Luo Qingqing is pretty, it's natural that some might have inappropriate thoughts. Lu Jiejie really disliked Luo Qingqing, but she definitely did not want to see anything unpleasant happen to her. She is lucky to have a leader like you. Otherwise, no one would care about this kind of thing, Lu Jiejie said with a smile, showing a few teeth as she praised her dad. Lu father felt pleased by his daughter's compliment, his spirits lifted, and his eyebrows raised slightly. To help her, I even bought a pack of cigarettes. I did my best for her. What he spent was not just a pack of cigarettes, but also a favor. But he had a daughter too, so he wanted to help when he could. The two chatted a bit more, and Lu's father reminded Lu Jiejie to rest well before leaving. By 7 o'clock, villagers and youth began to finish work, and Luo Qingqing was brought in by Lin Feng. Luo Qingqing had been inside for 2 or 3 days, eating and drinking the worst, and this time she really felt unwell. For work points, Luo Qingqing said, holding her chest, not looking up, her voice hoarse. Lu Jiejie. Seeing Lu Jiejie stunned, Lin Feng quickly explained, Comrade Lu, Luo Qingqing really earned 4 work points, and I helped her with 2. Got it, Lu Jiejie said, jotting it down. She remembered that Luo Qingqing returned around 4 or 5, which meant she earned 2 work points in the afternoon. If she worked all afternoon, she could earn 4 work points, making it 8 for the day, similar to what Lu's mother earned. She felt that Luo Qingqing was just like her sister-in-law, putting on an act. It wasn't that she couldn't work. She just didn't want to. After reporting the work points, Lin Feng helped Luo Qingqing leave. Luo gently walked to the door and saw Lu Yegua. She suddenly remembered that Lu Jiejie's 4th brother had secretly watched her several times before, but she had always ignored him because she thought he lacked education. Now, she realized that having someone capable of doing farm work wasn't a bad idea, especially since the Lu family was well off. Luo quickly lowered her head, knowing that men liked her face, and she felt messy now, which would leave a bad impression. Lu Yegua walked right past Luo, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and excitedly headed towards his little sister. He pulled out a few bird eggs from his pocket. Look, little sister, what your 4th brother brought you. Bird eggs. Lu Jiejie immediately thought of the flavored eggs she had eaten before and swallowed hard. How did you find them? I found them nearby while resting this afternoon. It took a long time to find 8 of them. Don't you like these? Lu Yegua chuckled softly. You mustn't tell Mom, or she'll be mad at me for not harvesting wheat and looking for bird eggs instead. I won't say anything. Lu Jiejie shook her head, looking around unsure where to put them. 4th brother, I'll keep track of your work points. You can take them home and let the older brothers bring me back later. Right, it's time to start cooking. I need to hurry back and have my sister-in-law steam them for you, Lu Yegua said about the work points and rushed out. As Luo left, she glanced down and saw the bird eggs in Lu Yegua's hand. She swallowed again, realizing she hadn't eaten meat in a long time. If marrying Lu Yegua could change her current situation, she was willing to make that sacrifice. Xue Yan arrived very late, being the last one to come. Since he hadn't worked with the 3 men from the Xue family, no one could help him report his work points. Lu Jiejie, feeling bored, fiddled with a thin bamboo stick to adjust the oil lamp wick. The wick crackled, brightening the room significantly. Lu Jiejie looked at her 2 brothers and said, Second brother, you don't need to wait for me. You can go back first. Later, let the eldest brother bring me home. The Lu family had many things to do in the evening, like fetching water and chopping firewood. Lu Gangwa opened his mouth, recalling what happened last night. Did his little sister dislike him? Lu Gangwa scratched his head anxiously, mumbling, little sister. Seeing Lu Gangwa in a hurry, Lu Jiejie raised her face to explain, Actually, you 3 don't need to take me together. You can just take me tomorrow. The oldest brother goes first. Right? Do you know I'm the oldest brother? Lu Yegua pushed his arm, let's go quickly, and don't forget to fetch water from home. Seeing that Lu Jiejie wasn't really angry, Lu Gangwa finally left. Lu Jiejie sighed inwardly. Lu Gangwa was a bit simple-minded, needing a nudge to get moving. Even with family matters, he needed someone to guide him, or he wouldn't notice anything at all. Now that everyone lived together, with their mother always reminding him, he knew which way to go. But if they separated in the future, who knows what would happen? While Lu Jiejie was bored and fiddling with the lamp wick, Xue Yan finally arrived. He had been working in the fields all afternoon, and although he had cleaned up on the way, he still looked dusty. You're here. Lu Jiejie took out her military water bottle. There's some water left. Do you want a drink? He might not have anyone to bring him water while working alone in the square. Lu Yegua immediately chimed in, Little sister, the oldest brother hasn't had water yet. Let me drink it. He was her real brother. She should support him first. Who knew? Lu Jieje gave Lu Aigua a dismissive glance and huffed. My niece already brought you water. She passed right by my door. When did you start lying, big brother? Really, Xue Yan was her lifesaver. How could her brother be so thoughtless, even getting jealous over water? Lu Aigua. Lu Jieje turned and smiled at Xue Yan. Do you want some?
Yeah.
Xue Yan nodded. Taking advantage of Lu Jieje's moment of pouring water, Xue Yan slightly raised his sharp eyebrows at Lu Aigua. Though the movement was subtle, his strong features couldn't hide his pride. He knew Lu Aigua looked down on him, so he had no intention of trying to please him. Besides, whether he could marry Lu Jieje wasn't up to the three brothers of the Lu family. Lu Aigua clenched his fist. Water, please. Lu Jieje poured some into a bowl and handed it to him. Xue Yan quickly returned to his usual calm expression, reached out to take it, and then reported his work points. Lu Jieje noted it down, blew out the oil lamp, and prepared to go home. The room suddenly became dark, and Lu Jieje's eyes took a moment to adjust, leaving her unable to see anything for a second or two. Give me the bowl. Xue Yan's deep voice sounded behind her. Lu Jieje turned to hand it over but accidentally grabbed Xue Yan's arm. Xue Yan was warm, while Lu Jieje's fingertips felt cool, and they both paused for a moment. Xue Yan's body stiffened suddenly as he looked down at Lu Jieje's delicate features, his dark eyes swirling with emotions, and he unconsciously swallowed. Lu Jieje hadn't touched any muscles before, but as she left, she squeezed his arm. It was really firm. By this time, she could see clearly, turned to take the bowl, and sincerely said, I'm sorry. Her expression made it seem like the person who had just squeezed his muscles wasn't her, showing a hint of mischief. Xue Yan's dark eyes were intensely focused, each glance seeming to mark his territory. But in the dark, Lu Jieje couldn't see well. She felt the atmosphere was a bit tense, so she shrank her head and turned to leave. She placed her hand on the kettle, her eyes slightly lifting at the coolness, which felt nice. Xue Yan was a good person, but one downside was that he was too warm. Touching him in summer felt unbearable. Soon, Lu Jieje felt it was unfair to complain about her savior and tried to think of his good qualities. Xue Yan was warm, so hugging him in winter would definitely be cozy. At that moment, Lu Aigua bumped into Xue Yan and said, Aren't you leaving? The door will be locked soon. In the next second, Xue Yan stepped forward, closely following Lu Jieje. Lu Aigua, unwilling to back down, followed closely behind his sister, and they bumped into each other. Lu Aigua covered his shoulder, grimacing in pain. He had used all his strength to bump into Xue Yan, but the other seemed unaffected, while he looked pained. What's going on with you two? Lu Jieje heard the unusual sounds and turned to ask while holding the kettle strap. Two people behind her immediately stood up straight, looking around nervously, but they said, It's nothing. Lu Jieje found the two of them strange. This time, Lu Jieje didn't let Xue Yan go home to get food. At the intersection, the three of them parted ways. Lu Aigua leaned closer to Lu Jieje and said, Little sister, Xue Yan has bad intentions towards you. You need to be careful. Lu Jieje was taken aback at first, then stopped and said seriously, Brother, don't talk nonsense and ruin Xue Yan's reputation. He is my lifesaver. If someone hears you and Xue Yan doesn't want to marry me, there will definitely be gossip. The young girl opened her big eyes, clearly unhappy with her brother's accusation against her lifesaver. She continued, Brother, you need to correct your thinking to keep improving. Lu Aigua said excitedly, I'm a man. Can I see what's going on? Little sister. Brother. Why are you always thinking about these things? Lu Jieje couldn't help but mumble. Even if I wanted to marry Xue Yan, he wouldn't want to marry me. Stop thinking about these useless things. Lu Aigua's eyes widened. He doesn't want to marry? Xue Yan was practically glued to his little sister, looking at her with an intense gaze.
And he didn't want to marry.
He couldn't believe that Xue Yan had no feelings for his sister. I can't explain this to you. Lu Jieje turned and walked ahead, emphasizing, Brother, Don't overthink and delay Xue Yan from finding a wife. She thought that someone as exceptional as Xue Yan would surely marry a beautiful, kind, and gentle wife in the future. Lu Jiejie suddenly felt a bit stifled and walked with a hint of frustration. Lu Aigua. Although he understood every word, he didn't grasp the meaning. When they got home, Lu Jiejie put everything back in a room. Thinking of Luo Qingqing, she secretly called Lu Yeguo into the room.